Section 1 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Kibbe. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 990. When it was the 990th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ma'ruf the cobbler said to his spouse, By Allah, I have no dirhams today, but our Lord will make things easy to me. She rejoined, I wot not of these words. Look thou come not to me save with the vermicelli and bees' honey, else I will make thy night black as thy fortune, when as thou fellest into my hand. Quoth he, Allah is bountiful, and going out with grief scattering itself from his body, prayed the dawn prayer, and opened his shop. After which he sat till noon, but no work came to him, and his fear of his wife redoubled. Then he arose and went out perplexed as to how he should do in the matter of the vermicelli cake, seeing he had not yet even the wherewithal to buy bread. Presently he came to the shop of the kunafa seller, and stood before it, whilst his eyes brimmed with tears. The pastry cook glanced at him and said, O Master Ma'ruf, why dost thou weep? Tell me what hath befallen thee. So he acquainted him with his case, saying, My wife would have me bring her a kunafa, but I have sat in my shop till past midday, and have not gained even the price of bread. Wherefore I am in fear of her. The cook laughed, and said, No harm shall come to thee. How many pounds wilt thou have? 5 pounds, answered Ma'ruf. So the man weighed him out 5 pounds of vermicelli cake, and said to him, I have clarified butter, but no bees' honey. Here is drip honey, however, which is better than bees' honey. And what harm will there be if it be with drip honey? Ma'ruf was ashamed to object, because the pastry cook was to have patience with him for the price, and said, Give it me with drip honey. So he fried a vermicelli cake for him with butter and drenched it with drip honey, till it was fit to present to kings. Then he asked him, Dost thou want bread and cheese? And Ma'ruf answered, Yes. So he gave him 4 half dirhams worth of bread, and 1 of cheese, and the vermicelli was 10 nufs. Then he said, Know, O Ma'ruf, that thou owest me 15 nufs. So go to thy wife, and make merry, and take this nuf for the hammam. And thou shalt have credit for a day or 2 or 3, till Allah provide thee with thy daily bread. And straiten not thy wife, for I will have patience with thee till such time as thou shalt have dirhams to spare. So Ma'ruf took the vermicelli cake and bread and cheese, and went away, with a heart at ease, blessing the pastry cook, and saying, Extolled be thy perfection, O my lord, how beautiful art thou. When he came home, his wife inquired of him, Hast thou brought the vermicelli cake? And, replying, Yes, he set it before her. She looked at it, and seeing that it was dressed with cane honey, said to him, Did I not bid thee bring it with bees' honey? Wilt thou contrary my wish, and have it dressed with cane honey? He excused himself to her, saying, I bought it not save on credit. But said she, This talk is idle. I will not eat kunafa save with bees' honey. And she was wroth with it, and threw it in his face, saying, Begone, thou pimp, and bring me other than this. Then she dealt him a buffet on the cheek, and knocked out one of his teeth. The blood ran down upon his breast, and for stress of anger he smote her on the head a single blow and a slight. Whereupon she clutched his beard, and fell to shouting out and saying, Help, O Muslims! So the neighbors came in, and freed his beard from her grip. Then they reproved and reproached her, saying, We are all content to eat kunafa with cane honey. Why then wilt thou oppress this poor man thus? Verily, this is disgraceful in thee. And they went on to soothe her, till they made peace between her and him. But when the folk were gone, she sware that she would not eat of the vermicelli, and Ma'ruf, burning with hunger, said in himself, She sweareth that she will not eat, so I will e'en eat. Then he ate, and when she saw him eating, she said, Inshallah, may the eating of it be poison to destroy the far one's body. Quoth he, It shall not be at thy bidding, and went on eating, laughing, and saying, Thou swearest that thou wouldst not eat of this. But Allah is bountiful, and tomorrow night, in the Lord decree, I will bring thee kunafa dressed with bees' honey, and thou shalt eat it alone. And he applied himself to appeasing her, whilst she called down curses upon him. And she ceased not to rail at him, and revile him with gross abuse till the morning, when she bared her forearm to beat him. Quoth he, Give me time, and I will bring thee other vermicelli cake. Then he went out to the mosque and prayed, after which he betook himself to his shop, and opening it, sat down. But hardly had he done this, when up came 2 runners from the Qazi's court, and said to him, Up with thee, speak with the Qazi, for thy wife hath complained of thee to him, and her favour is thus and thus. He recognized her by their description, and saying, May Allah Almighty torment her, walked with them till he came to the Qazi's presence, where he found Fatima standing with her arm bound up, and her face veil besmeared with blood. and she was weeping and wiping away her tears. Quoth the Kazi, Ho, man, hast thou no fear of Allah the Most High? Why hast thou beaten this good woman, and broken her forearm, and knocked out her tooth, and entreated her thus? And quoth Ma'aruf, If I beat her or put out her tooth, sentence me to what thou wilt. But in truth the case was thus and thus. And the neighbors made peace between me and her. And he told him the story from first to last. Now this Kazi was a benevolent man, so he brought out to him a quarter dinar, saying, O man, take this and get her kunafa with bees' honey, and do ye make peace, thou and she. Quoth Ma'aruf, Give it to her. So she took it, and the Kazi made peace between them, saying, O wife, obey thy husband, and thou, O man, deal kindly with her. Then they left the court, reconciled at the Kazi's hands, and the woman went one way, whilst her husband returned by another way to his shop, and sat there, when, behold, the runners came up to him and said, Give us our fee. Quoth he, The Kazi took not of me aught. On the contrary, he gave me a quarter dinar. But quoth they, 'Tis no concern of ours whether the Kazi took of thee or gave to thee, and if thou give us not our fee, we will exact it in despite of thee. And they fell to dragging him about the market. So he sold his tools and gave them half a dinar, whereupon they let him go and went away, whilst he put his hand to his cheek and sat sorrowful, for that he had no tools wherewith to work. Presently up came two ill-favoured fellows, and said to him, Come, O man, and speak with the Kazi, for thy wife hath complained of thee to him. Said he made peace between us just now. But said they, We come from another Kazi, and thy wife hath complained of thee to our Kazi. So he arose and went with them to their Kazi, calling on Allah for aid against her. And when he saw her, he said to her, Did we not make peace, good woman? Whereupon she cried, There abideth no peace between me and thee. Accordingly he came forward and told the Kazi his story, adding, And indeed the Kazi such as one made peace between us this very hour. Whereupon the Kazi said to her, O strumpet, since ye two have made peace with each other, why comest thou to me complaining? Quoth she, He beat me after that. But quoth the Kazi, Make peace with each other, and beat her not again, and she will cross thee no more. So they made peace, and the Kazi said to Ma'aruf, Give the runners their fee. So he gave them their fee, and going back to his shop, opened it and sat down, as he were a drunken man for excess of the chagrin which befell him. Presently, while he was still sitting, behold, a man came up to him and said, O Ma'aruf, rise and hide thyself, for thy wife hath complained of thee to the high court, and Abu Tabak is after thee. So he shut his shop and fled towards the gate of Victory. He had 5 noofs of silver left, of the price of the last singir, and therewith he bought 4 worth of bread and 1 of cheese, as he fled from her. Now it was the winter season, and the hour of mid-afternoon prayer. So when he came out among the rubbish mounds, the rain descended upon him, like water from the mouths of waterskins, and his clothes were drenched. He therefore entered the Adilia, where he saw a ruined place, and therein a deserted cell without a door. And in it he took refuge, and found shelter from the rain. The tears streamed from his eyelids, and he fell to complaining of what had betided him, and saying, Whither shall I flee from this whore? I beseech thee, O Lord, to vouchsafe me one who shall conduct me to a far country, where she shall not know the way to me. Now while he sat weeping, behold, the wall clave, and there came forth to him therefrom one of tall stature, whose aspect caused his body pile to bristle and his flesh to creep, and said to him, O man, what aileth thee that thou disturbest me this night? These 200 years have I dwelt here, and have never seen any enter this place and do as thou dost. Tell me what thou wishest, and I will accomplish thy need, as ruth for thee hath got hold upon my heart. Quoth Ma'aruf, Who and what art thou? And quoth he, I am the haunter of this place. So Ma'aruf told him all that had befallen him with his wife, and he said, Wilt thou have me convey thee to a country, where thy wife shall know no way to thee? Yes, said Ma'aruf, and the other, Then mount my back. So he mounted on his back, and he flew with him from after supper-tide till daybreak, when he set him down on the top of a high mountain. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 991. When it was the 991st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Marid, having taken up Ma'aruf the cobbler, flew off with him and set him down upon a high mountain, and said to him, O mortal, descend this mountain, and thou wilt see the gate of a city. Enter it, for therein thy wife cannot come at thee." He then left him and went his way, whilst Ma'aruf abode in amazement and perplexity till the sun rose, when he said to himself, "I will up with me and go down into the city. Indeed, there is no profit in my abiding upon this highland." So he descended to the mountain foot and saw a city girt by towering walls, full of lofty palaces and gold-adorned buildings, which was a delight to beholders. He entered in at the gate and found it a place such as lightened the grieving heart. But as he walked through the streets, the townsfolk stared at him as a curiosity and gathered about him, marveling at his dress, for it was unlike theirs. Presently one of them said to him, "O man, art thou a stranger?" "Yes." "What countryman art thou?" "I am from the city Cairo the Auspicious." "And when didst thou leave Cairo?" "I left it yesterday, at the hour of afternoon prayer." Whereupon the man laughed at him and cried out, saying, "Come, look, O folk, at this man and hear what he saith." Quoth they, "What doth he say?" And quoth the townsman, "He pretendeth that he cometh from Cairo and left it yesterday at the hour of afternoon prayer." At this they all laughed, and gathering round Ma'aruf said to him, "O man, art thou mad to talk thus? How canst thou pretend that thou leftest Cairo at mid-afternoon yesterday and foundest thyself this morning here, when the truth is that between our city and Cairo lieth a full year's journey?" Quoth he, "None is mad but you. As for me, I speak sooth, for here is bread which I brought with me from Cairo, and see, 'tis yet new." Then he showed them the bread, and they stared at it, for it was unlike their country bread. So the crowd increased about him, and they said to one another, "This is Cairo bread. Look at it." And he became a gazing-stock in the city, and some believed him, whilst others gave him the lie and made mock of him. Whilst this was going on, behold, up came a merchant riding on a she-mule, and followed by 2 black slaves, and brake a way through the people, saying, "O folk, are ye not ashamed to mob the stranger and make mock of him and scoff at him?" And he went on to rate them till he drave them away from Ma'aruf, and none could make him any answer. Then he said to the stranger, "Come, O my brother, no harm shall betide thee from these folk. Verily they have no shame." So he took him, and carrying him to a spacious and richly adorned house, seated him in a speak-room fit for a king, whilst he gave an order to his slaves, who opened a chest and brought out to him a dress such as might be worn by a merchant worth 1,000. He clad him therewith, and Ma'aruf, being a seemly man, became as he were consul of the merchants. Then his host called for food, and they set before them a tray of all manner exquisite viands. The twain ate and drank, and the merchant said to Ma'aruf, "O my brother, what is thy name?" "My name is Ma'aruf, and I am a cobbler by trade, and patch old shoes." "What countryman art thou?" "I am from Cairo." "What quarter? Dost thou know Cairo?" "I am of its children. I come from the Red Street." "And whom dost thou know in the Red Street?" "I know such an one and such an one," answered Ma'aruf, and named several people to him. Quoth the other, "Knowest thou Sheikh Ahmad the druggist?" "He was my next neighbor, wall to wall." "Is he well?" "Yes." "How many sons hath he?" "3, Mustafa, Mohammed, and Ali." "And what hath Allah done with them?" "As for Mustafa, he is well, and he is a learned man, a professor. Mohammed is a druggist, and opened him a shop beside that of his father after he had married, and his wife hath borne him a son named Hassan." "Allah gladden thee with good news," said the merchant, and Ma'aruf continued, "As for Ali, he was my friend when we were boys, and we always played together, I and he. We used to go in the guise of the children of the Nazarenes and enter the church and steal the books of the Christians and sell them and buy food with the price. It chanced once that the Nazarenes caught us with a book, whereupon they complained of us to our folk and said to Ali's father, 'An thou hinder not thy son from troubling us, we will complain of thee to the king.' So he appeased them and gave Ali a thrashing, wherefore he ran away, none knew whither, and he hath now been absent 20 years, and no man hath brought news of him." Quoth the host, I am that very Ali, son of Sheikh Ahmad the druggist, and thou art my playmate Ma'aruf." So they saluted each other, and after the salam Ali said, "Tell me why, O Ma'aruf, thou camest from Cairo to this city." Then he told him all that had befallen him of ill-doing with his wife Fatima the Dung, and said, "So when her annoy waxed on me, I fled from her towards the gate of victory and went forth the city. Presently the rain fell heavy on me, so I entered a ruined cell in the Adelia, and sat there, weeping. Whereupon there came forth to me the haunter of the place, which was an Ifrit of the Jinn, and questioned me. I acquainted him with my case, and he took me on his back and flew me all night between heaven and earth, till he set me down on yonder mountain, and gave me to know of this city. So I came down from the mountain and entered the city, when people crowded about me and questioned me. I told them that I had left Cairo yesterday, but they believed me not, and presently thou camest up, and driving the folk away from me, carriedest me this house. Such then is the cause of my quitting Cairo, and thou, what object brought thee hither?" Quoth Ali, "The giddiness of folly turned my head when I was 7 years old, from which time I wandered from land to land and city to city, till I came to this city, the name whereof is Iktian al-Katan. I found its people an hospitable folk and a kindly, compassionate for the poor man, and selling to him on credit, and believing all he said. So quoth I to them, I am a merchant, and have preceded my packs, and I need a place wherein to bestow my baggage. And they believed me, and assigned me a lodging. Then quoth I to them, Is there any of you will lend me 1,000 dinars till my loads arrive, when I will repay it to him? For I am in want of certain things before my goods come. They gave me what I asked, and I went to the merchant's bazaar, where, seeing goods, I bought them, and sold them next day at a profit of 50 gold pieces, and bought others. And I consorted with the folk, and entreated them liberally, so that they loved me, and I continued to sell and buy, till I grew rich. Know, O my brother, that the proverb saith, The world is show and trickery, and the land where none wotteth thee, there do whatso liketh thee. Thou too, and thou say to all who ask thee, I am a cobbler by trade and poor withal, and I fled from my wife and left Cairo yesterday, they will not believe thee, and thou wilt be a laughingstock among them as long as thou abidest in the city. Whilst, an thou tell them, An Ifrit brought me hither, they will take fright at thee, and none will come near thee, for they will say, This man is possessed of an Ifrit, and harm will betide whoso approacheth him. And such public report will be dishonoring both to thee and to me, because they ken I come from Cairo. Ma'aruf asked, How then shall I do? And Ali answered, I will tell thee how thou shalt do, inshallah. Tomorrow I will give thee 1,000 dinars and a she-mule to ride and a black slave, who shall walk before thee and guide thee to the gate of the merchant's bazaar, and do thou go into them. I will be there sitting amongst them, and when I see thee, I will rise to thee and salute thee with the salam and kiss thy hand and make a great man of thee. Whenever I ask thee of any kind of stuff, saying, Hast thou brought with thee aught of such a kind? Do thou answer, Plenty. And if they question me of thee, I will praise thee and magnify thee in their eyes, and say to them, Get him a storehouse and a shop. I also will give thee out for a man of great wealth and generosity. And if a beggar come to thee, bestow upon him what thou mayst. So will they put faith in what I say, and believe in thy greatness and generosity, and love thee. Then will I invite thee to my house, and invite all the merchants on thy account, and bring together thee and them, so that all may know thee and thou know them. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 2. Recording by Mark Ernest. Section 3 of The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 992. When it was the 992nd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the merchant Ali said to Ma'aruf, I will invite thee to my house, and invite all the merchants on thy account, and bring together thee and them, so that all may know thee, and thou know them, whereby thou shalt sell and buy, and take and give with them, nor will it be long ere thou become a man of money. Accordingly, on the morrow he gave him 1,000 dinars and a suit of clothes and a black slave, and mounting him on a she-mule, said to him, Allah give thee quittance of responsibility for all this, inasmuch as thou art my friend, and it behoveth me to deal generously with thee. Have no care, but put away from thee the thought of thy wife's misways, and name her not to any. Allah requite thee with good, replied Ma'aruf, and rode on, preceded by his blackamoor, till the slave brought him to the gate of the merchants' bazaar, where they were all seated, and amongst them Ali, who, when he saw him, rose and threw himself upon him, crying, A blessed day, O merchant Ma'aruf, O man of good works and kindness. And he kissed his hand before the merchants, and said to them, Our brothers, ye are honored by knowing the merchant Ma'aruf. So they saluted him, and Ali signed to them to make much of him, wherefore he was magnified in their eyes. Then Ali helped him to dismount from his she-mule, and saluted him with the salam, after which he took the merchants apart, one after other, and vaunted Ma'aruf to them. They asked, Is this man a merchant? And he answered, Yes, and indeed he is the chiefest of merchants. There liveth not a wealthier than he. For his wealth and the riches of his father and forefathers are famous among the merchants of Cairo. He hath partners in Hind and Sind and Al-Yaman, and is high in repute for generosity. So know ye his rank, and exalt ye his degree, and do him service, and wot also that his coming to your city is not for the sake of traffic, and none other save to divert himself with the sight of folks' countries. Indeed, he hath no need of strangerhood for the sake of gain and profit, having wealth that fires cannot consume, and I am one of his servants. And he ceased not to extol him, till they set him above their heads, and began to tell one another of his qualities. Then they gathered round him, and offered him junkets and sherbets, and even the consul of the merchants came to him and saluted him, whilst Ali proceeded to ask him, in the presence of the traders, O my lord, haply thou hast brought with thee somewhat of such and such a stuff? And Ma'aruf answered, Plenty. Now Ali had that day shown him various kinds of costly clothes, and had taught him the names of the different stuffs, dear and cheap. Then said one of the merchants, O my lord, hast thou brought with thee yellow broadcloth? And Ma'aruf said, Plenty. Quoth another, And gazelle's blood red? And quoth the cobbler, Plenty. And as often as he asked him of aught, he made him the same answer. So the other said, O merchant Ali, had thy countryman a mind to transport 1,000 loads of costly stuffs, he could do so. And Ali said, he would take them from a single one of his storehouses, and miss naught thereof. Now whilst they were sitting, behold, up came a beggar, and went the round of the merchants. One gave him a half dirham, and another a copper, but most of them gave him nothing, till he came to Ma'aruf, who pulled out a handful of gold and gave it to him, whereupon he blessed him and went his ways. The merchants marveled at this, and said, Verily, this is a king's bestowal, for he gave the beggar gold without count, and were he not a man of vast wealth and money without end, he had not given a beggar a handful of gold. After a while there came to him a poor woman, and he gave her a handful of gold, whereupon she went away, blessing him, and told the other beggars who came to him one after other, and he gave them each a handful of gold, till he dispersed the 1,000 dinars. Then he struck hand upon hand, and said, Allah is our sufficient aid, and excellent is the agent. Quoth the consul, What aileth thee, O merchant Ma'aruf? And quoth he, It seemeth that the most part of the people of this city are poor and needy. Had I known their misery, I would have brought with me a large sum of money in my saddlebags, and given largesse thereof to the poor. I fear me I may be long abroad, and 'tis not in my nature to balk a beggar. I have no gold left, so, if a pauper come to me, what shall I say to him? Quoth the consul, Say, Allah will send thee thy daily bread. But Ma'aruf replied, That is not my practice, and I am care-ridden because of this. Would I had other 1,000 dinars wherewith to give alms till my baggage come. Have no care for that, quoth the consul, and sending one of his dependents for 1,000 dinars, handed them to Ma'aruf, who went on giving them to every beggar who passed till the call to noon prayer. Then they entered the cathedral mosque and prayed the noon prayers, and what was left him of the 1,000 gold pieces he scattered on the heads of the worshippers. This drew the people's attention to him, and they blessed him, whilst the merchants marveled at the abundance of his generosity and open-handedness. Then he turned to another trader, and, borrowing of him other 1,000 ducats, gave these also away, whilst merchant Ali looked on at what he did, but could not speak. He ceased not to do thus till the call to mid-afternoon prayer, when he entered the mosque and prayed and distributed the rest of the money. On this wise, by the time they locked the doors of the bazaar, he had borrowed 5,000 sequins and given them away, saying to every one of whom he took aught, Wait till my baggage come, when, if thou desire gold, I will give thee gold, and if thou desire stuffs, thou shalt have stuffs, for I have no end of them. At eventide, merchant Ali invited Ma'aruf and the rest of the traders to an entertainment and seated him in the upper end, the place of honor, where he talked of nothing but cloths and jewels, and whenever they made mention to him of aught, he said, I have plenty of it. Next day he again repaired to the market street, where he showed a friendly bias towards the merchants and borrowed of them more money, which he distributed to the poor. Nor did he leave doing thus 20 days, till he had borrowed 70,000 dinars, and still there came no baggage, no, nor a burning plague. At last folk began to clamor for their money, and say, The merchant Ma'aruf's baggage cometh not. How long will he take people's monies and give them to the poor? And quoth one of them, My rede is that we speak to merchant Ali. So they went to him and said, O merchant Ali, merchant Ma'aruf's baggage cometh not. Said he, Have patience, it cannot fail to come soon. Then he took Ma'aruf aside and said to him, O Ma'aruf, what fashion is this? Did I bid thee brown the bread, or burn it? The merchants clamor for their coin, and tell me that thou owest them 60,000 dinars, which thou hast borrowed and given away to the poor. How wilt thou satisfy the folk, seeing that thou neither sellest nor buyest? Said Ma'aruf, What matters it, and what are 70,000 dinars? When my baggage shall come, I will pay them in stuffs or in gold and silver as they will. Quoth merchant Ali, Allah is most great. Hast thou then any baggage? And he said, Plenty. Cried the other, Allah and the hallows requite thee thine impudence. Did I teach thee this saying that thou shouldst repeat it to me? But I will acquaint the folk with thee. Ma'aruf rejoined, Begone, and prate no more. Am I a poor man? I have endless wealth in my baggage, and as soon as it cometh, they shall have their money's worth 2 for 1. I have no need of them. At this merchant Ali waxed wroth, and said, Unmannerly wit that thou art, I will teach thee to lie to me, and be not ashamed. Said Ma'aruf, E'en work thee the worst thy hand can do. They must wait till my baggage come, when they shall have their due and more. So Ali left him and went away, saying in himself, I praised him whilom, and if I blame him now, I make myself out a liar, and become of those whom it is said, Whoso praiseth and then blameth lieth twice. And he knew not what to do. Presently the traders came to him and said, O merchant Ali, hast thou spoken to him? Said he, O folk, I am ashamed, and, though he owe me 1,000 dinars, I cannot speak to him. When ye lent him your money, ye consulted me not, so ye have no claim on me. Done him yourselves, and if he pay you not, complain of him to the king of the city, saying, He is an impostor who hath imposed upon us, and he will deliver you from the plague of him. Accordingly they repaired to the king, and told him what had passed, saying, O king of the age, we are perplexed anent this merchant, whose generosity is excessive, for he doeth thus, and all he borroweth he giveth away to the poor by handsful. Were he a man of naught, his sense would not suffer him to lavish gold on this wise, and were he a man of wealth, his good faith had been made manifest to us by the coming of his baggage. But we see none of his luggage, although he avoucheth that he hath baggage train and hath preceded it. Now some time hath passed, but there appeareth no sign of his baggage train, and he oweth us 60,000 gold pieces, all of which he hath given away in alms. And they went on to praise him and extol his generosity. Now this king was a very covetous man, a more covetous than Ashab. And when he heard tell of Ma'aruf's generosity and open-handedness, greed of gain got the better of him, and he said to his wazir, Were not this merchant a man of immense wealth, he had not shown all this munificence. His baggage train will assuredly come, whereupon these merchants will flock to him, and he will scatter amongst them riches galore. Now I have more right to this money than they, wherefore I have a mind to make friends with him, and profess affection for him, so that, when his baggage cometh, whatso the merchants would have had I shall get of him. And I will give him my daughter to wife, and join his wealth to my wealth. Replied the wazir, O king of the age, methinks he is naught but an impostor, and 'tis the impostor who ruineth the house of the covetous. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 3. Recording by Mark Ernest. Section 4 of The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 993. When it was the 993rd night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wazir said to the king, Methinks he is naught but an impostor, and 'tis the impostor who ruineth the house of the covetous, the king said, O wazir, I will prove him, and soon know if he be an impostor or a true man, and whether he be a rearling of fortune or not. The wazir asked, And how wilt thou prove him? And the king answered, I will send for him to the presence and entreat him with honor, and give him a jewel which I have. An he know it, and wot its price, he is a man of worth and wealth, but an he know it not, he is an impostor and an upstart, and I will do him die by the foulest fashion of deaths. So he sent for Ma'aruf, who came and saluted him. The king returned his salam, and seating him beside himself, said to him, Art thou the merchant Ma'aruf? And said he, Yes. Quoth the king, The merchants declare that thou owest them 60,000 ducats. Is this true? Yes, quoth he. Asked the king, Then why dost thou not give them their money? And he answered, Let them wait till my baggage come, and I will repay them twofold. And they wish for gold, they shall have gold. And should they wish for silver, they shall have silver. Or an they prefer for merchandise, I will give them merchandise. And to whom I owe 1,000, I will give 2,000 in requital of that wherewith he hath veiled my face before the poor, for I have plenty. Then said the king, O merchant, take this and look what is its kind and value. And he gave him a jewel, the bigness of a hazelnut, which he had bought for 1,000 sequins, and not having its fellow, prized it highly. Ma'aruf took it, and pressing it between his thumb and forefinger, brake it, for it was brittle, and would not brook the squeeze. Quoth the king, Why hast thou broken the jewel? And Ma'aruf laughed and said, O king of the age, this is no jewel, this is but a biddock of mineral worth 1,000 dinars. Why dost thou style it a jewel? A jewel I call such as is worth 70,000 gold pieces, and this is called but a piece of stone. A jewel that is not of the bigness of a walnut hath no worth in my eyes, and I take no account thereof. How cometh it, then, that thou, who art king, stylest this thing a jewel, when 'tis but a bit of mineral worth 1,000 dinars? But ye are excusable, for that ye are poor folk, and have not in your possession things of price. The king asked, O merchant, hast thou jewels such as those whereof thou speakest? And he answered, Plenty. Whereupon avarice overcame the king, and he said, Wilt thou give me real jewels? Said Ma'aruf, When my baggage train shall come, I will give thee no end of jewels, and all that thou canst desire I have in plenty, and will give thee without price. At this the king rejoiced, and said to the traders, Wend your ways, and have patience with him till his baggage arrive. When do ye come to me and receive your monies from me? So they fared forth, and the king turned to his wazir and said to him, Pay court to merchant Ma'aruf, and take and give with him in talk, and bespeak him of my daughter, Princess Dunya, that he may wed her, and so we gain these riches he hath. Said the wazir, O king of the age, this man's fashion misliketh me, and methinks he is an impostor and a liar. So leave this whereof thou speakest, lest thou lose thy daughter for naught. Now this minister had sued the king aforetime to give him his daughter to wife, and he was willing to do so, but when she heard of it, she consented not to marry him. Accordingly the king said to him, O traitor, thou desirest no good for me, because in past time thou soughtest my daughter in wedlock, but she would none of thee. So now thou wouldst cut off the way of her marriage, and wouldst have the princess lie fallow, that thou mayst take her. But hear from me one word. Thou hast no concern in this matter. How can he be an impostor and a liar, seeing that he knew the price of the jewel, even that for which I bought it, and break it because it pleased him not? He hath jewels in plenty, and when he goeth in to my daughter and seeth her to be beautiful, she will captivate his reason, and he will love her, and give her jewels and things of price. But as for thee, thou wouldst forbid my daughter and myself these good things. So the minister was silent, for fear of the king's anger, and said to himself, Set the curs on the cattle. Then with show of friendly bias he betook himself to Ma'aruf, and said to him, His Highness the king loveth thee, and hath a daughter, a winsome lady and a lovesome, to whom he is minded to marry thee. What sayest thou? Said he, No harm in that, but let him wait till my baggage come, for marriage settlements on king's daughters are large, and their rank demandeth that they be not endowed save with a dowry befitting their degree. At this present I have no money with me till the coming of my baggage, for I have wealth in plenty, and needs must I make her marriage portion 5,000 purses. Then I shall need 1,000 purses to distribute amongst the poor and needy on my wedding night, and other 1,000 to give to those who walk in the bridal procession, and yet other 1,000 wherewith to provide provant for the troops and others. And I shall want 100 jewels to give to the princess on the wedding morning, and other 100 gems to distribute among the slave girls and eunuchs, for I must give each of them a jewel in honor of the bride. And I need wherewithal to clothe 1,000 naked paupers, and alms to needs must be given. All this cannot be done till my baggage come. But I have plenty, and, once it is here, I shall make no account of all this outlay. The wazir returned to the king, and told him what Ma'aruf said, whereupon quoth he, Since this is his wish, how canst thou style him impostor and liar? Replied the minister, And I cease not to say this. But the king chid him angrily, and threatened him, saying, By the life of my head, and thou ceased not this talk, I will slay thee. Go back to him, and fetch him to me, and I will manage matters with him myself. So the wazir returned to Ma'aruf, and said to him, Come and speak with the king. I hear and I obey, said Ma'aruf, and went in to the king, who said to him, Thou shalt not put me off with these excuses, for my treasury is full. So take the keys, and spend all thou needest, and give what thou wilt, and clothe the poor, and do thy desire, and have no care for the girl and the handmaids. When the baggage shall come, do what thou wilt with thy wife by way of generosity, and we will have patience with thee anent the marriage portion till then. For there is no manner of difference betwixt me and thee, none at all. Then he sent for the Shaykh al-Islam, and bade him write out the marriage contract between his daughter and merchant Ma'aruf, and he did so, after which the king gave the signal for beginning the wedding festivities, and bade decorate the city. The kettle drums beat, and the tables were spread with meats of all kinds, and there came performers who paraded their tricks. Merchant Ma'aruf sat upon a throne in a parlor, and the players and gymnasts and effeminates and dancing men of wondrous movements and posture-makers of marvelous cunning came before him, whilst he called out to the treasurer and said to him, Bring gold and silver. So he brought gold and silver, and Ma'aruf went round among the spectators and largessed each performer by the handful, and he gave alms to the poor and needy, and clothes to the naked, and it was a clamorous festival and a right merry. The treasurer could not bring money fast enough from the treasury, and the wazir's heart was like to burst for rage. But he dared not say a word, whilst Merchant Ali marveled at this waste of wealth, and said to Merchant Ma'aruf, Allah and the Hallows visit this upon thy head-sides. Doth it not suffice thee to squander the trader's money, but thou must squander that of the king to boot? Replied Ma'aruf, 'Tis none of thy concern. Whenas my baggage shall come, I will requite the king manifold. And he went on lavishing money, and saying in himself, A burning plague! What will happen, and there is no flying from that which is foreordained. The festivities ceased not for the space of 40 days, and on the 41st day they made the bride's cortege, and all the emirs and troops walked before her. When they brought her in before Ma'aruf, he began scattering gold on the people's heads, and they made her a mighty fine procession, whilst Ma'aruf expended in her honor vast sums of money. Then they brought him in to Princess Dunya, and he sat down on the high divan, after which they let fall the curtains and shut the doors and withdrew, leaving him alone with his bride, whereupon he smote hand upon hand and sat awhile sorrowful and saying, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah the glorious, the great. Quoth the princess, O my lord, Allah preserve thee, what aileth thee that thou art troubled? Quoth he, And how should I be other than troubled, seeing that thy father hath embarrassed me and done with me a deed which is like the burning of green corn? She asked, And what hath my father done with thee? Tell me. And he answered, He hath brought me in to thee before the coming of my baggage, and I want at very least 100 jewels to distribute among thy handmaids, to each a jewel, so she might rejoice therein, and say, My lord gave me a jewel on the night of his going in to my lady. This good deed would I have done in honor of thy station and for the increase of thy dignity, and I have no need to stint myself in lavishing jewels, for I have of them great plenty. Rejoined she, Be not concerned for that. As for me, trouble not thyself about me, for I will have patience with thee till thy baggage shall come. And as for my women, have no care for them. Rise, doff thy clothes, and take thy pleasure, and when the baggage cometh, we shall get the jewels and the rest. So he arose, and putting off his clothes, sat down on the bed, and sought love liaise, and they fell to toying with each other. He laid his hand on her knee, and she sat down in his lap, and thrust her lip like a tit bit of meat into his mouth, and that hour was such as maketh a man to forget his father and his mother. So he clasped her in his arms, and strained her fast to his breast, and sucked her lip, till the honey-dew ran out into his mouth, and he laid his hand under her left armpit, whereupon his vitals and her vitals yearned for coition. Then he clapped her between the breasts, and his hand slipped down between her thighs, and she girded him with her legs, whereupon he made of the 2 parts proof amain, and crying out, O sire of the chin-veils twain, applied the priming, and kindled the match, and set it to the touch-hole, and gave fire, and breached the citadel in its 4 corners. So there befell the mystery, concerning which there is no inquiry, and she cried the cry that needs must be cried. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 4. Recording by Mark Ernest.
Section 5 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mr. Mike 79, also known as Mike Golchinsky, Lowell, Michigan, United States of America, mikesvoiceforhire.com. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 5. When it was the 994th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that while the Princess Dunya cried the cry which must be cried, Merchant Ma'aruf abated her maidenhead, and that night was one not to be counted among lives, for that which it comprised of the enjoyment of the fair, clipping and dallying langue forêt, and futtering till the dawn of day, when he arose and entered the hammam, whence, after donning a suit for sovereigns suitable, he betook himself to the king's divan. All who were there rose to him, and received him with honor and worship, giving him joy, and invoking blessings upon him. And he sat down by the king's side and asked, "Where is the treasurer?" They answered, "Here he is, before thee." And he said to him, "Bring robes of honor for all the viziers and emirs and dignitaries, and clothe them therewith." The treasurer brought him all he sought, and he sat giving all who came to him, and lavishing largesse upon every man according to his station. On this wise he abode 20 days, whilst no baggage appeared for him, nor aught else, till the treasurer was straitened by him to the uttermost, and going in to the king, as he sat alone with the vizier in Maruf's absence, kissed ground between his hands, and said, "O king of the age, I must tell thee somewhat, lest haply thou blame me for not acquainting thee therewith. Know that the treasury is being exhausted. There is none but a little money left in it, and in 10 days more we shall shut it upon emptiness." Quoth the king, "O vizier, verily my son-in-law's baggage train tarrieth long, and there appeareth no news thereof." The minister laughed and said, "Ha ha, Allah be gracious to thee, O king of the age. Thou art none other but heedless with respect to this impostor, this liar. As thy head liveth, there is no baggage for him. No, nor a burning plague to rid us of him. Nay, he hath but imposed on thee without surcease, so that he hath wasted thy treasures, and married thy daughter for naught. How long, therefore, wilt thou be heedless of this liar?" Then quoth the king, "O vizier, what shall we do to learn the truth of this case?" And quoth the vizier, "O king of the age, none may come at a man's secret but his wife. So send for thy daughter, and let her come behind the curtain, that I may question her of the truth of his estate, to the intent that she may make question of him, and acquaint us with his case." Cried the king, "There is no harm in that, and as my head liveth, if it can be proved that he is a liar and an impostor, I will verily do him die by the foulest of deaths." Then he carried the vizier into the sitting chamber, and sent for his daughter, who came behind the curtain, her husband being absent, and said, "What wouldest thou, O my father?" Said he, "Speak to the vizier." So she asked, "O thou, the vizier, what is thy will?" And he answered, "O my lady, thou must know that thy husband hath squandered thy father's substance, and married thee without a dower. And he ceaseth not to promise us and break his promises, nor cometh any tidings of his baggage. In short, we would have thee inform us concerning him." Quoth she, "Indeed, his words be many, and he still cometh and promiseth me jewels, and treasures, and costly stuffs. But I see nothing." Quoth the vizier, "O my lady, canst thou this night take and give with him, and talk and whisper to him? Say me sooth, and fear from me naught, for thou art become my husband, and I will not transgress against thee. So tell me the truth of the matter, and I will devise thee a device, whereby thou shalt be set at rest. And do thou play near and far with him in words, and profess love to him, and win him to confess, and after tell us the facts of his case." And she answered, "O my papa, I know how I will make proof of him." And then she went away, and after supper her husband came in to her, according to his wont. Whereupon Princess Dunya rose to him, and took him under the armpit, and wheedled him with winsomate wheedling, and all sufficient are woman's wiles, whenas she would aught of men. And she ceased not to caress him, and beguile him with speech sweeter than the honey, till she stole his reason. And when she saw that he altogether inclined to her, she said to him, "O my beloved, O coolth of my eyes, and fruit of my vitals, Allah never desolate me by less of thee, or time sunder us twain, me and thee. Indeed, the love of thee hath homed in my heart, the fire of passion hath consumed my liver, nor will I ever forsake thee, or transgress against thee. But I would have thee tell me the truth, for that the sleights of falsehood profit not, nor do they secure credit at all seasons. How long wilt thou impose upon my father, and lie to him? I fear lest thine affair be discovered to him, ere we can devise some device, and he lay violent hands upon thee. So acquaint me with the facts of the case, for naught shall befall thee, save that which shall begladden thee. And, when thou shalt have spoken sooth, fear not harm shall betide thee. How often wilt thou declare that thou art a merchant, and a man of money, and hast a luggage train? This long while past thou sayest, my baggage, my baggage! But there appeareth no sign of thy baggage, and visible in thy face is anxiety on this account. So, an there be no worth in thy words, tell me, and I will contrive thee a contrivance whereby thou shalt come off safe, inshallah." He replied, "I will tell thee the truth, and then do thou whatso thou wilt." Rejoined she, "Speak, and look thou speak soothly, for sooth is the ark of safety. And beware of lying, for it dishonoureth the liar, and God-gifted is he who said, 'Where that truth thou speak, I'll be sooth when said, shall cause thee in threatened fire to fall, and seek Allah's approof, for most foolish he, who shall anger his Lord to make friends with thrall.'" He said, "Know, then, O my lady, that I am no merchant, and have no baggage, no, nor a burning plague. Nay, I was but a cobbler in my own country, and had a wife called Fatima the Dung, with whom there befell me this and that." And he told her his story from beginning to end, whereat she laughed and said, "Verily thou art clever in the practice of lying and imposture." Whereto he answered, "O my lady, may Allah Almighty preserve thee to veil sins and countervail chagrins." Rejoined she, "Know that thou imposedest upon my sire, and deceivedest him by dint of thy deluding vaunts, so that of his greed for gain he married me to thee. Then thou squanderedest his wealth, and the vizier beareth thee a grudge for this. How many a time hath he spoken against thee to my father, saying, 'Indeed, he is an impostor, a liar.' But my sire hearkened not to his say, for that he had sought me in wedlock, and I consented not that he be barren and I femme. However, the time grew longsome upon my sire, and he became straitened, and said to me, 'Make him confess.' So I have made thee confess, and that which was covered is discovered. Now my father proposeth thee a mischief because of this, but thou art become my husband, and I will never transgress against thee. And I told my father what I have learnt from thee. He would be certified of thy falsehood and imposture, and that thou imposest upon kings' daughters and squanderest royal wealth. So would thine offence find with him no pardon, and he would slay thee, sans a doubt. Wherefore it would be bruited among the folk that I married a man who was a liar and impostor, and this would smirch mine honour. Furthermore, an he kill thee, most like he will require me to wed another, and to such thing I will never consent, no, not though I die. So rise now, and don a Mameluke's dress, and take these 50,000 dinars of my money, and mount a swift steed, and get thee to a land whither the rule of my father doth not reach. Then make thee a merchant, and send me a letter by a courier, who shall bring it privily to me, that I may know in what land thou art, so I may send thee all my hand can attain. Thus shall thy wealth wax great, and if my father die, I will send for thee, and thou shalt return in respect and honour. And if we die, thou or I, and go to the mercy of God the Most Great, the resurrection shall unite us. This then is the rede that is right, and while we both abide alive and well, I will not cease to send thee letters and monies. Arise, ere the day was bright, and thou be in perplexed plight, and perdition upon thy head alight." Quoth he, "O my lady, I beseech thee of thy favour to bid me farewell with thine embracement." And quoth she, "No harm in that." So he embraced her, and knew her carnally, after which he made the ghusl ablution. Then, donning the dress of a white slave, he bade the Psyches saddle him a thoroughbred steed. Accordingly they saddled him a courser, and he mounted, and farewelling his wife, rode forth from the city at the last of the night, whilst all who saw him deemed him one of the Mamelukes of the Sultan going abroad on some business. Next morning the king and his vizier repaired to the sitting chamber, and sent for Princess Dunya, who came behind the curtain, and her father said to her, "O my daughter, what sayest thou?" Said she, "I say, Allah blacken thy vizier's face, because he would have blackened my face in my husband's eyes." Asked the king, "How so?" And she answered, "He came in to me yesterday, but before I could name the matter to him, behold, in walked Faraj, the chief eunuch, letter in hand, and said, 10 white slaves stand under the palace window, and have this letter, saying, 'Kiss for us the hands of our lord, merchant Maruf, and give him this letter, for we are of his Mamelukes with the baggage, and it hath reached us that he hath wedded the king's daughter. So we are come to acquaint him with that which befell us by the way.' Accordingly, I took the letter and read as follows: From the 500 Mamelukes to his highness our lord merchant Maruf. But further, we give thee to know that, after thou quittedst us, the Arabs came out upon us and attacked us. They were 2,000 horse, and we 500 mounted slaves, and there befell a mighty sore fight between us and them. They hindered us from the road 30 days doing battle with them, and this is the cause of our tarrying from thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 5. Recorded by Mr. Mike 79. From Lowell, Michigan, United States of America. Mike'sVoiceForHire.com. Section 6 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mr. Mike 79, Lowell, Michigan, United States of America. Mike'sVoiceForHire.com. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 995. When it was the 995th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Princess Dunya said to her sire, My husband received a letter from his dependents ending with, The Arabs hindered us from the road 30 days, which is the cause of our being behind time. They also took from us of the luggage 200 loads of cloth, and slew of us 50 Mamelukes. When the news reached my husband, he cried, Allah disappoint them! What ailed them to wage war with the Arabs for the sake of 200 loads of merchandise? What are 200 loads? It behooved them not to tarry on that account, for verily the value of the 200 loads is only some 7,000 dinars. But needs must I go to them and hasten them. As for that which the Arabs have taken, 'twill not be missed from the baggage, nor doth it weigh with me a whit, for I reckon it as if I had given it to them by way of an alms. And then he went down from me, laughing and taking no concern for the wastage of his wealth, nor the slaughter of his slaves. As soon as he was gone, I looked out from the lattice and saw the 10 Mamelukes who had brought him the letter, as they were moons, each clad in a suit of clothes worth 2,000 dinars. There is not with my father a chattel to match one of them. He went forth with them to bring up his baggage, and hallowed be Allah who hindered me from saying to him aught of that thou badest me. For he would have made mock of me and thee, and haply he would have eyed me with the eye of disparagement and hated me. But the fault is all with thy vizier, who speaketh against my husband words that besit him not. Replied the king, O my daughter, thy husband's wealth is indeed endless, and he recketh not of it. For from the day he entered our city, he hath done naught but give alms to the poor. Inshallah, he will speedily return with the baggage, and good in plenty shall betide us from him. And he went on to appease her, and menace the vizier, being duped by her device. So fared it with the king. But as regards merchant Maruf, he rode on into waste lands, perplexed, and knowing not to what quarter he should betake him. And for the anguish of parting he lamented, and in the pangs of passion and love-longing he recited these couplets. Time falsed our union, and divided who were one in tway, and the sore tyranny of time doth melt my heart away. Mine eyes ne'er cease to drop the tear for parting with my dear. When shall disunion come to end the dawn and union day? O favor like the full moon's face of sheen, indeed I'm he, whom thou didst leave with vitals torn when faring on thy way. Would I had never seen thy sight, or met thee for an hour, since after sweetest taste of thee to bitters I'm a prey. Maruf will never cease to be enthralled by Dunya's charms, and long live she, albe he die, whom love and longing slay. O brilliance, like resplendent sun of noontide deem them heal, his heart for kindness and the fire of longing love allay. Would heaven, I wot, and ere the days shall deign conjoin our lots, join us in pleasant talk of nights, in union glad and gay. Shall my love's palace hold 2 hearts that savor joy, and I strain to my breast the branch I saw upon the sand hill sway? O favor of full moon in sheen, never may the sun o' thee surcease to rise from eastern rim with all enlightening ray. I'm well content with passion pine in all its bane and bate, for luck and love is evermore the butt of jealous fate. And when he ended his verses, he wept with sore weeping, for indeed the ways were walled up before his face, and death seemed to him better than dreeing life. And he walked on like a drunken man for stress of distraction, and stayed not till noontide, when he came to a little town and saw a plower hard by, plowing with a yoke of bulls. Now hunger was sore upon him, and he went up to the plowman and said to him, Peace be with thee. And he returned his salam and said to him, Welcome, O my lord. "Art thou one of the Sultan's Mamluks?" Quoth Maruf, "Yes." And the other said, "Alight with me for a guest meal." Whereupon Maruf knew him to be of the liberal, and said to him, "O, my brother, I see with thee naught with which thou mayest feed me. How is it then that thou invitest me?" Answered the husbandman, "O, my lord, weal is well nigh. Dismount thee here. The town is near hand, and I will go to fetch thee dinner and fodder for thy stallion." Rejoined Maruf, "Since the town is near at hand, I can go thither as quickly as thou canst, and buy me what I have a mind to in the bazaar and eat." The peasant replied, "O my lord, the place is but a little village, and there is no bazaar there, neither selling nor buying. So I conjure thee by Allah, alight here with me, and hearten my heart, and I will run thither and return to thee in haste." Accordingly he dismounted, and the fellow left him and went off to the village to fetch dinner for him whilst Maruf sat awaiting him. Presently he said to himself, "I have taken this poor man away from his work, but I will arise and plough in his stead till he come back, to make up for having hindered him from his work." And then he took the plough, and starting the bulls ploughed a little, till the share struck against something and the beasts stopped. He goaded them on, but they could not move the plough. So he looked at the share, and finding it caught in a ring of gold, cleared away the soil, and saw that it was set centermost a slab of alabaster, the size of a nether millstone. He strave at the stone till he pulled it from its place, when there appeared beneath it a souterrain with a stair. Presently he descended the flight of steps, and came to a place like a hammam, with 4 daises, the first full of gold from floor to roof, the second full of emeralds and pearls and coral also from ground to ceiling, the third of jacinths and rubies and turquoises, and the fourth of diamonds and all manner of other preciousest stones. At the upper end of the place stood a coffer of clearest crystal, full of union gems each the size of a walnut, and upon the coffer lay a casket of gold the bigness of a lemon. When he saw this, he marveled and rejoiced with joy exceeding, and said to himself, "I wonder what is in this casket." So he opened it, and found therein a seal ring of gold, whereon were graven names and talismans, as they were the tracks of creeping ants. He rubbed the ring, and behold, a voice said, "Adsum, here am I at thy service. O my lord, ask, and it shall be given unto thee. Wilt thou raise a city, or ruin a capital, or kill a king, or dig a river channel, or aught of the kind? Whatso thou seekest, it shall come to pass by leave of the King of all might, creator of day and night." Maruf asked, "O creature of my lord, who and what art thou?" And the other answered, "I am the slave of this seal ring, standing in the service of him who possesseth it. Whatsoever he seeketh, that I accomplish for him, and I have no excuse in neglecting that he biddeth me do, because I am sultan over 72 tribes of the jinn, and each 72,000 in number, every one of which 1,000 ruleth over 1,000 marids, each marid over 1,000 ifrits, each ifrit over 1,000 satans, and each satan over 1,000 jinn, and they are all under command of me, and may not gainsay me. As for me, I am spelled to this seal ring, and may not thwart whose soul holdeth it. Lo, thou hast gotten a hold of it, and I am become thy slave. So ask what thou wilt, for I hearken to thy word, and obey thy bidding. And if thou have need of me at any time, by land or by sea, rub the signet ring, and thou wilt find me with thee. But beware of rubbing it twice in succession, or thou wilt consume me with the fire of the names graven thereon, and thus wouldest thou lose me, and after regret me. Now I have acquainted thee with my case, and the peace." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 6. This was recorded by Mr. Mike 79, Lowell, Michigan, United States of America. Mike'sVoiceForHire.com. Section 7 of The 1,000 Nights and a Night. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is recorded by Mr. Mike 79 from Lowell, Michigan, United States of America. Mike'sVoiceForHire.com. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 996. When it was the 996th night, She continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the slave of the signet ring acquainted Maruf with his case, the merchant asked him, What is thy name? And the Jinni answered, My name is Abu al-Sadat. Quoth Maruf, O Abu al-Sadat, what is this place, and who enchanted thee in this casket? And quoth he, O my lord, this is a treasure called the hoard of Shaddad, son of Ad, him who the base of many-columned Iram laid, the like of which in the lands was never made. I was his slave in his lifetime, and this is his seal ring, which he laid up in his treasure, but it hath fallen to thy lot. Maruf inquired, Canst thou transport that which is in this hoard to the surface of the earth? And the Jinni replied, Yes, nothing were easier. Said Maruf, Well, bring it forth, and leave naught. So the Jinni signed with his hand to the ground, which clave asunder, and he sank and was absent a little while. Presently there came forth young boys full of grace, and fair of face, bearing golden baskets, filled with gold, which they emptied out, and going away returned with more. Nor did they cease to transport the gold and jewels, till ere an hour had sped, they said, Naught is left in the hoard. Thereupon out came Abu al-Sadat, and said to Maruf, O my lord, thou seest that we have brought forth all that was in the hoard. Maruf asked, Who be these beautiful boys? And the Jinni answered, They are my sons. This matter merited not that I should muster for it the merits, wherefore my sons have done thy desire, and are honored by such service. So ask what thou wilt besides this. Quoth Maruf, Canst thou bring me he-mules, and chests, and fill the chests with the treasure, and load them on the mules? Quoth Abu al-Sadat, Nothing easier. And cried a great cry, whereupon his sons presented themselves before him, to the number of 800. And he said to them, Let some of you take the semblance of he-mules, and others of muleteers and handsome Mamelukes, the like of the least of whom is not found with any of the kings. And others of you be transmued to muleteers, and the rest to menials. So 700 of them changed themselves into bat mules, and the other 100 took the shape of slaves. Then Abu al-Sadat called upon his Marids, who presented themselves between his hands, and he commanded some of them to assume the aspect of horses, saddled with saddles of gold crusted with jewels. And when Maruf saw them do as he bade, he cried, Where be the chests? They brought them before him, and he said, Pack the gold and the stones, each sort by itself. So they packed them, and loaded 300 he-mules with them. Then asked Maruf, O Abu al-Sadat, canst thou bring me some loads of costly stuffs? And the Jinni answered, Wilt thou have Egyptian stuffs, or Syrian, or Persian, or Indian, or Greek? Maruf said, Bring me 100 loads of each kind, on 500 mules. And Abu al-Sadat, O my lord, accord me delay that I may dispose my Marids for this, and send a company of them to each country to fetch 100 loads of its stuffs, and then take the form of he-mules and return, carrying the stuffs. Maruf inquired, What time dost thou want? And Abu al-Sadat replied, The time of the blackness of the night. The day shall not dawn ere thou have all thou desirest. Said Maruf, Well, I grant thee this time, and bade them pitch him a pavilion. So they pitched it, and he sat down therein, and they brought him a table of food. Then said Abu al-Sadat to him, O my lord, tarry thou in this tent, and these my sons shall guard thee, so fear thou nothing, for I go to muster my Marids, and dispatch them to do thy desire. So saying, he departed, leaving Maruf seated in the pavilion, with the table before him, and the Jinni's sons attending upon him, in the guise of slaves, and servants, and suite. And while he sat in this state, behold, up came the husbandman with a great porringer of lentils, and a nose-bag full of barley, and seeing the pavilion pitched and the Mamelukes standing, hands upon breasts, thought that the Sultan was come, and had halted on that stead. So he stood open-mouthed, and said in himself, Would I had killed a couple of chickens, and fried them red with clarified cow butter for the Sultan! And he would have turned back to kill the chickens as a regale for the Sultan. But Maruf saw him, and cried out to him, and said to the Mamelukes, Bring him hither. So they brought him and his porringer of lentils before Maruf, who said to him, What is this? Said the peasant, This is thy dinner, and thy horse's fodder. Excuse me, for I thought not that the Sultan would come hither, and had I known this, I would have killed a couple of chickens, and entertained him in goodly guise. Quoth Maruf, The Sultan is not come. I am his son-in-law, and I was vexed with him. However, he hath sent his officers to make his peace with me, and now I am minded to return to city. But thou hast made me this guest meal without knowing me, and I accept it from thee. lentils though it be, and will not eat save of thy cheer. Accordingly he bade him set the porringer middlemost the table, and ate of it his sufficiency, whilst the fellow filled his belly with those rich meats. Then Maruf washed his hands, and gave the Mamelukes leave to eat, so they fell upon the remains of the meal and ate. And when the porringer was empty, he filled it with gold, and gave it to the peasant, saying, Carry this to thy dwelling, and come to me in the city, and I will entreat thee with honor. Thereupon the peasant took the porringer full of gold, and returned to the village, driving the bulls before him, and deeming himself akin to the king. Meanwhile they brought Maruf girls of the brides of the treasure, who smote on instruments of music and danced before him, and he passed that night in joyance and delight, a night not to be reckoned among lives. Hardly had dawned the day, when there arose a great cloud of dust, which presently lifting, discovered 700 mules, laden with stuffs, and attended by muleteers, and baggage tenders, and cresset-bearers. And with them came Abu al-Sadat, riding on a she-mule in the guise of a caravan leader. And before him was a travelling litter, with 4 corner terminals of glittering red gold with gems. When Abu al-Sadat came up to the tent, he dismounted, and kissing the earth, said to Maruf, O my lord, thy desire hath been done to the uttermost, and in the litter there is a treasure suit which hath not its match among kings' raiment. So don it, and mount the litter, and bid us do what thou wilt. Quoth Maruf, O Abu al-Sadat, I wish thee to go to the city of Ikhthyan al-Katan, and present thyself to my father-in-law the king. And go thou not into him, but in the guise of a mortal courier. And quoth he, To hear is to obey. So Maruf wrote a letter to the Sultan, and sealed it, and Abu al-Sadat took it and set out with it, and when he arrived he found the king, saying, O Vizier, indeed my heart is concerned for my son-in-law, and I fear lest the Arabs slay him. Would heaven I wot whither he was bound, that I might have followed him with the troops. Would he had told me his destination. Said the Vizier, Allah be merciful to thee for this thy heedlessness. As thy head liveth, the wight saw that we were awake to him, and feared dishonor, and fled. For he is nothing but an impostor, a liar. And behold, at this moment in came the courier, and kissing the ground before the king, wished him permanent glory, and prosperity, and length of life. Asked the king, Who art thou, and what is thy business? I am a courier, answered the Jinni, and thy son-in-law who is come with the baggage sendeth me to thee with a letter, and here it is. And so he took the letter, and read therein these words, After salutations galore to our uncle, the glorious king, know that I am at hand with the baggage train, so come now forth to meet me with the troops. Cried the king, Allah blacken thy brow, O Vizier. How often wilt thou defame my son-in-law's name, and call him liar and impostor? Behold, he is come with the baggage train, and thou art naught but a traitor. The minister hung his head groundwards in shame and confusion, and replied, O king of the age, I said not this because of the long delay of the baggage, and because I feared the loss of the wealth he hath wasted. The king exclaimed, O traitor, what are my riches? Now that his baggage is come, he will give me great plenty in their stead. Then he bade decorate the city, and going into his daughter said to her, Good news for thee. Thy husband will be here anon with his baggages. For he hath sent me a letter to that effect, and here I am now going forth to meet him. The Princess Dunya marveled at this, and said in herself, This is a wondrous thing. Was he laughing at me, and making mock of me? Or had he a mind to try me, when he told me that he was a pauper? But alhamdulillah, glory to God, for that I failed not of my duty to him. On this wise fared it in the palace. But as regards merchant Ali, the Cairene, when he saw the decoration of the city, and asked the cause thereof, they said to him, The baggage train of merchant Maruf, the king's son-in-law, is come. Said he, Allah is almighty. What a calamity is this man! He came to me, fleeing from his wife, and he was a poor man. Whence then should he get a baggage train? But haply this is a device which the king's daughter hath contrived for him, fearing his dishonor. And kings are not unable to do anything. May Allah the Most High veil his fame, and not bring him to public shame. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 7. This is recorded by Mr. Mike 79, Lowell, Michigan, United States of America. Mike'sVoiceForHire.com.
Section 8 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Endless River. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 997. When it was the 997th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when merchant Ali asked the cause of the decorations, they told him the truth of the case. So he blessed merchant Ma'ruf and cried, 'May Allah Almighty veil his fame and not bring him to public shame.' And all the merchants rejoiced and were glad, for that they would get their monies. Then the king assembled his troops and rode forth, whilst Abu al-Sa'adat returned to Ma'ruf and acquainted him with the delivering of the letter. Quoth Ma'ruf, 'Bind on the loads.' And when they had done so, he donned the treasure suit, and mounting the litter became 1,000 times greater and more majestic than the king. Then he set forward, but when he had gone halfway, behold, the king met him with the troops, and seeing him riding in the Taktrawan and clad in the dress aforesaid, threw himself upon him and saluted him, and giving him joy of his safety, greeted him with the greeting of peace. Then all the lords of the land saluted him, and it was made manifest that he had spoken the truth, and that in him there was no lie. Presently he entered the city in such state procession as would have caused the gallbladder of the lion to burst for envy, and the traders pressed up to him and kissed his hands, whilst merchant Ali said to him, 'Thou hast played off this trick, and it hath prospered to thy hand, O Sheikh of impostors. But thou deservest it, and may Allah the Most High increase thee of his bounty.' Whereupon Ma'ruf laughed. Then he entered the palace, and sitting down on the throne said, 'Carry the loads of gold into the treasury of my uncle the king, and bring me the bales of cloth.' So they brought them to him, and opened them before him, bale after bale, till they had unpacked the 700 loads, whereof he chose out the best, and said, 'Bear these to Princess Dunya, that she may distribute them among her slave girls. And carry her also this coffer of jewels, that she may divide them among her handmaids and eunuchs.' Then he proceeded to make over to the merchants in whose debt he was stuffs by way of payment for their arrears, giving him whose due was 1,000 stuffs worth 2,000 or more, after which he fell to distributing to the poor and needy, whilst the king looked on with greedy eyes and could not hinder him, nor did he cease largesse till he had made an end of the 700 loads, when he turned to the troops and proceeded to apportion amongst them emeralds and rubies and pearls and coral, and other jewels by handsful, without count, till the king said to him, 'Enough of this giving, O my son, there is but little left of the baggage.' But he said, 'I have plenty.' Then indeed his good faith was become manifest, and none could give him the lie, and he had come to reck not of giving, for that the slave of the seal ring brought him whatsoever he sought. Presently the treasurer came in to the king, and said, 'O king of the age, the treasury is full indeed, and will not hold the rest of the loads. Where shall we lay that which is left of the gold and jewels?' And he assigned to him another place. As for the Princess Dunya, when she saw this, her joy redoubled, and she marvelled, and said in herself, 'Would I wot how came he by all this wealth?' In like manner the traders rejoiced in that which he had given them, and blessed him, whilst merchant Ali marvelled and said to himself, 'I wonder how he hath lied and swindled, that he hath gotten him all these treasures. Had they come from the king's daughter, he had not wasted them on this wise. But how excellent is his saying who said, When the king's king giveth, in reverence pause, and venture not to inquire the cause. Allah gives his gifts unto whom he will, so respect and abide by his holy laws.' So far concerning him. But as regards the king, he also marvelled with passing marvel at that which he saw of Ma'ruf's generosity and open-handedness in the largesse of wealth. Then the merchant went into his wife, who met him, smiling and laughing-lipped, and kissed his hand, saying, 'Didst thou mock me, or hadst thou a mind to prove me with thy saying, I am a poor man and a fugitive from my wife? Praised be Allah that I failed not of my duty to thee, for thou art my beloved, and there is none dearer to me than thou, whether thou be rich or poor. But I would have thee tell me what didst thou design by these words.' Said Ma'ruf, 'I wish to prove thee, and see whether thy love were sincere or for the sake of wealth and the greed of worldly good. But now 'tis become manifest to me that thine affection is sincere, and as thou art a true woman, so welcome to thee. I know thy worth.' Then he went apart into a place by himself and rubbed the seal ring, whereupon Abu al-Sa'adat presented himself, and said to him, 'Adsum, at thy service. Ask what thou wilt.' Quoth Ma'aruf, I want a treasure suit and treasure trinkets for my wife, including a necklace of 40 unique jewels. Quoth the genie, to hear is to obey, and brought him what he sought, whereupon Ma'aruf dismissed him, and carrying the dress and ornaments in to his wife, laid them before her, and said, Take these and put them on, and welcome. When she saw this, her wits fled for joy, and she found among the ornaments a pair of anklets of gold set with jewels of the handiwork of the magicians, and bracelets and earrings and a belt such as no money could buy. So she donned the dress and ornaments and said to Ma'aruf, O my lord, I will treasure these up for holidays and festivals. But he answered, Wear them always, for I have others in plenty. And when she put them on, and her women beheld her, they rejoiced and bussed his hands. Then he left them, and going apart by himself, rubbed the seal ring, whereupon its slave appeared, and he said to him, Bring me 100 suits of apparel, with their ornaments of gold. Hearing and obeying, answered Abu al-Sa'adat, and brought him the 100 suits, each with its ornaments wrapped up within it. Ma'aruf took them and called aloud to the slave girls, who came to him, and he gave them each a suit. So they donned them and became like the black-eyed girls of paradise, whilst the Princess Dunya shone amongst them as the moon among the stars. One of the handmaids told the king of this, and he came in to his daughter, and saw her and her women dazzling all who beheld them, whereat he wondered with passing wonderment. Then he went out, and calling his wazir, said to him, O wazir, such and such things have happened. What sayest thou now of this affair? Said he, O king of the age, this be no merchant's fashion, for a merchant keepeth a piece of linen by him for years, and selleth it not but at a profit. How should a merchant have generosity such as this generosity? And whence should he get the like of these moneys and jewels, of which but a slight matter is found with the kings? So how should loads thereof be found with the merchants? Needs must there be a cause for this, but, an thou wilt hearken to me, I will make the truth of the case manifest to thee. Answered the king, O wazir, I will do thy bidding. Rejoined the minister, Do thou foregather with thy son-in-law, and make a show of affect to him, and talk with him, and say, O my son-in-law, I have a mind to go, I and thou and the wazir, but no more, to a flower garden, that we may take our pleasure there. When we come to the garden, we will set on the table wine, and I will ply him therewith, and compel him to drink. For when he shall have drunken, he will lose his reason, and his judgment will forsake him. Then we will question him of the truth of his case, and he will discover to us his secrets, for wine is a traitor, and Allah gifted is he, who said, When we drank the wine, and it crept its way to the place of secrets, I cried, O stay, in my fear lest its influence stint my wits, and my friends spy matters that hidden lay. When he hath told us the truth, we shall ken his case, and may deal with him as we will. Because I fear for thee the consequences of this his present fashion. Haply he will covet the kingship, and win over the troops by generosity and lavishing money, and so depose thee and take the kingdom from thee. True, answered the king. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End section 8. Section 9 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Endless River. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 998. When it was the 998th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wazir devised this device, the king said to him, Thou hast spoken sooth. And they passed the night on this agreement. And when morning morrowed, the king went forth and sat in the guest chamber, when, lo and behold, the grooms and serving men came in to him in dismay. Quoth he, What hath befallen you? And quoth they, O king of the age, the Syces curried the horses and foddered them, and the he-mules which brought the baggage. But when we arose in the morning, we found that thy son-in-law's Mamelukes had stolen the horses and mules. We searched the stables, but found neither horse nor mule, so we entered the lodging of the Mamelukes, and found none there, nor know we how they fled. The king marveled at this, unknowing that the horses and Mamelukes were all Ifrits, the subjects of the slave of the spell, and asked the grooms, O accursed, how could 1,000 beasts and 500 slaves and servants flee without your knowledge? Answered they, We know not how it happened. And he cried, Go, and when your lord cometh forth from the harem, tell him the case. So they went out from before the king and sat down bewildered, till Ma'aruf came out, and seeing them chagrined, inquired of them, "What may be the matter?" They told him all that had happened, and he said, "What is their worth that ye should be concerned for them? Wend your ways." And he sat laughing, and was neither angry nor grieved concerning the case. Whereupon the king looked in the wazir's face and said to him, "What manner of man is this, with whom wealth is of no worth? Needs must there be a reason for this." Then they talked with him a while, and the king said to him, "O my son-in-law, I have a mind to go, I, thou, and the wazir, to a garden, where we may divert ourselves." "No harm in that," said Ma'aruf. So they went forth to a flower garden, wherein every sort of fruit was of kinds twain, and its waters were flowing, and its trees towering, and its birds carolling. There they entered a pavilion, whose sight did away sorrow from the soul, and sat talking, whilst the minister entertained them with rare tales and quoted merry quips and mirth-provoking sayings, and Ma'aruf attentively listened, till the time of dinner came, when they set on a tray of meats and a flagon of wine. When they had eaten and washed hands, the wazir filled the cup and gave it to the king, who drank it off, and then he filled a second and handed it to Ma'aruf, saying, "Take the cup of the drink to which reason boweth neck in reverence." Quoth Ma'aruf, "What is this, O wazir?" And quoth he, "This is the grizzled virgin and the old maid long kept at home, the giver of joy to hearts, whereof saith the poet, the feet of sturdy miscreants went trampling heavy tread, and she hath ta'en a vengeance dire on every Arab's head. A Kafir youth like fullest moon in darkness hands her round, whose eyne are strongest cause of sin by him inspirited. And Allah gifted is he who said, "'Tis as if wine, and he who bears the bowl, rising to show her charms for man to see, were dancing under an sun whose face the moon, of night adorned with stars of Gemini. So subtle is her essence it would seem, through every limb like course of soul runs she." And how excellent is the saying of the poet, "Slept in mine arms, full moon of brightest blee, nor did that sun eclipse in goblet see. I nighted spying fire where to bow down, Magians which bowed from Ewer's lip to me." And that of another, "It runs through every joint of them as runs the surge of health returning to the sick." And yet another, "I marvel at its pressers, how they died, and left us aqua vitae, lymph of life." And yet goodlier is the saying of Abu Nuwas, "Cease then to blame me, for thy blame doth anger bring, and with the draught that maddened me come medicining. A yellow girl whose court cures every cark and care. Did a stone touch it, it would with joy and glee upspring. She riseth in her ewer during darkest night, the house with brightest sheeniest light illumining, and going round of youths to whom the world inclines, ne'er save in whatso way they please, their hearts shall ring. From hand of cointed lass begarbed like yarded lad, wencher and tribe of lot alike enamoring, she comes and say to him who dares claim lore of love, Something hast learnt, but there's still many another thing." But best of all is the saying of Ibn al-Mutaz, "On the shady woody island, his showers Aladane shed, on convent high Abdun drop and drip of railing rain. Oft the breezes of morning have awakened me therein, when the dawn shows her blaze, ere the bird of flight was fain. And the voices of the monks that with chants awoke the walls, black-frocked shavelings ever want the cup of morn to drain. Mid the throng how many fair with languor cold eyes, and lids enfolding lovely orbs where black on white was lain. In secret came to see me by shirt of night disguised, in terror, and in caution a hurrying amain. Then I rose and spread my cheek like a carpet on his path, in homage, and with skirts wiped his trail from off the plain. But threatening disgrace rose the crescent in the sky, like the paring of a nail, yet the light would never wane. Then happened whatso happened, I disdain to kiss and tell, so deem of us thy best, and with queries never mell. And gifted of God is he who saith, In the morn I am richest of men, and in joy at good news I start up, for I look on the liquid gold, and I measure it out by the cup. And how goodly is the saying of the poet, By Allah, this is the only alchemy. All said of other science false we see. Carat of wine on hundredweight of woe transmuteth gloomiest grief to joy and glee. And that of another, the glasses are heavy when empty brought, till we charge them with unmixed wine. Then so light are they that to fly their fain, as bodies lightened by soul divine. And yet another, wine cup and ruby wine high worship claim, Dishonored 'twere to see their honor waste. Bury me, when I'm dead, by side of vine, whose veins shall moisten bones in clay misplaced. Nor bury me in the wold and wild, for I dread only after death no wine to taste. And he ceased not to egg him on to the drink, naming to him such of the virtues of the wine as he thought well, and reciting to him what occurred to him of poetry and pleasantries on the subject, till Ma'aruf addressed himself to sucking the cup-lips, and cared no longer for aught else. The wazir ceased not to fill for him, and he to drink and enjoy himself and make merry, till his wits wandered, and he could not distinguish right from wrong. When the minister saw that drunkenness had attained in him to utterest, and the bounds transgressed, he said to him, By Allah, O merchant Ma'aruf, I admire whence thou gottest these jewels, whose like the kings of the crossroads possess not. In all our lives never saw we a merchant that had heaped up riches like unto thine, or more generous than thou, for thy doings are the doings of kings, and not merchants' doings. Wherefore, Allah upon thee, do thou acquaint me with this, that I may know thy rank and condition. And he went on to test him with questions and cajole him, till Ma'aruf, being reft of reason, said to him, I'm neither merchant nor king, and told him his whole story from first to last. Then said the wazir, I conjure thee, by Allah, O my lord Ma'aruf, show us the ring, that we may see its make. So, in his drunkenness, he pulled off the ring, and said, Take it and look upon it. And the minister took it, and turning it over, said, If I rub it, will its slave appear? Replied Ma'aruf, Yes, rub it, and he will appear to thee, and do thou divert thyself with the sight of him. Thereupon the wazir rubbed the ring, and behold forthright appeared the genie, and said, Adsum, at thy service, O my lord. Ask it, and it shall be given to thee. Wilt thou ruin a city, or raise a capital, or kill a king? Whatso thou seekest, I will do for thee, sans fail. The wazir pointed to Ma'aruf, and said, Take up yonder wretch, and cast him down in the most desolate of desert lands, where he shall find nothing to eat nor drink, so he may die of hunger and perish miserably, and none know of him. Accordingly, the genie snatched him up, and flew with him betwixt heaven and earth, which when Ma'aruf saw, he made sure of destruction, and wept and said, O Abu al-Sa'adat, whither goest thou with me? Replied the genie, I go to cast thee down in the desert quarter, O ill-bred wight of gross wits. Shall one have the like of this talisman, and give it to the folk to gaze at? Verily, thou deservest that which hath befallen thee. And but that I fear Allah, I would let thee fall from a height of 1,000 fathoms, nor shouldst thou reach the earth, till the winds had torn thee to shreds. Ma'aruf was silent, and did not again bespeak him till he reached the desert quarter, and casting him down there, went away and left him in that horrible place. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End section 9. Section 10 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Endless River. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 10 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 999. When it was the 999th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the slave of the seal ring took up Ma'aruf and cast him down in the desert quarter, where he left him and went his ways. So much concerning him. But returning to the wazir, who is now in possession of the talisman, he said to the king, How deemest thou now? Did I not tell thee that this fellow was a liar, an impostor, but thou wouldst not credit me? Replied the king, Thou wast in the right, O my wazir. Allah grant thee weal. But give me the ring, that I may solace myself with the sight. The minister looked at him angrily, and spat in his face, saying, O lackwits, how shall I give it to thee, and abide thy servant, after I am become thy master? But I will spare thee no more on life. Then he rubbed the seal ring, and said to the slave, Take up this ill-mannered churl, and cast him down by his son-in-law, the swindler man. So the genie took him up, and flew off with him. Whereupon quoth the king to him, O creature of my lord, what is my crime? Abu al-Sa'adat replied, That wot I not, but my master hath commanded me, and I cannot cross whoso hath compassed the enchanted ring. Then he flew on with him, till he came to the desert quarter, and, casting him down where he had cast Ma'aruf, left him and returned. The king, hearing Ma'aruf weeping, went up to him, and acquainted him with his case, and they sat weeping over that which had befallen them, and found neither meat nor drink. Meanwhile the minister, after driving father-in-law and son-in-law from the country, went forth from the garden, and summoning all the troops held a divan, and told them what he had done with the king and Ma'aruf, and acquainted them with the affair of the talisman, adding, "Unless ye make me sultan over you, I will bid the slave of the seal ring take you up one and all and cast you down in the desert quarter, where you shall die of hunger and thirst." They replied, "Do us no damage, for we accept thee as sultan over us, and will not anywise gainsay thy bidding." So they agreed in their own despite to his being sultan over them, and he bestowed on them robes of honor, seeking all he had a mind to of Abu al-Sa'adat, who brought it to him forthwith. Then he sat down on the throne, and the troops did homage to him, and he sent to Princess Dunya, the king's daughter, saying, "Make thee ready, for I mean to come in unto thee this night, because I long for thee with love." When she heard this, she wept, for the case of her husband and father was grievous to her, and sent to him, saying, "Have patience with me till my period of widowhood be ended, then draw up thy contract of marriage with me, and go in to me according to law." But he sent back to say to her, "I know neither period of widowhood nor to delay have I a mood, and I need not a contract nor know I lawful from unlawful, but needs must I go in unto thee this night." She answered him, saying, "So be it then, and welcome to thee." But this was a trick on her part. When the answer reached the wazir, he rejoiced, and his breast was broadened, for that he was passionately in love with her. He bade set food before all the folk, saying, "Eat, this is my bride feast, for I purpose to go into the Princess Dunya this night." Quoth the Shaykh al-Islam, "It is not lawful for thee to go in unto her till her days of widowhood be ended, and thou have drawn up thy contract of marriage with her." But he answered, "I know neither days of widowhood nor other period, so multiply not words on me." The Shaykh al-Islam was silent, fearing his mischief, and said to the troops, "Verily, this man is a kafir, a miscreant, and hath neither creed nor religious conduct." As soon as it was evenfall, he went in to her, and found her robed in her richest raiment, and decked with her goodliest adornments. When she saw him, she came to meet him, laughing, and said, "A blessed night, but hadst thou slain my father and my husband, it had been more to my mind." And he said, "There is no help but I slay them." Then she made him sit down, and began to jest with him, and make show of love, caressing him, and smiling in his face, so that his reason fled. But she cajoled him with her coaxing and cunning, only that she might get possession of the ring, and change his joy into calamity on the mother of his forehead. Nor did she deal thus with him, but after the rede of him who said, "I attained by my wits what no sword had obtained, and returned with the spoils whose sweet pluckings I gained." When he saw her caress him and smile upon him, desire surged up in him, and he besought her of carnal knowledge. But, when he approached her, she drew away from him and burst into tears, saying, "O my lord, seest thou not the man looking at us? I conjure thee by Allah, screen me from his eyes. How canst thou know me what while he looketh on us?" When he heard this, he was angry and asked, "Where is the man?" And answered she, "There he is, in the bezel of the ring, putting out his head and staring at us." He thought that the genie was looking at them, and said, laughing, "Fear not, this is the slave of the seal ring, and he is subject to me." Quoth she, "I am afraid of Ifrits. Pull it off and throw it afar from me." So he plucked it off, and laying it on the cushion, drew near to her. But she dealt him a kick, her foot striking him full in the stomach, and he fell over on his back senseless. Whereupon she cried out to her attendants, who came to her in haste, and said to them, "Seize him." So 40 slave girls laid hold on him, whilst she hurriedly snatched up the ring from the cushion and rubbed it. Whereupon Abu al-Sa'adat presented himself, saying, "Adsum, at thy service, O my mistress." Cried she, "Take up yonder infidel, and clap him in jail, and shackle him heavily." So he took him, and throwing him into the prison of wrath, returned and reported, "I have laid him in limbo." Quoth she, "Whither wentest thou with my father and my husband?" And quoth he, "I cast them down in the desert quarter." Then cried she, "I command thee to fetch them to me forthwith." He replied, "I hear and I obey," and taking flight at once, stayed not till he reached the desert quarter, where he lighted down upon them, and found them sitting weeping and complaining to each other. Quoth he, "Fear not, for relief is come to you." And he told them what the wazir had done, adding, "Indeed, I imprisoned him with my own hands in obedience to her, and she hath bidden me bear you back." And they rejoiced in his news. Then he took them both up, and flew home with them. Nor was it more than an hour before he brought them into Princess Dunya, who rose and saluted sire and spouse. Then she made them sit down, and brought them food and sweetmeats, and they passed the rest of the night with her. On the next day she clad them in rich clothing, and said to the king, O my papa, sit thou upon thy throne, and be king as before, and make my husband thy wazir of the right, and tell thy troops that which hath happened. Then send for the minister out of prison, and do him die, and after burn him, for that he is a miscreant, and would have gone in unto me in the way of lewdness, without the rights of wedlock, and he hath testified against himself that he is an infidel, and believeth in no religion. And do tenderly by thy son-in-law, whom thou makest thy wazir of the right. He replied, Hearing and obeying, O my daughter. But do thou give me the ring, or give it to thy husband. Quoth she, It behoveth not that either thou or he have the ring. I will keep the ring myself, and belike I shall be more careful of it than you. Whatso ye wish, seek it of me, and I will demand it for you of the slave of the seal ring. So fear no harm so long as I live, and after my death, do what ye twain will with the ring. Quoth the king, This is the right rede, O my daughter, and taking his son-in-law went forth to the divan. Now the troops had passed the night in sore chagrin for Princess Dunya and that which the wazir had done with her, in going into her after the way of lewdness and without marriage rights, and for his ill usage of the king and Ma'ruf, and they feared lest the law of al-Islam be dishonored, because it was manifest to them that he was a kafir. So they assembled in the divan, and fell to reproaching the Shaykh al-Islam, saying, Why didst thou not forbid him from going into the princess in the way of lewdness? Said he, O folk, the man is a miscreant, and hath gotten possession of the ring, and I and you may not prevail against him. But Almighty Allah will requite him his deed, and be ye silent, lest he slay you. And as the host was thus engaged in talk, behold the king and Ma'ruf entered the divan. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End section 10. Section 11 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Endless River. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 1000. When it was the 1000th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the troops, sorely chagrined, sat in the divan talking over the ill deeds done by the wazir to their sovereign, his son-in-law, and his daughter, behold, the king and Ma'ruf entered. Then the king bade decorate the city, and sent to fetch the wazir from the place of duress. So they brought him, and as he passed by the troops, they cursed him, and abused him, and menaced him, till he came to the king, who commanded to do him dead by the vilest of deaths. Accordingly, they slew him, and after burned his body, and he went to hell after the foulest of plights. And right well quoth one of him, The compassionate show no ruth to the tomb where his bones shall lie, and Munkar and eke Nakir ne'er cease to abide thereby. The king made Ma'ruf his wazir of the right, and the times were pleasant to them, and their joys were untroubled. They abode thus 5 years, till, in the 6th year, the king died, and Princess Dunya made Ma'ruf the sultan in her father's stead, but she gave him not the seal ring. During this time she had conceived by him and borne him a boy of passing loveliness, excelling in beauty and perfection, who ceased not to be reared in the laps of nurses till he reached the age of 5, when his mother fell sick of a deadly sickness, and calling her husband to her, said to him, I am ill. Quoth he, Allah preserve thee, O dearling of my heart. But quoth she, Haply I shall die, and thou needest not that I commend to thy care thy son, wherefore I charge thee but be careful of the ring, for thine own sake, and for the sake of this thy boy. And he answered, No harm shall befall him whom Allah preserveth. Then she pulled off the ring and gave it to him, and on the morrow she was admitted to the mercy of Allah the Most High, whilst Ma'ruf abode in possession of the kingship and applied himself to the business of governing. Now it chanced that one day, as he shook the handkerchief and the troops withdrew to their places, that he betook himself to the sitting chamber, where he sat till the day departed and the night advanced with murks bedight. Then came into him his cup companions of the notables according to their custom, and sat with him by way of solace and diversion till midnight, when they craved permission to withdraw. He gave them leave, and they retired to their houses, after which there came into him a slave girl affected to the service of his bed, who spread him in the mattress, and doffing his apparel, clad him in his sleeping gown. Then he lay down, and she kneaded his feet, till sleep overpowered him, Whereupon she withdrew to her own chamber and slept. But suddenly he felt something beside him in the bed, and awakening started up in alarm and cried, "I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned." Then he opened his eyes, and seeing by his side a woman foul of favor, he said to her, "Who art thou?" Said she, "Fear not, I am thy wife, Fatima al-Ara." Whereupon he looked in her face, and knew her by her loathly form, and the length of her dog teeth. So he asked her, "Whence camest thou into me, and who brought thee to this country? In what country art thou at this present?" "In the city of Iktian al-Katan. But thou, when didst thou leave Cairo?" "But now." "How can that be?" "Know," said she, "that when I fell out with thee, and Satan prompted me to do thee a damage, I complained of thee to the magistrates, who sought for thee, and the Qazis inquired of thee, but found thee not. When 2 days were past, repentance gat hold upon me, and I knew that the fault was with me. But penitence availed me not, and I abode for some days weeping for thy loss, till what was in my hand failed, and I was obliged to beg my bread. So I fell to begging of all, from the courted rich to the contemned poor, and since thou leftest me, I have eaten of the bitterness of beggary, and have been in the sorriest of conditions. Every night I sat beweeping our separation, and that which I suffered, since thy departure, of humiliation and ignominy, of abjection and misery." And she went on to tell him what had befallen her, whilst he stared at her in amazement, till she said, "Yesterday I went about begging all day, but none gave me aught, and as often as I accosted anyone and craved of him a crust of bread, he reviled me and gave me naught. When night came, I went to bed supperless, and hunger burned on me, and sore on me was that which I suffered. And I sat weeping when, behold, one appeared to me and said, 'O woman, why weepest thou?' I said, 'Erst I had a husband, who used to provide for me and fulfill my wishes, but he is lost to me, and I know not whither he went, and have been in sore straits since he left me.' Asked he, 'What is thy husband's name?' And I answered, 'His name is Ma'aruf.' Quoth he, 'I ken him. Know that thy husband is now sultan in a certain city, and if thou wilt, I will carry thee to him.' Cried I am under thy protection, of thy bounty bring me to him. So he took me up, and flew with me between heaven and earth, till he brought me to this pavilion, and said to me, 'Enter yonder chamber, and thou shalt see thy husband asleep on the couch.' Accordingly I entered, and I found thee in this state of lordship. Indeed, I had not thought thou wouldst forsake me, who am thy mate, and praised be Allah who hath united thee with me." Quoth Ma'aruf, "Did I forsake thee, or thou me? Thou complainedst of me from Qazi to Qazi, and endest by denouncing me to the high court, and bringing down on me Abu Tabak from the citadel. So I fled in mine own despite." And he went on to tell her all that had befallen him, and how he was become sultan, and had married the king's daughter, and how his beloved Dunya had died, leaving him a son, who was then 7 years old. She rejoined, "That which happened was foreordained of Allah, but I repent me, and I place myself under thy protection, beseeching thee not to abandon me, but suffer me eat bread with thee by way of an alms." And she ceased not to humble herself to him, and to supplicate him till his heart relented towards her. And he said, "Repent from mischief, and abide with me, and naught shall betide thee save what shall pleasure thee. But, an thou work any wickedness, I will slay thee, nor fear any one. And fancy not that thou canst complain of me to the high court, and that Abu Tabak will come down on me from the citadel, for I am become sultan, and the folk dread me. But I fear none save Allah Almighty, because I have a talismanic ring, which when I rub, the slave of the signet appeareth to me. His name is Abu al-Sa'adat, and whatsoever I demand of him, he bringeth to me. So, an thou desire to return to thine own country, I will give thee what shall suffice thee all thy life long, and will send thee thither speedily. But, an thou desire to abide with me, I will clear for thee a palace, and furnish it with the choicest of silks, and appoint thee 20 slave girls to serve thee, and provide thee with dainty dishes, and sumptuous suits, and thou shalt be a queen, and live in all delight till thou die or I die. What sayest thou of this?" "I wish to abide with thee," she answered, and kissed his hand, and vowed repentance from frowardness. Accordingly, he set apart a palace for her sole use, and gave her slave girls and eunuchs, and she became a queen. The young prince used to visit her as he visited his sire, but she hated him for that he was not her son, and when the boy saw that she looked on him with the eye of aversion and anger, he shunned her, and took a dislike to her. As for Ma'aruf, he occupied himself with the love of fair handmaidens, and bethought him not of his wife Fatima the Dung, for that she was grown a grizzled old fright, foul-favoured to the sight, a bald-headed blight, loathlier than the snakes speckled black and white, the more that she had beyond measure evil entreated him aforetime, and as saith the adage, ill usage the root of desire disparts, and sows hate in the soil of hearts. And God-gifted is he who saith, beware of losing hearts of men by thine injurious deed, for when aversion takes his place, none may dear love restore. Hearts, when affection flies from them, are likest unto glass, which broken cannot whole be made, 'tis breached forevermore. And indeed, Ma'aruf had not given her shelter by reason of any praiseworthy quality in her, but he dealt with her thus generously, only of desire for the approval of Allah Almighty. Here Dunyazad interrupted her sister Shahrazad, saying, How winsome are these words of thine, which win hold of the heart more forcibly than enchanter's eyne, and how beautiful are these wondrous books thou hast cited, and the marvellous and singular tales thou hast recited. Quoth Shahrazad, And where is all this, compared with what I shall relate to thee on the coming night, and I live, and the king deign to spare my days? So when the morning morrowed, and the day brake in its sheen and shone, the king arose from his couch with breast broadened, and in high expectation for the rest of the tale, and saying, By Allah, I will not slay her till I hear the last of her story, repaired to his durbar, while the wazir, as was his wont, presented himself at the palace, shroud under arm. Shahryar tarried abroad all that day, bidding and forbidding between man and man, after which he returned to his harem, and according to his custom went into his wife Shahrazad. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 1001. When it was the 1001st night, Dunyazad said to her sister, Do thou finish for us the history of Ma'aruf. She replied, With love and goodly gree, and my lord deign permit me recount it. Quoth the king, I permit thee, for that I am fain of hearing it. So she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ma'aruf would have naught to do with his wife by way of conjugal duty. Now when she saw that he held aloof from her bed and occupied himself with other women, she hated him, and jealousy gat the mastery of her, and Iblis prompted her to take the seal ring from him, and slay him, and make herself queen in his stead. So she went forth one night from her pavilion, intending for that in which was her husband King Ma'aruf. And it chanced by decree of the Decreer and his written destiny, that Ma'aruf lay that night with one of his concubines, a damsel endowed with beauty and loveliness, symmetry and a stature all grace. And it was his wont, of the excellence of his piety, that, when he was minded to have to lie with a woman, he would doff the enchanted seal ring from his finger, in reverence to the holy names graven thereon, and lay it on the pillow, nor would he don it again till he had purified himself by the ghusl ablution. Moreover, when he had lain with a woman, he was used to order her go forth from him before daybreak, of his fear for the seal ring. And when he went to the hammam, he locked the door of the pavilion till his return, when he put on the ring, and after this all were free to enter according to custom. His wife, Fatima the Dung, knew of all this, and went not forth from her place till she had certified herself of the case. So she sallied out, when the night was dark, purposing to go in to him, whilst he was drowned in sleep, and steal the ring, unseen of him. Now it chanced at this time that the king's son had gone out, without light, to the chapel of ease for an occasion, and sat down over the marble slab of the jakes in the dark, leaving the door open. Presently he saw Fatima come forth of her pavilion and make stealthily for that of his father, and said in himself, "What aileth this witch to leave her lodging in the dead of the night and make for my father's pavilion? Needs must there be some reason for this." So he went out after her and followed in her steps unseen of her. Now he had a short sword of watered steel, which he held so dear that he went not to his father's divan, except he were girt therewith. And his father used to laugh at him and exclaim, "Mahallah! This is a mighty fine sword of thine, O my son! But thou hast not gone down with it to battle nor cut off a head therewith." Whereupon the boy would reply, "I will not fail to cut off with it some head which deserveth cutting." And Ma'aruf would laugh at his words. Now when treading in her track, he drew the sword from its sheath, and he followed her till she came to his father's pavilion and entered, whilst he stood and watched her from the door. He saw her searching about and heard her say to herself, "Where hath he laid the seal ring?" Whereby he knew that she was looking for the ring, and he waited till she found it and said, "Here it is." Then she picked it up and turned to go out, but he hid behind the door. As she came forth, she looked at the ring and turned it about in her grasp. But when she was about to rub it, he raised his hand with the sword and smote her on the neck, and she cried a single cry and fell down dead. With this Ma'aruf awoke, and seeing his wife strown on the ground, with her blood flowing, and his son standing with the drawn sword in his hand, said to him, "What is this, O my son?" He replied, "O my father, how often hast thou said to me, 'Thou hast a mighty fine sword, but thou hast not gone down with it to battle nor cut off a head.' And I have answered thee, saying, 'I will not fail to cut off with it a head which deserveth cutting.' And now, behold, I have therewith cut off for thee a head well worth the cutting." And he told him what had passed. Ma'aruf sought for the seal ring, but found it not. So he searched the dead woman's body till he saw her hand closed upon it. Whereupon he took it from her grasp and said to the boy, "Thou art indeed my very son, without doubt or dispute. Allah ease thee in this world and the next, even as thou hast eased me of this vile woman. Her attempt led only to her own destruction, and Allah gifted is he who said, 'When forwards Allah's aid a man's intent, his wish in every case shall find consent. But an that aid of Allah be refused, his first attempt shall do him damagement.'" Then King Ma'aruf called aloud to some of his attendants, who came in haste, and he told them what his wife Fatimah the Dung had done and bade them to take her and lay her in a place till the morning. They did his bidding, and next day he gave her in charge to a number of eunuchs, who washed her and shrouded her and made her a tomb and buried her. Thus her coming from Cairo was but to her grave, and Allah gifted is he who said, "We trod the steps appointed for us, and he whose steps are appointed must tread them. He whose death is decreed to take place in our land shall not die in any land but that." And how excellent is the saying of the poet, "I wot not, whenas to a land I fare, good luck pursuing, what my lot shall be, whether the fortune I perforce pursue, or the misfortune which pursueth me." After this, King Ma'aruf sent for the husbandman, whose guest he had been, when he was a fugitive, and made him his Wazir of the right and his chief counsellor. Then, learning that he had a daughter of passing beauty and loveliness, of qualities nature ennobled at birth and exalted of worth, he took her to wife; and in due time he married his son. So they abode awhile in all solace of life and its delight, and their days were serene and their joys untroubled, till there came to them the Destroyer of delights and the Sunderer of societies, the depopulator of populous places, and the orphaner of sons and daughters. And glory be to the living who dieth not, and in whose hand are the keys of the seen and the unseen. End of section 12. Recording by phone. Section 13 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Conclusion. Now, during this time, Shahrazad had borne the king 3 boy children. So, when she had made an end of the story of Maruf, she rose to her feet and kissing ground before him, said, O King of the time and unique one of the age and the tide, I and thine handmaid, and these 1,000 nights and a night have I entertained thee with stories of folk gone before and admonitory instances of the men of yore. May I then make bold to crave a boon of thy highness? He replied, Ask, O Shahrazad, and it shall be granted to thee. Whereupon she cried out to the nurses and the eunuchs, saying, Bring me my children. So they brought them to her in haste, and they were 3 boy children, one walking, one crawling, and one sucking. She took them, and setting them before the king, again kissed the ground, and said, O King of the age, these are thy children, and I crave that thou release me from the doom of death, as a dole to these infants. For, an thou kill me, they will become motherless, and will find none among women to rear them as they should be reared. When the king heard this, he wept, and straining the boys to his bosom, said, By Allah, O Shahrazad, I pardoned thee before the coming of these children, for that I found thee chaste, pure, ingenious, and pious. Allah bless thee and thy father and thy mother and thy root and thy branch. I take the Almighty to witness against me that I exempt thee from aught that can harm thee. So she kissed his hands and feet and rejoiced with exceeding joy, saying, The Lord make thy life long and increase thee in dignity and majesty. Presently adding, Thou marvelledst at that which befell thee on the part of women. Yet there betided the kings of the Chosroes before thee greater mishaps and more grievous than that which hath befallen thee. And indeed I have set forth unto thee that which happened to Caliphs and kings and others with their women, but the relation is longsome and hearkening groweth tedious. And in this is all sufficient warning for the man of wits and admonishment for the wise. Then she ceased to speak, and when King Shahryar heard her speech and profited by that which she said, he summoned up his reasoning powers and cleansed his heart and caused his understanding revert and turned to Allah Almighty, and said to himself, Since there befell the kings of the Chosroes more than that which hath befallen me, never whilst I live shall I cease to blame myself for the past. As for this Shahrazad, her like is not found in the lands. So praise be to Him who appointed her a means for delivering His creatures from oppression and slaughter. Then he arose from his séance and kissed her head, whereat she rejoiced, she and her sister Dunyazad, with exceeding joy. When the morning morrowed, the king went forth and sitting down on the throne of the kingship, summoned the lords of his land. Whereupon the chamberlains and nabobs and captains of the host went in to him and kissed ground before him. He distinguished the Wazir, Shahrazad's sire, with special favour and bestowed on him a costly and splendid robe of honour and entreated him with the utmost kindness, and said to him, Allah protect thee for that thou gavest me to wife thy noble daughter, who hath been the means of my repentance from slaying the daughters of folk. Indeed, I have found her pure and pious, chaste and ingenious, and Allah hath vouchsafed me by her 3 boy children. Wherefore praised be He for His passing favour. Then he bestowed robes of honor upon his wazirs and emirs and chief officers, and he set forth to them briefly that which had betided him with Shahrazad, and how he had turned from his former ways and repented him of what he had done, and purposed to take the wazir's daughter, Shahrazad, to wife, and let draw up the marriage contract with her. When those who were present heard this, they kissed the ground before him and blessed him and his betrothed Shahrazad, and the Wazir thanked her. Then Shahryar made an end of his sitting in all weal, whereupon the folk dispersed to their dwelling places, and the news was bruited abroad that the King purposed to marry the Wazir's daughter Shahrazad. Then he proceeded to make ready the wedding gear, and presently he sent after his brother, King Shah Zaman, who came, and King Shahryar went forth to meet him with the troops. Furthermore, they decorated the city after the goodliest fashion, and diffused scents from censers, and burnt aloes wood, and other perfumes in all the markets and thoroughfares, and rubbed themselves with saffron, what while the drums beat and the flutes and pipes sounded, and mimes and mountebanks played and plied their arts, and the King lavished on them gifts and largesse. And in very deed it was a notable day. When they came to the palace, King Shahryar commanded to spread the tables with beasts, roasted whole, and sweetmeats, and all manner of viands, and bade the crier cry to the folk that they should come up to the divan and eat and drink, and that this should be a means of reconciliation between him and them. So high and low, great and small, came up unto him, and they abode on that wise, eating and drinking 7 days with their nights. Then the King shut himself up with his brother and related to him that which had betided him with the Wazir's daughter, Shahrazad, during the past 3 years, and told him what he had heard from her of proverbs and parables, chronicles and pleasantries, quips and jests, stories and anecdotes, dialogues and histories and elegies and other verses; whereat King Shah Zaman marvelled with the uttermost marvel, and said, "Fain would I take her younger sister to wife, so we may be 2 brothers german to 2 sisters german, and they on like wise be sisters to us. For that the calamity which befel me was the cause of our discovering that which befel thee, and all this time of 3 years past I have taken no delight in woman, save that I lie each night with a damsel of my kingdom, and every morning I do her to death. But now I desire to marry thy wife's sister Dunyazad." When King Shahryar heard his brother's words, he rejoiced with joy exceeding and arising forthright went in to his wife Shahrazad and acquainted her with that which his brother purposed, namely that he sought her sister Dunyazad in wedlock. Whereupon she answered, "O King of the age, we seek of him one condition, to wit, that he take up his abode with us, for that I cannot brook to be parted from my sister an hour, because we were brought up together and may not endure separation from each other. If he accept this pact, she is his handmaid." King Shahryar returned to his brother and acquainted him with that which Shahrazad had said, and he replied, "Indeed, this is what was in my mind, for that I desire never more to be parted from thee 1 hour. As for the kingdom, Allah the Most High shall send to it whomso He chooseth, for that I have no longer a desire for the kingship." When King Shahryar heard his brother's words, he rejoiced exceedingly and said, "Verily, this is what I wished, O my brother. So Alhamdolillah, praised be Allah, who hath brought about union between us." Then he sent after the Kazis and Olema, captains and notables, and they married the 2 brothers to the 2 sisters. The contracts were written out, and the 2 kings bestowed robes of honor of silk and satin on those who were present, whilst the city was decorated and the rejoicings were renewed. The King commanded each Emir and Wazir and Chamberlain and Nabob to decorate his palace, and the folk of the city were gladdened by the presage of happiness and contentment. King Shahryar also bade slaughter sheep and set up kitchens and made bride feasts and fed all comers high and low, and he gave alms to the poor and needy, and extended his bounty to great and small. Then the eunuchs went forth, that they might perfume the hammam for the brides. So they scented it with rose water and willow flower water, and pods of musk, and fumigated it with kakili eaglewood and ambergris. Then Shahrazad entered, she and her sister Dunyazad, and they cleansed their heads and clipped their hair. When they came forth of the hammam bath, they donned raiment and ornaments, such as men were wont to prepare for the kings of the Khosrows. And among Shahrazad's apparel was a dress purfled with red gold and wrought with counterfeit presentments of birds and beasts. And the two sisters encircled their necks with necklaces of jewels of price, in the like whereof Iskander rejoiced not, for therein were great jewels such as amazed the wit and dazzled the eye. And the imagination was bewildered at their charms, for indeed each of them was brighter than the sun and the moon. Before them they lighted brilliant flambeaux of wax in candelabra of gold, but their faces outshone the flambeaux, for that they had eyes sharper than unsheathed swords, and the lashes of their eyelids bewitched all hearts. Their cheeks were rosy red, and their necks and shapes gracefully swayed, and their eyes wantoned like the gazelles. And the slave girls came to meet them with instruments of music. Then the two kings entered the hammam bath, and when they came forth, they sat down on a couch set with pearls and gems, whereupon the two sisters came up to them and stood between their hands, as they were moons, bending and leaning from side to side in their beauty and loveliness. Presently they brought forward Shahrazad and displayed her, for the first dress, in a red suit, whereupon King Shahryar rose to look upon her, and the wits of all present, men and women, were bewitched for that she was even as saith with one of her describers. A sun on wand in knoll of sand she showed, clad in her cramoisy-hued chemisette. Of her lips honey-dew she gave me drink, and with her rosy cheek quenched fire she set. Then they attired Dunyazad in a dress of blue brocade, and she became as she were the full moon when it shineth forth. So they displayed her in this, for the first dress, before King Shah Zaman, who rejoiced in her and well nigh swooned away for love-longing and amorous desire. Yea, he was distraught with passion for her, when as he saw her, because she was as saith of one of her describers in these couplets, she comes apparelled in an azure vest, ultramarine as skies are decked and dight. I viewed the unparalleled sight, which showed my eyes a summer moon upon a winter night. Then they returned to Shahrazad and displayed her in the second dress, a suit of surpassing goodliness, and veiled her face with her hair like a chin veil. Moreover, they let down her side locks, and she was even as saith of her one of her describers in these couplets, O hail to him whose locks his cheeks o'ershade, who slew my life by cruel heart despite. Said I, hast veiled the morn in night? He said, Nay, I but veil moon in hue of night. Then they displayed Dunyazad in a second and a third and a fourth dress, and she paced forward like the rising sun, and swayed to and fro in the insolence of beauty. And she was even as said the poet of her in these couplets, the sun of beauty she to all appears, and lovely coy she mocks all loveliness. And when he fronts her favour and her smile, a morn the son of day in clouds must dress. Then they displayed Shahrazad in the third dress and the fourth and the fifth, and she became as she were a ban-branch snell or a thirsting gazelle, lovely of face and perfect in attributes of grace, even as said of her one in these couplets, she comes, like fullest moon, on happy night, taper of waist with shape of magic might. She hath an eye whose glances quell mankind, and ruby on her cheeks reflect his light. Enveils her hips the blackness of her hair, beware of curls that bite with viper bite. Her sides are silken soft, that while the heart mere rock behind that surface 'scapes our sight. from the fringed curtains of her eyne she shoots, shafts that at furthest range on mark alight. Then they returned to Dunyazad and displayed her in the 5th dress and in the 6th, which was green, when she surpassed with her loveliness the fair of the 4 quarters of the world, and outvied, with the brightness of her countenance, the full moon at rising tide. For she was even as saith of her the poet in these couplets. A damsel 'twas the Tyrer's art had decked with snare and slate, and robed with rays as though the sun from her had borrowed light. She came before us wondrous clad in chemisette of green, as veiled by his leafy screen pomegranate hides from sight. And when he said, "How callest thou the fashion of thy dress?" she answered us in pleasant way with double meaning dight. "We call this garment crève coeur, and rightly it is hight, for many a heart with this we break, and harried many a sprite." Then they displayed Shahrazad in the 6th and 7th dresses, and clad her in youth's clothing, whereupon she came forward swaying from side to side, and coquettishly moving, and indeed she ravished wits and hearts, and ensorcelled all eyes with her glances. She shook her sides and swayed her haunches, then put her hair on sword hilt, and went up to King Shahryar, who embraced her as hospitable host embraceth guest, and threatened her in her ear with the taking of the sword, and she was even as said of her the poet in these words: "Were not the murk of gender male, then feminines surpassing fair. Tire women they had grudged the bride, who made her beard and whiskers wear." Thus also they did with her sister Dunyazad, and when they had made an end of the display the king bestowed robes of honor on all who were present, and sent the brides to their own apartments. Then Shahrazad went in to King Shahryar, and Dunyazad to King Shah Zaman, and each of them solaced himself with the company of his beloved consort, and the hearts of the folk were comforted. When morning morrowed, the Wazir came in to the 2 kings and kissed ground before them; wherefore they thanked him and were large of bounty to him. Presently they went forth and sat down upon couches of kingship, whilst all the Wazirs and Emirs and Grandees and Lords of the land presented themselves and kissed ground. King Shahryar ordered them dresses of honor and largesse, and they prayed for the permanence and prosperity of the king and his brother. Then the 2 sovereigns appointed their sire-in-law, the Wazir, to be viceroy in Samarcand, and assigned him 5 of the chief Emirs to accompany him, charging them attend him and do him service. The minister kissed the ground and prayed that he might be vouchsafed length of life. Then he went in to his daughters, whilst the eunuchs and ushers walked before him, and saluted them and farewelled them. They kissed his hands and gave him joy of the kingship, and bestowed on him immense treasures; after which he took leave of them and setting out fared days and nights, till he came near Samarcand, where the townspeople met him at a distance of 3 marches, and rejoiced in him with exceeding joy. So he entered the city and they decorated the houses, and it was a notable day. He sat down on the throne of his kingship, and the Wazirs did him homage, and the Grandees and Emirs of Samarcand, and all prayed that he might be vouchsafed justice and victory and length of continuance. So he bestowed on them robes of honor, and entreated them with distinction, and they made him sultan over them. As soon as his father-in-law had departed for Samarcand, King Shahryar summoned the Grandees of his realm, and made them a stupendous banquet of all manner of delicious meats and exquisite sweetmeats. He also bestowed on them robes of honor, and girded them, and divided the kingdoms between himself and his brother in their presence, whereat the folk rejoiced. Then the 2 kings abode, each ruling a day in turn, and they were ever in harmony each with other, while on similar wise their wives continued in the love of Allah Almighty and in thanksgiving to Him; and the peoples and the provinces were at peace, and the preachers prayed for them from the pulpits, and their report was bruited abroad, and the travellers bore tidings of them to all lands. In due time King Shahryar summoned chroniclers and copyists, and bade him write all that had betided him with his wife, first and last. So they wrote this and named it The Stories of the Thousand Nights and a Night. The book came to 30 volumes, and these the king laid up in his treasury. And the two brothers abode with their wives in all pleasance and solace of life and its delights. For that indeed Allah the Most High had changed their annoy into joy. And on this wise they continued till there took them the Destroyer of Delights and the Severer of Societies, the Desolator of Dwelling Places and the Garnerer of Graveyards, and they were translated to the ruth of Almighty Allah. Their houses fell waste and their palaces lay in ruins, and the kings inherited their riches. Then there reigned after them a wise ruler, who was just, keen-witted, and accomplished, and loved tales and legends, especially those which chronicle the doings of sovereigns and sultans. And he found in the treasury these marvelous stories and wondrous histories, contained in the 30 volumes aforesaid. So he read in them a first book and a second and a third, and so on to the last of them, and each book astounded and delighted him more than that which preceded it, till he came to the end of them. Then he admired whatso he had read therein of description and discourse and rare traits and anecdotes and moral instances and reminiscences, and bade the folk copy them and dispread them over all lands and climes. Wherefore their report was bruited abroad, and the people named them the marvels and wonders of the Thousand Nights and a Night. This is all that hath come down to us of the origin of this book, and Allah is all-knowing. So glory be to Him whom the shifts of time waste not away, nor doth aught of chance or change affect His sway, whom one case diverteth not from other case, and who is sole in the attributes of perfect grace. And prayer and peace be upon the Lord's Pontiff and chosen one among his creatures, our Lord Mohammed, the Prince of Mankind, through whom we supplicate him for a goodly and a godly fini. End of section 13. Recording by phone.
Section 14 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Safa Ghanem, Berlin, Germany. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Terminal Essay, Preliminary. The reader who has reached this terminal stage will hardly require my assurance that he has seen the medieval Arab at his best, and perhaps at his worst. In glancing over the myriad pictures of this panorama, those who can discern the soul of goodness in things evil will note the true nobility of the Muslim's mind in the Moyen Age, and the cleanliness of his life from cradle to grave. As a child, he is devoted to his parents, fond of his comrades, and respectful to his pastors and masters, even schoolmasters. As a lad, he prepares for manhood with a will, and this training occupies him throughout youth-tide. He is a gentleman in manners, without awkwardness, vulgar astonishment, or mauvaise honte. As a man, he is high-spirited and energetic, always ready to fight for his sultan, his country, and especially his faith. Courteous and affable, rarely failing in temperaments of mind and self-respect, self-control and self-command, hospitable to the stranger, attached to his fellow citizens, submissive to superiors, and kindly to inferiors, if such classes exist. Eastern despotisms have arrived nearer the idea of equality and fraternity than any republic yet invented. As a friend, he proves a model to the daemons and Pythiases, as a lover and exemplar to Don Quixote, without the noble old caballero's touch of eccentricity. As a knight, he is a mirror of chivalry, doing battle for the weak and debelling the strong, while ever defending the honor of women. As a husband, his patriarchal position causes him to be loved and fondly loved by more than one wife. As a father, affection for his children rules his life. He is domestic in the highest degree, and he finds few pleasures beyond the bosom of his family. Lastly, his death is simple, pathetic, and edifying as the life which led to it. Considered in a higher phase, the medieval Muslim mind displays, like the ancient Egyptian, a most exalted moral idea, the deepest reverence for all things connected with his religion, and a sublime conception of the unity and omnipotence of the deity. Noteworthy, too, is a proud resignation to the decrees of fate and fortune, kaza wa qadar, of destiny and predestination, a feature which ennobles a low aspect of al-Islam even in these her days of comparative degeneration and local decay. Hence, his moderation in prosperity, his fortitude in adversity, his dignity, his perfect self-dominance, and lastly, his lofty quietism, which sounds the true heroic ring. This again is softened and tempered by a simple faith in the supremacy of love over fear, an unbounded humanity and charity for the poor and helpless, an unconditional forgiveness of the direst injuries, which is the note of the noble, a generosity and liberality which at times seem impossible, and an enthusiasm for universal benevolence and beneficence, which, exalting kindly deeds done to man above every form of holiness, constitute the root and base of Oriental, nay, of all courtesy. And the whole is crowned by pure trust and natural confidence in the progress and perfectibility of human nature, which he exalts instead of degrading. This he holds to be the foundation stone of society and indeed the very purpose of his existence. His pessimism resembles far more the optimism which the so-called Books of Moses borrowed from the ancient Copt than the mournful and melancholy creed of the true pessimist, as Solomon the Hebrew, the Indian Buddhist, and the esoteric European imitators of Buddhism. He cannot but sigh when contemplating the sin and sorrow, the pathos and bathos of the world, and feel the pity of it, with its shifts and changes ending in nothingness, its scanty happiness and its copious misery. But his melancholy is expressed in a voice divinely sweet, a voice no less divinely sad. Nor does he mourn as they mourn who have no hope. He has an absolute conviction in future compensation, and meanwhile his lively poetic impulse, the poetry of ideas, not of formal verse, and his radiant innate idealism breathe a soul into the merest matter of squalid workaday life and awaken the sweetest harmonies of nature epitomized in humanity. Such was the Muslim at a time when the dark clouds of ignorance and superstition hung so thick on the intellectual horizon of Europe as to exclude every ray of learning that darted from the East, when all that was polite or elegant in literature was classed among the studia Arabum. Nor is the shady side of the picture less notable. Our Arab, at his worst, is a mere barbarian who has not forgotten the savage. He is a model mixture of childishness and astuteness, of simplicity and cunning, concealing levity of mind under solemnity of aspect. His stolid instinctive conservatism grovels before the tyrant rule of routine, despite that turbulent and licentious independence which ever suggests revolt against the ruler. His mental torpidity, founded upon physical indolence, renders immediate action and all manner of exertion distasteful. His conscious weakness shows itself in the overweening arrogance and intolerance. His crass and self-satisfied ignorance makes him glorify the most ignoble superstitions, while acts of revolting savagery are the natural results of a malignant fanaticism and a furious hatred of every creed beyond the pale of el-Islam. It must be confessed that these contrasts make a curious and interesting tout ensemble. End of section 14. Recording by Safa Gnaim, Berlin, Germany. Section 15 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophiganem, Berlin, Germany. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. 1. The Origin of the Nights. A. The Birthplace. Here occur the questions. Where and when was written? And to whom do we owe a prose poem which, like the dramatic epos of Herodotus, has no equal? I proceed to lay before the reader a procès-verbal of the sundry pleadings already in court, as concisely as is compatible with intelligibility, furnishing him with references to original authorities, and warning him that a fully detailed account would fill a volume. Even my own reasons for decidedly taking one side and rejecting the other must be stated briefly. And before entering upon the subject, I would distribute the prose matter of our recueil of folklore under 3 heads. 1. The apologue or beast fable proper, a theme which may be of any age, as it is found in the hieroglyphics and in the cuneiforms. 2. The fairy tale. As for brevity, we may term the stories based upon supernatural agency. This was a favorite with olden Persia, and Muhammad, most austere and puritanical of the prophets, strongly objected to it because preferred by the more sensible of his converts to the dry legends of the Talmud and the Quran, quite as fabulous without the halo and glamour of fancy. 3. The histories and historical anecdotes, analects, and acroamata, in which the names, when not used achronistically by the editor or copier, give unerring data for the earliest data quo, and which, by the mode of treatment, suggest the latest. Each of these constituents will require further notice when the subject matter of the book is discussed. The metrical portion of the nights may also be divided into 3 categories, viz. 1. The oldest and classical poetry of the Arabs. Example, the various quotations from the suspended poems. 2. The medieval, beginning with the laureates of al-Rashid's court, such as al-Asma'i, Abu Nowas, and ending with al-Hariri, A.H., 446 to 516 equals 1030 to 1100. 3. The modern quotations and the pièces de circonstance by the editors or copyists of the compilation. Upon the metrical portion, also further notices must be offered at the end of this essay. In considering the uncle derivator of the nights, we must carefully separate subject matter from language matter. The neglect of such essential difference has caused the remark, "It is not a little curious that the origin of a work which has been known to Europe and has been studied by many during nearly 2 centuries should still be so mysterious, and that students have failed in all attempts to detect the secret." Hence, also the chief authorities at once branched off into 2 directions. One held the work to be practically Persian, the other as persistently declared it to be purely Arab. Professor Galland, in his epistle dedicatory to the Marquise d'O, daughter of his patron Monsieur de Goyerage, show his literary acumen and unfailing sagacity by deriving the nights from India via Persia, and held that they had been reduced to their present shape by an auteur arabe inconnu. This reference to India, also learnedly advocated by Monsieur Langlais, was inevitable in those days. It had not then been proved that India owed all her literature to far older civilizations, and even that her alphabet, the Nagari, erroneously called Devanagari, was derived through Phoenicia and Himyar land from ancient Egypt. So Europe was contented to compare the nights with the fables of Pilpay for upwards of a century. At last, a Pahlavi or Old Iranian origin of the work was found an able and strenuous advocate in Baron von Hammer Purgstall, who worthily continued what Galland had begun. Although a most inexact writer, he was extensively read in Oriental history and poetry. His contention was that the book is an Arabization of the Persian Hazar Afsana, or Thousand Tales, and he proved his point. Von Hammer began by summoning into court the Herodotus of the Arabs, Ali Abu al-Hasan al-Masudi, who, in A.H. 333, equals 944, about 1 generation before the founding of Cairo, published at Basra the first edition of his far-famed Muruj al-Dahab wa Madin al-Jawahar, Meads of Gold and Mines of Gems. The Styrian Orientalist quotes, with sundry misprints, an ampler version of a passage in chapter 68, which is abbreviated in the French translation of M.C. Barbier de Maynard. And indeed, many men well acquainted with their Arab histories opine that the stories above mentioned with other trifles were strung together by men who commended themselves to the kings by relating them, and who found favor with their contemporaries by committing them to memory and by reciting them. Of such fashion is the fashion of the books, which have come down to us, translated from the Persian, Farasiya, the Indian, Hindiya, and the Greco-Roman, Rumiya. We have noted the judgment which should be passed upon compositions of this nature. Such is the book entitled Hazar Afsaneh, or the Thousand Tales, which word in Arabic signifies khurafa, faciti. It is known to the public under the name of The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Kitab Alf Layla wa Layla. This is an history of a king and his wazir, the minister's daughter, and a slave girl, Shahryar, who are named Shahrazad, lion-born, and Dinarzad, ducat-born. Such also is the tale of Farza, Ali Firza, and Simas, containing details concerning the kings and wazirs of Hind, the book of Sinbad, and others of a similar stamp. Von Hemmer adds, quoting chapters 68 of Al-Masudi, that Al-Mansur, 2nd Abbasid A.H., 136 to 158, equals 754 to 775, and grandfather of Al-Rashid, caused many translations of Greek and Latin, Syriac and Persian, Pahlavi, works to be made into Arabic, specifying the Kalila wa Damna, the fables of Bidpai, Pilpay, the logic of Aristotle, the geography of Ptolemy, and the elements of Euclid. Hence, he concludes, l'original de 1001 nuits, selon toute vraisemblance, a été traduit au temps du calife Mansur, c'est-à-dire 30 ans avant le règne du calife Haroun al-Rashid, qui, par la suite, devait lui-même jouer un si grand rôle dans ces histoires. Also, he notes that, about a century after al-Masudi had mentioned the Hazar Afsaneh, it was versified and probably remodeled by one Rasti, the Takhulus, or nom de plume of a bard, at the court of Mahmud, the Ghaznavite Sultan, who, after a reign of 33 years, died A.D. 1030. Von Hammer, some 12 years afterwards, Jean Assier Auguste, 1839, brought forward in his Notes sur l'origine persane de 1001 nuits a second and an even more important witness. This was the famous Kitab al-Fihrist, or index list of Arabic works, written in AH 387 equals 987, by Muhammad bin Ishaq al-Nadim, cup companion or equerry, popularly known as Abu Yaqub el-Werik. The following is an extract, page 304, from the 8th discourse, which consists of 3 arts, funum. The first section, on the history of the confabulators nocturni, tellers of night tales, and the relators of fanciful adventures, together with the names of books treating upon such subjects. Muhammad ibn Ishaq Saith, the first who indicted themes of imagination and made books of them, consigning these works to the libraries, and who ordered some of them, as though related by the tongues of brute beasts, were the Paleo-Persians, and the kings of the first dynasty. The Ashkanian kings of the third dynasty appended others to them, and they were augmented and amplified in the days of the Sassanids, the fourth and last royal house. The Arabs also translated them into Arabic, and the loquent and eloquent polished and embellished them and wrote others resembling them. The first work of such kind was entitled The Book of Hazar Afsan, signifying Elf Khurafa, the argument whereof was as follows. A king of their kings was wont, when he wedded a woman and had lain one night with her, to slay her on the next morning. Presently he espoused a damsel of the daughters of the kings, Shahrazad, hight one endowed with intellect and erudition, and whenas she lay with him, she fell to telling him tales of fancy. Moreover, she used to connect the story at the end of the night with that which might induce the king to preserve her alive, and to ask her of its ending on the next night until 1,000 nights had passed over her. Meanwhile he cohabitated with her till she blessed by boon of child of him, when she acquainted him with the device she had wrought upon him, wherefore he admired her intelligence, and inclined to her, and preserved her life. That king had also a Kahramana, nurse and duenna, not entremetus, hight Dinarzad, who aided the wife in his artifice. It is also said that this book was composed for or by Humay, daughter of Bahman, and in it were included other matters. Muhammad bin Ishaq adds, and the truth is, inshallah, the first who solaced himself with hearing night tales was Al-Iskandar, he of Macedon, and he had a number of men who used to relate to him imagery, stories, and provoke him to laughter. He, however, designed not therein merely to please himself, but that he might thereby become the more cautious and alert. After him and the kings, in like fashion, made use of the book entitled Hazar Afsan, it containeth 1,000 nights, but less than 200 night stories. For a single history often occupied several nights. I have seen it complete sundry times, and it is, in truth, a corrupted book of cold tales. A writer in the Athenaeum, objecting to Lane's modern date for the nights, adduces evidence to prove the greater antiquity of the work. Abu al-Hasan ibn Sayyid bin Musa al-Ghanati of Granada, born in AH 615 equals 1218, and died in Tunis AH 685 equals 1286, left his native city and arrived at Cairo in AH 639 equals 1241. This Spanish poet and historian wrote Al-Muhalla bi al-Ashar, the Adorned with Verses, a topography of Egypt and Africa, which is apparently now lost. In this, he quotes from Al-Qurtubi, the Cordovan, and he in turn is quoted by the Arab historian of Spain, Abu al-Abbas Ahmad bin Muhammad al-Makari, in the Wind Wafts of Perfume from the Branches of Andalusia the Blooming, AD 1628 to 29. Mr. Payne, 301, thus translates from Dr. Dozy's published text. Ibn Sayyid, may God have mercy upon him, sets forth in his book Al-Muhalla bis Shahr, quoting from Al-Qurtubi the story of the building of the Hudej in the Garden of Cairo, the which was the magnificent pleasuances of the Fatimite Caliphs, the rare of ordinance and surpassing, to wit, that the Caliph al-Amir bi Akam Ilah let build it for the Bedouin woman, the love of whom had gotten the mastery of him in the neighborhood of the chosen garden, and used to resort often thereto, and was slain as he went thither. It ceased not to be a pleasuring place for the caliphs after him. The folk abound in stories of the Bedouin girl and Ibn Maya, of the sons and her uncle, cousin, and what hangs thereby of the mention of El-Amir, so that the tales told of them on this account became like unto the story of El-Batal, and the 1,000 Nights and a Night, and what resembleth them. The same passage from Ibn Sayyid, corresponding in 3 MSS, occurs in the famous Khitat, attributed to Al-Makrizi, died AD 1444, and was thus translated from a MS in the British Museum by Mr. John Payne, 303. The Caliph al-Amir bi-Akham Illah set apart in the neighborhood of the chosen garden a place for his beloved, the Bedouin maid, Aliyah, which he named al-Hudej. Quoth Ibn Sa'id in the book Al-Muhalla bil Ashhar in the history of al-Qurtubi concerning the traditions of the folk story of the Bedouin maid, and Ibn Menna, Maya, of the sons of her uncle, and what hangs thereby of the mention of the Khalif el-Amir be'acham illah, so that their traditions or tales upon the garden became like unto el-Batal and the 1,000 Nights and what resembleth them. This evidently means either that the Nights existed in the days of el-Amir, 12th century, or that the author compared them with a work popular in his own age. Mr. Payne attaches much importance to the discrepancy of titles, which appears to me a minor detail. The change of names is easily explained. Amongst the Arabs, as amongst the wild Irish, there is divinity, the proverb says luck, in odd numbers, and consequently the others are inauspicious. Hence, as Sir William Owsley says, Travels 2:21, the number 1001 is a favorite in the East. Olivier, Voyages 6:385, Paris, 1807, and quotes the cistern of the 1001 columns at Constantinople. Kempfer, Ammon Exot, page 38, notes that the Taqiyas, or dervishes, convents, and the mazars, or santons, tombs near Konya, Iconium, multa seges sepulcralium, que virorum ex omni evo doctissimorum exuvias condunt, 1001 recenset octur libri qui inscribetur Hasair veyek mesar, Hazar veyek mesar. That is to say, 1001 mausolea. A book, the Hazar o Yakruz, equals 1001 days, was composed in the mid-17th century by the famous Dervish Mukhlis, chief Sufi of Isfahan. It was translated into French by Pétis de la Croix with a preface by Cazot, and was Englished by Ambrose Phillips. Lastly, in India and throughout Asia, where Indian influence extends, the number of ciphers not followed by a significant number is indefinite. For instance, to determine hundreds, the Hindus affix the required figure to the end, and for 100 write 101. For 1000, 1001. But the grand fact of the Hazar Asfaneh is its being the archetype of the Nights, unquestionably proving that the Arab work borrows from the Persian bodily its cadra or framework, the principal characteristic. Its exordium and its denouement, whilst the two heroines still bear the old Persic names. Baron Sylvester de Sacy, Clarum et Venerible Nomen, is the chief authority for the Arab provenance of the Nights, apparently founding his observations upon Galland. He is of the opinion that the work, as now known, was originally composed in Syria and written in the vulgar dialect, that it was never completed by the author, whether he was prevented by death or by other cause, and that imitators endeavored to finish the work by inserting romances which were already known but which formed no part of the original recueil, such as the Travels of Sinbad the Seaman, the Book of Seven Wazirs, and others. He accepts the Persian scheme and cadre of the work, but no more. He contends that no considerable body of pre-Muhammadan or non-Arabic fiction appears in the actual texts, and that all the tales, even those dealing with events localized in Persia, India, China, and other infidel lands, and dated them from anti-Islamite ages, mostly with the naivest anachronism, confine themselves to depicting the people, manners, and customs of Baghdad and Mosul, Damascus and Cairo, during the Abbasid epoch. And he makes a point of the whole being impregnated with the strongest and most zealous spirit of Mohammedanism. He points out that the language is the popular or vulgar dialect, differing widely from the classical and literary, that it contains many words in common modern use, and that generally it suggests the decadence of Arabian literature. Of one tale, he remarks, the history of the loves of Camaralzaman and Budur, Princess of China, is no more Indian or Persian than the others. The prince's father has Muslims for subjects. His mother is named Fatima, and when imprisoned, he solaces himself with reading the Quran. The Jinni who interpose in these adventures are, again, those who had dealings with Solomon. In fine, all that we here find of the city of the Magians, as well as of the fire worshippers, suffices to show that one would not expect to discover in it anything save the production of a Muslim writer. All this, with due deference to so high an authority, is very superficial. Granted, which nobody denies, that the archetypal Hazar Asfaneh was translated from Persic into Arabic nearly 1,000 years ago. It had ample time and verge enough to assume another and a foreign dress, the corpus, however, remaining untouched. Under the hands of a host of editors, scribes, and copyists who have no scruples anent changing words, names, and dates, abridging descriptions, and attaching their own decorations, the florid and rhetorical Persians would readily be converted into the straightforward business-like matter of fact Arabic. And what easier than to Islamize the old Zoroastrianism, to transform Ahriman into Iblis, the Shaitan, Jan bin Jan into Father Adam, and Divs and Paris of Kayumars, and the olden Gubre kings into the Jinns and Jinniyas of Suleiman. Volumes are spoken by the fact that the Arab adapter did not venture to change the Persic names of the two heroines and of the royal brothers, or to transfer the mise en scène anywhither from Khorasan or Outer Persia. Where the story has not been too much worked by the literato's pen, for instance, the 10 Wazirs in the Bresel edition 6, 191 to 343, which is the Gebra Bakhtiarnama, the names and incidents are Old Iranian, and with few exceptions, distinctly Persian. And at times we can detect the process of transition. For example, when Mazin of Khorasan and the Wortley Montague MS becomes the Hassan of Basora of the Turner Macan MS, Mac edition. Evidently, the learned baron had not studied such works of the Tota Kahani, or parrot chat, which notably translated by Nakhshabi from the Sanskrit Sukha Saptati, has now become as orthodoxically Muslim as the Knights. The old Hindu Raja becomes Ahmad Sultan of Balkh. The Prince of Maimun and his wife Khajista. Another instance of such radical change is the later Syriac version of Khalila wa Dimna, Old Pilpay, converted to Christianity. We find precisely the same process in European folklore. For instance, the Gesta Romanorum, in which, after 500 years, the life, manners, and customs of the Romans lapse into the knightly and chivalrous, the Christian and ecclesiastical developments of medieval Europe. Here, therefore, I hold that the Austrian Arabist has proved his point, whilst the Frenchman has failed. Mr. Lane, during his 3 years' labor of translation, first accepted von Hammer's view, and then came around to that of de Sacy, differing, however, in minor details, especially in the native country of the Knights. Syria had been chosen because then the most familiar to Europeans. The wife of Bath had made 3 pilgrimages to Jerusalem, but few cared to visit the barbarous and dangerous Nile Valley. Mr. Lane, however, was an enthusiast for Egypt, or rather for Cairo, the only part of it he knew. And when he pronounces the Knights to be of purely Arab, that is, of Nilotic origin, his opinion is entitled to no more deference than his deriving the sub-African and Negroid Fella from Arabia, the land per excellentiam of pure and noble blood. Other authors have wandered still further afield, some finding Mosul idioms in the Rokoi, proposed Middlegates for its birthplace, and Mr. W.G.P. Palgrave boldly says, "The origin of this entertaining work appears to have been composed in Baghdad about the 11th century. Another, less popular but very spirited version is probably of Tunisian authorship and somewhat later." End of section 15. Recording by Safaganim, Berlin, Germany.
Section 16 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. The Origin of the Nights. B. The Date. The next point to consider is the date of the nights in its present form, and here opinions range between the 10th and the 16th centuries. Professor Gallant began by placing it arbitrarily in the middle of the 13th. De Sacy, who abstained from detailing reasons and who, forgetting the number of editors and scribes through whose hands it must have passed, argued only from the nature of the language and the peculiarities of style, proposed le milieu du 9e siècle de l'Égir equals A.D. 1445-6 as its latest date. Mr. Hole, who knew the nights only through Gallen's version, had already advocated in his Remarks the close of the 15th century, and Messire Caussin, de Perceval, upon the authority of a supposed note in Gallen's manuscript, Volume 3, folio 20 verso, declares the compiler to have been living in A.D. 1548 and 1565. Mr. Lane says, "Not begun earlier than the last fourth of the 15th century, nor ended before the first fourth of the 16th," that is, soon after Egypt was conquered by Selim, Sultan of the Osmanli Turks, in A.D. 1517. Lastly, the learned Dr. Weil says in his too far scanty Vorwort, page 9, second edition,
Das Wahrscheinlichste dürfte also sein, dass im 15. Jahrhundert ein Ägypter nach altem Vorbilde Erzählungen für 1001 Nächte teils erdichtete, teils nach mündlichen Sagen oder früheren schriftlichen Aufzeichnungen bearbeitete, dass er aber entweder sein Werk nicht vollendete oder dass ein Teil desselben verloren ging, so dass das Fehlende von andern bis ins 16. Jahrhundert hinein durch neue Erzählungen ergänzt wurde.
But, as justly observed by Mr. Payne, the first step when inquiring into the original date of the nights is to determine the nucleus of the repertory by a comparison of the 4 printed texts and the dozen manuscripts, which have been collated by scholars. This process makes it evident that the tales common to all were the following 13. 1. The introduction, with a single incidental story, the Bull and the Ass. 2. The Trader and the Genie, with 3 incidentals. 3. The Fisherman and the Genie, with 4. 4. The Porter and the 3 Ladies of Baghdad, with 6. 5. The Tale of the 3 Apples. 6. The Tale of the Nur al-Din Ali and his son Badr al-Din Hassan. 7. The Hunchback's Tale, with 11 incidentals. 8. Nur al-Din and Anis al-Jalis. 9. The Tale of Ghanim bin Ayyub, with 2 incidentals. 10. Ali bin Bakar and Shams al-Nahar, with 2. 11. Tale of Kamar al-Zaman. 12. The Ebony Horse. And 13. Julnar the Seaborn. These 42 tales, occupying 120 nights, form less than a fifth part of the whole collection, which in the Macedonian edition contains a total of 264. Hence Dr. Patrick Russell, the natural historian of Aleppo, whose valuable monograph amply deserves study even in this our day, believed that the original nights did not outnumber 200, to which subsequent writers added, till the total of 1001 was made up. Dr. Jonathan Scott, who quotes Russell, "held it highly probable that the tales of the original Arabian Nights did not run through more than 280 nights, if so many." To this subjection I may subjoin, "Abent sua fate libelli." Galland, who preserves in his Mille et une Nuits only about 1/4 of the nights, ends them in number 264 with the 7th voyage of Sinbad. After that he intentionally omits the dialogue between the sisters and the reckoning of time, to proceed uninterruptedly with the tales. And so his imitator, Petit de la Croix, in his Mille et un Jours, reduces the 1000 to 232. The internal chronological evidence offered by the collection is useful only in enabling us to determine that the tales were not written after a certain epoch. The actual dates, and consequently all deductions from them, are vitiated by the habits of the scribes. For instance, we find the tale of the fisherman and the genie, Volume 1, 41, placed in A.H. 169 = A.D. 785, which is hardly possible. The immortal barber in the Tailor's Tale, Volume 1, 304, places his adventure with the unfortunate lover on Safar 10, A.H. 653, = March 25th, 1255, and 7,320 years of the era of Alexander. This is supported in his tale of himself, Volume 1, pages 317 to 348, where he dates his banishment from Baghdad during the reign of the penultimate Abbaside, Al-Mustansir Billah, A.H. 623 to 640, = 1225 to 1242, and his return to Baghdad after the accession of another caliph, who can be no other than Al-Mutasim Billah, A.H. 640 to 656, = A.D. 1242 to 1258. Again, at the end of the tale, Volume 1, 350, he is described as "an ancient man past his 90th year," and "a very old man" in the days of Al-Mustansir, Volume 1, 318, so that the hunchback's adventure can hardly be placed earlier than A.D. 1265, or 7 years after the storming of Baghdad by Hulaku Khan, successor of Genghis Khan, a terrible catastrophe which resounded throughout the civilized world. Yet there is no allusion to this crucial epoch, and the total silence suffices to invalidate the date. Could we assume it as true, by adding to A.D. 1265 half a century for the composition of the Hunchback's story and its incidentals, we should place the earliest date in A.D. 1315. As little can we learn from inferences which have been drawn from the body of the book. At most, they point to its several additions or redactions. In the tale of the Ensorcelled Prince, Volume 1, 77, Mr. Lane, Volume 1, 135, conjectured that the 4 colors of the fishes were suggested by the sumptuary laws of the Mameluke Soldan, Mohammed ibn Kalaun, "subsequently to the commencement of the 8th century of the flight, or 14th of our era." But he forgets that the same distinction of dress was enforced by the Caliph Omar after the capture of Jerusalem in A.D. 636, that it was revived by Harun al-Rashid, a contemporary of Carolus Magnus, and that it was noticed as a long-standing grievance by the so-called Mandeville in A.D. 1322. In the tale of the Porter and the Ladies of Baghdad, the Sultani oranges, Volume 1, 83, have been connected with Sultaniyah city in Persian Iraq, which was founded about the middle of the 13th century. But Sultani may simply mean royal, a superior growth. The same story makes mention, Volume 1, 94, of calendars, or religious mendicants, a term popularly corrupted, even in writing, to Karandal. Here again kalandar may be due only to the scribes, as the Breslau edition reads Salauk = asker, beggar. The Khan al-Masur in the Nazarene broker's story, 1-65, was a ruin during the early 9th century A.H. equals A.D. 1420. But the Bab Zuwaylah, 1-69, dates from A.D. 1087. In the same tale occurs the Darb al-Munkari, or Munakari, which is probably the Darb al-Munkadi of al-Makrisi's careful topography, the Khitat, 240. Here we learn that in his time, about A.D. 1430, the name had become obsolete, and the highway was known as Darb el-Amir Bakhtimir al-Ustadar, from one of the two high officials who both died in the 14th century, circa A.D. 1350. And lastly, we have the Khan al-Jawali, built about A.D. 1320. In Badr al-Din Hassan, Volume 1, 237, Sahib is given as a wazirial title, and it dates only from the end of the 14th century. In Sinbad the Seaman, there is an allusion, Volume 6, 67, to the great Hindu kingdom, Vijayanangar of the Narasimha, the great power of the Deccan. But this may be due to editors or scribes, as the despotism was founded only in the 14th century, A.D. 1320. The Ebony Horse, Volume 5, 1, apparently dates before Chaucer, and The Sleeper and the Waker, Breslau edition, 4, 134-189, may precede Shakespeare's Taming of the Shrew. No stress, however, can be laid upon such resemblances, the nouvelles being world-wide. But when we come to the last stories, especially to Kamar al-Zaman II and the tale of Ma'aruf, we are apparently in the 15th and 16th centuries. The first contains, Night 977, the word Lawandaya, Levantine, the mention of a watch, Sa'a, in the next night, and further on, 926, the Shaykh al-Islam, an officer invented by Muhammad II after the capture of Stamboul in A.D. 1453. In Ma'aruf, the Adaliya is named, the mosque founded outside the Bab al-Nasr by al-Malik al-Adil, Tuman Bey, in A.H. 906 equals A.D. 1501. But, I repeat, all these names may be mere interpolations. On the other hand, a study of the vie intime in al-Islam, and of the manners and customs of the people, proves that the body of the work, as it now stands, must have been written before A.D. 1400. The Arabs use wines, ciders, and barley beer, not distilled spirits. They have no coffee or tobacco, and, while familiar with smallpox, Judri, they ignore syphilis. The battles in the nights were fought with bows and javelins, swords, spears, for infantry, and lances for cavalry. And, whenever firearms are mentioned, we must suspect the scribe. Such is the case with the madfa or cannon by means of which Badr al-Din Hassan breaches the bulwarks of the Lady of Beauty's virginity, 1-23. This consideration would determine the work to have been written before the 14th century. We ignore the invention date and the inventor of gunpowder, as of all old discoveries which have affected mankind at large. All we know is that the popular ideas betray great ignorance, and we are led to suspect that an explosive compound, having been discovered in the earliest ages of human society, was utilized by steps so gradual that history has neglected to trace the series. According to Demine, bullets for stuffing with some incendiary composition, in fact bombs, were discovered by Dr. Keller in the Palaphites or Cranogs of Switzerland, and the Hindus Agni Astar, fire weapon, Agni Ban, fire arrow, and Shatagni, 100 killer, like the Roman Phalarica and the Greek fire of Byzantium, suggest explosives. Indeed, Dr. Opert accepts the statement of Flavius Philostratus that when Apollonius of Tyana, that grand semi-mythical figure, was travelling in India, He learned the reason why Alexander of Macedon desisted from attacking the Osidraci, who lived between the Ganges and the Hyphasis (Satadru or Sutlej). "These holy men, beloved by the gods, overthrow their enemies with tempests and thunderbolts shot from their walls." Passing over the Arab sieges of Constantinople (A.D. 668) and Mecca (A.D. 690), and the disputed passage in Firishta touching the tufang or musket during the reign of Mohammed the Ghaznevite (O.B. A.D. 1030), we come to the days of Alfonso the Valiant, whose long and short guns, used at the siege of Madrid in 1810-84, are preserved in the Armeria Real. Viardot has noted that the African Arabs first employed cannon in A.D. 1200, and that the Maghrebis defended Algeciras near Gibraltar with great guns in A.D. 1247, and utilized them to besiege Seville in A.D. 1342. This last feat of arms introduced the cannon into barbarous northern Europe, and it must have been known to civilized Asia for many a decade before that date. The mention of wine in the Nights, especially the nabiz, or fermented infusion of raisins well known to the pre-Mohammedan Badawis, perpetually recurs. As a rule, except only in the case of holy personages, and mostly of the Caliph al-Rashid, the "service of wine" appears immediately after the hands are washed, and women as well as men drink, like true Orientals, for the honest purpose of getting drunk, la recherche de l'idéal, as the process has been called. Yet distillation became well known in the 14th century. Amongst the Greeks and Romans it was confined to manufacturing aromatic waters, and Nicander the poet, B.C. 140, used for a still the term (word omitted), like the Irish pot and its produce poteen. The simple art of converting salt water into fresh by boiling the former and passing the steam through a cooled pipe into a recipient would not have escaped the students of the philosopher's stone, and thus we find throughout Europe the Arabic modification of Greek terms, alchemy, alembic, chemistry and elixir; while alcohol, alcohol, originally meaning extreme tenuity or impalpable state of pulverulent substances, clearly shows the origin of the article. Avicenna, who died in A.H. 428 = 1036, nearly 200 years before we read of distillation in Europe, compared the human body with an alembic, the belly being the cucurbit and the head the capital. He forgot one important difference, but n'importe. Spirits of wine were first noticed in the 13th century, when the Arabs had overrun the western Mediterranean, by Arnaldus de Villanova, who dubs the new invention a universal panacea, and his pupil, Raymond Lully, born Majorca, A.D. 1236, declared this essence of wine to be a boon from the Deity. Now the Nights, even in the latest adjuncts, never allude to the "white coffee" of the respectable Moslem, the raki, raisin brandy, or mahayat, aqua vitae, of the modern Mahometan. The drinkers confine themselves to wine, like our contemporary Dalmatians, one of the healthiest and the most vigorous of seafaring races in Europe. Syphilis also, which at the end of the 15th century began to infect Europe, is ignored by the Nights. I do not say it actually began. Diseases do not begin except with the dawn of humanity, and their history, as far as we know, is simple enough. They are at first sporadic and comparatively non-lethal. At certain epochs, which we can determine, and for reasons which as yet we cannot, they break out into epidemics raging with frightful violence. They then subside into the endemic state, and lastly they return to the milder, sporadic form. For instance, English cholera was known of old. In 1831 (October 26), the Asiatic type took its place, and now, after sundry violent epidemics, the disease is becoming endemic on the northern seaboard of the Mediterranean, notably in Spain and Italy. So smallpox, Al-Judri, Volume 1, 256, passed over from Central Africa to Arabia in the year of Muhammad's birth, A.D. 570, and thence overspread the civilized world, as an epidemic, an endemic, and a sporadic successively. The greater pox has appeared in human bones of prehistoric graves, and Moses seems to mention gonorrhea, Leviticus 15:12. Passing over allusions in Juvenal and Martial, we find Eusebius relating that Galerius died, A.D. 302, of ulcers on the genitals and other parts of his body, and about a century afterwards, Bishop Palladius records that one Hero, after conversation with a prostitute, fell a victim to an abscess on the penis. Phasidinik Schenker. In 1347, the famous Joanna of Naples founded, at age 23, in her town of Avignon, a bordel whose inmates were to be medically inspected, a measure to which England, pro pudor, still objects. In her Statutes du Lieu Public d'Avignon, No. 4, she expressly mentions the Malinvut de Payardis. Such houses, says Ricord, who studied the subject since 1832, were common in France after A.D. 1200, and sporadic venereals were known there. But in A.D. 1493-94 an epidemic broke out with alarming intensity at Barcelona, as we learn from the Tratado llamado Fruto de todos los Santos contra el mal serpentino, venido de la Isla Española, of Rodrigo Ruiz Diaz, the specialist. In Santo Domingo the disease was common under the names hippas, guainaras, and tainastisas. Hence the opinion in Europe that it arose from the mixture of European and Indian blood. Some attributed it to the gypsies who migrated to Western Europe in the 15th century, others to the Moriscos expelled from Spain. But the pest got its popular name after the violent outbreak at Naples in A.D. 1493-4, when Charles VIII of Anjou, with a large army of mercenaries, Frenchmen, Spaniards, and Germans, attacked Ferdinand II. Thence it became known as the Mal de Naples and Morbus Gallicus, Una Gallica being still the popular term in Neo-Latin lands, and the French disease in England. As early as July 1496, Marin Sanuto, Journal 1, 171, describes with details the mal francoso. The scientific syphilis dates from Fracastori's poem, A.D. 1521, in which Syphilis the shepherd is struck like Job for abusing the sun. After crippling a pope, Sixtus IV., and killing a king, Francis I., the gross verole began to abate its violence, under the effects of mercury, it is said, and became endemic, a stage still shown at Shirlievo near Fiume, where legend says it was implanted by the Napoleonic soldiery. The Aleppo and other buttons also belong apparently to the same grade. Elsewhere it settled as a sporadic, and now it appears to be dying out, while gonorrhea is on the increase. The Nights, I have said, belongs to the days before coffee, A.D. 1550, and tobacco, A.D. 1650, had overspread the East. The former, which derives its name from the Kaffa or Kaffa province, lying south of Abyssinia proper and peopled by the Sidama Galas, was introduced to Mocha of Al-Yaman in A.D. 1429-30 by the Sheikh al-Shazili, who lies buried there, and found a congenial name in the Arabic kawa, old wine. In the Nights, Macedonian edition, it is mentioned 12 times, but never in the earlier tales. Except in the case of Kamar al-Zaman II, it evidently does not belong to the epic, and we may fairly suspect the scribe. In the 16th century, coffee began to take the place of wine in the Nearer East, and it gradually ousted the classical drink from daily life and from folk tales. It is the same with tobacco, which is mentioned only once by the Nights, 931, in conjunction with meat, vegetables, and fruit, and where it is called taba. Lane, 3 615, holds it to be the work of a copyist, but in the same tale of Abu Kir and Abu Sir, sherbet and coffee appear to have become en vogue, in fact to have gained the ground they now hold. The result of Lord Macartney's mission to China was a suggestion that smoking might have originated spontaneously in the Old World. This is undoubtedly true. The Bushmen and other wild tribes of southern Africa threw their dakka (Cannabis indica) on the fire and sat around it inhaling the intoxicating fumes. Smoking without tobacco was easy enough. The North American Indians of the Great Red Pipe Stone Quarry, and those who lived above the line where nicotiana grew, used the kenny kinnick, or bark of the red willow, and some 7 other succedanea. But tobacco proper, which soon superseded all materials except hemp and opium, was first adopted by the Spaniards of Santo Domingo in A.D. 1496, and reached England in 1565. Hence the word, which, amongst the so-called red men, denoted the pipe, the container, not the contained, spread over the Old World as a generic term with additions, like tutoon for special varieties. The change in English manners brought about by the cigar after dinner has already been noticed, and much of the modified sobriety of the present day may be attributed to the influence of the holy herb in cigarette. Such, we know from history, was its effect amongst Moslems, and the normal wine parties of the nights suggest that the pipe was unknown even when the latest tales were written. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. The Origin of the Nights. C. We know absolutely nothing of the author or authors who produced our marvellous recueil. Galland justly observes, probably this great work is not by a single hand, for how can we suppose that one man alone could own a fancy fertile enough to invent so many ingenious fictions? Mr. Lane, and Mr. Lane alone, opined that the work was written in Egypt by one person, or at most by 2, one ending what the other had begun, and that he, or they, had rewritten the tales and completed the collection by new matter composed or arranged for the purpose. It is hard to see how the distinguished Arabist came to such a conclusion. At most, it can be true only of the editors and scribes of manuscripts, evidently copied from each other, such as the Macnaghten and the Bulak texts. As the reviewer in the Asiatic Journal says, every step we have taken in the collation of these agreeable fictions has confirmed us in the belief that the work called the Arabian Nights is rather a vehicle for stories, partly fixed and partly arbitrary, than a collection fairly deserving, from its conscious identity with itself, the name of a distinct work, and the reputation of having wholly emanated from the same inventive mind, to say nothing of the improbability of supposing that one individual, with every license to build upon the foundation of popular stories, a work which had once received a definite form from a single writer, would have been multiplied by the copyist with some regard at least to his arrangement of words, as well as matter. But the various copies we have seen bear about as much mutual resemblance as if they had passed through the famous process recommended for disguising a plagiarism. Translate your English author into French, and again into English. Moreover, the style of the several tales, which will be considered in a future page, so far from being homogeneous, is heterogeneous in the extreme. Different nationalities show themselves. West Africa, Egypt, and Syria are all represented. And while some authors are intimately familiar with Baghdad, Damascus, and Cairo, others are equally ignorant. All copies, written and printed, absolutely differ in the last tales, and a measure of the divergence can be obtained by comparing the Breslau edition with the Macnaghten text. Indeed, it is my conviction that the manuscripts preserved in Europe would add sundry volumes full of tales to those hitherto translated, and here the Wortley Montagu copy can be taken as a test. We may, I believe, safely compare the history of the knights with the so-called Homeric poems, the Iliad and the Odyssey, a collection of immortal ballads and old epic formulae and verses traditionally handed down from rhapsody to rhapsody, incorporated in a slowly increasing body of poetry, and finally welded together about the age of Pericles. To conclude, from the data above given, I hold myself justified in drawing the following deductions. 1. The framework of the book is purely Persian, perfunctorily Arabized, the archetype being the Hussar Afsana. 2. The oldest tales, such as Sinbad, the Seven Wazirs, and King Jaliad, may date from the reign of Al-Mansur, 8th century AD. 3. The 13 tales mentioned above as the nucleus of the repertory, together with Delilah the Crafty, may be placed in our 10th century. 4. The latest tales, notably Kamar al-Zaman II and Ma'aruf the Cobbler, are as late as the 16th century. 5. The work assumed its present form in the 13th century. 6. The author is unknown for the best reason. There never was one. For information touching the editors and copyists, we must await the fortunate discovery of some manuscripts. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Terminal Essay, The Knights in Europe. The history of the knights in Europe is one of slow and gradual development. The process was begun, 1704 to 1717, by Galland, a Frenchman, continued, 1823, by von Hammer, an Austro-German, and finished by Mr. John Payne, 1882 to 1884, an Englishman. But we must not forget that it is wholly and solely due to the genius of the Gaul that Europe owes the Arabian Nights' entertainments, over which Western childhood and youth have spent so many spelling hours. Antoine Galland was the first to discover the marvellous fund of material for the storyteller buried in the Oriental mind, and he had in a high degree that art of telling a tale which is far more captivating than culture or scholarship. Hence his delightful version, or perversion, became one of the world's classics, and at once made Shahrazad and Dinazad, Harun al-Rashid, the Calendars, and a host of other personages as familiar to the home reader as Prospero, Robinson Crusoe, Lemuel Gulliver, and Dr. Primrose, without the name and fame won for the work by the brilliant paraphrase of the learned and single-minded Frenchman, Lane's curious hash and Latinized English, at once turgid and emasculated, would have found few readers. Mr. Paine's admirable version appeals to the Orientalist and the stylist, not to the many-headed, and mine to the anthropologist and the student of Eastern manners and customs. Galland did it, and alone he did it. His fine literary flair, his pleasing style, his polished taste, and perfect tact at once made his work take high rank in the Republic of Letters, nor will the immortal fragment ever be superseded in the infallible judgment of childhood. As the Encyclopaedia Britannica has been pleased to ignore this excellent man and admirable Orientalist, numismatologist and litterateur, the reader may be not unwilling to see a short sketch of his biography. Antoine Galland was born in A.D. 1646 of peasant parents, poor and honest, at Rolleau, a little burg in Picardy some 2 leagues from Montdidier. He was a 7th child, and his mother, left a widow in early life and compelled to earn her livelihood, saw scant chance of educating him when the kindly assistance of a canon of the cathedral and president of the Collège de Noyon relieved her difficulties. In this establishment Galland studied Greek and Hebrew for 10 years, after which the straight thing at home apprenticed him to a trade. But he was made for letters. He hated manual labour, and he presently removed en cachette to Paris, where he knew only an ancient kinswoman. She introduced him to a priestly relative of the canon of Noyon, who in turn recommended him to the sous-principal of the Collège du Plessis. Here he made such notable progress in Oriental studies that Monsieur Petitpierre, a doctor of the Sorbonne, struck by his abilities, enabled him to study at the Collège Royal, and eventually to catalogue the Eastern manuscripts in the great ecclesiastical society. Thence he passed to the Collège Mazarin, where a Professor Godwin was making an experiment which might be revived to advantage in our present schools. He collected a class of boys, aged about 4, and proposed to teach them Latin speedily and easily by making them converse in the classical language as well as read and write it. Galland, his assistant, had not time to register success or failure before he was appointed attaché secretary to Monsieur de Nointel, named in 1660 Ambassadeur de France for Constantinople. His special province was to study the dogmas and doctrines, and to obtain official attestations concerning the articles of the Orthodox, or Greek, Christianity, which had then been a subject of lively discussion amongst certain Catholics, especially Arnauld, Antoine, and Claude the minister, and which even in our day occasionally crops up amongst Protestants. Galland, by frequenting the cafes and listening to the tale-teller, soon mastered Ramaic and grappled with the religious question under the tuition of a deposed patriarch and of sundry matrons or metropolitans, whom the persecutions of the pashas had driven for refuge to the Palais de France. Monsieur de Nointel, after settling certain knotty points in the capitulations, visited the harbour towns of the Levant and the holy places, including Jerusalem, where Galland copied epigraphs, sketched monuments, and collected antiques, such as the marbles in the Bordelot Gallery, of which Père Dom Bernard de Montfaucon presently published specimens in his Paleographica Graeca, etc. Paresis, 1708. In Syria, Galland was unable to buy a copy of the Nights, as he expressly states in his epistle dedicatory, Il a fallu le faire venir de Syrie, but he prepared himself for translating it by studying the manners and customs, the religion and superstitions of the people, and in 1675, leaving his chief, who was ordered back to Stamboul, he returned to France. In Paris, his numismatic fame recommended him to Messieurs Vaillant, Carcery, and Giraud, who strongly urged a second visit to the Levant for the purpose of collecting, and he set out without delay. In 1691 He made a third journey, travelling at the expense of the Compagnie des Indes Orientales, with the main object of making purchases for the library and museum of Colbert the Magnificent. The commission ended 18 months afterwards with the changes of the company, when Colbert and the Marquis de Louvois caused him to be created antiquary to the king, Louis le Grand, and charged him with collecting coins and medals for the royal cabinet. As he was about to leave Smyrna, he had a narrow escape from the earthquake and subsequent fire, which destroyed some 15,000 of the inhabitants. He was buried in the ruins, but his kitchen, being cold as becomes a philosopher's, he was dug out unburnt. Galland again returned to Paris, where his familiarity with Arabic and Hebrew, Persian and Turkish, recommended him to Messieurs Thevenot and Bignon. This first president of the Grand Council acknowledged his services by a pension. He also became a favourite with D'Herbelot, whose Bibliothèque Orientale, left unfinished at his death, he had the honour of completing and prefacing. President Bignon died within the 12-month, which made Galland attach himself in 1697 to M. Foucault, Councillor of State and Intendant Governor of Caen in Lower Normandy, then famous for its academy. In his new patron's fine library and numismatic collection, he found materials for a long succession of works, including a translation of the Koran. They recommended him strongly to the literary world, and in 1701 he was made a member of the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles-Lettres. At Caen, Galland issued in 1704 the first part of his Mille et une Nuits, conte arabe traduit en français, which at once became famous as the Arabian Nights' Entertainments. Mutilated, fragmentary, and paraphrastic though the tales were, the glamour of imagination, the marvel of the miracles, and the gorgeousness and magnificence of the scenery at once secured an exceptional success. It was a revelation in romance, and the public recognized that it stood in the presence of a monumental literary work. France was afire with delight at something so new, so unconventional, so entirely without purpose, religious, moral, or philosophical. The Oriental wanderer, in his stately robes, was a startling surprise to the easy-going and utterly corrupt Europe of the ancient regime, with its indecently tight garments and perfectly loose morals. Ils produiseront, said Charles Nodier, a genius in his way, dès le moment de leur publication, cet effet qui assure aux productions de l'esprit en vogue populaire, quoiqu'il appartienne à une littérature peu connue en France, et que ce genre de composition, admis ou plutôt exigeait des détails de mœurs, des caractères, des costumes et des localités absolument étrangers à tous les idées établies dans nos contes et nos romans. On fut étonné du charme qui résultait de leur lecture. C'est que la vérité des sentiments, la nouveauté des tableaux, une imagination féconde et prodige, un coloris plein de chaleur, l'attrait d'une sensibilité d'un prétention, et le seul d'un comique sans caricature. C'est que l'esprit et le naturel enfant plaisent partout, et plaisant à tout le monde. The conte arabe at once made Galland's name, and a popular tale is told of them and him, known to all reviewers who, however, mostly mangle it. In the Biographie universelle of Michaud, we find, dans les 2 premiers volumes de ses contes l'exode était toujours, ma chère sœur, si vous ne dormez pas, faites-nous un de ces contes que vous savez. Quelques jeunes gens, ennuyés de cette plate uniformité, allèrent une nuit qu'il faisait très grand froid, frapper à la porte de l'auteur qui courait en chemise à sa fenêtre. après l'avoir fait m'enfendre quelque temps par diverses questions insignificantes, il terminera en lui disant: Ah, monsieur Galland, si vous ne dormez pas, faites-nous un de ces beaux contes qui vous savez si bien. Galland profita de la leçon et supprima dans les volumes suivants le préamble qui lui avait attiré les plaisanteries. This legend has the merit of explaining why the professor so soon gave up the Arab framework which he had deliberately adopted. The Nights was at once translated from the French, though when, where, and by whom, no authority seems to know. In Lowndes' Biographer's Manual, the English Editio Princeps is thus noted: Arabian Nights Entertainments, translated from the French, London, 1724, 12 months, 6 volumes. And a footnote states that this translation, very inaccurate and vulgar in its diction, was often reprinted. In 1712, Addison introduced into The Spectator the story of Al-Nashar, and says that his remarks on hope may serve as a moral to an Arabian tale, which I find translated into French by Monsieur Galland. His version appears, from the tone and style, to have been made by himself, and yet, in that year, a second English edition had appeared. The nearest approach to the Editio Princeps in the British Museum is a set of 6 volumes, bound in 3, and corresponding with Galland's first half-dozen. Tomes 1 and 2 are from the 4th edition of 1713. Numbers 3 and 4 are from the 2nd of 1712, and 5 and 6 are from the 3rd of 1715. It is conjectured that the first 2 volumes were reprinted several times, apart from their subsequents, as was the fashion of the day. But all is mystery. We, my friends and I, have turned over scores of books in the British Museum, the University Library, and the Advocates' Libraries of Edinburgh and Glasgow. I have been permitted to put the question in Notes and Queries and in the Antiquary, but all our researches hitherto have been in vain. The popularity of the Nights in England must have rivaled their vogue in France, judging from the fact that in 1713, or 9 years after Galland's Editio Princeps appeared, they had already reached a 4th issue. Even the ignoble national jealousy which prompted Sir William Jones grossly to abuse that valiant scholar, Auquetil de Perron, could not mar their popularity. But as there are men who cannot read Pickwick, so they were not wanting who spoke of dreams of the distempered fancy of the East. When the work was first published in England, says Henry Webber, it seems to have made a considerable impression upon the public. Pope, in 1720, sent 2 volumes to Bishop Atterbury, without making any remark on the work, but from his very silence it may be presumed that he was not displeased with the perusal. The bishop, who does not appear to have joined a relish for the flights of imagination to his other estimable qualities, expressed his dislike of these tales pretty strongly, and stated it to be his opinion, formed on the frequent descriptions of female dress, that they were the work of some Frenchman, Petit de la Croix, a mistake afterwards corrected by Warburton. The Arabian Nights, however, quickly made their way to public favour. We have been informed of a singular instance of the effect they produced soon after their first appearance. Sir James Stewart, Lord Advocate for Scotland, having one Saturday evening found his daughters employed in reading these volumes, seized them with a rebuke for spending the evening before the Sabbath in such worldly amusement, but the grave advocate himself became a prey to the fascination of the tales, being found on the morning of the Sabbath itself employed in their perusal, from which he had not risen the whole night. As late as 1780, Dr. Beattie professed himself uncertain whether they were translated or fabricated by Monsieur Galland, and while Dr. Pusey wrote of them, Noctis mille et una dictae, quae in omnium firma populorum cultorum linguas conversae, in deliciis omnium habentur, manibusque omnium terrentur. The amiable Carlyle, in the Gospel according to St. Froude, characteristically termed them downright lies, and forbade the house to such unwholesome literature. What a sketch of character in 2 words! The only fault found in France with the Contes Arabes was that their style is peu correct. In fact, they want classicism. Yet all Gallic imitators, Tréboutien included, have carefully copied their leader, and Charles Nodier remarks, Il me semble que l'on a la parodie assez de justice au style de Galland. Abonde sans être prolixe, naturel et familier, sans être lâche ni trivial. Il ne manque jamais de cette élégance qui résulte de la facilité et qui présente je ne sais quel mélange de la naïveté de Perrault et de la bonhomie de La Fontaine. Our professor, with a name now thoroughly established, returned in 1706 to Paris, where he was an assiduous and efficient member of the Société Numismatique, and corresponded largely with foreign Orientalists. 3 years afterwards, he was made professor of Arabic at the Collège de France, succeeding Pierre Depy, and during the next half-decade he devoted himself to publishing his valuable studies. Then the end came. In his last illness, an attack of asthma, complicated with pectoral mischief, he sent to Noyon for his nephew Julien Galland to assist him in ordering his manuscripts, and in making his will after the simplest military fashion, he bequeathed his writings to the Bibliothèque du Roi, his numismatic dictionary to the Academy, and his Alcoran to the Abbé Bignon. He died, aged 69, on February the 17th, 1715, leaving his second part of the Nights unpublished. Professor Galland was a French litterateur of the good old school, which is rapidly becoming extinct. Homme vrai dans les moindres choses, as his éloge stated, simple in life and manners, and single-hearted in his devotion to letters. He was almost childish in worldly matters, while notable for penetration and acumen in his studies. He would have been as happy, one of his biographers remarks, in teaching children the elements of education as he was in acquiring his immense erudition. Briefly, truth and honesty, exactitude and indefatigable industry characterize his most honourable career. Galland informs us that his manuscript consisted of 4 volumes, only 3 of which are extant, bringing the work down to night 282, or about the beginning of Camaralzaman. The missing portion, if it contained the other volume's 140 pages, would end that tale, together with the stories of Ghanim and the enchanted ebony horse. And such is the disposition in the Breslau edition, which mostly favours in its ordinance the text used by the first translator. But this would hardly have filled more than 2/3 of his volumes, for the other third he interpolated, or is supposed to have interpolated, the 10 following tales. 1. Histoire du prince Zayn al-Asnam et du roi des Génies. 2. Histoire de Codadad et ses frères. 3. Histoire de la lampe merveilleuse, Aladdin. 4. Histoire de l'aveugle Baba Abdallah. 5. Histoire de Sidi Nouman. 6. Histoire de Chogia Hassan al-Habal. 7. Histoire d'Ali Baba et de 40 voleurs exterminés par un esclave. 8. Histoire d'Ali Chogia, marchand de Bagdad. 9. Histoire de Prince Ahmed et de la fée Peri-Banu. 10. Histoire de 2 sœurs jalouses de leur cadette. Concerning these interpolations, which contain 2 of the best and most widely known stories in the work, Aladdin and the 40 Thieves, conjectures have been manifold, but they mostly run upon 3 lines. De Sacy held that they were found by Galland in the public libraries of Paris. Mr. Chenery, whose acquaintance with Arabic grammar was ample, suggested that the professor had borrowed them from the recitations of the rawis, rhapsodists, or professional storytellers in the bazaars of Smyrna and other ports of the Levant. The late Mr. Henry Charles Coote, in The Folklore Record, Volume 3, Part 2, page 178 and subsequent, on the source of some of Monsieur Galland's tales, quotes from popular Italian, Sicilian, and Romaic stories, incidents identical with those in Prince Ahmed, Aladdin, Ali Baba, and the Envious Sisters, suggesting that the Frenchman had heard these paramythia in Levantine coffee houses and had inserted them into his unequalled corpus fabularum. Mr. Payne conjectures the probability of their having been composed at a comparatively recent period by an inhabitant of Baghdad in imitation of the legends of Harun-ur-Rashid and other well-known tales of the original work, and adds, "It is possible that an exhaustive examination of the various manuscript copies of the 1001 Nights known to exist in the public libraries of Europe might yet cast some light upon the question of the origin of the interpolated tales." I quite agree with him, taking The Sleeper and the Waker and Zayn al-Asnam as cases in point, but I should expect, for reasons before given, to find the stories in a Persic rather than an Arabic manuscript, and I feel convinced that all will be recovered. Galland was not the man to commit a literary forgery. As regards Aladdin, the most popular tale in the whole work, I am convinced that it is genuine, although my unfortunate friend, the late Professor Palmer, doubted its being an Eastern story. It is, laid down upon all the lines of Oriental fiction. The mise en scène is China, where they drink a certain warm liquor, tea. The hero's father is a poor tailor, and, as in Judah and his brethren, the Maribi magician presently makes his appearance, introducing the wonderful lamp and the magical ring. Even the sorcerer's cry, "New lamps for old lamps," a prime point, is paralleled in the tale of the fisherman's son, where the Jew asks in exchange only old rings, and the princess, recollecting that her husband kept a shabby, well-worn ring in his writing stand, and he being asleep, took it out and sent it to the man. In either tale the palace is transported to a distance, and both end with the death of the wicked magician and the hero and heroine living happily ever after. All Arabists have remarked the sins of omission and commission, of abridgment, amplification, and substitution, which the audacious distortion of fact and phrase in which Galland freely indulged, whilst his knowledge of Eastern languages proves that he knew better. But literary license was the order of his day, and at that time French, always the most beguiled of European languages, was bound by a rigorism of the narrowest and the straightest of lines, from which the least écart condemned a man as a barbarian and a Tudesque. If we consider Galland fairly, we shall find that he errs mostly for a purpose, that of popularizing his work, and his success indeed justified his means. He has been derided by scholars for "Hey, monsieur!" and "Ah, madame," but he could not write "Oh, monsieur" and "Oh, ma dame," although we can borrow from Biblical and Shakespearean English "Oh, my lord" and "Oh, my lady." "Bon Dieu, ma soeur," which our translators English by "Oh, heavens," is good French for "Wallahi," by Allah, and "50 cavaliers bien faits," 50 handsome gentlemen on horseback, is a more familiar picture than 50 knights. "L'officieuse Dinazade" and "Cette plaisante querelle des deux frères" became ridiculous only in translation, "the officious Dinazade" and "this pleasant quarrel," while "ce qu'il y de remarquable" would relieve the Gallic mind from the mortification of "destiny decreed." Plusieurs sortes de fruits et de bouteilles de vin, Europeanese flasks and flagons, and the violent convulsions in which the girl dies, is mere Gallic squeamishness. France laughs at "le shocking" in England, but she has only to look at home, especially during the reign of Galland's contemporary, Roi Soleil. the terrible old man sheikh of the seaboard, is badly described by l'incommode vieux, the ill-natured old fellow. Brave Maymoun and agréable Maymoun are hardly what a genie would say to a Jinneeyeh, but they are good Gallic. The same may be noted of plier les voix pour marquer qu'il se rendait, a European practice, and of the false notes struck in two passages. Je m'estimais heureuse d'avoir fait une si belle conquête gives a Parisian turn, and je ne puis voir sans heureux cet abominable barbier qui voilà, quoiqu'il soit né dans un pays où tout le monde est blanc, il ne laisse pas à ressembler un Éthiopien, mais il a l'âme encore plus noire et horrible que le visage, is a mere affectation of Orientalism. Largely, une vieille dame de leur connaissance puts French polish upon the matter-of-fact Arab's an old woman. The list of absolute mistakes, not including violent liberties, can hardly be held excessive. Professor Weil and Mr. Payne justly charged Galland with making the trader throw away the shells of the date which has only a pellicle, as Galland certainly knew. But dates were not seen every day in France, while almonds and walnuts were of the quatre mendicants. He preserves the sauce, which later issues have changed to noyau, probably in allusion to the jerking practice called inwa. Again, in the first Sheikh's story, the meye is mentioned as the means of slaughtering cattle, because familiar to European readers. At the end of the tale it becomes le couteau funeste. In Badr al-Din, a tarte à la crème, so well known to the West, displaces, naturally enough, the outlandish mess of pomegranate seeds. Though the text especially tells us the hero removed his bag trousers and placed them under the pillow, a crucial fact in the history, our professor sends him to bed fully dressed, apparently for the purpose of informing his readers in a footnote that Easterns se couchent en caleçon. It was mere ignorance to confound the arbalète or crossbow with the stone bow, but this has universally been done, even by Lane, who ought to have known better. And it was an unpardonable carelessness, or something worse, to turn na, fire, and dun, in lieu of, into les faux dieux ne dun, and this has been untouched by de Sacy. I cannot but conclude that he never read the text with the translation. Nearly as bad also to make the Jewish physician remark, when the youth gave him the left wrist, voilà une grande ignorance de ne savoir pas que l'on présente la main droite à un médecin et non pas la gauche, whose exclusive use all travellers in the East must know. I have noticed the incuriousness which translates along the Nile shore by up towards Ethiopia, and the islands of the children of Khalidan, instead of the Khalidatani or Khalidat, the Fortunate Islands. It was by no means des petites soufflettes, some taps from time to time with her fingers, which the sprightly dame administered to the barber's second brother, but sound and heavy cuffs on the nape. And the sixth brother was not aux lèvres fendues, he of the hair lips, for they had been cut off by the Badawi jealous of his fair wife. Abu al-Hassan would not greet his beloved by saluting le tapis et ses pieds. He would kiss her hands and feet. Hayat al-Nafus would not throw cold water in the princess's face. She would sprinkle it with eau de rose. Camaralzaman addresses his two abominable wives in language purely European. Et de la vie il ne s'approcha d'elle, missing one of the fine touches of the tale which shows its hero a weak and violent man, hasty and lacking the puny d'honneur. La belle Parisienne in the tale of Nur al-Din was no Persian, nor would her master address her, Venez ça, impertinente, come hither, impertinence. In the story of Badr, one of the Comoro Islands becomes l'île de la Lune. Dog and dog-son are not un jour atroce et un digne de grand roi. The greatest Eastern kings allow themselves far more energetic and significant language. Fitna is by no means forced to occur. Lastly, the denouement of the Nights is widely different in French and in Arabic, but that is probably not Galland's fault, as he never saw the original, and indeed he deserves high praise for having invented so pleasant and sympathetic a close, inferior only to the Oriental device. Galland's fragment has a strange effect upon the Orientalist and those who take the scholastic view, be it wide or narrow. De Sacy does not hesitate to say that the work owes much to his fellow countryman's hand, but I judge otherwise. It is necessary to dissociate the two works and to regard Galland's paraphrase, which contains only a quarter of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, as a wholly different book. Its attempt to amplify beauties and to correct or conceal the defects and grotesqueness of the original absolutely suppress much of the local colour, clothing the bare body in the best of Parisian suits. It ignores the rhymed prose and excludes the verse, rarely and very rarely rendering a few lines in a balanced style. It generally rejects the proverbs, epigrams, and moral reflections which form the pith and marrow of the book, and, worse still, it disdains those finer touches of character which are often Shakespearean in their depth and delicacy, and which, when applied to a race of familiar ways and thoughts, manners and customs, would have been the wonder and delight of Europe. It shows only a single side of the gem that has so many facets. By deference to public taste, it was compelled to expunge the often repulsive simplicity, the childish indecencies, and the wild orgies of the original, contrasting with the gorgeous tints, the elevated morality, and the religious tones of passages which crowd upon them. We miss the odeur du sang, which tastes the parfum de harem, and also the humoristic tale and the Rabelaisian outbreak, which relieve and throw out in strong relief the splendour of empire and the havoc of time. Considered in this light, it is a caput mortuum, a magnificent texture seen on the wrong side, and it speaks volumes for the genius of the man who could recommend it in such blurred and caricatured condition to readers throughout the civilized world. But those who look only at Galland's picture, his effort to transplant into European gardens the magic flowers of Eastern fancy, still compare his tales with the sudden prospect of magnificent mountains, seen after a long desert march. They arouse strange longings and indescribable desires. Their marvellous imaginativeness produces an insensible brightening of mind and an increase of fancy power, making one dream that behind them lies the new and unseen, the strange and unexpected, in fact, all the glamour of the unknown. The Nights has been translated into every far-extending Eastern tongue, Persian, Turkish, and Hindustani. The latter entitles them Hikayat al-Jalila, or Noble Tales, and the translation was made by Munshi Shams al-Din Ahmad for the use of College of Fort George. All these versions are direct from the Arabic. My search for a translation of Galland into any Eastern tongue has hitherto been fruitless. I was assured by the late Bertoldi Seemann that the language of Hoffmann and Heine contained a literal and complete translation of the Nights, but personal inquiries at Leipzig and elsewhere convinced me that the work still remains to be done. The first attempt to improve upon Galland and to show the world what the work really is was made by Dr. Max Habicht and was printed at Breslau in 15 small square volumes. Thus it appeared before the Tunis manuscript, of which it purports to be a translation. The German version is, if possible, more condemnable than the Arabic original. It lacks every charm of style. It conscientiously shirks every difficulty. It abounds in the most extraordinary blunders, and it is utterly useless as a picture of manners or as a book of reference. We can explain its lash only by the theory that the eminent professor left the labour to his collaborators and did not take the trouble to revise their careless work. The next German translation was by Aulic councillor J. von Hammer-Purgstalt, who, during his short stay at Cairo and Constantinople, turned into French the tales neglected by Galland. After some difference with Monsieur Consart in 1810, the Styrian Orientalist entrusted his manuscript to Herr Cotter, the publisher of Tübingen. Thus a German version appeared, the translation of a translation, at the hand of Professor Zinseling, while the French version was unaccountably lost en route to London. Finally, the Conte Anadite, etc., appeared in a French translation by G. S. Tributian. Von Hammer took liberties with the text, which can compare only with those of Lane. He abridged and retrenched till the likeness in places entirely disappeared. He shirked some difficult passages, and he misexplained others. In fact, the work did no honour to the amiable and laborious historian of the Turks. The only good German translation of the Nights is due to Dr. Gustav Wahl, who was born on April 24, 1808, is still, 1886, professing at Heidelberg. His originals, he tells us, were the Breslau edition, the Bulak text of Abd al-Rahman al-Safadi, and a manuscript in the library of Saxe-Gotha. The venerable savant, who has rendered such service to Arabism, informs me that August Lewald's Valhalla was written without his knowledge. Dr. Weil neglects the division of days, which enables him to introduce any number of tales. For example, Galland's 11 occupy a large part of Volume 3. The Vorwort wants development. The notes, confined to a few words, are inadequate, and verses everywhere rendered by prose, the saja or assonance being wholly ignored. On the other hand, the scholar shows himself by a correct translation, contrasting strongly with those that preceded him, and by a strictly literal version, save where the treatment required to be modified in a book intended for the public. Under such circumstances, it cannot well be other than longsome and monotonous reading. Although Spain and Italy have produced many and remarkable Orientalists, I cannot find that they have taken the trouble to translate the Nights for themselves. Cheap and gaudy versions of Galland seem to have satisfied the public. Notes on the Romaic, Icelandic, Russian, and other versions will be found in a future page. Professor Galland has never been forgotten in France, where, amongst a host of editions, 4 have claims to distinction, and his success did not fail to create a host of imitators, and to attract what de Sacy justly terms une prodigieuse importation de marchandises de contrebande. As early as 1823, von Hammer numbered 7 in France, and during later years they have grown prodigiously. Mr. William F. Kirby, who has made a special study of the subject, has favoured me with detailed bibliographical notes on Galland's imitators, which are printed in Appendix No. 2. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. The Matter of the Nights, Part 1. Returning to my threefold distribution of this prose poem into fable, fairy tale, and historical anecdote, let me proceed to consider these sections more carefully. The epilogue or beast fable, which apparently antedates all other subjects in the Nights, has been called one of the earliest creations of the awakening consciousness of mankind. I should regard it, despite a monumental antiquity, as the offspring of a comparatively civilized age, when a jealous despotism or a powerful oligarchy threw difficulties and dangers in the way of speaking plain truth. A hint can be given, and a friend or foe can be lauded or abused, as Belines the sheep or Isengrim the wolf, when the author is debarred the higher enjoyment of praising them or dispraising them by name. And, as the purposes of fables are twofold, duplex libelli dos est, quod risum movet, et quod prudenti vitam consilio monet. The speaking of brute beasts would give a piquancy and a pleasantry to moral design, as well as to social and political satire. The literary origin of the fables is not Buddhistic. We must especially shun that Indo-Germanic school which goes to India for its origins, when Pythagoras, Solon, Herodotus, Plato, Aristotle, and possibly Homer sat for instruction at the feet of the Hirseshta, the learned grammarians of the pharaonic court. Nor was it Aesopic. Evidently Aesop inherited the hoarded wealth of ages. As Professor Lepsius taught us, in the olden times within the memory of man, we know only of one advanced culture, of only one mode of writing, and of only one literary development, viz., those of Egypt. The invention of an alphabet, as opposed to a syllabary, unknown to Babylonia, to Assyria, and to that extreme bourne of their civilizing influence, China, would forever fix their literature, poetry, history, and criticism, the apologue and the anecdote. To mention no others, the Lion and the Mouse appears in Leiden papyrus dating from B.C. 1166, the days of Ramesses III, Rampsinitus, or Hakon, not as a rude and early attempt, but in a finished form, postulating an ancient origin and illustrious ancestry. The dialogue also is brought to perfection in the discourse between the jackal Kufi and the Ethiopian cat. Revue Egyptologique Ivme Anne Part 1. Africa, therefore, was the home of the beast fable, not as Professor Mahaffy thinks, because it was the chosen land of animal worship, where opita tote canem venerantur nemo Dianam, but simply because the Nile land originated every form of literature between Fablio and Epos. From Chemi the Black Land it was but a step to Phoenicia, Judea, Phrygia, and Asia Minor, whence a ferry led over to Greece. Here the apologue found its popularizer in Aesop, whose name, involved in myth, possibly connects with Aesopus et Aethiops idem sonnat, says the sage. This would show that the Hellenes preserved a legend of the land whence the beast fable arose, and we may accept the fabulist's era as contemporary with Croesus and Solon, B.C. 570, about a century after Psammetic I through Egypt opened to the restless Greek. From Africa, too, the fable would in early ages migrate eastwards and make for itself a new home in the second great focus of civilization, formed by the Tigris-Euphrates valley. The late Mr. George Smith found amongst the cuneiform fragmentary beast fables such as dialogues between the ox and the horse, the eagle and the sun. In after centuries, when the conquests of Macedonian Alexander completed what Sesostris and Semiramis had begun, and mingled the manifold families of mankind by joining the eastern to the western world, the Orient became formally Hellenized. Under the Seleucidae, and during the life of the independent Bactrian kingdom, B.C. 255 to 125, Grecian art and science, literature, and even language overran the old Iranic reign and extended eastwards throughout northern India. Porus sent 2 embassies to Augustus in B.C. 19, and in one of them the herald Zarmanochagas Shramanahraya of Bargosa, the modern Baroch in Gujarat, bore an epistle upon vellum written in Greek. Strabo 15:1, section 78. Videtis gentes populosque mutasse sedes, says Seneca. quid sibi volunt in medis barbarorum regionibus Graecae artes, quid inter Indos persaque Macedonicus sermo, Atheniensis in Asia turba est. Upper India in the Macedonian days would have been mainly Buddhistic, possessing a rude alphabet borrowed from Egypt through Arabia and Phoenicia, but still in a low and barbarous condition. Her buildings were wooden, and she lacked, as far as we know, stone architecture, the main test of a social development. But the Bactrian kingdom gave an impulse to her civilization, and the result was classical opposed to Vedic Sanskrit. From Persia, Greek letters, extending southwards to Arabia, would find indigenous imitators, and there Aesop would be represented by the sundry sages who share the name Lockman. One of these was a servile condition tailor, carpenter, or shepherd, and a Habashi, Ethiopian, meaning a Negro slave with blubber lips and splay feet, so far showing a superficial likeness to the Aesop of history. The Aesopic fable, carried by the Hellenes to India, might have fallen in with some rude and fantastic barbarian of Buddhistic persuasion and indigenous origin. So Reynard the Fox has its analogue amongst the Kafirs and the Voi tribe of Mandengan Negroes in Liberia, amongst whom one Toalu invented or rather borrowed a syllabarium. The modern gypsies are said also to have beast fables, which have never been traced to a foreign source, Leland, but I cannot accept the refinement of difference which Professor Benfey, followed by Mr. Case Falconer, discovers between the Aesopic and the Hindu apologue. In the former, animals are allowed to act as animals; the latter makes them act as men in the form of animals. The essence of the beast fable is a reminiscence of Homo primigenius, with erected ears and hairy hide, and its expression is to make the brother brute behave, think, and talk like him, with the superadded experience of ages. To early man, the lower animals, which are born, live and die like himself, showing all the same affects and disaffects, loves and hates, passions, prepossessions, and prejudices, must have seemed quite human enough, and on an equal level to become his substitutes. The savage, when he began to reflect, would regard the carnivore and the serpent with awe, wonder, and dread, and would soon suspect the same mysterious potency in the brute as in himself. So the Malays still look upon the Orang Utan, or woodman, as the possessor of superhuman wisdom. The hunter and the herdsman, who had few other companions, would presently explain the peculiar relations of animals to themselves by material metamorphosis, the bodily transformation of man to brute, giving increased powers of working him weal and woe. A more advanced stage would find the step easy to metempsychosis, the beast containing the ego, alias soul, of the human. Such instinctive belief explains much in Hindu literature, but it was not wanted at first by the apologue. This blending of blood, this racial baptism, would produce a fine robust progeny, and after our 2nd century, Egypto-Greco-Indian stories overran the civilized globe between Rome and China. Tales have wings and fly farther than the jade hatchets of protohistoric days. And the result was a book which has had more readers than any other except the Bible. Its original is unknown. The volume which in Pahlavi became the Javidan Khirad, Wisdom of Ages, or the Testament of Hoshang, the ancient Quaber king, and in Sanskrit the Panchatantra, 5 chapters, is a recueil of apologues and anecdotes related by the learned Brahman Vishnu Sharma for the benefit of his pupils, the sons of an Indian Raja. The Hindu original has been adapted and translated into a number of languages: Arabic, Hebrew, and Syriac, Greek and Latin, Persian and Turkish, and their host of names. Voltaire wisely remarks of this venerable production:
Quand on fait réflexion que presque toute la terre a été enfatuée de pareils contes et qu'ils ont fait l'éducation du genre humain, on trouve les fables de Pilpay, de Lockman, d'Ésope, bien raisonnable.
But methinks the sage of Ferney might have said far more. These fables speak with the large utterance of early man. They have also their own especial beauty, the charms of well-preserved and time-honored old age. There is in their wisdom a perfume of the past, homely and ancient-fashioned, like a whiff of potpourri, wondrous soothing withal to olfactories, agitated by the patchoulis and jockey clubs of modern pretenders and petit maîtres, with their grey young heads and pert intelligence, the motto of whose ignorance is connu. Were a dose of its antique, mature experience attributed to the Western before he visits the East, those few who could digest it might escape their normal lot of being twisted round the fingers of every rogue they meet from dragoman to raja. And a quotation from them tells at once, it shows the quoter to be man of education, not a Jangali, a Sylvan or savage, as the Anglo-Indian official is habitually termed by his more civilized fellow-subject. The main difference between the classical apologue and the fable in the Nights is that while Aesop and Gabryas write laconic tales with a single event and a simple moral, the Arabian fables are often long-continued novels involving a variety of events, each characterized by some social or political aspect, forming a narrative highly interesting in itself, often exhibiting the most exquisite moral, and yet preserving with rare ingenuity the peculiar characteristics of the actors. And the distinction between the ancient and the medieval apologue, including the modern which, since Reineke Fuchs is mainly German, appears equally pronounced. The latter is humorous enough and rich in the wit which results from superficial incongruity, but it ignores the deep underlying bond which connects man with beast. Again, the main secret of its success is the strain of pungent satire, especially in the Renardine cycle, which the people could apply to all unpopular lords and prelates, ghostly and worldly. Our Recueil contains two distinct sets of apologues. The first, volume 3, consists of 11, alternating with 5 anecdotes, Nights 146 to 153, following the lengthy and knightly romance of King Omar bin al-Nu'aman, and followed by the melancholy love tale of Ali bin Bakkar. The second series in volume 9, consisting of 8 fables, not including 10 anecdotes, Nights 901 and 924, is injected into the romance of King Jaliad and Shimas, mentioned by al-Masudi as independent of the Nights. In both places the beast fables are introduced with some art and add variety to the subject matter, obviating monotony, the deadly sin of such works, and giving repose to the hearer or reader after a climax of excitement, such as the murder of the wazirs. And even these are not allowed to pall upon the mental palate, being mingled with anecdotes and short tales, such as the Hermits, 125, with biographical or literary episodes, acroamata, table talk, and analects, where humorous Rabelaisian anecdote finds a place. In fact, the fabliau or novella. This style of composition may be as ancient as the apologues. We know that it dates as far back as Ramesses III, from the history of the two brothers in the Orbigny papyrus, the prototype of Yusuf and Zuleika, the Koranic Joseph and Popithar's wife. It is told with a charming naivete and such sharp touches of local color as, "Come, let us make merry an hour and lie together, let down thy hair." Some of the apologues in the Nights are pointless enough, vraiment quamusants, but in the best specimens, such as the wolf and the fox, the wicked man and the wily man, both characters are carefully kept distinct, and neither action nor dialogue ever flags. Again, the flea and the mouse, 151, of a type familiar to students of the Pilpay cycle, must strike the home reader as peculiarly quaint. Next in date to the apologue comes the fairy tale proper, where the natural universe is supplemented by one of purely imaginative existence. As the active world is inferior to the rational soul, says Bacon with his normal sound sense, so fiction gives to mankind what history denies, and in some measure satisfies the mind with shadows when it cannot enjoy the substance. And as real history gives us not the success of things according to the deserts of vice and virtue, fiction corrects it and presents us with the fates and fortunes of persons, rewarded and punished according to merit. But I would say still more. History paints, or attempts to paint, life as it is, a mighty maze with or without a plan. Fiction shows or would show us life as it should be, wisely ordered and laid down on fixed lines. Thus fiction is not the mere handmaid of history. She has a household of her own, and she claims to be the triumph of art, which, as Goethe remarked, is art because it is not nature. Fancy, la folie de logis, is that kind and gentle portress who holds the gate of hope wide open, in opposition to reason, the surly and scrupulous guard. As Palmerin of England says, and says well, for that the report of noble deeds doth urge the courageous mind to equal those who bear most commendation of their approved valiancy. This is the fair fruit of imagination and of ancient histories. And last but not least, the faculty of fancy takes count of the cravings of man's nature for the marvelous, the impossible, and of his higher aspirations for the ideal, the perfect. She realizes the wild dreams and visions of his generous youth, and portrays for him a portion of that other and better world, with whose expectation he would console his age. The imaginative varnish of the Nights serves admirably as a foil to the absolute realism of the picture in general. We enjoy being carried away from trivial and commonplace characters, scenes, and incidents, from the matter-of-fact surroundings of a work-a-day world, a life of eating and drinking, sleeping and waking, fighting and loving, into a society and a mise-en-scène which we suspect can exist and which we know does not. Every man at some turn or term of his life has longed for supernatural powers and a glimpse of wonderland. Here he is in the midst of it. Here he sees mighty spirits summoned to work the human might's will, however whimsical, who can transport him in an eye-twinkling whithersoever he wishes, who can ruin cities and build palaces of gold and silver, gems and jacinths, who can serve up delicate viands and delicious drinks in priceless chargers and impossible cups, and bring the choicest fruits from farthest Orient. Here he finds magas and magicians who can make kings of his friends, slay armies of his foes, and bring any number of beloveds to his arms. And from this outraging probability and outstripping possibility arises not a little of that strange fascination exercised for nearly 2 centuries upon the life and literature of Europe by the Knights, even in their mutilated and garbled form. The reader surrenders himself to the spell, feeling almost inclined to inquire, and why may it not be true? His brain is dazed and dazzled by the splendors which flash before it, by the sudden procession of jinns and jinneeyahs, demons and fairies, some hideous, others preternaturally beautiful, by good wizards and evil sorcerers, whose powers are unlimited for weal and for woe, by mermen and mermaids, flying horses, talking animals, and reasoning elephants, by magic rings and their slaves, and by talismanic couches which rival the carpet of Solomon. Hence, as one remarks, these fairy tales have pleased, and still continue to please, almost all ages, all ranks, and all different capacities. Dr. Hawkesworth observes that these fairy tales find favor because even their machinery, wild and wonderful as it is, has its laws, and the magicians and enchanters perform nothing but what was naturally to be expected from such beings, after we had once granted them existence. Mr. Heron rather supposes the very contrary is the truth of the fact. It is surely the strangeness, the unknown nature, the anomalous character of the supernatural agents here employed that makes them to operate so powerfully on our hopes, fears, curiosities, sympathies, and in short, on all the feelings of our hearts. We see men and women who possess qualities to recommend them to our favor, subjected to the influence of beings whose good or ill will, power or weakness, attention or neglect, are regulated by motives and circumstances which we cannot comprehend, and hence we naturally tremble for their fate, with the same anxious concern as we should for a friend wandering in a dark night amidst torrents and precipices, or preparing to land on a strange island, while he knew not whether he should be received on the shore by cannibals waiting to tear him piecemeal and devour him, or by gentle beings disposed to cherish him with fond hospitality. Both writers have expressed themselves well, but meseems each has secured, as often happens, a fragment of the truth, and holds it to be the whole truth. Granted that such spiritual creatures as jinns walk the earth, we are pleased to find them so very human, as wise and as foolish in word and deed as ourselves. Similarly, we admire in a landscape natural forms like those of Staffa or the Palisades, which favor the works of architecture. Again, supposing such preternaturalisms to be around and amongst us, the wilder and more capricious they prove, the more our attention is excited and our forecasts are baffled to be set right in the end. But this is not all. The grand source of pleasure in fairy tales is the natural desire to learn more of the wonderland which is known to many as a word and nothing more, like Central Africa before the last half-century. Thus the interest is that of the personal narrative, of a grand exploration to one who delights in travels. The pleasure must be greatest where faith is strongest, for instance, amongst imaginative races like the Celts and especially Orientals, who imbibe supernaturalism with their mother's milk. I am persuaded, writes Mr. Bale St. John, that the great scheme of preternatural energy, so fully developed in the 1001 Nights, is believed in by the majority of the inhabitants of all the religious professions both in Syria and Egypt. He might have added, by every reasoning being from prince to peasant, from mullah to Badawi, between Morocco and outer India. The fairy tale in the Nights is wholly and purely Persian. The gifted Iranian race, physically the noblest and most beautiful of all known to me, has exercised upon the world history an amount of influence which has not yet been fully recognized. It repeated for Babylonian art and literature what Greece had done for Egyptian, whose dominant idea was that of working for eternity. Hellas and Iran instinctively choose as their characteristic the idea of beauty, rejecting all that was exaggerated and grotesque, and they made the sphere of art and fancy as real as the world of nature and fact. The innovation was hailed by the Hebrews. The so-called books of Moses deliberately and ostentatiously ignored the future state of rewards and punishments. The other world which ruled the life of the Egyptian in this world, the lawgiver, whoever he may have been, Osarsip or Moshe, apparently held the tenet unworthy of a race whose career he was directing to conquest and isolation in dominion. But the Jews, removed to Mesopotamia, the second cradle of the creeds, presently caught the infection of their Asiatic media, superadded Babylonian legend to Egyptian myth, stultified the law by supplementing it with the absurdities of foreign fable, and ended, as the Talmud proves, with becoming the most wildly superstitious and otherworldly of mankind. The same change befell Al-Islam. The whole of its supernaturalism is borrowed bodily from Persia, which had imparadised earth by making it the abode of angels. Mohammed, a great and commanding genius, blighted and narrowed by surroundings and circumstances, to something little higher than a Covenanter or a Puritan, declared to his followers, I am sent to establish the manners and customs. And his deficiency of imagination made him dislike everything but women, perfumes, and prayers, with an especial aversion to music and poetry, plastic art, and fiction. Yet his system, unlike that of Moses, demanded thaumaturgy and metaphysical entities, and these he perforce borrowed from the Jews, who had borrowed them from the Babylonians. His soul and spirit, his angels and devils, his cosmogony, his heavens and hells, even the bridge over the great depths, are all either Talmudic or Iranian. But there he stopped, and would have stopped others. His enemies among the Quraysh were in the habit of reciting certain Persian fabliaux and of extolling them as superior to the silly and equally fictitious stories of the glorious Koran. The leader of these scoffers was one Nasr ibn Haris, who, taken prisoner after the Battle of Badr, was incontinently decapitated by apostolic command, for what appears to be a natural and sensible preference. It was the same furious fanaticism and one-ideaed intolerance which made Caliph Omar destroy all he could find of the Alexandrian library and prescribe burning for the holy books of the Persian Guebers. And the taint still lingers in all Islam. It will be said of a pious man, he always studies the Koran, the traditions, and other books of law and religion, and he never reads poems, nor listens to music or to stories. Mohammed left a dispensation, or rather a reformation, so arid, jejune, and material, that it promised little more than the law of Moses, before this was vivified and racially baptized by Mesopotamian and Persic influences. But human nature was stronger than the prophet, and thus outraged, took speedy and absolute revenge. Before the first century had elapsed, Orthodox al-Islam was startled by the rise of Tasawwuf or Sufism, a revival of classic Platonism and Christian Gnosticism, with a mingling of modern Heliozoism, which, quickened by the glowing imagination of the East, speedily formed itself into a creed, the most poetical and impractical, the most spiritual and the most transcendental ever invented, satisfying all man's hunger for belief, which, if placed upon a solid basis of fact and proof, would forthright cease to be belief. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. The Matter of the Nights, Part 2. I will take from the Nights, as a specimen of the true Persian romance, the Queen of the Serpents, Volume 5, 298, the subject of Lane's Carlylean denunciation. The first gorgeous picture is the Session of the Snakes, which, like their Indian congeners the Naga kings and queens, have human heads and reptile bodies, an Egyptian myth that engendered the Old Serpent of Genesis. The Sultana welcomes Hasib Karim al-Din, the hapless lad who had been left in a cavern to die by the greedy woodcutters, and in order to tell him her tale, introduces the Adventures of Bulukiya. The latter is an Israelite converted by editor and scribe to Mohammedanism, but we can detect under his assumed faith the older creed. Solomon is not buried by authentic history beyond the 7 mystic seas, but at Jerusalem or Tiberias, and his seal ring suggests the Jami Jam, the crystal cup of the great king Jamshid. The descent of the Archangel Gabriel, so familiar to al-Islam, is the manifestation of Bahman, the first intelligence, the mightiest of the angels who enabled Zarathustra Zoroaster to walk like Bulukiya over the Dalati or Caspian Sea. Amongst the sights shown to Bulukiya, as he traverses the 7 oceans, is a battle royale between the believing and the unbelieving jinns, true Magian dualism, the eternal duello of the 2 roots or antagonistic principles, good and evil, Hormuzd and Ahriman, which Milton has debased into a commonplace modern combat fought also with cannon. Sakr the Jinni is Eshem chief of the Deves, and Kaf, the encircling mountain, is a later edition of Persian al-Burz. So in the Mantak al-Tayr, colloquy of the flyers, the birds, emblems of souls, seeking the presence of the gigantic feathered biped Simurgh, their god, traverse 7 seas, according to others 7 wadis, of search, of love, of knowledge, of competence, of unity, of stupefaction, and of altruism, that is, annihilation of self, the several stages of contemplative life. At last, standing upon the mysterious island of the Simurgh, and casting a clandestine glance at him, they saw 30 birds in him. And when they turned their eyes to themselves, the 30 birds seemed one Simurgh. They saw in themselves the entire Simurgh. They saw in the Simurgh the 30 birds entirely. Therefore, they arrived at the solution of the problem, we and thou, that is, the identity of God and man. They were forever annihilated in the Simurgh, and the shade vanished in the sun. Ibid 3, 250. The wild ideas concerning Khalit and Malit, Volume 5, 319, are again Guebre. From the seed of Caiomars, the androgyne, like pre-Adamite man, sprang a tree shaped like 2 human beings, and thence proceeded Meshia and Meshiana, first man and woman, progenitors of mankind, who, though created for Chidistan, light land, were seduced by Ahriman. This 2-man tree is evidently the duality of physis and antiphysis, nature and her counterpart, the battle between Mir, Izat, or Mitra, with his Surus and Feriste, seraphs and angels, against the Divs who are the children of time led by the arch-demon Eshem. Thus, when Hormuzd created the planets, the dog, and all useful animals and plants, Ahriman produced the comets, the wolf, noxious beasts, and poisonous growths. The Hindus represent the same metaphysical idea by Brahma the creator and Vishvakarma, the anti-creator, miscalled by Europeans Vulcan. The former fashions a horse and a bull, and the latter caricatures them with an ass and a buffalo. Evolution turned topsy-turvy. After seeing 9 angels and obtaining an explanation of the 7 stages of earth, which is supported by the Gavi Zamin, the energy, symbolized by a bull, implanted by the creator in the mundane sphere, Bulukiya meets the 4 archangels, to wit Gabriel, who is the Persian Rabban Baksh, or life-giver, Michael or Beshter, Raphael or Israfil alias Ardibihisht, and Azazel or Azrael, who is Duma or Mordat, the death-giver. And the 4 are about to attack the dragon, that is, the demons hostile to mankind, who are driven behind Alborz Kaf by Tamuras the ancient Persian king. Bulukiya then recites an episode within an episode, the story of Janshah, itself a Persian name and accompanied by 2 others, Volume 5, 329, the Mizansan being Kabul and the king of Khorasan appearing in the proem. Janshah, the young prince, no sooner comes to man's estate than he loses himself out hunting and falls in with cannibals whose bodies divide longitudinally, each moiety going its own way. These are the sheik, split ones, which the Arabs borrowed from the Persian nimshira, or half-faces. They escape to the ape island whose denizens are human in intelligence and speak articulately, as the universal East believes they can. These simiads are at chronic war with the ants, alluding to some obscure myth which gave rise to the gold diggers of Herodotus and other classics. Emmets in size somewhat less than dogs, but bigger than foxes. The episode then falls into the banalities of Oriental folklore. Janshah, passing the Sabatian river and reaching the Jews' city, is persuaded to be sewn up in a skin and is carried in the normal way to the top of the Mountain of Gems, where he makes acquaintance with Shaykh Nasr, Lord of the Birds. He enters the usual forbidden room, falls in love with the patterned Swan Maiden, wins her by the popular process, loses her and recovers her through the monk Yaghmus, whose name, like that of King Teghmus, is a burlesque of the Greek, and finally, when she is killed by a shark, determines to mourn her loss till the end of his days. Having heard this story, Bulukiya quits him, and resolving to regain his natal land, falls in with Khizr, and the Green Prophet, who was Wazir to Kayqubad, 6th century BC, and was connected with Macedonian Alexander, enables him to win his wish. The rest of the tale calls for no comment. Thirdly and lastly, we have the histories, historical stories, and the Ana of great men in which Easterns as well as Westerns delight. The gravest writers do not disdain to relieve the dullness of chronicles and annals by means of such discussions, humorous or pathetic, moral or grossly indecent. The dates must greatly vary. Some of the anecdotes relating to the early caliphs appear almost contemporary. Others, like Ali of Cairo and Abu al-Shamat, may be as late as the Ottoman conquest of Egypt, 16th century. All are distinctly Sunnite and show fierce animus against the Shia heretics, suggesting that they were written after the destruction of the Fatimite dynasty, 12th century, by Salah al-Din, Saladin the Kurd, one of the latest historical personages, and the last king named in the Knights. These anecdotes are so often connected with what a learned Frenchman terms the règne féerique de Haroun er-Rashid, that the great caliph becomes the hero of this portion of the Knights. Aaron the Orthodox was the central figure of the most splendid empire the world had seen, the vice-regent of Allah combining the powers of Caesar and Pope, and wielding them right worthily according to the general voice of historians. To quote a few, Ali bin Talib al-Khorasani described him, in A.D. 934, a century and a half after his death, when flattery would be tongue-tied, as one devoted to war and pilgrimage, whose bounty embraced the folk at large. Saadi, died A.D. 1291, tells a tale highly favorable to him in the Gulistan, lib. 1, 36. Fakhr al-Din, 14th century, lauds his merits, eloquence, science, and generosity, and al-Siyuti, born A.D. 1445, asserts, "He was one of the most distinguished of caliphs, and the most illustrious of the princes of the earth," page 290. The Shaykh al-Nafsawi, 16th century, in his Rose al-Atir fi Naza al-Katir, is scented garden site for heart delight, calls Haroun, chapter 7, the master of munificence and bounty, the best of the generous. And even the latest writers have not ceased to praise him. Says Ali Aziz Effendi the Cretan, in the story of Jivad, Haroun was the most bounteous, illustrious, and upright of the Abbasside caliphs. The fifth Abbasside was fair and handsome, of noble and majestic presence, a sportsman and an athlete, who delighted in polo and archery. He showed sound sense and true wisdom in his speech to the grammarian poet Al-Asma'i, who had undertaken to teach him. Ne m'enseignez jamais en public, et ne vous empressez pas trop de me donner des avis en particulier. Attendez ordinairement que je vous interroge, et contentez-vous de me donner une réponse précise à ce que je vous demanderai, sans y rien ajouter de superflu. Gardez-vous surtout de vouloir me préoccuper pour vous attirer ma créance et pour vous donner l'autorité. Ne vous étendez jamais trop en long sur les histoires et les traditions que vous me raconterez, si je ne vous en donne la permission. Lorsque vous verrez que je m'éloignerai de l'équité dans mes jugements, ramenez-moi avec douceur, sans user de paroles fâcheuses ni de réprimandes. Enseignez-moi principalement les choses qui sont les plus nécessaires pour le discours que je dois faire en public, dans les mosquées et ailleurs, et ne parlez point en termes obscurs ou mystérieux, ni avec des paroles trop recherchées. He became well read in science and letters, especially history and tradition, for his understanding was as the understanding of the learned, and like all educated Arabs of his day, he was a connoisseur of poetry, which at times he improvised with success. He made the pilgrimage every alternate year, and sometimes on foot, while his military expeditions almost equalled his pilgrimages. Day after day, during his caliphate, he prayed 100 vows, never neglecting them, save for some especial reason, till his death, and he used to give from his private purse alms to the extent of 100 dirhams per diem. He delighted in panegyric and liberally rewarded its experts, one of whom, Abd al-Samak the preacher, fairly said of him, "Thy humility in thy greatness is nobler than thy greatness." No caliph, says Al-Niftawaj, had been so profusely liberal to poets, lawyers, and divines, although as the years advanced he wept over his extravagance amongst other sins. There was vigorous manliness in his answer to the Grecian emperor who had sent him an insulting missive. "In the name of Allah, from the commander of the faithful Harun al-Rashid, to Nicephorus the Roman dog, I have read thy writ, O son of a miscreant mother. Thou shalt not hear, thou shalt see my reply." Nor did he cease to make the Byzantine feel the weight of his arm till he knocked his camel in the imperial courtyard. And this was only one instance of his indomitable energy and hatred of the infidel. Yet if the West is to be believed, he forgot his fanaticism in his diplomatic dealings and courteous intercourse with Carolus Magnus. Finally, his civilized and well-regulated rule contrasted as strongly with the barbarity and turbulence of Occidental Christendom, as the splendid court and the luxurious life of Baghdad and its carpets and hangings advanced the quasi-savagery of London and Paris, whose palatial halls were spread with rushes. The great Caliph ruled 23 years and a few months. A.H. 170 to 193 is A.D. 786 to 808. And as his youth was checkered and his reign was glorious, so was his end obscure. After a vision foreshadowing his death, which happened, as becomes a good Muslim, during a military expedition to Khorasan, he ordered his grave to be dug and himself to be carried to it in a covered litter. When sighting the fosse, he exclaimed, "O son of man, thou art come to this!" Then he commanded himself to be set down, and the perfection of the Koran to be made over him in the litter on the edge of the grave. He was buried, age 45, at Sanabad, a village near Tus. Aaron the Orthodox appears in the Nights as a headstrong and violent autocrat, a right royal figure according to the Muslim ideas of his day. But his career shows that he was not more tyrannical or more sanguinary than the normal despot of the East, or the contemporary kings of the West. In most points, indeed, he was far superior to the historic misrulers who have afflicted the world from Spain to furthest China. But a single great crime, a tragedy whose details are almost incredibly horrible, marks his reign with a stain of infamy, with a blot of blood never to be washed away. This tale, full of the waters of the eye, as Ferdowsi sings, is the massacre of the Barmecides, a story which has often been told, and which cannot here be passed over in silence. The ancient and noble Iranian house, belonging to the Abna or Arabized Persians, had long served the Umayyads till, early in our 8th century, Khalid bin Barmek, the chief, entered the service of the first Abbasid and became wazir and intendant of finance to Al-Safa. The most remarkable and distinguished of the family, he was in office when Al-Mansur transferred the capital from Damascus, the headquarters of the hated Umayyads, to Baghdad, built ad hoc. After securing the highest character in history by his personal gifts and public services, he was succeeded by his son and heir Yahya, John, a statesman famed from early youth for prudence and profound intelligence, liberality and nobility of soul. He was charged by the Caliph al-Mahdi with the education of his son Harun, hence the latter was accustomed to call him father, and until the assassination of the fantastic tyrant al-Hadi, who proposed to make his own child caliph, he had no little difficulty in preserving the youth from death in prison. The orthodox, once seated firmly on the throne, appointed Yahya his grand vizier. This great administrator had 4 sons, Al-Fazl, Ja'afar, Mohammed, and Musa, in whose time the house of Bermek rose to that height from which decline and fall are, in the East, well nigh certain and immediate. Al-Fazl was a foster brother of Harun, an exchange of suckling infants having taken place between the 2 mothers for the usual object, a tightening of the ties of intimacy. He was a man of exceptional mind, but he lacked the charm of temper and manner which characterized Ja'afar. The poets and rhetoricians have been profuse in their praises of the cadet, who appears in the Nights as an adviser of calm, sound sense, an intercessor and a peacemaker, and even more remarkable than the rest of his family for an almost incredible magnanimity and generosity, une générosité effrayante. Mohammed was famed for exalted views and nobility of sentiment, and Musa for bravery and energy. Of both it was justly said, "They did good and harmed not." For 10 years, not including an interval of 7, from the time of Al-Rashid's accession, A.D. 786, to the date of their fall, A.D. 803, Yahya and his sons, Al-Fazl and Ja'afar, were virtually rulers of the great heterogeneous empire, which extended from Mauritania to Tartary, and they did notable service in arresting its disruption. Their downfall came sudden and terrible, like a thunderbolt from the blue. As the Caliph and Ja'afar were halting in Al-Umr, the convent, near Anbar town on the Euphrates, after a convivial evening spent in different pavilions, Harun during the dead of night called up his page Yasir al-Rikla, and bade him bring Ja'afar's hand. The messenger found Ja'afar still carousing with the blind poet Abu Zakar, and the Christian physician Gabriel ibn Bakhtiashu, and was persuaded to return to the Caliph and report his death, the wazir adding, "And he express regret I shall owe thee my life, and if not, whatso Allah will be done." Ja'afar followed to listen and heard only the Caliph exclaim, "O sucker of thy mother's clitoris, if thou answer me another word, I will send thee before him." Whereupon he at once bandaged his own eyes and received the fatal blow. Al-Asma'i, who was summoned to the presence shortly after, recounts that when the head was brought to Harun, he gazed at it, and summoning 2 witnesses commanded them to decapitate Yasir, crying, "I cannot bear to look upon the slayer of Ja'afar." His vengeance did not cease with the death. He ordered the head to be gibbeted at one end and the trunk at the other abutment of the Tigris bridge, where the corpses of the vilest malefactors used to be exposed. And some months afterward, he insulted the remains by having them burned. the last and worst indignity which can be offered to a Muslim. There are indeed pity and terror in the difference between two such items in the treasury accounts as these: 400,000 dinars £200,000 to a robe of honor for the Wazir Ja'afar bin Yahya, and 10 kirat (5 shillings) to naphtha and reeds for burning the body of Ja'afar the Barmecide. Meanwhile, Yahya and Al-Fazl, seized by the Caliph Harun's command at Baghdad, were significantly cast into the prison Habs al-Zanadika of the Guebres, and their immense wealth, which, some opine, hastened their downfall, was confiscated. According to the historian Al-Tabari, who, however, is not supported by all the annalists, the whole Barmecide family, men, women, and children, numbering over 1,000, were slaughtered with only 3 exceptions: Yahya, his brother Mohammed, and his son Al-Fazl. The Caliph's foster father, who lived to the age of 74, was allowed to die in jail (A.H. 805) after 2 years' imprisonment at Ruka. Al-Fazl, after having been tortured with 200 blows in order to make him produce concealed property, survived his father 3 years, and died in November A.H. 808, some 4 months before his terrible foster brother. A pathetic tale is told of the son warming water for the old man's use by pressing the copper ewer to his stomach. The motives of this terrible massacre are variously recounted, but no sufficient explanation has yet been, or possibly ever will be, given. The popular idea is embodied in the Nights. Harun, wishing Ja'afar to be his companion even in the harem, had wedded him, pro forma, to his eldest sister Abasa, the loveliest woman of her day, and brilliant in mind as in body. But he has expressly said, "I will marry thee to her, that it may be lawful for thee to look upon her, but thou shalt not touch her." Ja'afar bound himself by a solemn oath, but his mother Ataba was mad enough to deceive him in his cups, and the result was a boy, Ibn Khalikan, or, according to others, twins. The issue was sent under the charge of a confidential eunuch and a slave girl to Mecca for concealment, but the secret was divulged to Zubaydah, who had her own reasons for hating husband and wife, and cherished an especial grievance against Yahya. Thence it soon found its way to headquarters. Harun's treatment of Abasa supports the general conviction. According to the most credible accounts, she and her child were buried alive in a pit under the floor of her apartment. But possibly Ja'afar's perjury was only the last straw. Already Al-Fazl bin Rabia, the deadliest enemy of the Barmecides, had been entrusted (A.D. 786) with the Wazirat, which he kept 7 years. Ja'afar had also acted generously but imprudently in abetting the escape of Yahya bin Abdillah, Sayyid and Alide, for whom the Caliph had commanded confinement in a close dark dungeon. When charged with disobedience, the Wazir had made full confession, and Harun had, they say, exclaimed, "Thou hast done well," but was heard to mutter, "Allah slay me, and I slay thee not." The great house seems at times to have abused its powers by being too peremptory with Harun and Zubaydah, especially in money matters; and its very greatness would have created for it many and powerful enemies and detractors, who plied the Caliph with anonymous verse and prose. Nor was it forgotten that before the spread of Al-Islam, they had presided over the Nabihar or Perathium of Balkh, and Harun is said to have remarked anent Yahya, "The zeal for Magianism, rooted in his heart, induces him to save all the monuments connected with his faith." Hence the charge that they were Zanadaka, a term properly applied to those who study the Zend scripture, but popularly meaning mundanists, positivists, reprobates, atheists; and it may be noted that, immediately after Al-Rashid's death, violent religious troubles broke out in Baghdad. Ibn Khalikan quotes Sayyid ibn Salim, a well-known grammarian and traditionist who philosophically remarked, "Of a truth the Barmecides did nothing to deserve Al-Rashid's severity, but the day of their power and prosperity had been long, and whatso endureth long waxeth longsome." Fakhr al-Din says, page 27, "On attribue encore leur ruine aux manières fières et orgueilleuses de Ja'afar, et de Fadl, al-Fazl, manières que le roi ne saurait supporter." According to Ibn Badrun, the poet, when the Caliph's sister Olaya asked him, "O my lord, I have not seen thee enjoy one happy day since putting Ja'afar to death. Wherefore didst thou slay him?" He answered, "My dear life, and I thought that my shirt knew the reason I would rend it in pieces." I therefore hold with al-Masudi, "As regards the intimate cause of the catastrophe, it is unknown and Allah is omniscient." Aaron the Orthodox appears sincerely to have repented his enormous crime. From that date he never enjoyed refreshing sleep. He would have given his whole realm to recall Ja'afar to life; and if any spoke slightingly of the Barmecides in his presence, he would exclaim, "God damn your fathers! Cease to blame them or fill the void they have left." And he had ample reason to mourn the loss. After the extermination of the wise and enlightened family, the affairs of the Caliphate never prospered. Fazl bin Rabia, though a man of intelligence and devoted to letters, proved a poor substitute for Yahya and Ja'afar, and the Caliph is reported to have applied to him the couplet, "No sire to your sire I bid you spare, your calumnies or their place replace." His unwise elevation of his two rival sons filled him with fear of poison, and lastly the violence and recklessness of the popular mourning for the Barmecides, whose echo has not yet died away, must have added poignancy to his tardy penitence. The crime still "sticks fiery off" from the rest of Harun's career. It stands out in ghastly prominence as one of the most terrible tragedies recorded by history, and its horrible details make men write passionately on the subject to this our day. As of Harun, so of Zubaydah it may be said that she was far superior in most things to contemporary royalties, and she was not worse at her worst than the normal despot queen of the Morning Land. We must not take seriously the tales of her jealousy in the Nights, which mostly end in her selling off or burying alive her rivals. But even were all true, she acted after the recognized fashion of her exalted sisterhood. The secret history of Cairo, during the last generation, tells of many a vice-regal dame who had committed all the crimes, without any of the virtues which characterized Harun's cousin spouse. And the difference between the manners of the Caliphate and the respectability of the 19th century may be measured by the tale called Al-Mamun and Zubaydah. The lady, having won a game of forfeits from her husband, and being vexed with him for imposing unseemly conditions when he had been the winner, condemned him to lie with the foulest and filthiest kitchen wench in the palace. And thus was begotten the Caliph, who succeeded and destroyed her son. Zubaydah was the granddaughter of the second Abbasid al-Mansur, by his son Ja'afar, whom the Knights persistently term al-Qasim. Her name was Amat al-Aziz, or Handmaid of the Almighty. Her cognomen was Ja'afar, as her husband's was Abu Ja'afar, and her popular name Creamkin derives from Zubda, cream or fresh butter, on account of her plumpness and freshness. She was as majestic and munificent as her husband, and the hum of prayer was never hushed in her palace. Al-Masudi makes our historians say to the dangerous Caliph Al-Kahir, "The nobleness and generosity of this princess, in serious matters as in her diversions, place her in the highest rank," and he proceeds to give ample proof. Al-Siyuti relates how she once filled a poet's mouth with jewels which he sold for 20,000 dinars. Ibn Khalikan, 523, affirms of her, "Her charity was ample, her conduct virtuous, and the history of her pilgrimage to Mecca and of what she undertook to execute on the way is so well known that it were useless to repeat it." I have noted (Pilgrimage 3:2) how the Darb al-Sharqi, or eastern road from Mecca to al-Medina, was due to the piety of Zubaydah, who dug wells from Baghdad to the Prophet's burial place, and built not only cisterns and caravanserais, but even a wall to direct pilgrims over the shifting sands. She also supplied Mecca, which suffered severely from want of water, with the chief requisite for public hygiene, by connecting it through levelled hills and hewn rocks with the Ain al-Mushash in the Arafat sub-range, and a fine aqueduct, some 10 miles long, was erected at a cost of 1.7 to 2 million of gold pieces. We cannot wonder that her name is still famous among the Bedouin and the sons of the holy cities. She died at Baghdad after a protracted widowhood in A.H. 216, and her tomb, which still exists, was long visited by the friends and dependents who mourned the loss of a devout and most liberal woman. End of Section 20. Recording by phone. Section 21 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. The Matter of the Nights, Part 3. The reader will bear with me while I run through the tales and add a few remarks to the notices given in the notes. The glance must necessarily be brief, however extensive be the theme. The admirable introduction follows, in all the texts and manuscripts known to me, the same main lines, but differs greatly in minor details, as will be seen by comparing Mr. Payne's translation with Lane's and mine. In the tale of the sage Douban appears the speaking head which is found in the Kamil. In Mirkond and in the Kitab al-Uyun, M.C. Barbier de Maynard traces it back to an abbreviated text of al-Masudi. I would especially recommend to students the Porter and the Three Ladies of Baghdad, whose mighty orgy ends so innocently in general marriage. Lane blames it because it represents Arab ladies as acting like Arab courtesans, but he must have known that during his day the indecent frolic was quite possible in some of the highest circles of his beloved Cairo. To judge by the style and changes of person, some of the most archaic expressions suggest the hand of the Ravi or professional tale-teller. Yet as they are in all the texts, they cannot be omitted in a loyal translation. The following story of the three apples perfectly justifies my notes concerning which certain carpers complain. What Englishman would be jealous enough to kill his cousin wife because a blackamoor in the streets boasted of her favors? But after reading what is annotated in Volume 1:6, and purposely placed there to give the keynote of the book, he will understand the reasonable nature of the suspicion. And I may add that the same cause has commended these skunks of the human race to debauched women in England. The next tale, sometimes called The Two Wazirs, is notable for its regular and genuine drama intrigue, which, however, appears still more elaborate and perfected in other pieces. The richness of this oriental plot invention contrasts strongly with all European literatures except the Spaniard's, whose taste for the theatre determined his direction, and the Italian, which in Boccaccio's day had burrowed freely through Sicily from the east. And the remarkable deficiency lasted till the romantic movement dawned in France, when Victor Hugo and Alexander Dumas showed their marvelous power of faultless fancy, boundless imagination and scenic luxuriance, raising French poetry from the dead and not mortally wounding French prose. The Two Wazirs is followed by the gem of the volume, The Adventure of the Hunchback Jester, also containing an admirable surprise and a fine development of character, while its wild but natural simplicity and its humor are so abounding that it has echoed through the world to the farthest west. It gave to Addison the story of Al-Nashkar, and to Europe the term Barmecide Feast, from the Tale of Shakabak. The adventures of the corpse were known in Europe long before Galland, as shown by 3 Fabliaux in Barbazan. I have noticed that the barber's tale of himself is historical, and I may add that it is told in detail by Al-Masudi. Chapter 94. Follows the tale of Nur al-Jin Ali, and what Galland miscalls the Fair Persian, a brightly written historiette with not a few touches of true humor. Noteworthy are the slaver's address, the fine description of the Baghdad garden, the drinking party, the caliph's frolic, and the happy end of the hero's misfortunes. Its brightness is tempered by the gloomy tone of the tale which succeeds, and which has variants in the Bak-o-Bahar, a Hindustani version of the Persian tale of the Four Darwishes, and in the Turkish Pirk Vezir, or Book of the 40 Viziers. Its dismal peripeties are relieved only by the witty indecency of eunuch Bukaid and the admirable humor of eunuch Kafur, whose half-lie is known throughout the East. Here also the lover's agonies are piled upon him for the purpose of unpiling at last. The Oriental tale-teller knows by experience that, as a rule, doleful endings don't pay. The next is the long romance of chivalry, King Omar bin al-Numan, etc., which occupies an eighth of the whole repertory and the best part of 2 volumes. Mr. Lane omits it because obscene and tedious, showing the license with which he translated; and he was set right by a learned reviewer, who truly declared that the omission of half a dozen passages out of 400 pages would fit it for printing in any language, and the charge of tediousness could hardly have been applied more unhappily. The tale is interesting as a picture of medieval Arab chivalry, and has many other notable points. For instance, the lines beginning "Allah holds the kingship" are a lesson to the Manichaeism of Christian Europe. It relates the doings of 3 royal generations, and has all the characteristics of Eastern art. It is a phantasmagoria of holy places, palaces, and harems; convents, castles, and caverns, here restful with gentle landscapes, and there bristling with furious battle pictures, and tales of princely prowess and knightly derring do. The characters stand out well. King Numan is an old lecher who deserves his death. The ancient Dame Zat al-Dawahi merits her title Lady of Calamities to her foes. Princess Abriza appears as a charming Amazon, doomed to a miserable and pathetic end. Zau al-Makan is a wise and pious royalty. Nuzat al-Zaman, though a longsome talker, is a model sister. The Wazir Dandan, a sage and sagacious counselor, contrasts with the chamberlain, an ambitious miscreant. Khan Makan is the typical Arab knight, gentle and brave, now managing the mouths of stubborn steeds, now practicing the proof of warlike deeds. And the kind-hearted, simple-minded stoker serves as a foil to the villains, the kidnapping Badawi and Gazban the detestable Negro. The fortunes of the family are interrupted by 2 episodes, both equally remarkable. Taj al-Muluk is the model lover whom no difficulties or dangers can daunt. In Aziz and Aziza, We have the beau ideal of a loving woman. The writer's object was to represent a softy who had the luck to win the love of a beautiful and clever cousin, and the mad folly to break her heart. The poetical justice which he receives at the hands of women of quite another stamp leaves nothing to be desired. Finally, the plot of King Omar is well worked out, and the gathering of all the actors upon the stage before the curtain drops may be improbable, but is highly artistic. The long crusading romance is relieved by a sequence of 16 fabliaux, partly historiettes of men and beasts, and partly apologues proper, a subject already noticed. We have then the saddening and dreary love tale of Ali bin Bakkar, a Persian youth, and the Caliph's concubine Shams al-Nahar. Here the end is made doleful enough by the deaths of the two martyrs, who are killed off like Romeo and Juliet, a lesson that the course of true love is sometimes troubled, and that men as well as women can die of the so-called tender passion. It is followed by the long tale of Kamar al-Zaman, or Moon of the Age, the first of that name, the Kamar al-Zaman, whom Galland introduced into the best European society. Like the ebony horse, it seems to have been derived from a common source with Peter of Provence, and Cleomades and Clermont, and we can hardly wonder at its wide diffusion. The tale is brimful of life, change, movement, containing as much character and incident as would fill a modern 3-volumer, and the supernatural pleasantly jostles the natural. The Nash de Jinn and Maymunah, daughter of Al-Dimiriyat, a renowned king of the Jann, being as human in their jealousy about the virtue of their lovers as any children of Adam, and so their metamorphosis to fleas has all the effect of a surprise. The troop is again drawn with a broad firm touch. Prince Charming, the hero, is weak and wilful, shifty and immoral, hasty and violent. His two spouses are rivals in abominations, as his sons, Amjad and Asad, are examples of a fraternal affection rarely found in half-brothers by sister wives. There is at least one fine melodramatic situation, and marvelous feats of indecency, a practical joke which would occur only to the canopic mind, emphasize the recovery of her husband by that remarkable blackguard, the Lady Budur. The interpolated tale of Niamah and Naomi, a simple and pleasing narrative of youthful amours, contrasts well with the boiling passions of the incestuous and murderous queens, and serves as a pause before the grand denouement, when the parted meet, the lost are found, the unwedded are wedded, and all ends merrily as a 19th-century novel. The long tale of Ala al-Din, our old friend Aladdin, is wholly out of place in its present position. It is a counterpart of Ali Nur al-Din and Miriam the Girdle Girl, and a mention of the Shabandar or harbor master, the Kunzul or consul, the captain, capitano, the use of cannon at sea, and the choice of Genoa city, prove that it belongs to the 15th or 16th century, and should accompany Kamar al-Zaman too, and Ma'aruf at the end of the Nights. Despite the lutist Zubaydah being carried off by the Jinn, the magic couch, a modification of Solomon's carpet, and the murder of the king who refused to Islamize, it is evidently a European tale, and I believe with Dr. Bakker that it is founded upon the legend of Charlemagne's daughter Emma and his secretary Egenhard, as has been noted in the counterpart. This quasi-historical fiction is followed by a succession of fabliaux, novelles, and historiettes, which fill the rest of the volume 4 and the whole of volume 5, till we reach the terminal story, The Queen of the Serpents. It appears to me that most of them are historical and could easily be traced. Not a few are in Al-Masudi, For instance, the grim Tale of Hatim of Tai is given bodily in meads of gold, and the two adventures of Ibrahim al-Mahdi with the barber surgeon and the merchant's sister are in his pages. The city of Lubtite embodies the legend of Don Rodrigo, last of the Goths, and may have reached the ears of Washington Irving. Many-columned Iram is held by all Muslims to be factual, and sundry writers have recorded the tricks played by Al-Ma'mun with the pyramids of Giza, which still show his handiwork. The germ of Isaac of Mosul is found in Al-Masudi, who names Buran the poetess, and Harun al-Rashid and the slave girl is told by a host of writers. Ali the Persian is a rollicking tale of fun from some Iranian jest book. Abu Muhammad hight Lazybones belongs to the cycle of Sinbad the Seaman, with a touch of Whittington and his cat, and Zumurrud, Smaragdine, in Ali Shar, shows at her sale the impudence of Miriam the Girdle Girl, and in bed the fescennine device of the Lady Budur. The ruined man who became rich, etc., is historical, and Al-Masudi relates the coquetry of Mabuda the concubine. The historian also quotes 4 couplets, 2 identical with numbers 1 and 2 in the Nights, and adding, "Then see the slave who lords it o'er her lord, in lover privacy and public sight. Behold these eyes that one like Ja'far saw, Allah on Ja'far rains boons infinite." Uns al-Wujud is a love tale which has been translated into a host of Eastern languages, and the lovers of the Banu Osra belong to al-Masudi's Martyrs of Love, with the Osrite Love of Ibn Galikan. Harun and the 3 Poets has given to Cairo a proverb which Burckhardt renders, "The day obliterates the word or promise of the night," for "the promise of night is effaced by day, it suggests Congreve's Doris, for who o'er night obtained her grace, she can next day disown," etc. Harun and the 3 Slave Girls smacks of Gargantua. "It belongs to me," said one. "'Tis mine," said another, and so forth. The Simpleton and the Sharper, like the Foolish Dominie, is an old Joe Miller in Hindu as well as Muslim folklore. Kisra Anushirvan is The King, the Owl, and the Villages of Al-Masudi, who also notices the Persian monarch's 4 seals of office, and Masur the Eunuch and Ibn al-Karibi is from the same source as Ibn al-Maghazili the Reciter, and a eunuch belonging to the Caliph al-Mutazat. In the tale of Tawadud, we have the fullest development of the disputations and displays of learning then so common in Europe, test the admirable Crichton, and these were effected not only by Eastern tale-tellers, but even by sober historians. To us it is much like padding when Nuzhat al-Zaman fags her hapless hearers with a discourse covering 16 mortal pages. When the Wazir Dandan reports at length the cold speeches of the 5 high-bosomed maids and the Lady of Calamities, and when Wird Khan, in presence of his papa, discharges his patristic exercitations and heterogeneous knowledge. Yet Al-Masudi also relates, at dreary extension, the disputation of the 12 sages in presence of Barmecide Yahya upon the origin, the essence, the accidents, and the omnis res of love; and in another place shows Honayn, author of the Book of Natural Questions, undergoing a long examination before the Caliph al-Wasik, Vatek, and describing, amongst other things, the human teeth. See also the Dialogue or Catechism of al-Hajjaj and Ibn al-Kiriyah in Ibn Khalikan. These disjecta membra of tales and annals are pleasantly relieved by the 7 voyages of Sinbad the Seaman. The Arabian Odyssey may, like its great brother, descend from a noble family, the Shipwrecked Mariner, a Coptic travel tale of the 12th dynasty, preserved on a papyrus at St. Petersburg. In its actual condition Sinbad is a fanciful compilation, like Defoe's Captain Singleton, borrowed from travellers' tales of an immense variety and extracts from Al-Idrisi, Al-Kazwini, and Ibn al-Wardi. Here we find the Polyphemus, the Pygmies, and the cranes of Homer and Herodotus, the escape of Aristomenes, the Plinian monsters well known in Persia, the magnetic mountain of St. Brennan, Brandanus, the aeronautics of Duke Ernest of Bavaria, and sundry cuttings from Moslem writers dating between our 9th and 14th centuries. The Shaykh of the Seaboard appears in the Persian romance of Camaralpa, translated by Franklin, all the particulars absolutely corresponding. The Odyssey is valuable because it shows how far eastward the medieval Arab had extended. Already in the ignorance he had reached China and had formed a center of trade at Canton. But the higher merit of the Cento is to produce one of the most charming books of travel ever written, like Robinson Crusoe, the delight of children and the admiration of all ages. The hearty life and realism of Sinbad are made to stand out in strong relief by the deep melancholy which pervades The City of Brass, a dreadful book for a dreary day. It is curious to compare the doleful verses with those spoken to Caliph al-Mutawakkil by Abu al-Hassan Ali al-Masudi. We then enter upon the venerable Sindibad Name, the malice of women, of which, according to the Kitab al-Firist, there were 2 editions, a Sinbad al-Kabir and a Sinbad al-Sagir, the latter being probably an epitome of the former. This bundle of legends, I have shown, was incorporated with the Nights as an editor's addiction, and as an independent work it has made the round of the world. Space forbids any detailed notice of this choice collection of anecdotes for which a volume would be required. I may, however, note that The Wife's Device has its analogues in the Kata, in the Gesta Romanorum, and in Boccaccio, modified by La Fontaine to Richard Minutolo. It is quoted almost in the words of the Nights by the Shaykh al-Nafsavi. That most witty and indecent tale The 3 Wishes has forced its way disguised as a babe into our nurseries. Another form of it is found in the Arab proverb, more luckless than Bassus, Camus, a fair Israelite who persuaded her husband, also a Jew, to wish that she might become the loveliest of women. Jehovah granted it, spitefully as Jupiter. The consequence was that her contumacious treatment of her mate made him pray that the beauty might be turned into a bitch, and the 3rd wish restored her to her original state. The story of Judah is Egyptian to judge from its local knowledge, together with its ignorance of Morocco. It shows a contrast, in which Arabs delight, of an almost angelical goodness and forgiveness with a well-nigh diabolical malignity, and we find the same extremes in Abu Sir, the noble-minded barber, and the hideously inhuman Abu Kir. The excursion to Mauritania is artfully managed, and gives a novelty to the mise-en-scène. Gharib and Ajib belongs to the cycle of Antar and King Omar bin Numan. Its exaggerations make it a fine type of Oriental chauvinism, pitting the superhuman virtues, valor, nobility, and success of all that is Moslem, against the scum of the earth which is non-Moslem. Like the exploits of Friar John of the chopping knives, it suggests ridicule cast on impossible battles and tales of giants, paynims, and paladins. The long romance is followed by 13 historiettes, all apparently historical. Compare Hind, daughter of Al-Numan, and Isaac of Mosul and the Devil, with Al-Masudi 5, 365, and 6, 340. They end in two long detective tales, like those which M. Gaboriau has popularized, The Rogueries of Delilah and The Adventures of Mercury Ali, based upon the principle, one thief wots another. The former, who has appeared before, seems to have been a noted character. Al-Masudi says, "In a word, this sheikh outrivaled in his rogueries and the ingenuities of his wiles, Dalilah, the crafty and other tricksters and coney catchers, ancient and modern." The tale of Ardashir lacks originality. We are now entering upon a series of pictures which are replicas of those preceding. This is not the case with that charming Undine, Gulnar the Sea-born, which, like Abdullah of the Land and Abdullah of the Sea, describes the vie intime of mermen and merwomen. Somewhat resembling Swift's inimitable creations, the Huims, for instance, they prove, amongst other things, that those who dwell in a denser element can justly blame and severely criticize the contradictory and unreasonable prejudices and predilections of mankind. Saif al-Muluk, the romantic tale of two lovers, shows by its introduction that it was originally an independent work, and it is known to have existed in Persia during the 11th century. This novella has found its way into every Muslim language of the East, even into Sindhi, which calls the hero Saifal. Here we again meet the old man of the sea, or rather the sheikh of the seaboard, and make acquaintance with a jinn whose soul is outside his body. Thus he resembled Hermotimos of Clazamune in Apollonius, whose spirit left his mortal frame à discrétion. The author, philanthropically remarking, "Knowest thou not that a single mortal is better, in Allah's sight, than 1,000 jinn?" brings the wooing to a happy end, which leaves a pleasant savor upon the mental palate. Hassan of Bassorah is a master shoe-tie on a large scale like Sinbad, but his voyages and travels extend into the supernatural and fantastic rather than the natural world. Though long, the tale is by no means wearisome, and the characters are drawn with a fine, firm hand. The hero, with his hen-like persistency of purpose, his weeping, fainting, and versifying, is interesting enough, and proves that love can find out the way. The charming adopted sister, the model of what the feminine friend should be. The silly little wife who never knows that she is happy till she loses happiness. The violent and hard-hearted queen with all the cruelty of a good woman. And the manners and customs of Amazon land are outlined with a lifelike vivacity. Khalifa, the next tale, is valuable as a study of Eastern life, showing how the fisherman emerges from the squalor of his surroundings, and becomes one of the Caliph's favorite cup companions. Ali Nur al-Din and King Jaliad have been noticed elsewhere, and there is little to say of the concluding stories which bear the evident impress of a more modern date. Dr. Johnson thus sums up his notice of The Tempest. Whatever might have been the intention of their author, these tales are made instrumental to the production of many characters, diversified with boundless invention, and preserved with profound skill in nature, extensive knowledge of opinions, and accurate observation of life. Here are exhibited princes, courtiers, and sailors, all speaking in their real characters. There is the agency of airy spirits and of earthy goblin, the operations of magic, the tumults of a storm, the adventures of a desert island, the native effusion of untold affection, the punishment of guilt, and the final happiness of those for whom our passions and reason are equally interested. We can fairly say this much and far more for our tales. Viewed as a tout ensemble, in full and complete form, they are a drama of Eastern life, and a dance of death made sublime by faith and the highest emotions, by the certainty of expiation and the fullness of atoning equity, where virtue is victorious, vice is vanquished, and the ways of Allah are justified to man. They are a panorama which remains ken speckle upon the mental retina. They form a phantasmagoria in which archangels and angels, devils and goblins, men of air, of fire, of water, naturally mingle with men of earth, where flying horses and talking fishes are utterly realistic, where king and prince meet fisherman and pauper, lamia and cannibal, where citizen jostles Badawi, eunuch meets knight, the Kazi hobnobs with the thief, the pure and pious sit down on the same tray with the bawd and the pimp, where the professional religionist, the learned Koranist, and the strictest moralist consort with the wicked magician, the scoffer, and the debauchee poet like Abu Nowas, where the courtier jests with the boor, and where the sweep is bedded with the noble lady. And the characters are finished and quickened by a few touches swift and sure as the glance of sunbeams. The work is a kaleidoscope where everything falls into picture, gorgeous palaces and pavilions, grisly underground caves and deadly wolves, gardens fairer than those of the Hesperiid, seas dashing with clashing billows upon enchanted mountains, valleys of the shadow of death, air voyages and promenades in the abysses of ocean, the duello, the battle and the siege, the wooing of maidens and the marriage rite, all the splendor and squalor, the beauty and baseness, the glamour and grotesqueness, the magic and the mournfulness, the bravery and the baseness of Oriental life are here. Its pictures of the three great Arab passions, love, war, and fancy, entitle it to be called blood, musk, and hashish. And still more, the genius of the storyteller quickens the dry bones of history, and by adding fiction to fact revives the dead past. The caliphs and the caliphate return to Baghdad and Cairo, whilst Asmodeus kindly removes the terrace roof of every tenement and allows our curious glances to take in the whole interior. This is perhaps the best proof of their power. Finally, the picture gallery opens with a series of weird and striking adventures, and shows as a tailpiece an idyllic scene of love and wedlock in halls before reeking with lust and blood. I have noticed in my foreword that the two main characteristics of the Nights are pathos and humor, alternating with highly artistic contrast, and carefully calculated to provoke tears and smiles in the coffee-house audience which paid for them. The sentimental portion mostly breeds a tender passion and a simple sadness. Such are the Badawi's dying farewell, the lady's broken heart on account of her lover's hand being cut off, the wazir's death, the mourner's song and the tongue of the case, the murder of Princess Abriza, with the babe sucking its dead mother's breast, and generally the last moments of good Muslims, which are described with inimitable terseness and naivete. The sad and the gay mingle in the character of the good Hammam stoker who becomes Roy Crott, and the melancholy deepens in the tale of the mad lover, the blacksmith who could handle fire without hurt, the devotee prince, and the whole tale of Aziza, whose angelic love is set off by the sensuality and selfishness of her more fortunate rivals. A new note of absolutely tragic dignity seems to be struck in the sweep and the noble lady, showing the piquancy of sentiment which can be evolved from the common and the unclean. The pretty conceit of the lute is afterwards carried out in the song, which is a masterpiece of originality, and, in the Arabic, of exquisite tenderness and poetic melancholy, the wail over the past and the vain longing for reunion. And the very depths of melancholy, of majestic pathos and of true sublimity are reached in many-columned Iram and the City of Brass. The metrical part of the latter shows a luxury of woe. It is one long wail of despair which echoes long and loud in the hearer's heart. In my foreword I have compared the humorous vein of the comic tales with our northern wit, chiefly for the dryness and slyness which pervade it. But it differs in degree as much as the pathos varies. The staple article is Cairene chaff, a peculiar banter possibly inherited from their pagan forefathers. Instances of this are found in the cock and dog, the eunuch's address to the cook, the wazir's exclamation, "Too little pepper," the self-communing of Judar, the hashish eater in Ali Shah, the scene between the brothers Wazir, the treatment of the gobbo, the water of Zemzem, and the eunuchs Bukait and Kafur. At times it becomes a masterpiece of fun, of rollicking Rabelaisian humor underlaid by the caustic mother-wit of Sancho Panza, as in the orgy of the ladies of Baghdad, the holy ointment applied to the beard of Luca the Knight, Unxerunt regem Salomonem, and Ja'afar and the old Badawi, with its reminiscence of Chaffy King Amasis. This reaches its acme in the description of ugly old age. In the Three Wishes, the wickedest of satires on the alter sexes. In Ali the Persian. In The Lady and Her 5 Suitors, which corresponds and contrasts with the dully told story of Upakosa and her 4 lovers of the Katha. And in The Man of Al-Yaman, where we find the true Falstaffian touch. But there is sterling wit, sweet and bright, expressed without any artifice of words, in the immortal barbar's tales of its brothers, especially the 2nd, the 5th, and the 6th. Finally, wherever the honest and independent old debauchee Abu Novas makes his appearance, the fun becomes fescennine and Milesian. End of section 21. Recording by phone.
Section 22 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. The Manner of the Nights. And now, after considering the matter, I will glance at the language and style of the Nights. The first point to remark is the peculiarly happy framework of the Requiem, which I cannot but suspect set an example to the Decameron and its host of successors. The admirable introduction, a perfect mise en scene, gives the amplest raison d'etre of the work, which thus has all the unity required for a great romantic Requiem. We perceive this when reading the contemporary Hindu work, the Katha Sarit Sagara, which is at once so like and so unlike the Nights. Here the preamble is insufficient, the whole is clumsy for want of a thread upon which the many independent tales and fables should be strung, and the consequent disorder and confusion tell upon the reader, who cannot remember the sequence without taking notes. As was said in my foreword, without the Nights no Arabian Nights, and now, so far from holding the pauses an intolerable interruption to the narrative, I attach additional importance to these pleasant and restful breaks introduced into long and intricate stories. Indeed, beginning again, I should adopt the plan of the Cal Edit, opening and ending every division with a dialogue between the sisters. Upon this point, however, opinions will differ, and the critic will remind me that the consensus of the manuscript would be wanting. The Bresla edit, in many places, merely interjects the number of the night without interrupting the tale. The manuscript in the Bibliothèque Nationale, used by Galland, contains only 282, and the Frenchman ceases to use the division after the 236th night, and in some editions after the 197th. A fragmentary manuscript, according to Scott, whose friend J. Anderson found it in Bengal, breaks away after night 29, and in the Wortley Montague the Sultan relents at an early opportunity, the stories, as in Galland, continuing only as an amusement. I have been careful to preserve the balanced sentences with which the tales open, the tautology and the prose rhyme serving to attract attention, for example, in days of yore and in times long gone, before there was a king, etc. In England, where we strive not to waste words, this becomes once upon a time. The closings also are artfully calculated, by striking a minor chord after the rush and hurry of the incidents, to suggest repose, and they led the most pleasurable of lives and the most delectable, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies, and they became as though they had never been. Place this by the side of the Boccaccio's favourite formula, egli conquistò poi la Scozia e fune recoronato, et onorevolmente visse infino alla fine, molte volte goderono del loro amore, idio faccia noi goder del nostro, e così n'era su grossezza si rimase e ancor visista. We have further docked this tale into, and they lived happily ever after. I cannot take up the Nights in their present condition without feeling that the work has been written down from the Ravi or Nakal, the contour or professional storyteller, also called Kasas and Mada, corresponding with the Hindu Bhatt or bard. To these men my learned friend Baron A. von Kremer would attribute the Mu'allakat, vulgarly called the suspended poems, as being indited from the relation of the Ravi. Hence in our text the frequent interruption of the formula Kal Aravi, quotes the reciter, dice Torpino. Moreover, the Nights read in many places like a handbook or guide for the professional, who would learn them by heart, here and there introducing his gag and patter. To this business possibly we may attribute much of the ribaldry which starts up in unexpected places. It was meant simply to provoke a laugh. How old the custom is and how unchangeable is Eastern life is shown, a correspondent suggests, by the Book of Esther, which might form part of the Alf Layla. On that night, we read in chapter 6, part 1, could not the king sleep, and he commanded to bring the book of records of the chronicles, and they were read before the king. The Ravi would declaim the recitative somewhat in conversational style. He would intone the sarra or prose rhyme, and he would chant to the twanging of the rabab, a one-stringed viol, the poetical parts. Dr. Scott borrows from the historian of Aleppo a lifelike picture of the storyteller. He recites walking to and fro in the middle of the coffee-room, stopping only now and then when the expression requires some emphatical attitude. He is commonly heard with great attention, and not unfrequently in the midst of some interesting adventure, when the expectation of his audience is raised to the highest pitch, he breaks off abruptly and makes his escape, leaving both his hero or heroine and his audience in the utmost embarrassment. Those who happen to be near the door endeavour to detain him, insisting upon the story being finished before he departs, but he always makes his retreat good, and the auditors, suspending their curiosity, are induced to return at the same time next day to hear the sequel. He has no sooner made his exit than the company in separate parties fall to disputing about the characters of the drama, or the event of an unfinished adventure. The controversy by degrees becomes serious, and opposite opinions are maintained with no less warmth than if the fall of the city depended upon the decision. At Tangier, where a murder in a coffee-house had closed those hovels, pending a sufficient payment to the Pasha, and where during the hard winter of 1885-86 the poorer classes were compelled to puff their kaif, bahang, cannabis indica, and sip their black coffee in the muddy streets under a rainy sky, I found the Rawi active on Sundays and Thursdays, the market days. The favourite place was the Soko de Bara, or large bazaar, outside the town, whose condition is that of Suez and Beirut half a century ago. It is a foul slope, now slippery with viscous mud, then powdery with fetid dust, dotted with graves and decaying tombs, unclean booths, gargotes, and tattered tents, and frequented by women, mere bundles of unclean rags, and by men wearing the haik or bunus, a Franciscan frock, tending their squatting camels and chaffering over cattle for Gibraltar beef-eaters. Here the market people form a ring about the reciter, a stalwart man affecting little raiment besides a broad waist-belt into which his lower chiffons are tucked, and noticeable only for his shock hair, wild eyes, broad grin, and generally disreputable aspect. He usually handles a short stick, and when drummer and piper are absent he carries a tiny tom-tom, shaped like an hourglass, upon which he taps the periods. This scéalaí, as the Irish call him, opens the drama with extempore prayer, proving that he and the audience are good Muslims. He speaks slowly and with emphasis, varying the diction with breaks of animation, abundant action, and the most comical grimace. He advances, retires, and wheels about, illustrating every point with pantomime, and his features, voice, and gestures are so expressive that even Europeans who cannot understand a word of Arabic divine the meaning of his tale. The audience stands breathless and motionless, surprising strangers by the ingenuousness and freshness of feeling hidden under their hard and savage exterior. The performance usually ends with the embryo actor going round for alms and flourishing in air every silver bit, the usual honorarium being a few flus, that marvellous money of Barbary, big coppers worth 1/12 of a penny. All the tales I heard were purely local, but Fakhri Bey, a young Osmanli domiciled for some time in Fez and Mequinez, assured me that the Nights are still recited there. Many travellers, including Dr. Russell, have complained that they failed to find a complete manuscript copy of the Nights. Evidently they never heard of the popular superstition which declares that no one can read through them without dying. It is only fair that my patron should know this. Yakub Artin Pasha declares that the superstition dates from the 14th and 15th centuries, and he explains it in two ways. Firstly, it is a facetious exaggeration, meaning that no one has leisure or patience to wade through the long repertory. Secondly, the work is condemned as futile. When Egypt produced savants and legists like Ibn al-Hajar, al-Aini, and al-Kastalani, to mention no others, the taste of the country inclined to dry factual studies and positive science. Nor, indeed, has this taste wholly died out. There are not a few who, like Kari Pasha, contend that the mathematic is more useful even for legal studies than history and geography, and at Cairo the chief of the educational department has always been an engineer, i.e. a mathematician. The ulema declared war against all futilities, in which they included not only stories, but also what is politely entitled authentic history. From this to the fatal effect of such lecture is only a step. Society, however, cannot rest without light literature, so the novel reading class was thrown back upon writings which had all the indelicacy and few of the merits of the Nights. Turkey is the only Moslem country which has dared to produce a regular drama, and to arouse the energies of such brilliant writers as Munif Pasha, statesman and scholar, Ekrem Bey, literato and professor, Kemal Bey, held by some to be the greatest writer in modern Osmanli land, and Abd al-Haq Hamid Bey, first secretary of the London Embassy. The theatre began in its ruder form by taking subjects bodily from the Nights, then it annexed its plays as we do, the novel having ousted the drama, from the French. And lastly it took courage to be original. Many years ago I saw Harun al-Rashid and the three Calendars with deerskins and all their properties de rigueur in the courtyard of Government House, Damascus, declaiming to the extreme astonishment and delight of the audience. It requires only to glance at the Nights for seeing how much histrionic matter they contain. In considering the style of the Nights, we must bear in mind that the work has never been edited according to our ideas of the process. Consequently, there is no just reason for translating the whole verbatim et literatum, as has been done by Torrens, Lane, and Payne in his Tales from the Arabic. This conscientious treatment is required for versions of an author like Camus, whose works were carefully corrected and arranged by a competent litterateur, but is not merited by the knights as they now are. The Macnaghten, the Bulaq, and the Beirut texts, though printed from manuscripts identical in order, often differ in minor matters. Many friends have asked me to undertake the work, but even if lightened by the aid of the sheikhs, munshis, and copyists, the labor would be severe, tedious, and thankless. Better leave the holes open than patch them with fancy work or with heterogeneous matter. The learned, indeed, as Lane tells us, being thoroughly dissatisfied with the plain and popular, the ordinary and vulgar note of the language, have attempted to refine and improve it, and have more than once threatened to remodel it, that is, to make it odious. This would be to dress up Robert Burns in plumes borrowed from Dryden and Pope. The first defect of the texts is in the distribution and arrangement of the matter, as I have noticed in the case of Sinbad the Seaman. Moreover, many of the earlier nights are overlong, and not a few of the others are overshort. This, however, has the prime recommendation of variety. Even the vagaries of editor and scribe will not account for all the incoherences, disorder, and inconsequence, and for the vain iterations which suggest that the author has forgotten what he said. In places there are dead allusions to persons and tales which are left dark. For example, Volume 1, page 43, 57, 61, etc. The digressions are abrupt and useless, leading nowhere, while sundry pages are wearisome for excess of prolixity or hardly intelligible for extreme conciseness. The perpetual recurrence of mean colloquialisms and of words and idioms peculiar to Egypt and Syria also takes from the pleasure of the perusal. Yet we cannot deny that it has its use. This unadorned language of familiar conversation, in its day adapted for the understanding of the people, is best fitted for the Ravi's craft, in the camp and caravan, the harem, the bazaar, and the coffee-house. Moreover, as has been well said, the Nights is the only written halfway house between the literary and colloquial Arabic which is accessible to all, and thus it becomes necessary to the students who would qualify themselves for service in Moslem lands, from Mauritania to Mesopotamia. It freely uses Turkish words like katun and Persian terms as shabandar, thus requiring for translation not only a somewhat archaic touch, but also a vocabulary borrowed from various sources. Otherwise the effect would not be reproduced. In places, however, the style rises to the highly ornate, approaching the pompous. For example, the wazirial addresses in the Tale of King Jaliad. The battle scenes, mostly admirable, are told with the conciseness of a despatch and the vividness of an artist, the two combining to form perfect word pictures. Of the badia, or euphistic style, parleying euphemism, and of al-sajah, the prose rhyme, I shall speak in a future page. The characteristics of the whole are naivety and simplicity, clearness and singular concision. The gorgeousness is in the imagery, not in the language. The words are weak, while the sense, as in the classical Scandinavian books, is strong. And here the Arabic differs diametrically from the florid exuberance and turgid amplifications of the Persian storyteller, which sound so hollow and unreal by the side of a chaster model. It abounds in formula, such as repetitions of religious phrases which are unchangeable. There are certain stock comparisons, as Lockman's wisdom, Joseph's beauty, Jacob's grief, Job's patience, David's music, and Miriam the virgin's chastity. The eyebrow is a nun, the eye a sad, the mouth a mim. A hero is more prudent than the crow, a better guide than the kata grouse, more generous than the cock, warier than the crane, braver than the lion, more aggressive than the panther, finer sighted than the horse, craftier than the fox, greedier than the gazelle, more vigilant than the dog, and thriftier than the ant. The cup boy is a sun rising from the dark underworld symbolized by his collar. His cheek mole is a crumb of ambergris. His nose is a scimitar girded at the curve. His lower lip is a jujube. His teeth are the Pleiades, or hailstones. His brow locks are scorpions. His young hair on the upper lip is an emerald. His sidebeard is a swarm of ants, or a lamb letter enclosing the roses or anemones of his cheek. The cup girl is a moon who rivals the sheen of the sun. Her forehead is a pearl set off by the jet of her idiot fringe. Her eyelashes scorn the sharp sword, and her glances are arrows shot from the bow of the eyebrows. A mistress necessarily belongs, though living in the next street, to the Wadi Liwa, and to a hostile clan of Badawin, whose blades are ever thirsting for the lover's blood, and whose malignant tongues aim only at the defilement of separation. Youth is upright as an aleph, or slender and bending as a branch of the ban tree, which we should call a willow wand. While age, crabbed and crooked, bends groundwards, vainly seeking in the dust his lost juvenility. As Baron Deslane says of these stock comparisons, the figurative language of Moslem poets is often difficult to be understood. The narcissus is the eye, the feeble stem of that plant bends languidly under its dower, and thus recalls to mind the languor of the eyes. Pearls signify both tears and teeth. The latter are sometimes called hailstones, from their whiteness and moisture. The lips are cornelians or rubies, the gums a pomegranate flower. The dark foliage of the myrtle is synonymous with the black hair of the beloved, or with the first down on the cheeks of puberty. The down itself is called the izar, or headstall of the bridle, and the curve of the izar is compared to the letters lam and nun. Ringlets trace on the cheek or neck the letter wa. They are called scorpions, as the Greek, either from their dark color or their agitated movements. The eye is a sword, the eyelids scabbards, the whiteness of the complexion camphor, and a mole or a beauty spot musk, which term denotes also dark hair. A mole is sometimes compared also to an ant creeping on the cheek towards the honey of the mouth. A handsome face is both a full moon and day. Black hair is night. The waist is a willow branch or a lance. The water of the face is self-respect. A poet sells the water of his face when he bestows mercenary praises on a rich patron. This does not sound promising, yet, as has been said of Arab music, the persistent repetition of the same notes in the minor key is by no means monotonous, and ends with haunting the ear, occupying the thought and touching the soul. Like the distant frog concert and chirp of the cicada, the creak of the water wheel and the stroke of hammers upon the anvil from afar, the murmur of the fountain, the sigh of the wind, and the plash of the wavelet, they occupy the sensorium with a soothing effect, forming a barbaric music full of sweetness and peaceful pleasure. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Burke. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition. A. Al-Islam. I here propose to treat of the social condition which the Nights discloses, of Al-Islam at the earlier period of its development, concerning the position of women, and about the pornology of the great saga book. A. Al-Islam. A splendid and glorious life was that of Baghdad in the days of the mighty Caliph, when the capital had towered to the zenith of grandeur and was already trembling and tottering to the fall. The center of human civilization, which was then confined to Greece and Arabia, and the metropolis of an empire exceeding in extent the widest limits of Rome, it was essentially a city of pleasure, a Paris of the 6th century. The Palace of Peace, Dar al-Salam, worthy successor of Babylon and Nineveh, which had outrivaled Damascus, the smile of the prophet, and Kufa, the successor of Hira and the magnificent creation of Caliph Omar, possessed unrivaled advantages of site and climate. The Tigris-Euphrates Valley, where the fabled Garden of Eden has been placed, in early ages succeeded the Nile Valley as a great center of human development, and the prerogative of a central and commanding position still promises it, even in the present state of decay and desolation under the unspeakable Turk, a magnificent future when railways and canals shall connect it with Europe. The city of palaces and government offices, hotels and pavilions, mosques and colleges, kiosks and squares, bazaars and markets, pleasure grounds and orchards, adorned with all the graceful charms which Saracenic architecture had borrowed from the Byzantines, lay couched upon the banks of the Dijla Hidekel under a sky of marvelous purity and in a climate which makes mere life a kayf, the luxury of tranquil enjoyment. It was surrounded by far-extending suburbs, like Rusafa on the eastern side, and villages like Batu Ranja, dear to the votaries of pleasure. With the roar of a gigantic capital mingled the hum of prayer, the trilling of birds, the thrilling of harp and lute, the shrilling of pipes, the witching strains of the professional alma, and the minstrel's lay. The population of Baghdad must have been enormous when the smallest number of her sons who fell victims to the Hulaku Khan in 1258 was estimated at 800,000, while other authorities more than double the terrible butcher's bill. Her policy and polity were unique. A well-regulated routine of tribute and taxation, personally inspected by the Caliph, a network of waterways, canaux d'arrosage, a noble system of highways provided with viaducts, bridges, and caravansaries, and a postal service of mounted couriers enabled it to collect as in a reservoir the wealth of the outer world. The facilities for education were upon the most extended scale. Large sums from private as well as public sources were allotted to mosques, each of which, by the admirable rule of al-Islam, was expected to contain a school. These establishments were richly endowed and stocked with professors collected from every land between Khorasan and Morocco, and immense libraries attracted the learned of all nations. It was a golden age for poets and panegyrists, Koranists and literati, preachers and rhetoricians, physicians and scientists who, besides receiving high salaries and fabulous presents, were treated with all the honors of Chinese mandarins, and, like these, the humblest Muslim, fisherman or artisan, could aspire through knowledge or savoir-faire to the highest offices of the empire. The effect was a grafting of Egyptian and Old Mesopotamian, of Persian and Greco-Latin fruits, by long time deteriorated upon the strong young stock of Arab genius. And the result, as usual after such imping, was a shoot of exceptional luxuriance and vitality. The educational establishments devoted themselves to the three main objects recognized by the Muslim world: theology, civil law, and belles-lettres, and a multitude of trained counselors enabled the ruling powers to establish and enlarge that complicated machinery of government, at once concentrated and decentralized. A despotism often fatal to the wealthy, great but never neglecting the interests of the humbler lieges, which forms the beau ideal of Oriental administration. Under the chancellors of the empire, the qazis administered law and order, justice and equality, and from their decisions the poorest subject, Muslim or miscreant, could claim with the general approval of the lieges access and appeal to the Caliph, who, as imam or antistes of the faith, was high president of a court of cassation. Under wise administration, agriculture and commerce, the twin pillars of national prosperity, necessarily flourished. A scientific canalization, with irrigation works inherited from the ancients, made the Mesopotamian valley a rival of Kemi the Black Land, and rendered cultivation a certainty of profit, not a mere speculation, as it must ever be to those who perforce rely upon the fickle rains of heaven. The remains of extensive mines prove that this source of public wealth was not neglected. Navigation laws encouraged transit and traffic, and ordinances for the fisheries aimed at developing a branch of industry which is still backward even during the 19th century. Most substantial encouragement was given to trade and commerce, to manufacture and handicrafts, by the flood of gold which poured in from all parts of the earth, by the presence of a splendid and luxurious court, and by the call for new arts and industries which such a civilization would necessitate. The crafts were distributed into guilds and syndicates under their respective chiefs, whom the government did not govern too much. These shabandars, mukaddams, and nakibs regulated several trades, rewarded the industrious, punished the fraudulent, and were personally answerable, as we still see at Cairo, for the conduct of their constituents. Public order, the sine qua non of stability and progress, was preserved. First, by the satisfaction of the lieges who, despite their characteristic turbulence, had few if any grievances, and secondly, by a well-directed and efficient police, an engine of statecraft which in the West seems most difficult to perfect. In the East, however, the wali or chief commissioner can reckon more or less upon the unsalaried assistance of society. The cities are divided into quarters, shut off one from other by night, and every Muslim is expected, by his law and religion, to keep watch upon his neighbors, to report their delinquencies, and, if necessary, himself to carry out the penal code. But in difficult cases, the guardians of the peace were assisted by a body of private detectives, women as well as men. These were called tawabun, the penitents, because like our Bow Street runners, they had given up an even less respectable calling. Their adventures still delight the vulgar, as did the Newgate calendar of past generations. And to this class we owe the tales of Calamity Ahmad, Delilah the Wily One, Saladin with the 3 chiefs of police, and Al-Malik al-Zahir with the 16 constables. Here and in many other places we also see the origin of that picaresque literature which arose in Spain and overran Europe, and which begat le moyen de parvenir. I need say no more on this heading. The civilization of Baghdad contrasting with the barbarism of Europe, then Germanic, the Knights itself being the best expositor. On the other hand, the action of the state religion upon the state, the condition of al-Islam during the reign of al-Rashid, its declension from the primitive creed, and its relation to Christianity and Christendom require a somewhat extended notice. In offering the following observations, it is only fair to declare my standpoints. 1. All forms of faith, that is, belief in things unseen, not subject to the senses, and therefore unknown and, in our present stage of development, unknowable, are temporary and transitory. No religion hitherto promulgated amongst men shows any prospect of being final or otherwise finite. 2. Religious ideas, which are necessarily limited, may all be traced home to the old seat of science and art, creeds and polity in the Nile Valley, and to this day they retain the clearest signs of their origin. 3. All so-called revealed religions consist mainly of 3 portions: a cosmogony more or less mythical, a history more or less falsified, and a moral code more or less pure. Al-Islam, it has been said, is essentially a fighting faith, and never shows to full advantage save in the field. The faith and luxury of a wealthy capital, the debauchery and variety of vices which would spring up therein, naturally as weeds in a rich fallow, and the cosmopolitan views which suggest themselves in a meeting place of nations, were sore trials to the primitive simplicity of the religion of resignation, the saving faith. Harun and his cousin wife, as has been shown, were orthodox and even fanatical, but the Barmecides were strongly suspected of heretical leanings, and while the many-headed showed itself, as usual, violent and ready to do battle about an azan call, the learned, who sooner or later leaven the masses, were profoundly dissatisfied with the dryness and barrenness of Mohammed's creed, so acceptable to the vulgar, and were devising a series of schisms and innovations. In the tale of Tawadud, the reader has seen a fairly extended catechism of the creed, din, the ceremonial observances, mazhab, and the apostolic practices, sunnat, of the Shafi school, which, with minor modifications, applies to the other three orthodox. Europe has by this time clean forgotten some tricks of her former bigotry, such as Mahomet, an idol, and Maomeri, a place of Muslim worship. Educated men no longer speak with Akli of the great impostor Mahomet, nor believe with the learned and violent Dr. Prideaux that he was foolish and wicked enough to dispossess certain poor orphans, the sons of an inferior artificer, the Banu Najjar. A host of books has attempted, though hardly with success, to enlighten popular ignorance upon a crucial point, namely, that the founder of Al-Islam, like the founder of Christianity, never pretended to establish a new religion. His claims, indeed, were limited to purging the school of Nazareth of the dross of ages and of the manifold abuses with which long use had infected its early constitution. Hence, to the unprejudiced observer, his reformation seems to have brought it nearer the primitive and original doctrine than any subsequent attempts, especially the Judaizing tendencies of the so-called Protestant churches. The Meccan apostle preached that the Hanafiya, or Orthodox belief, which he subsequently named Al-Islam, was first taught by Allah, in all its purity and perfection, to Adam, and consigned to certain inspired volumes now lost, and that this primal holy writ received additions in the days of his descendants, Shis, Seth, and Idris, Enoch, the founder of the Sabian, not Sabaean, faith. Here, therefore, Al-Islam at once avoided the deplorable assumption of the Hebrews and the Christians, an error which has been so injurious to their science and their progress, of placing their first man in circa BC 4000, or somewhat subsequent to the building of the pyramids. The pre-Adamite races and dynasties of the Muslims remove a great stumbling block and square with the anthropological views of the present day. In process of time, when the Adamite religion demanded a restoration and a supplement, its pristine virtue was revived, restored, and further developed by the books communicated to Abraham, whose dispensation thus takes the place of the Hebrew Noah and his Noachidai. In due time, the Torah, or Pentateuch, superseded and abrogated the Abrahamic dispensation. The Zabur of David, a book not confined to the Psalms, reformed the Torah. The Injil, or Evangel, reformed the Zabur and was itself purified, quickened, and perfected by the Koran, which means the reading or the recital. Hence Locke, with many others, held Muslims to be unorthodox, that is, anti-Trinitarian Christians, who believe in the Immaculate Conception, in the Ascension, and in the divine mission of Jesus. And when priestly affirmed that Jesus was sent from God, all Muslims do the same. Thus they are, in the main point of doctrine connected with the deity, simply Arians as opposed to Athanasians. History proves that the former was the earlier faith, which, though formally condemned in AD 325 by Constantine's Council of Nice, overspread the Orient beginning with Eastern Europe, where Ulfilas converted the Goths, which, extended into Africa with the Vandals, claimed a victim or martyr as late as in the 16th century, and has by no means died out in this our day. The Talmud had been completed a full century before Muhammad's time, and the Evangel had been translated into Arabic. Moreover, travel and converse with his Jewish and Christian friends and companions must have convinced the Meccan apostle that Christianity was calling as loudly for reform as Judaism had done. An exaggerated Trinitarianism, or rather tritheism, a fourth person and saint worship had virtually dethroned the deity, whilst Mariolatry had made the faith a religio muliebris, and superstition had drawn from its horrid fecundity an incredible number of heresies and monstrous absurdities. Even ecclesiastic writers draw the gloomiest picture of the Christian Church in the 4th and 7th centuries, and one declares that the kingdom of heaven had become a hell. Egypt, distracted by the bloodthirsty religious wars of Copt and Greek, had been covered with hermitages by a gens aeterna of semi-maniacal superstition. Syria, ever voracious of heresies, had allowed many of her finest tracts to be monopolized by monkeries and nunneries. After many a tentative measure, Mohammed seems to have built his edifice upon two bases: the unity of the Godhead and the priesthood of the Pater Familias. He abolished forever the sacerdos alter Christus, whose existence, as someone acutely said, is the best proof of Christianity, and whom all know to be its weakest point. The Moslem family, however humble, was to be the model in miniature of the state, and every father in al-Islam was made priest and pontiff in his own house, able unaided to marry himself, to circumcise, to baptize as it were, his children, to instruct them in the law, and canonically to bury himself. Ritual, properly so called, there was none. Congregational prayers were merely those of the individual en masse, and the only admitted approach to a sacerdotal order were the olema, or scholars learned in the legalistic, and the mullah, or schoolmaster. By thus abolishing the priesthood, Mohammed reconciled ancient with modern wisdom. Scito dominum, said Cato, pro tota familia rem divinam facere. No priest at a birth, no priest at a marriage, no priest at a death, is the aspiration of the present rationalistic school. The Meccan apostle wisely retained the compulsory sacrament of circumcision and the ceremonial ablutions of the Mosaic law, and the 5 daily prayers not only diverted man's thoughts from the world, but tended to keep his body pure. These 2 institutions had been practiced throughout life by the founder of Christianity, but the followers who had never seen him abolished them for purposes evidently political and propagandist. By ignoring the truth that cleanliness is next to godliness, they paved the way for such saints as Simon Stylites and Saba, who, like the lowest Hindu orders of ascetics, made filth a concomitant and an evidence of piety. Even now, English Catholic girls are at times forbidden by Italian priests a frequent use of the bath, as a sign post to the sin of luxury. Mohammed would have accepted the morals contained in the Sermon of the Mount much more readily than did the Jews from whom its matter was borrowed. He did something to abolish the use of wine, which in the East means only its abuse, and he denounced games of chance, well knowing that the excitable races of subtropical climates cannot play with patience, fairness, or moderation. He set aside certain sums for charity to be paid by every believer, and he was the first to establish a poor rate, zakat. Thus he avoided the shame and scandal of mendicancy, which, beginning in the Catholic countries of southern Europe, extends to Syria and as far east as Christianity is found. By these and other measures of the same import, he made the ideal Muslim's life physically clean, moderate, and temperate. But Mohammed, the mastermind of the age, had, we must own, a genuine prophetic power, a sinking of self in the divine not distinguishable in kind from the inspiration of the Hebrew prophets, especially in that puritanical and pharisaic narrowness which, with characteristic simplicity, can see no good outside its own petty pale. He had insight as well as outsight, and the two taught him that personal and external reformation were mean matters compared with elevating the inner man. In the purer faith, which he was commissioned to abrogate and to quicken, he found two vital defects equally fatal to its energy and to its longevity. These were, and are, its egoism and its degradation of humanity. Thus, it cannot be a pleroma. It needs a higher law. As Judaism promised the good Jew all manner of temporal blessings, issue, riches, wealth, honor, power, length of days, so Christianity offered the good Christian, as a bribe to lead a godly life, personal salvation, and a future state of happiness. In fact, the kingdom of heaven, with an alternative threat of hell. It never rose to the height of the Hindu Brahmins and Lao Tse, the ancient teacher, of Zeno the Stoic, and his disciples, the noble Pharisees, who believed and preached that virtue is its own reward. It never dared to say, "Do good for good's sake." Even now, it does not declare with Cicero, "The sum of all of that what is right should be sought for its own sake, because it is right, and not because it is enacted." It does not even now venture to say with Philo Judaeus, "The good man seeks the day for the sake of the day, and the light for the light's sake. And he labors to acquire what is good for the sake of the good itself, and not of anything else." So far for the egotism, naive and unconscious, of Christianity, whose burden is, do good to escape hell and gain heaven. A no less defect in the school of Galilee is its low view of human nature. Adopting as sober and authentic history an Osirian Hebrew myth, which Philo and a host of rabbis explain away, each after his own fashion, Christianity dwells, lovingly as it were, upon the fall of man, and seems to revel in the contemptible condition to which original sin condemned him. Thus groveling before God, ad majorem Dei gloriam, to such a point was and is this carried, that the Synod of Dort declared, "Infantes infidelium morientes, in infantia reprobatos esse statui mus." Nay, many of the Orthodox still hold a Christian babe dying unbaptized to be unfit for higher existence, and some have even created a limbo expressly to domicile the innocents, of whom is the kingdom of heaven. Here, if anywhere, the cloven foot shows itself and teaches us that the only solid stratum underlying priestcraft is one composed of LSD. And now I can never believe it, my Lord Bishop. We come to this earth ready damned, with the seeds of evil sown quite so thick at our birth, sings Edwin Arnold. We ask, can infatuation or hypocrisy, for it must be the one or the other, go farther? But the Adamical myth is opposed to all our modern studies. The deeper we dig into the earth's crust, the lower are the specimens of human remains which occur. And hitherto, not a single find has come to revive the faded glories of Adam, the goodliest man of men since born, his sons, the fairest of her daughters, Eve. Thus Christianity, admitting like Judaism its own saints and santons, utterly ignores the progress of humanity, perhaps the only belief in which the wise man can take unmingled satisfaction. Both have proposed an originally perfect being with hyacinthine locks, from whose type all the subsequent humans are degradations, physical and moral. We, on the other hand, hold from the evidence of our senses that early man was a savage, very little superior to the brute. That during man's millions of years upon earth there has been a gradual advance towards perfection, at times irregular and even retrograde, but in the main progressive, and that a comparison of man in the 19th century with the caveman affords us the means of measuring past progress and of calculating the future of humanity. Mohammed was far from rising to the moral heights of the ancient sages. He did nothing to abate the egotism of Christianity. He even exaggerated the pleasures of its heaven and the horrors of its hell. On the other hand, he did much to exalt human nature. He passed over the fall with a light hand. He made man superior to the angels. He encouraged his fellow creatures to be great and good by dwelling upon their nobler, not their meaner side. He acknowledged, even in this world, the perfectibility of mankind, including womankind, and in proposing the loftiest ideal, he acted unconsciously upon the great dictum of chivalry, honneur oblige. His prophets were mostly faultless men, and, if the pure of Allah sinned, he sinned against himself. Lastly, he made Allah predetermine the career and fortunes, not only of empires, but of every created being, thus inculcating sympathy and tolerance of others, which is true humanity, and a proud resignation to evil as to good fortune. This is the doctrine which teaches the vulgar Muslim a dignity observed even by the blind traveler, and which enables him to display a moderation, a fortitude, and a self-command rare enough amongst the followers of the purer creed. Christian historians explain variously the portentous rise of al-Islam and its marvelous spread over vast regions, not only of pagans and idolaters, but of Christians. Prideaux disingenuously suggests that it seems to have been purposely raised up by God to be a scourge to the Christian Church for not living in accordance with their most holy religion. The popular excuse is by the free use of the sword. This, however, is mere ignorance. In Mohammed's day, and early al-Islam, only actual fighters were slain. The rest were allowed to pay the jizva, or capitation tax, and to become tributaries, enjoying almost all the privileges of Muslims. But even had forcible conversion been most systematically practiced, it would have afforded an insufficient explanation of the phenomenal rise of an empire which covered more ground in 80 years than Rome had gained in 800. During so short a time, the grand revival of monotheism had consolidated into a mighty nation, despite their eternal blood feuds, the scattered Arab tribes. A 6 years' campaign had conquered Syria, and a lustre or two utterly overthrew Persia, humbled the Greco-Roman, subdued Egypt, and extended the faith along northern Africa as far as the Atlantic. Within 3 generations, the Copts of Nile land had formally cast out Christianity, and the same was the case with Syria, the cradle of the Nazarene, and Mesopotamia, one of his strongholds, although both were backed by all the remaining power of the Byzantine Empire. Northwestern Africa, which had rejected the idolatro-philosophic system of pagan and imperial Rome, and had accepted, after lukewarm fashion, the Arian Christianity imported by the Vandals, and the Nicene mystery of the Trinity, hailed with enthusiasm the doctrines of the Koran, and has never ceased to be the most zealous in its Islam. And while Mohammedanism speedily reduced the limits of Christendom by 1/3, while throughout the Arabian, Saracenic, and Turkish invasions, whole Christian peoples embraced the monotheistic faith, there are hardly any instances of defection from the new creed, and, with the exception of Spain and Sicily, it has never been suppressed in any land where once it took root. Even now, when Mohammedanism no longer wields the sword, it is spreading over wide regions in China, in the Indian archipelago, and especially in Western and Central Africa, propagated only by self-educated individuals, trading travelers, while Christianity makes no progress and cannot exist on the Dark Continent without strong support from government. Nor can we explain this honorable reception by the licentiousness ignorantly attributed to al-Islam, one of the most severely moral of institutions, or by the allurements of polygamy and concubinage, slavery, and a wholly sensual paradise devoted to eating, drinking, and the pleasures of the sixth sense. The true and simple explanation is that this grand reformation of Christianity was urgently wanted when it appeared, that it suited the people better than the creed which it superseded, and that it has not ceased to be sufficient for their requirements, social, sexual, and vital. As the practical Orientalist, Dr. Leitner, well observes from his own experience, the Mohammedan religion can adapt itself better than any other, and has adapted itself to circumstances and to the needs of the various races which profess it. in accordance with the spirit of the age. Hence, I add, its wide diffusion and its impregnable position. The dead hand, stiff and motionless, is a forcible simile for the present condition of al-Islam, but it results from limited and imperfect observation, and it fails in the sine qua non of similes and metaphors, a foundation of fact. I cannot quit this subject without a passing reference to an admirably written passage in Mr. Palgrave's Travels, which is essentially unfair to al-Islam. The author has had ample opportunities of comparing creeds. Of Jewish blood and born a Protestant, he became a Catholic and a Jesuit, Père Michael Cohen, in a Syrian convent. He crossed Arabia as a good Muslim, and he finally returned to his premier amour, Anglicanism. But his picturesque depreciation of Mohammedanism, which has found due appreciation in more than one popular volume, is a notable specimen of special pleading, of the ad captandum in its modern and least honest form. The writer begins by assuming the arid and barren Wahhabism, which he had personally studied, as a fair expression of the saving faith. What should we say to a Muslim traveler who would make the Calvinism of the sourest Covenanter model, genuine and ancient Christianity? What would sensible Muslims say to these propositions of Professor Maccovius and the Synod of Dort? Good works are an obstacle to salvation. God does by no means will the salvation of all men. He does will sin, and he destines men to sin as sin. What would they think of the inadmissible grace, the perseverance of the elect, the supralapsarian and the sublapsarian, and finally, of a deity, the author of man's existence, temptation, and fall, who deliberately preordains sin and ruin? Father Cohen carries out into the regions of the extreme his strictures on the one grand vitalizing idea of al-Islam. There is no God but God. And his deduction concerning the pantheism of force sounds unreal and unsound, compared with the sensible remarks upon the same subject by Dr. Badgers, who sees the abstruseness of the doctrine and does not care to include it in hard and fast lines, or to subject it to mere logical analysis. Upon the subject of predestination, Mr. Palgrave quotes, not from the Quran, but from the ahadis, or traditional sayings of the apostle. But what importance attaches to a legend in the Mishnah, or oral law, of the Hebrews utterly ignored by the written law? He joins the many in complaining that even the mention of the love of God is absent from Muhammad's theology, burking the fact that it never occurs in the Jewish scriptures, and that the genius of Arabic, like Hebrew, does not admit the expression. Worse still, he keeps from his reader such Quranic passages as, to quote no other, Allah loveth you and will forgive your sins. He pities Allah for having no son, companion, or counselor, and of course he must equally commiserate Jehovah. Finally, his views of the lifelessness of al-Islam are directly opposed to the opinions of Dr. Leitner and the experience of all who have lived in Muslim lands. Such are the ingenious but not ingenuous distortions of fact, the fine instances of the pathetic fallacy, and the noteworthy illustrations of the falsehood of extremes, which have engendered Mohammedanism a relapse, the worst form of monotheism, and which have been eagerly seized upon and further deformed by the authors of popular books, that is, volumes written by those who know little for those who know less. In al-Rashid's day, a mighty change had passed over the primitive simplicity of al-Islam, the change to which faiths and creeds, like races and empires and all things sublunary, are subject. The proximity of Persia and the close intercourse with the Greco-Romans had polished and greatly modified the physiognomy of the rugged old belief. All manner of metaphysical subtleties had cropped up, with the usual disintegrating effect, and some of these threatened even the unity of the Godhead. Musaylima and Karmat had left traces of their handiwork. The Mutazilites, separatists or secessors, actively propagated their doctrine of a created and temporal Quran. the Khariji or Ibazi, who rejects and reviles Abu Turab, Caliph Ali, contended passionately with the Shia, who reviles and rejects the other three successors. And these sectarians, favored by the learned, and by the Abbasides in their jealous hatred of the Ommiyads, went to the extreme length of the Ali Ilahi, the god-makers of Ali, whilst the Dari and the Zindiq, the Mandanist and the Agnoetic, proposed to sweep away the whole edifice. The Neoplatonism and Gnosticism, which had not essentially affected Christendom, found in al-Islam a rich fallow, and gained strength and luxuriance by the solid materialism and conservatism of its basis. Such were a few of the distracting and resolving influences which time had brought to bear upon the true believer, and which, after some half a dozen generations, had separated the several schisms by a wider breach than that which yawns between Orthodox, Romanist, and Lutheran. Nor was this scandal in al-Islam abated until the Tartar sword applied to it the sharpest remedy. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition. B. Woman. The next point I propose to consider is the position of womanhood in the Nights, so curiously at variance with the stock ideas concerning the Moslem home and domestic policy still prevalent not only in England but throughout Europe. Many readers of these volumes have remarked to me with much astonishment that they find the female characters more remarkable for decision, action, and manliness than the male, and are wonderstruck by their masterful attitude and by the supreme influence they exercise upon public and private life. I have glanced at the subject of the sex in all Islam to such an extent throughout my notes that little remains here to be added. Women, all the world over, are what men make them, and the main charm of Amazonian fiction is to see how they live and move and have their being without any masculine guidance. But it is the old ever-new fable, "Who drew the lion vanquished? 'Twas a man." The books of the ancients, written in that stage of civilization when the sexes are at civil war, make women even more in real life the creatures of their masters. Hence from the dawn of literature to the present day, the sex has been the subject of disappointed abuse and eulogy almost as unmerited. Ecclesiastes, perhaps the strangest specimen of an inspired volume the world has yet produced, boldly declares, "One upright man among 1,000 I have found, but a woman among all I have not found." Volume 7, 28. Thus confirming the pessimism of Petronius, "Femina nulla bona est, et si bona contigit ulla, nescio quo fato res male facta bona est." In the Psalms again, 30 verse 15, we have the old sneer at the three insatiables, hell, earth, and the parts feminine, os vulvi. And rabbinical learning has embroidered these and other texts, producing a truly hideous caricature. A hadith attributed to Mohammed runs, "They (women) lack wits and faith. When Eve was created, Satan rejoiced, saying, 'Thou art half of my host, the trustee of my secret, and my shaft wherewith I shoot and miss not.'" Another tells us, "I stood at the gate of heaven, and lo, most of its inmates were poor, and I stood at the gate of hell, and lo, most of its inmates were women." "Take care of the glass phials," cried the prophet to a camel guide singing with a sweet voice. Yet the Meccan apostle made, as has been seen, his own household produce two perfections. The blatant popular voice follows with such dictates as, women are made of nectar and poison, women have long hair and short wits, and so forth. Nor are the Hindus behindhand. Women has fickleness implanted in her by nature, like the flashings of lightning. Katha, S.S., 147. She is valueless as a straw to the heroic mind, 169. She is hard as adamant in sin, and soft as flour in fear, 170, and, like the fly, she quits camphor to settle on compost, 217. What dependence is there in the crowing of a hen? Women's opinions, says the Hindi proverb. Also, a virgin with grey hairs, i.e. a monster, and, wherever wendeth a fairy face, a devil wendeth with her. The same superficial view of holding woman to be lesser and very inferior man is taken generally by the classics, and Euripides distinguished himself by misogyny, although he drew the beautiful character of Alcestis. Simonides, more merciful than Ecclesiastes, after naming his swine women, dog women, cat women, etc., ends the decade with the admirable bee woman, thus making 10% honest. In medieval or Germanic Europe, the doctrine of the Virgin Mother gave the sex a status unknown to the ancients except in Egypt, where Isis was the helpmate and completion of Osiris, in common parlance, the woman clothed with the sun. The kindly and courtly Palmerin of England, in whose pages "gentlemen may find their choice of sweet inventions, and gentlewomen be satisfied with courtly expectations," suddenly bursts out, "but in truth women are never satisfied by reason, being governed by accident or appetite." Chapter 49. The Knights, as might be expected from the emotional East, exaggerate these views. Women are mostly sectaries of the god Wunsch, beings of impulse, blown about by every gust of passion, stable only in instability, constant only in inconstancy. The false ascetic, the perfidious and murderous crone, and the old hag procuress who pimps like Kulsum for mere pleasure in the luxury of sin, are drawn with an experienced and loving hand. Yet not the less do we meet with examples of the dutiful daughter, the model lover, matronly in her affection, the devoted wife, the perfect mother, the saintly devotee, the learned preacher, Univira the chaste widow, and the self-sacrificing heroic woman. If we find, Volume 3, 216, the sex described as an offal cast by kites wherever they list, and the studied insults of Volume 3, 318, we also come upon an admirable sketch of conjugal happiness, Volume 7, 43, and, to mention no other, Shahryar's attestation to Shahrazad's excellence in the last charming pages of the Nights. It is the same with the Katha, whose praise and dispraise are equally enthusiastic. For example, women of good quality are guarded by their virtue, the sole efficient chamberlain, but the Lord himself can hardly guard the unchaste. Who can stem a furious stream and a frantic woman? 328. Excessive love in woman is your only hero for daring. 339. Thus fair ones, naturally feeble, bring about a series of evil actions which engender discernment and diversion to the world. But here and there you will find a virtuous woman who adorneth a glorious house as a streak of the moon arrayeth the breadth of the heavens. 346. So you see, King, honorable matrons are devoted to their husbands, and 'tis not the case that women are always bad. 624. And there is true wisdom in that even balance of feminine qualities advocated by our Hindi class book, the Toti Nama, or Parrot Volume. The perfect woman has 7 requisites. She must not always be merry, 1, nor sad, 2. She must not always be talking, 3. Nor silently musing, 4. She must not always be adorning herself, 5. Nor neglecting her person, 6. And 7. At all times she must be moderate and self-possessed. The legal status of womankind in Al-Islam is exceptionally high, a fact of which Europe has often been assured, although the truth has not even yet penetrated into the popular brain. Nearly a century ago one Mirza Abu Talib Khan, an almildar or revenue collector, after living 2 years in London, wrote an apology for, or rather a vindication of, his countrywomen, which is still worth reading and quoting. Nations are but superficial judges of one another. Where customs differ, they often remark only the salient distinctive points which, when examined, prove to be of minor importance. Europeans, seeing and hearing that women in the East are cloistered, as the Grecian matron was wont, and that wives may not walk out with their husbands and cannot accompany them to balls and parties, moreover that they are always liable, like the ancient Hebrew, to the mortification of the sister wife, have most ignorantly determined that they are mere serviles, and that their lives are not worth living. Indeed, a learned lady, Miss Martineau, once visiting a harem, went into ecstasies of pity and sorrow because the poor things knew nothing of, say, trigonometry and the use of globes. Sonnini thought otherwise, and my experience, like that of all old dwellers in the East, is directly opposed to this conclusion. I have noted, Night 962, that Mohammed, in the 5th year of his reign, after his ill-advised and scandalous marriage with his foster daughter Zainab, established the hijab, or veiling of women. It was probably an exaggeration of local usage. A modified separation of the sexes, which extended and still extends even to the Badawi, must long have been customary in Arabian cities, and its object was to deliver the sexes from temptation, as the Quran says, 32:32, "Purer will this practice be for your hearts and their hearts." The women, who delight in restrictions which tend to their honor, accepted it willingly and still affect it. They do not desire a liberty, or rather a license which they have learned to regard as inconsistent with their time-honored notions of feminine decorum and delicacy, and they would think very meanly of a husband who permitted them to be exposed, like hetairæ, to the public gaze. As Zubyar Pasha, exiled to Gibraltar for another's treason, said to my friend, Colonel Buckle, after visiting quarters evidently laid out by a jealous husband, "We Arabs think that when a man has a precious jewel, 'tis wiser to lock it up in a box than to leave it about for any one to take." The Eastern adopts the instinctive, the Western prefers the rational method. The former jealously guards his treasure, surrounds it with all precautions, fends off from it all risks, and if the treasure go astray, kills it. The latter, after placing it in evidence upon an eminence in ball dress, with back and bosom bared to the gaze of society, a bundle of charms exposed to every possible seduction, allows it to take its own way, and if it be misled, he kills or tries to kill the misleader. It is a fiery trial, and the few who safely pass through it may claim a higher standpoint in the moral world than those who have never been sorely tried. But the crucial question is whether Christian Europe has done wisely in offering such temptations. The second and main objection to Moslem custom is the marriage system, which begins with a girl being wedded to a man whom she knows only by hearsay. This was the habit of our forebears not many generations ago, and it still prevails amongst noble houses in southern Europe, where a lengthened study of it leaves me doubtful whether the love marriage, as it is called, or wedlock with an utter stranger, evidently the two extremes, is likely to prove the happier. The sister wife is or would be a sore trial to monogamic races like those of northern Europe, where Kaia, all but the equal of Caius in most points mental and physical, and superior in some, not unfrequently proves herself the man of the family, the only man in the boat. But in the East, where the sex is far more delicate, where a girl is brought up in polygamy, where religious reasons separate her from her husband during pregnancy and lactation for 3 successive years, and where often enough, like the Mormon damsel, she would hesitate to "nigger it with a one-wife man," the case assumes a very different aspect, and the load, if burden it be, falls comparatively light. Lastly, the patriarchal household is mostly confined to the grandee and the Richard, whilst holy law and public opinion, neither of which can openly be disregarded, assign command of the household to the equal or first wife, and jealously guard the rights and privileges of the others. Mirza Abu Talib, the Persian prince, offers 6 reasons why "the liberty of the Asiatic women appears less than that of the Europeans," ending with, "I'll fondly place on either eye the man that can to this reply." He then lays down 8 points in which the Moslem wife has greatly the advantage over her Christian sisterhood, and we may take his first as a specimen. Custom, not contrary to law, invests the Mohammedan mother with despotic government of the homestead, slaves, servants, and children, especially the latter. She alone directs their early education, their choice of faith, their marriage, and their establishment in life; and in case of divorce, she takes the daughters, the sons going to the sire. She has also liberty to leave her home, not only for 1 or 2 nights, but for a week or a fortnight, without consulting her husband; and whilst she visits a strange household, the master and all males above 15 are forbidden the harem. But the main point in favor of the Moslem wife is her being a legal sharer. Inheritance is secured to her by Quranic law. She must be dowered by the bridegroom to legalize marriage, and all she gains is secured to her; whereas in England a Married Woman's Property Act was completed only in 1882 after many centuries of the grossest abuses. Lastly, Moslems and Easterns in general study and intelligently study the art and mystery of satisfying the physical woman. In my foreword I have noticed among barbarians the system of making men, that is, of teaching lads first arrived at puberty the nice conduct of the instrumentum paratum platandus avibus, a branch of the knowledge tree which our modern education grossly neglects, thereby entailing untold miseries upon individuals, families, and generations. The mock virtue, the most immodest modesty of England and the United States in the 19th century, pronounces the subject foul and fulsome. Society sickens at all details, and hence it is said abroad that the English have the finest women in Europe, and least know how to use them. Throughout the East such studies are aided by long series of volumes, many of them written by learned physiologists, by men of social standing, and by religious dignitaries high in office. The Egyptians especially delight in aphrodisiac literature, treating, as the Turks say, de la partie au-dessous de la taille; and from 1,500 to 2,000 copies of a new work, usually lithographed in cheap form, readily sell off. The Pudibund Lane makes an allusion to and quotes one of the most outspoken, a quarto of 464 pages, called the Halbat al-Kumayat, or race course of the bay horse, a poetical and horsey term for grape wine. Attributed by D'Herbelot to the Kazi Shams al-Din Mohammed, it is wholly upon the subject of wassail and women till the last few pages, when his reverence exclaims, "This much, O reader, I have recounted, the better thou mayest know what to avoid." and so forth, ending with condemning all he had praised. Even the divine and historian Jalal al-Din al-Suyuti is credited with having written, though the authorship is much disputed, a work entitled Kitab al-Iza fi Ilm al-Nikah, the Book of Exposition in the Science of Coetion. My copy, a lithograph of 33 pages, undated, but evidently Cairene, begins with exclaiming, Alhamdulillah, laud to the Lord who adorned the virginal bosom with breasts, and who made the thighs of women anvils for the spear handles of men. To the same amiable theologian are also ascribed the Kitab Nawazir al-Aik fi al-Naik, Green Splendors of the Copse in Copulation, an abstract of the Kitab al-Wisha fi Fawid al-Nikah, Book of the Zone on Coetion Boon. Of the abundance of pornographic literature we may judge from a list of the following 7 works given on the second page of the Kitab Rujuwa al-Shaykh ila Sabah fi il-Kuwat al-Ba, Book of the Age Rejuvenescence in the Power of Concupiscence. It is the work of Ahmad bin Sulaiman, surnamed Ibn Kamal Pasha. 1. Kitab al-Ba by al-Nahli. 2. Kitab al-Warzna al-Arais, Book of the Bridal and the Brides, by al-Jahiz. 3. Kitab al-Kiyan, Maiden's Book, by Ibn Hajib al-Numan. 4. Kitab al-Iza fi Asrar al-Nikah, Book of the Exposition on the Mysteries of Married Fruition. 5. Kitab Jami al-Liza, The Compendium of Pleasure, by Ibn Sasamani. 6. Kitab Barjan, Yarjan, wa Janahib. 7. Kitab al-Munakaha al-Mufataha fi Asnaf al-Jima wa Alati, Book of Carnal Copulation and the Institution into the Modes of Coetion and its Instrumentation, by Aziz al-Din al-Masihi. To these I may add the Lizat al-Nisa, Pleasures of Women, a textbook in Arabic, Persian, and Hindustani. It is a translation and a very poor attempt, omitting much from and adding not to the famous Sanskrit work Anangaranga, Stage of the Bodiless One, i.e. Cupido, or Hindu Art of Love, Ars Amoris Indica. I have copies of it in Sanskrit and Marathi, Guzarti and Hindustani. The latter is an unpaged octavo of 66 pages, including 8 pages of most grotesque illustrations showing the various san, the figuri veneris or positions of copulation, which seem to be the triumphs of contortionists. These pamphlets lithographed in Bombay are broadcast over the land. It must not be supposed that such literature is purely and simply aphrodisiacal. The learned Sprenger, a physician as well as an Arabist, says, Al-Masudi, page 384, of a tractate by the celebrated Rhazes in the Leyden Library, "The number of curious observations, the correct and practical ideas, and the novelty of the notions of Eastern nations on these subjects, which are contained in this book, render it one of the most important productions of the medical literature of the Arabs." I can conscientiously recommend to the anthropologist a study of the Ketub al-Ba. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition. C. Pornography. Here it will be advisable to supplement what was said in my foreword concerning the terpoloquium of the nights. Readers who have perused the 10 volumes will probably agree with me that the naive indecencies of the text are rather gaudiis seri than prurience, and, when delivered with mirth and humor, they are rather the excrements of wit than designed for debauching the mind. Crude and indelicate with infantile plainness, even gross and, at times, nasty in their terrible frankness, they cannot be accused of corrupting suggestiveness or subtle insinuation of vicious sentiment. Theirs is a coarseness of language, not of idea. They are indecent, not depraved. And the pure and perfect naturalness of their nudity seems almost to purify it, showing that the matter is rather of manners than of morals. Such throughout the East is the language of every man, woman, and child, from prince to peasant, from matron to prostitute. All are as the naive French traveller said of the Japanese, Si grossier qu'ils ne savent nommer les choses que par leur nom. This primitive stage of language sufficed to draw from Lane and Burckhardt strictures upon the "most immodest freedom of conversation in Egypt," where, as all the world over, there are 3 several stages for names of things and acts sensual. First, we have the mot creux, the popular term, soon followed by the technical and scientific, and lastly, the literary or figurative nomenclature, which is often much more immoral because more attractive, suggestive, and seductive than the raw word. And let me observe that the highest civilization is now returning to the language of nature. In La Glue of Monsieur G. Richepin, a triumph of the realistic school, we find such archaic expressions as la pété, putain, fauteuil à la scie quatredie, un facétus petarde, tout est fauteuil, etc., et vilain bougre, and so forth. To those critics who complain of these raw vulgarisms and puerile indecencies in the Nights, I can reply only by quoting the words said to have been said by Dr. Johnson to the lady who complained of the naughty words in his dictionary. "You must have been looking for them, madame." But I repeat, there is another element in the Nights, and that is one of absolute obscenity utterly repugnant to English readers, even the least prudish. It is chiefly connected with what our neighbours call le vice contre nature, as if anything can be contrary to nature which includes all things. Upon this subject I must offer details, as it does not enter into my plan to ignore any theme which is interesting to the Orientalist and the anthropologist. And they, methinks, do abundant harm, who, for shame or disgust, would suppress the very mention of such matters. In order to combat a great and growing evil deadly to the birth rate, the mainstay of national prosperity, the first requisite is careful study. As Albert Boustot, Bishop of Ratisbon, rightly says, Quia malum non evitatum nisi cognitum, ideo necesse est cognoscere in mundicium coitus et multa alla qui docentur in isto libro. Equally true are Professor Montezaga's words, Cacher la platesse, de cour humain au nom de la pudeur, c'est n'est au contraire qu'hypocrisie ou pure. The late Mr. Grote had reason to lament that when describing such institutions as the far-famed of Thebes, the sacred band annihilated at Chaeronea, he was compelled to a reticence which permitted him to touch only the surface of the subject. This was inevitable under the present rule of Kant in a book intended for the public. But the same does not apply to my version of the Nights, and I now proceed to discuss the matter sérieusement, honnêtement, historiquement, to show it in decent nudity, not in suggestive fig-leaf or fil de vigne. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 26, Social Condition D. Pederasty, Part 1. The Execralibus Familia Pathicorum first came before me by a chance of earlier life. In 1845, when Sir Charles Napier had conquered and annexed Sind, despite a faction, mostly venal, which sought favor with the now defunct Court of Directors to the Honorable East India Company, the veteran began to consider his conquest with a curious eye. It was reported to him that Karachi, a townlet of some 2,000 souls and distant not more than a mile from camp, supported no less than 3 lupinages, or borders, in which not women but boys and eunuchs, the former demanding nearly a double price, lay for hire. Being then the only British officer who could speak Sindhi, I was asked indirectly to make inquiries and to report upon the subject, and I undertook the task on express condition that my report should not be forwarded to the Bombay government, from whom supporters of the conqueror's policy could expect scant favor, mercy, or justice. Accompanied by a munshi, Mirza Mohammed Hossain of Shiraz, and habited as a merchant, Mirza Abdullah the Bushiri, passed many an evening in the townlet, visited all the Pornea, and obtained the fullest details, which were duly dispatched to the government house. But the devil's brother presently quitted Sind, leaving in his office my unfortunate official. This found its way with sundry other reports to Bombay and produced the expected result. A friend in Secretariat informed me that my summary dismissal from the service had been formally proposed by one of Sir Charles Napier's successors, whose decease compels me to parcere sepulto. But this excess of outraged modesty was not allowed. Subsequent inquiries in many and distant countries enabled me to arrive at the following conclusions. 1. There exists what I shall call a sotatic zone, bounded westwards by the northern shores of the Mediterranean, northern latitude 43, and by the southern, northern latitude 30. Thus, the depth would be 780 to 800 miles, including meridional France, the Iberian Peninsula, Italy, and Greece, with the coast regions of Africa from Morocco to Egypt. 2. Running eastward, the sotatic zone narrows, embracing Asia Minor, Mesopotamia and Chaldea, Afghanistan, Sind, the Punjab, and Kashmir. 3. In Indochina, the belt begins to broaden, enfolding China, Japan, and Turkestan. 4. It then embraces the South Sea Islands in the New World where, at the time of its discovery, sotatic love was, with some exceptions, an established racial institution. 5. Within the sotatic zone, the vice is popular and endemic, held at the worst to be a mere peccadillo, whilst the races to the north and south of the limits here defined practice it only sporadically amid the opprobrium of their fellows, who, as a rule, are physically incapable of performing the operation, and look upon it with the liveliest disgust. Before entering into topographical details concerning pederasty, which I hold to be geographical and climatic, not racial, I must offer a few considerations of its cause and origin. We must not forget that the love of boys has its noble, sentimental side. The Platonists and pupils of the Academy, followed by the Sufis or Muslim Gnostics, held such affection pure as ardent to the beau ideal, which united in the man's soul the creature with the Creator. Professing to regard youths as the most cleanly and beautiful objects in this phenomenal world, they declared that by loving and extolling the chef d'oeuvre, corporeal and intellectual, of the demiurgus, disinterestedly and without any admixture of carnal sensuality, they are paying the most fervent adoration to the Khalsa Khalsans. They add that such affection, passing as it does the love of women, is far less selfish than fondness for and admiration of the other sex, which, however innocent, always suggests sexuality. And Easterners add that the devotion of the moth to the taper is purer and more fervent than the bulbul's love for the rose. Amongst the Greeks of the best ages, the system of boy favorites was advocated on considerations of morals and politics. The lover undertook the education of the beloved through precept and example, while the two were conjoined by a tie stricter than the fraternal. Hieronymus, the peripatetic, strongly advocated it because the vigorous disposition of youths and the confidence engendered by their association often led to the overthrow of tyrannies. Socrates declared that, quote, a most valiant army might be composed of boys and their lovers, for that of all men they would be most ashamed to desert one another. End quote. And even Virgil, despite the foul flavor of formosum pastor cordon, could write, Nisus amore pio pueri. The only physical cause for the practice which suggests itself to me, and that must be owned to be purely conjectural, is that within the sotatic zone there is a blending of the masculine and female temperaments, a crassus which elsewhere occurs only sporadically, hence the male feminisme, whereby the man becomes patiens as well as agens, and the woman a tribade, a votary of mascula Sappho, queen of frictrices or rubbers. Professor Amantangaza claims to have discovered the cause of this pathological love, this perversion of the erotic sense, one of the marvelous list of amorous vagaries which deserve not prosecution but the pitiful care of the physician and the study of the psychologist. According to him, the nerves of the rectum and the genitalia, in all cases closely connected, are abnormally so in the pathic, who obtains by intromission the venereal orgasm, which is usually sought through the sexual organs. So amongst women there are tribads who can procure no pleasure except by foreign objects introduced a posteriori. Hence his threefold distribution of sodomy: 1, peripheric or anatomical, caused by an unusual distribution of the nerves in their hyperaesthesia; 2, luxurious, with love a tergo, is preferred on account of the narrowness of the passage; and 3, the psychical. But this is evidently superficial. The question is what causes this neuropathy, this abnormal distribution and condition of the nerves. As Prince Bismarck finds a moral difference between the male and female races of history, so I suspect a mixed physical temperament affected by the manifold subtle influences massed together in the world climate. Something of the kind is necessary to explain the fact of this pathological love extending over the greater portion of the habitable world, without any apparent connection of race or media, from the polished Greek to the cannibal Tupi of the Brazil. Walt Whitman speaks of the ashen-gray face of onanists, the faded colors, the puffy features, and the unwholesome complexion of the professed pederast, with his peculiar cathetic expression, indescribable but once seen, never forgotten, stamp the breed, and Dr. G. Adolf is justified in declaring, quote, Alle Gewohnheitspanderasten erkennen sich einander schnell, oft mit einem thick. End quote. This has nothing in common with the feminisme, which betrays itself in the pathic by womanly gait, regard, and gesture. It is something sui generic, and the same may be said of the color and look of the young priest who honestly refrains from women and their substitutes. Dr. Tardieu, in his well-known work Etude medico regale sulle attenta aux murs, and Dr. Adolf note a peculiar infundibuliform disposition of the after, and a smoothness and want of folds even before any abuse has taken place, together with special forms of the male organs in confirmed pederasts. But these observations have been rejected by Casper, Hoffmann, Brouardel, and Dr. John H. Henry Coutange. Notes sur la sodomie, Lyon, 1880. And it is a medical question whose discussion would here be out of place. The origin of pederasty is lost in the night of ages, but its historique has been carefully tracked by many writers, especially Viret, Rosenbaum, and M.H.E. Meyer. The ancient Greeks, who, like the modern Germans, invented nothing but were great improvers of what other races invented, attributed the formal apostolate of sodotism to Orpheus, whose stigmata was worn by the Thracian women. Omnem quae refugerat Orpheus femineam venerem, ille etiam Thracum populis fuit auctur amorem in teneres transfere mares, citraque juventam aetatis breve ver, et primos carpere flores. Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book 10, lines 79 to 85. Euripides proposed Laus, father of Oedipus, as the inaugurator, whereas Timaeus declared that the fashion of making favorites of boys was introduced into Greece from Crete, for Malthusian reasons, said Aristotle. Politics, Book 2, line 10. attributing it to Minos. Herodotus, however, knew far better, having discovered it, too, circa 80, that the Orphic and Bacchic rites were originally Egyptian. But the father of history was a traveler and an annalist rather than an archaeologist, and he tripped in the following passage, 1 circa 135, quote, "As soon as they, the Persians, hear of any luxury, they instantly make it their own, and hence, among other matters, they have learned from the Hellens a passion for boys." End quote. Quote, "Unnatural lust," end quote, says modest Rawlinson. Plutarch, De Malignitate Herodoti 13, asserts with much more probability that the Persians used eunuch boys according to the Mos Graecae, long before they had seen the Grecian main. And the holy books of the Hellenes, Homer and Hesiod, dealing with the heroic ages, there is no trace of pederasty, although in a long subsequent generation Lucian suspected Achilles and Patroclus as he did Orestes and Pylades, Theseus and Pirithous. Homer's praises of beauty are reserved for the feminines, especially his favorite Helen, but the Dorians of Crete seem to have commended the abuse to Athens and Sparta and subsequently imported it into Tarentium, Agrigentium, and other colonies. Ephorus in Strabo 10:4-21 gives a curious account of the violent abduction of beloved boys by the lover, of the obligations of the ravisher to the favorite, and of the marriage ceremonies which lasted 2 months. See also Plato, Laws 1 circa 8, Servius ad Aeneid 10:325, informs us, quote, "De Cretensibus accipimus, quod in amore puerorum intemperantes fuerant, quod postea in Lacones et in totium Graecum translatum est." End quote. The Cretians, and afterward their apt pupils, the Chalcidians, held it disreputable for a beautiful boy to lack a lover. Hence Zeus, the national Doric god of Crete, loved Ganymede, Apollo, another Dorian deity, loved Hyacinth, and Hercules, a Doric hero who grew to be a sun god, loved Hylas and a host of others. Thus Crete sanctified the practice by the examples of the gods and demigods, but when legislation came, the subject had qualified itself for legal limitation, and as such was undertaken by Lycurgus and Solon, according to Xenophon. Lacedaemonians, Book 2, 13, who draws a broad distinction between the honest love of boys and dishonest Greek lust. They both approved of pure pederastia, like that of Harmodius and Aristogiton, but forbade it with Serviles, because degrading to a free man. Hence the love of boys was spoken of like that of women. Plato, Phaedrus, Republica 6, circa 19. Xenophon, Symposium 4:10. Example, quote, "There was once a boy, or rather a youth, of exceeding beauty, and he had very many lovers." End quote. This is the language of Hafiz and Saadi. Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides were allowed to introduce it upon the stage, for, quote, "Many men were as fond of having boys for their favorites as women for their mistresses, and this was a frequent fashion in many well-regulated cities of Greece." End quote. Poets like Alcaeus, Anacreon, Agathon, and Pindar affected it, and Theognis sang of a, quote, "beautiful boy in the flower of his youth." End quote. The statesmen Aristides and Themistocles quarreled over Stesilaus of Teos, and Pisistratus loved Charmus, who first built an altar to puerile Eros, while Charmus loved Hippias, son of Pisistratus. Demosthenes, the orator, took into keeping a youth called Gnasion, greatly to the indignation of his wife. Xenophon loved Clinias and Autolycus, Aristotle, Hermias, Theodectes, and others, Empedocles, Pausanias, Epicurus, Pythocles, Aristippus, Euthycides, and Zeno, with his Stoics, had a philosophic disregard for women, affecting only pederastia. A man in Athenaeus 4, circa 40, left in his will that certain youths he had loved should fight like gladiators at his funeral, and Charlecles and Lucian abuses Callicratidas for his love of sterile pleasures. Lastly, there was the notable affair of Alcibiades and Socrates, the sanctus paederasta, being violamente subcon, julama subsine, when under the mantle. Non semper sine plaga ab eo surrexit. Athenaios 5 circa 13 declares that Plato represents Socrates as absolutely intoxicated with his passion for Alcibiades. The ancients seem to have held the connection impure, or Juvenal would not have written inter Socraticos notissima fossa Sinaidos, followed by Firmicus 7:14, who speaks of Socratici Paidecones. It is the modern fashion to doubt the pederasty of the master of Hellenic Sophrosine, the Christian before Christianity, but such a worldwide term as Socratic love can hardly be explained by the lucus a non lucendo theory. We are overapt to apply our 19th century prejudices and prepossessions to the morality of the ancient Greeks, who would have specimened such squeamishness in Attic salt. The Spartans, according to Agnon the academic, confirmed by Plato, Plutarch, and Cicero, treated boys and girls in the same way before marriage, hence Juvenal 11:173 used Lacedaemonius for a Pathic, and other writers apply it to a Tribade. After the Peloponnesian War, which ended in BC 404, the youths became merged in the abuse. Yet some purity must have survived even amongst the Boeotians, who produced the famous Narcissus, described by Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book 3, 339, multi ilium juvenes, multae cupere puellae, nulli ilium juvenes, nullae tetigere puellae. For Epaminondas, whose name is mentioned with 3 beloveds, established the holy regiment composed of mutual lovers, testifying the majesty of Eros and preferring to a discreditable life of a glorious death. Philip's redactions on the fatal field of Charonea form their fittest epitaph. At last the Athenians, according to Aeschines, officially punished sodomy with death, but the threat did not abolish bordels of boys like those of Karachi, the Pornea or Pornoboskea, where slaves in pueri venales stood, as the term was, near Pnyx, the city walls, in a certain tower, also about Lycabettus, and paid a fixed tax to the state. The pleasures of society in civilized Greece seem to have been sought chiefly in the heresies of love, heteresis, and sododism. It is calculated that the French of the 16th century have 400 names for the parts genital and 300 for their use in coition. The Greek vocabulary is not less copious, and some of its pederastic terms, of which Meyer gives nearly 100, and its nomenclature of pathologic love are curious and picturesque enough to merit quotation. To live the life of Abron, the Argive, i.e. that of a Pathic or passive lover, the Agathonian song, Aistrogia equals dishonest love, also called akolasia, akrasia, arenokoitia, etc., Alcinoan youths or non-conformists, and curte ceranda plus aequo operate juventus. Allegomenos, the unspeakable, as the pederast was termed by the Council of Ancyra, also the agrios, apolaustos, and akolastos, androgyni, of whom Ansonius wrote epigram 68:15, ecce ego sum factus femina de puero. Badas and badizain equals clunes turquens, also batalos equals a katamite. Katapagos, katapagosine equals puerarius, and catadactylium, from dactylium, the ring, used in the sense of Nerissus, but applied to the corollarium puerile. Sinaidos, the active lover, derived either from his kinetics or quasi, equals dogmatist, also spatulocinidos, lascivia fluens equals a fair Ganymede, Chalkidasane, from Chalkis in Euboea, a city famed for love a posteriori, mostly applied to le léchement des testicules by children. Classomanae equals the buttocks, also a sotatic disease. so called from the Ionian city devoted to Aversa Venus, also used of apathic, et tergo femina pube vir est, ambasio coitas, probably a link boy at marriages, also a nightcap drunk before bed, and lastly an effeminate, one who perambulavit omnium cubilia, Catullus. See Encolpius's pun upon the Ambascite and Satyricon, chapter 4, Epipedes, the carnal assault. Gaeton, literally the neighbor, the beloved of Encolpius, which has produced the French giton, equals bardache, Italian bardacasia, from the Arab baradaj, a captive, a slave. The augmented form is polygaeton. Hippias, tyranny of, when the patient, woman, or boy mounts the agent. Aristophanes, Vespasian, 502. So also Cletazine equals peccare supurne, or equium agitere supurnum of Horace. Machtheria, depravity with boys. Paedica, whence paedicare, active, and paedicari, passive. So in the Latin poet Penelopes primam didonis prima sequatur et primam cani syllaba prima remi. Pathakos, a passive like malakos, malacus mollis vascilius, malachio, trimalchio, Petronus, malta, maltha, and in Horace. Satyricon, Book 2, line 25. Malthinius tunicius de missis ambulat. Praxis equals the malpractice. Pagissima equals buttockry, because most actives end within the nates, being too much excited for further intromission. Phnikisare, Greek, the cunelingere in tempore menstrum, quia hoc vitiam in finica generate solebat. Also, erumer in miel. Ficisendare denot actum per canes commissium quando lambunt cunos vel testiculos suetones. Also applied to pollution of childhood. Samorium flores. Erasmus, Proverbs 23, alluding to the androgenic prostitutions of Samos. Siphonisare, Greek, from Siphones, hod Siphonte island, equals digito podicam fodere a prurigenimum restinguendam, says Aramis. See Mirabeau Erotica Biblion Annoscopi. Thripsis equals the rubbing. Parastia had in Greece, I have shown, its noble and ideal side. Rome, however, borrowed her malpractices, like her religion and polity, from those ultra-material Etruscans, and debauched with a brazen face. Even under the Republic, Plautus, Cassina, Book 2, line 21, makes one of his characters exclaim in an utmost sang-froid, quote, "Ultro te amatur apage te ad dorso meo," end quote. With increased luxury the evil grew, and Livy notices 39:13 at the Bacchanalia, plura virorum inter sese quam feminarum stupra. There were individual protests, for example, S.Q. Fabius Maximilius Servilianius, consul UC 612, punished his son for dubia castitas, and a private soldier, C. Plotius, killed his military tribune, Q. Lucius, for unchaste proposals. The Lex Scatinia, popularly derived from the Scatinius, the tribune, and of doubtful date, B.C. 226, attempted to abate the scandal by fine, and the Lex Julia by death, but they were trifling obstacles to the flood of infamy which surged in with the empire. No class seems then to have disdained these sterile pleasures. L'ogna tachwapwa alors à cette espèce de mot une note d'infamie, comme un pays de crescente, says Bale under Anacreon. The great Caesar, the Synodius Calvus of Catullus, was the husband of all the wives and the wife of all the husbands in Rome. Suetonius, chapter 3. And his soldiers sang in his praise. Gaius Caesar, subeget Nicomedes Caesarum, Suetonius, Cies 69, whence his sobriquet Fornix Bithynicus. Of Augustus the people chanted Videsne ut Sinidus orbum digito temperet. Tiberius, with his Piscisculi and Greges extoleretorum, invented the Simplegium, or nexus of serari, agentes et patientes, in which the sphinthriae, literally women's bracelets, were connected in a chain by the bond of flesh. Seneca Quaestiones Naturales. Of this refinement, which in the earlier part of the 19th century was renewed by sundry Englishmen at Naples, Ausonius wrote epigram 119, 1. Pres uno in lecto stuprum duo perpetiuntur. And Martial had said, 1243, quo simplegmate quinque copulentur, qua plures teneantur a catena, etc. Ausonius recounts of Caligula he so lost patience that he forcibly entered the priest M. Lepidus before the sacrifice was completed. The beautiful Nero was formerly married to Pythagoras or Doryphoros, and afterwards took to wife Sporus, who was first subjected to castration of a peculiar fashion. He was then named Sabina after the deceased spouse and claimed queenly honors. The Othones or Trajani Pathici were famed. The great Hadrian openly loved Antonius, and the wild debaucheries of Heliogalbus seem only to have amused instead of disgusting the Romans. Uranopolis allowed public lupanaria, where adults and merituri pueri, who began their career as early as 7 years, stood for hire. The inmates of these cauponi wore sleeved tunics and dalmatics like women. As in modern Egypt, Pathic boys, we learn from Catullus, haunted the public baths. Debauchees had signals like Freemasons, whereby they recognized one another. The Greek schemathene was made by closing the hand to represent the scrotum and raising the middle finger as if to feel whether a hen had eggs. Hence the Athenians called it katapaigon, or sodomite, and the Romans digitus impucidus, or infamous, the medical finger of Rabelais and the Chiromantists. Another sign was to scratch the head with the minimus, digitulo caput scabere, Euenus 9, 133. The prostitution of boys was first forbidden by Domitian, but St. Paul a Greek had formerly expressed his abomination of levice, Romans 1, 26, 1 Corinthians 6, 8, and we may agree with Grotius de Veritas 2, circa 13, that early Christianity did much to suppress it. At last the Emperor Theodosius punished it with fire as a profanation, because sacrosanctum esse debetur hospitum virilis animae. In the pagan days of imperial Rome, her literature makes no difference between boy and girl. Horace naively says, Satyricon, Book 2, line 118, Ancilla aut verna es praesto puer, and with Hamlet, but in a dishonest sense, man delights me not, nor women neither. Similarly, the Spaniard Martial, who is a mine of such pederastic allusions, 1146, sive pueri aristit sive puella tibi. That marvelous Satyricon which unites the wit of Molière with the debaucheries of Pyrrhon, whilst the writer has been described like Rabelais as purissimus in impuritate, is a kind of triumph of pederasty. Gaeton, the hero, a handsome, curly-pated hobbledehoy of 17, with his calinerie and wheedling tongue, is courted like one of the secur sextus. His lovers are inordinately jealous of him, and his desertion leaves deep scars upon the heart. But no dialogue between man and wife in extremis could be more pathetic than in the scene where shipwreck is imminent. Elsewhere every one seems to attempt his neighbor. A man alte succintus assails assaltos, Lycus, the Tartine skipper, void force in Colpius, and so forth. Yet we have the neat and finished touch. Chapter 7, quote, the lamentation was very fine, the dying man having manumitted his slaves, albeit his wife wept, not as though she loved him. How were it had he not behaved to her so well? End quote. Erotic Latin glossaries give some 90 words connected with pederasty, and some which speak with Roman simplicity are peculiarly expressive. Averse Venus alludes to women being treated as boys, hence Martial, translated by Piran, addresses Mistress Martial, 10:44, Teque puta cunos juxor habere duos. The capillatus or comatas is also called calamistratus, the darling curled with crisping irons, and he is an effeminatus, i.e. qui muliebria patitur, or a delicatus, slave or eunuch for the use of the draucus, pueriarus, boy lover, or dominus. Mart 11:71. The divisor is so called for his practice hilas di verde, or caedere, something like Martial's cacere mentulam, or Juvenal's hesternae occurrere caenae, facere wicibus, Juvenal 7:238, incestare se in vecum, or mutum facere plautis. Thrinomus, Book 2, line 437, is described as a puerile vice, in which the two take turns to be active and passive. They are also called gemilli and fratres, equal compares in paedicatium. Elicita libido is praepostere seu postica Venus, and is expressed by the picturesque phrase indicare seu incurvare aliquam. De palitus de vellere pilos glaber laevis and nates per vellere are allusions to the sotatic toile. The fine distinction between demittere and dejicere caput are worthy of a glossary, while pathica puella, puera, putis, pulipremo, pusio, pagiaca, sacra, quadrupus, sacarbius, and smerdalius explain themselves. From Rome, the practice extended far and wide to her colonies, especially the Provincia, now called province. Athenaios 12:26 charges the people of Massilia with, quote, acting like women out of luxury, end quote, and he cites the saying, quote, may you sail to Massilia, end quote, as if it were another Corinth. Indeed, the whole Celtic race is charged with levice by Aristotle, Politica, Book 2, line 66, Strabo 4:199, and Diodorus Siculus 5:32. Roman civilization carried pederasty also to northern Africa, where it took firm root, while the Negro and Negroid races to the south ignored the erotic perversion, except where imported by foreigners into such kingdoms as Bornu and Hausa. And old Mauritania, now Morocco, the Moors proper are notable sodomites. Muslims, even of saintly houses, are permitted openly to keep catamites, nor do their disciplines think worse of their sanctity for such license. In one case, the English wife failed to banish from the home that horrid boy. Yet pederasty is forbidden by the Koran. In chapter 4:20 we read, quote, and if two men among you commit the crime, then punish them both, end quote, the penalty being some hurt or damage by public reproach, insult, or scourging. There are 4 distinct references to Lot and the Sodomites in chapters 7, line 78, 11, lines 77 through 84, 26, 160 to 174, and 29, lines 28 to 35. In the first, the prophet commissioned to the people says, quote, proceed ye to a fulsome act wherein no creature hath foregone ye, verily ye come to men in lieu of women lustfully, end quote. We have then an account of the reign which had made an end of the wicked, and this judgment on the cities of the plain is repeated with more detail in the second reference. Here the angels, generally supposed to be 3, Gabriel, Michael, and Raphael, appeared to Lot as beautiful youths, a sore temptation to the sinners, and the godly man's arm was straightened concerning his visitors, because he felt unable to protect them from the erotic vagaries of his fellow townsmen. He therefore shut his doors, and from behind them argued the matter. Presently the riotous assembly attempted to climb the wall, when Gabriel, seeing the distress of his host, smote them on the face with one of his wings, and blinded them so that all moved off crying for aid, and saying that Lot had magicians in his house. Hereupon the cities, which, if they ever existed, must have been fellah villages, were uplifted. Gabriel thrust his wing under them and raised them so high that the inhabitants of the lower heaven, the lunar sphere, could hear the dogs barking and the cocks crowing. Then came the rain of stones. There were clay pellets baked in hellfire, streaked white and red, or having some mark to distinguish them from the ordinary, and each bearing the name of its destination, like the missiles which destroyed the host of Abrahat al-Ashram. Lastly, the cities were turned upside down and cast upon earth. These circumstantial unfacts are repeated at full length in the other 2 chapters, but rather as an instance of Allah's power than as a warning against pederasty, which Muhammad seems to have regarded with philosophic indifference. The general opinion of his followers is that it should be punished like fornication unless the offenders make a public act of penitence. But here, as in adultery, the law is somewhat too clement, and will not convict unless 4 credible witnesses swear to have seen Remen Re. I have noticed, Volume 1, 211, the vicious opinion that the Jilman or Wuldan, the beautiful boys of paradise, the counterparts of Horus, will be lawful catamites to the true believers in a future state of happiness. The idea is nowhere countenanced in Al-Islam, and although I have often heard debauches refer to it, the learned look upon the assertion as scandalous. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition D. Pederasty, Part 2. As in Morocco, so the vice prevails throughout the old regencies of Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli, and all the cities of the South Mediterranean seaboard, whilst it is unknown to the Nubians, the Berbers, and the wilder tribes dwelling inland. Proceeding eastward, we reach Egypt, that classical region of all abominations, which, marvellous to relate, flourished in closest contact with men leading the purest of lives, models of moderation and morality, of religion and virtue. Amongst the ancient Coptes Levis was part and portion of the ritual, and was represented by 2 male partridges alternatively copulating. Interpretations in Priapi Karm 17. The evil would have gained strength by the invasion of Cambyses, B.C. 524, whose armies, after the victory over Psammenites, settled in the Nile Valley and held it, despite sundry revolts, for some 190 years. During these 6 generations, the Iranians left their mark upon Lower Egypt, and especially, as the late Rogers Bey proved, upon the Fayum, the most ancient delta of the Nile. Nor would the evil be diminished by the Hellenes, who, under Alexander the Great, liberator and savior of Egypt, B.C. 332, extinguished the native dynasties, the love of the Macedonian for Bagoas the eunuch being a matter of history. From that time, and under the rule of the Ptolemies, the morality gradually decayed. The canopic orgies extended into private life, and the debauchery of the men was equaled only by the depravity of the women. Neither Christianity nor Al-Islam could effect a change for the better, and social morality seems to have been at its worst during the past century, when Sanini traveled, AD 1717. The French officer, who is thoroughly trustworthy, draws the darkest picture of the widely spread criminality, especially of the bestiality and the sodomy, chapters 15, which formed the, quote, delight of the Egyptians, end quote. During the Napoleonic conquest, Joubert, in his letter to General Bruy, page 19, says, Les Arabes et les Mamelouks ont traité quelques-uns de nos prisonniers comme sacra traité. Dit-on Alcibiade, il fallait périr ou y passer. Old Anglo-Egyptians still chuckle over the tale of Said Pasha and Monsieur de Roussenaire, the high-dried and highly respectable consul general for the Netherlands, who was solemnly advised to make the experiment active and passive before offering his opinion upon the subject. In the present age, extensive intercourse with Europeans has produced not a reformation but a certain reticence amongst the upper classes. They are as vicious as ever, but they do not care for displaying their vices to the eyes of mocking strangers. Syria and Palestine, another ancient focus of abominations, borrowed from Egypt and exaggerated the worship of androgenic and hermaphrodite deities. Plutarch de Aeschines notes that the old Nilotes held the moon to be of male-female sex, the men sacrificing to Luna and the women to Lunis. Isis also was a hermaphrodite, the idea being that aether, or air, the lower heavens, was the menstruum of generative nature, and Damascus explained the tenet by the all-fruitful and prolific powers of the atmosphere, hence the fragment attributed to Orpheus, the song of Jupiter, air. All things from Jove descend. Jove was a male, Jove was a deathless bride. For men call air of twofold sex, the Jove. Julius Permicus relates that, quote, the Assyrians and part of the Africans along the Mediterranean seaboard hold air to be the chief element and adore its fanciful figure, a magnata figura, consecrated under the name of Juno or the Virgin Venus. Their companies of priests cannot duly serve her unless they effeminate their faces, smooth their skins, and disgrace their masculine sex by feminine ornaments. You may see men in their very temples, amid general groans, enduring miserable dalliance, and becoming passives like women, viros muliebria pati, and they expose with boasting and ostentation the pollution of the impure and immodest body. End quote. Here we find the religious significance of eunuchry. It was practiced as a religious rite by the Tympanotribas, or Gallus, the castrated votary of Rhea or Bonamater, in Phrygia called Cybele, self-mutilated but not in memory of Aeetes, and by a host of other creeds. Even Christianity, as sundry texts show, could not altogether cast out the old possession. Here, too, we have an explanation of sotatic love in its second stage, when it became, like cannibalism, a matter of superstition. Assuming a nature-implanted tendency, we see that, like human sacrifice, it was held to be the most acceptable offering to the god, goddess, in the orgia or sacred ceremonies, a something set apart for peculiar worship. Hence in Rome, as in Egypt, the temples of Isis, inacidos limina Aesea kai sacraria lunae, was centers of sodomy, and the religious practice was adopted by the grand priestly castes from Mesopotamia to Mexico and Peru. We find the earliest written notices of the vice in the mythical destruction of the Pentapolis, Genesis 19, Sodom, Gomorrah, Amira, the cultivated country, Adama, Zeboim, and Zoar or Bela. The legend has been amply embroidered by the rabbis who made the Sodomites do everything à l'envers, e.g., if a man were wounded, he was fined for bloodshed and was compelled to fee the offender, and if one cut off the ear of a neighbor's ass, he was condemned to keep the animal till the ear grew again. The Jewish doctors declare the people to have been a race of sharpers with rogues for magistrates, and thus they justify the judgment which they read literally. But the traveler cannot accept it. I have carefully examined the lands at the north and at the south of that most beautiful lake, the so-called Dead Sea, whose tranquil loveliness, backed by the grand plateau of Moab, is an object of admiration to all save patients suffering from the strange disease, quote, holy land on the brain, end quote. But I found no traces of craters in the neighborhood, no signs of volcanism, no remains of meteoric stones. The asphalt which named the water is mineralized vegetable washed out of the limestones, and the sulfur and salt are brought down by the Jordan into a lake without issue. I must therefore look upon the history as a myth which may have served as a double purpose. The first would be to deter the Jew from the Malthusian practice of his pagan predecessors, upon whom obliquity was thus cast, as far resembling the scandalous and absurd legend which explains the names of the children of Lot by Phini and Thama as Moab, the water or semen of the father, and Ammon as mother's son, that is, bastard. The fable would also account for the abnormal fissure containing the lower Jordan and the Dead Sea, which the late Sir R.I. Murchison used wrong-headedly to call a, quote, volcano of depression, end quote. This geological feature that cuts off the river basin from its natural outlet, the Gulf of Eloth, Akba, must date from myriads of years before they were, quote, cities of the plains, end quote. But the main object of the ancient lawgiver O Sarsip Moses, or the Mosadai, was doubtless to discountenance a perversion prejudicial to the increase of population, and he speaks with no uncertain voice. Whoso layeth with a beast shall surely be put to death. Exodus 22:19. If a man lie with mankind as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. Leviticus 20:13, where verses 15 through 16 threaten with death men and women who live with beasts. Again, there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Deuteronomy 22:5. The old commentators on the Sodom myth are most unsatisfactory, e.g. Parkhurst, S.V. Kadesh. Quote, "From hence we may observe the peculiar propriety of this punishment of Sodom and the neighboring cities. By their sodomitical impurities they meant to acknowledge the heavens as the cause of fruitfulness independently upon and in opposition to Jehovah. Therefore Jehovah, by raining upon them not genial showers but brimstone from heaven, not only destroyed the inhabitants, but also changed all that country, which was before as the garden of God, into brimstone and salt that is not sown nor beareth, neither any grass groweth therein." End quote. It must be owned that to this Pentapolis was dealt very hard measure for religiously and diligently practicing a popular rite, which a host of cities even in the present day, as Naples and Shiraz, to mention no others, affect for simple luxury and affect with impunity. The myth may probably reduce itself to very small proportions. A few Fella villages destroyed by a storm, like that which drove Brennus from Delphi. The Hebrews entering Syria found it religionized by Assyria and Babylonia, whence Akkadian Ishtar had passed west and become Ashtoreth, Ashtaroth, or Asherah. The Anitis of Armenia, the Phoenician Astarte, and the Greek Aphrodite, the great moon goddess, who was queen of heaven and love. In another phase she was Venus Melita, the procreatrix, in Chaldaic Mauludata, and in Arabic Moawalida, she who bringeth forth. She was worshipped by men habited as women and vice versa, for which reason in the Torah, Deuteronomy 25, the sexes are forbidden to change dress. The male prostitutes were called Kadesh the holy, the women being Kadesha, and doubtless gave themselves up to great excesses. Eusebius de Vita Constanti 3, circa 55, describes a school of impurity at Aphek, where women and, quote, men who were not men, end quote, practiced all manner of abominations in honor of the demon Venus. Here the Phrygian symbolism of Cabellian Attis had become the Syrian Baal Tammuz and Astarte, and the Grecian Dionea and Adonis, the anthropomorphic forms of the two greater lights. The site Apheka, now Wadi al-Afik, on the route from Beirut to the Cedars, is a glen of wild and wondrous beauty, fitting framework for the loves of goddess and demigod, and the ruins of the temple destroyed by Constantine contrast with nature's work, the glorious fountain Splendidior Withro, which feeds the river Ibrahim, and still at times Adonis runs purple to the sea. The Phoenicians spread this androgynic worship over Greece. We find the consecrated servants and votaries of Corinthian Aphrodite called Hierodauli, Strabo 8:6, who aided the 10,000 courtesans in gracing the Venus temple. From this excessive luxury arose the proverb popularized by Horace. One of the headquarters of the cult was Cyprus, whereas Servius relates, ad Aeneid 632, stood the simulacra of a bearded Aphrodite, with feminine body and costume, sceptered and mitred like a man. The sexes, when worshipping it, exchanged habits, and here their virginity was offered in sacrifice. Herodotus 1, circa 199, describes this defloration at Babylon, but sees only the shameful part of the custom, which was a mere consecration of a tribal rite. Everywhere girls before marriage belong either to the father or to the clan, and thus the maiden paid the debt due to the public before becoming private property as a wife. The same usage prevailed in ancient Armenia and parts of Ethiopia, and Herodotus tells us that a practice very much like the Babylonian, quote, is found also in certain parts of the island of Cyprus, end quote. It is noticed by Justin 18, circa 5, and probably explains the, quote, sucketh Benoth, end quote, or damsels' booths, which the Babylonians' bands planted to the cities of Samaria. The Jews seem very successful to have copied the abominations of their pagan neighbors, even in the matter of the dog. In the reign of wicked Rehoboam, B.C. 975, quote, there were also sodomites in the land, and they did according to all the abominations of the nations, which the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. End quote. 1 Kings 14:20. The scandal was abated by zealous King Asa, B.C. 958, whose grandmother was high priestess of Priapus, Princeps, and Sacris Priapi. He took away the sodomites out of the land. 1 Kings 15:12. Yet the prophets were loud in their complaints, especially the so-called Isaiah, B.C. 760, quote, except the Lord of hosts had left to us a very small remnant, we should not have been as Sodom, end quote. 1:9. And strong measures were required from good King Josiah, B.C. 641, who amongst other things, quote, break down the houses of the Sodomites that were by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the grove, end quote. 2 Kings 23:7. The bordels of boys, pueris alienis ad haeseverunt, appear to have been near the temple. Syria has not forgotten her old praxis. At Damascus I found some noteworthy cases amongst the religious of the great Amawi Mosque. As for the Druses, we have Burkhart's authority, Travels in Syria, etc., page 202, quote, unnatural propensities are very common amongst them, end quote. The Satatic zone covers the whole of Asia Minor and Mesopotamia, now occupied by the, quote, unspeakable Turk, end quote, a race of born pederasts. In the former region, we first notice a peculiarity of the feminine figure, the mammae inclinatae, jacentes et panosae, which prevails over all this part of the belt, whilst the women to the north and south have, with local exceptions, the mammae stantes of the European Virgin. Those of Turkey, Persia, Afghanistan, and Kashmir lose all the fine curves of the bosom, sometimes even before the first child, and after it the hemispheres take the form of bags. This cannot result from climate only. The women of Maratha land, inhabiting a damper and hotter region than Kashmir, are noted for fine, firm breasts even after parturition. The vice, of course, prevails more in the cities and towns of Asiatic Turkey than in the villages, yet even these are infected, while the nomad Turkomans contrast badly in this point with the gypsies, those Badawin of India. The Kurd population is of Iranian origin, which means that the evil is deeply rooted. I have noted in the Nights that the great and glorious Saladin was a habitual pederast. The Armenians, as their national character is, will prostitute themselves for gain, but prefer women to boys. Georgia supplied Turkey with catamites, whilst Circassia sent concubines. In Mesopotamia, the barbarous invader has almost obliterated the ancient civilization, which is antedated only by the Nilotic. The mysteries of old Babylon nowhere survive save in certain obscure tribes like the Mandaeans, the devil worshippers, and the Ali Ilahi. Entering Persia, we find the reserve of Armenia, and despite Herodotus, I believe that Iran borrowed her pathologic love from the peoples of the Tigris-Euphrates Valley, and not from the then insignificant Greeks. But whatever may be its origin, the corruption is now bred in the bone. It begins in boyhood, and many Persians account for it by paternal severity. Youths arrive at puberty, find none of the facilities with which Europe supplies fornication. Onanism is to a certain extent discouraged by circumcision, and meddling with the father's slave girls and concubines would be risking cruel punishment if not death. Hence they use each other by turns, a puerile practice known as alish takish, the Latin facere vicibus, or mutum facere. Temperament, media, and atavism recommend the custom to the general, and after marrying and begetting heirs, paterfamilias return to the Ganymede. Hence, all the odes of Hafiz are addressed to youths, as proved by such Arabic exclamations as afaka la equals Allah asin the masculine. The object is often fanciful, but it would be held coarse and immodest to address an imaginary girl. An illustration of the penchant is told at Shiraz concerning a certain mujahid, the head of the Shia creed, corresponding with a prince archbishop in Europe. A friend once said to him, quote, "There is a question I would fain address to your eminence, but I lack the daring to do so." End quote. Quote, "Ask and fear not," end quote, replied the divine. Quote, "It is this, O Mujahid. Figure thee in a garden of roses and hyacinths, with the evening breeze waving the cypress heads, a fair youth of 20 sitting by thy side, and the assurance of perfect privacy. What, prithee thee, would be the result?" End quote. The holy man bowed the chin of doubt upon the collar of meditation, and too honest to lie, presently whispered, quote, "Allah defend me from such temptation of Satan." End quote. Yet even in Persia, men have not been wanting who have done their utmost to uproot the vice. In the same Shiraz, they speak of a father who, finding his son in flagrant delicte, put him to death like Brutus or Link of Galway. Such isolated cases, however, can effect nothing. Chardin tells us that houses of male prostitution were common in Persia, whilst those of women were unknown. The same is the case in the present day, and the boys are prepared with extreme care by diet, baths, depilation, unguents, and a host of artists and cosmetics. Levis is looked upon at most as a peccadillo, and its mention crops up in every jest book. When the Isfahan man mocked Shah Saadi by comparing the bald pates of Shirazian elders to the bottom of a lota, a brass cup with a wide neck opening used in the hammam, the witty poet turned its aperture upwards and thereto likened the well-abused podex of an Isfahani youth. Another favorite piece of Shirazian chaff is to declare that when an Isfahan father would set up his son in business, he provides him with a pound of rice, meaning that he can sell the result as compost for the kitchen garden, and with the price buy another meal, hence the saying, "Chak I pai kahun," the soil at the lettuce root. The Isfahanis retort with the name of a station or halting place between the two cities where, under presence of making travelers stow away their riding gear, many a Shirazi had been raped. Hence, quote, "Zin o takultu tu bibar," end quote, carry within saddle and saddlecloth. A favorite Persian punishment for strangers caught in the harem or janaikium is to strip and throw them and expose them to the embraces of the grooms and negro slaves. I once asked a Shirazi how penetration was possible if the patient resisted with all the force of the sphincter muscle. He smiled and said, quote, we Persians know a trick to get over that. We apply a sharpened tent peg to the crupper bone, os kokiagus, and knock till he opens." End quote. A well-known missionary to the East during the last generation was subjected to this gross insult by one of the Persian prince-governors, whom he had infuriated by his conversion mania. In his memoirs he alludes to it by mentioning his dishonored person, but English readers cannot comprehend the full significance of the confession. About the same time, Shah Nasser, governor of Bushire, a man famed for facetious blackguardism, used to invite European youngsters serving in the Bombay Marine and ply them with liquor till they were insensible. Next morning the middies mostly complained that the champagne had caused a curious irritation and soreness in la parse posse. The same Eastern Scrogian would ask his guests if they had ever seen a man-cannon, a demi-top, and on their replying to the negative, a grey-bearded slave was dragged in, blaspheming and struggling with all his strength. He was presently placed on all fours and firmly held by the extremities. His bag trousers were let down, and a dozen peppercorns were inserted anno suo. The target was a sheet of paper held at a reasonable distance. The match was applied by a pinch of cyan to the nostrils. The sneeze started the grape shoot, and a number of hits on the butt decided the bets. We can hardly wonder at the loose conduct of Persian women perpetually mortified by marital pederasty. During the unhappy campaign of 1856 to 1857, in which, with the exception of a few brilliant skirmishes, we gained no glory, Sir James Outram in the Bombay army showing how badly they could work, there was a formal outburst of the harems, and even women of princely birth could not be kept out of the officers' quarters. The cities of Afghanistan and Sind are thoroughly saturated with Persian vice, and the people sing, "Kadrikus aguan danad, Kadrikun ra Kabuli." The worth of kunyat the Afghan knows, Kabul prefers, the other chose. The Afghans are commercial travelers on a large scale, and each caravan is accompanied by a number of boys and lads, almost in woman's attire, with cold eyes and robed cheeks, long tresses and henna'd fingers and toes, riding luxuriously in kajawas or camel panniers. They are called kuchii, safari, or traveling wives, and the husbands trudge patiently by their sides. In Afghanistan also a frantic debauchery broke out amongst the women when they found incubi who were not pederasts, and the scandal was not the most insignificant cause of the general rising at Kabul, November 1841, and the slaughter of Macnaghten, Bernays, and other British officers. Resuming our way eastward, we find the Sikhs and the Muslims of the Punjab, much addicted to the vice, although the Himalayan tribes to the north and those lying south, the Rajputs and the Marathas, ignore it. The same may be said of the Kashmirians, who add another kappa to the Tria Kakista Cappadoclans, Cretans, and Cilicians. The proverb says, Agar kathe imardum uftad as in sijins kamgeri, eki Afghan dovum sindi, siyum bajinzi Kashmiri. Though of men there be famine, yet shun these three, Afghan, Sindhi, and rascally Kashmiri. M. Louis Deville describes the infamies of Lahore and Lucknow, where he found men dressed as women with flowing locks under crowns of flowers, imitating the feminine walk and gestures, voice and fashion of speech, and ogling their admirers with all the coquetry of bayanderes. Victor Jacquemin's Journal des Voyages describes the pederasty of Ranjit Singh, the Lion of the Punjab, and his Pathic Gulab Singh, whom the English inflicted upon Kashmir as ruler by way of paying for his treason. Yet the Hindus, I repeat, hold pederasty in abhorrence, and are as much scandalized by being called Gandamara, anus beater, or Gandu, anuser, as Englishmen would be. During the years 1843 to 1844, my regiment, almost all Hindu sepoys of the Bombay Presidency, was stationed at a purgatory called Bandar Gahara, a sandy flat with a scatter of verdigris green milk bush some 40 miles north of Karachi, the headquarters. The dirty heap of mud and mat hovels, which represented the adjacent native village, could not supply a single woman, yet only one case of pederasty came to light, and that after a tragical fashion some years afterward. A young Brahmin had connection with a soldier comrade of low caste, and this had continued till in an unhappy hour the pariah patient ventured to become the agent. The latter in Arab, al-fa'il, the doer, is not an object of contempt, like al-maf'ul, the done, and the high caste sepoy, stung by remorse and revenge, loaded his musket and deliberately shot his paramour. He was hanged by court-martial at Hyderabad, and, when his last wishes were asked, he begged in vain to be suspended by the feet, the idea being that his soul, polluted by exiting below the waist, would be doomed to endless transmigrations through the lowest forms of life. Beyond India, I have stated, the sotatic zone begins to broaden out, embracing all China, Turkestan, and Japan. The Chinese, as far as we know them in the great cities, are omnivorous in omnifutentes. They are the chosen people of debauchery, and their systemic bestiality with ducks, goats, and other animals is equaled only by their pederasty. Keimpfer and Orloff Toury, Voyage en Chine, notice the public houses for boys and youths in China and Japan. Mirabeau, Le Anadrina, describes the tributism of their women in hammocks. When Pekin was plundered, the harems contained a number of balls a little larger than the old musket bullet, made of thin silver with a loose pellet of brass inside something like a grellet. These articles were placed by the women between the labia, and an up-and-down movement on the bed gave a pleasant titillation when nothing better was to be procured. They have every artifice of luxury, aphrodisiacs, erotic perfumes, and singular applications. Such are the pills which, dissolved in water and applied to the glans penis, cause it to throb and swell. So, according to Amerigio Vespucci, American women could artificially increase the size of their husbands' parts. The Chinese bracelet of caoutchouc, studded with points, now takes the place of the harrison, or annulus haristus, which was bound between the glans and prepus of the penis succedaneus, that imitation of the arbor vitae or sorter cosmu, which the Latins called phallus and fascinium, the French godemiche, and the Italians passatempo and diletto, whence our dildo. Every kind abounds, varying from a stuffed French letter to a cone of ribbed horn, which look like an instrument of torture. For the use of men they have the merkin, a heart-shaped article of thin skin stuffed with cotton and slit with an artificial vagina, 2 tapes at the top and 1 below lash it to the back of a chair. The erotic literature of the Chinese and Japanese is highly developed, and their illustrations are often facetious as well as obscene. All are familiar with that of the strong man who by a blow with his enormous phallus shivers a copper pot, and the ludicrous contrast of the high-membered whites who land in the Isle of Women and presently escape from it wrinkled and shriveled, true domine dolitles. Of Turkestan we know little, but what we know confirms my statement. Mr. Schuler, in his Turkestan 132, offers an illustration of a Bakhta, Persian Bakhsheshe, catamite, quote, or singing boy surrounded by his admirers, end quote. Of the Tartars, Master Purchas laconically says, 419, quote, they are addicted to sodomy or buggery, end quote. The learned casuist, Dr. Thomas Sanchez the Spaniard, had, says Mirabeau and Kachech, to decide a difficult question concerning the sinfulness of a peculiar erotic perversion. The Jesuits brought home from Manila a tailed man whose movable prolongation of the os coccygis measured from 7 to 10 inches. He had placed himself between 2 women, and joined one naturally, while the other used his tail as a penis succedaneus. The verdict was incomplete sodomy and simple fornication. For the islands north of Japan, the sodomitical sea and the nail of Tyne thrust through the prepuce to prevent sodomy. See Libris 2, Chapter 4 of Master Thomas Cowdish's Circumnavigation, and Volume 6 of Pinkerton's Geography, translated by Walkenaer. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Social Condition D, Pederasty, Part 3. Passing over to America, we find that the Sotatic Zone contains the whole hemisphere from Bering Strait to Magellan's. This prevalence of Maladies astonishes the anthropologist, who is apt to consider pederasty the growth of luxury and the especial product of great and civilized cities, unnecessary and therefore unknown to simple savagery, where the births of both sexes are about equal, and female infanticide is not practiced. In many parts of the New World, this perversion was accompanied by another depravity of taste, confirmed cannibalism. The forests and campos abounded in game from the deer to the pheasant-like Penelope, and the seas and rivers produce an unfailing supply of excellent fish and shellfish. Yet the Brazilian Tupis preferred the meat of man to every other food. A glance at Mr. Bancroft proves the abnormal development of sodomy amongst the savages and barbarians of the New World. Even his half-frozen Hyperboreans, quote, possess all the passions which are supposed to develop most freely under a milder temperature, end quote. 158. Quote, the voluptuousness and polygamy of the North American Indians, under a temperature of almost perpetual winter, is far greater than that of the most sensual tropical nations, end quote. Martin's British Colonies 3, 524. I can quote only a few of the most remarkable instances. Of the Conyagas of Kadiak Island and the Thinklets, we read 1, 81 to 82, quote, the most repugnant of all their practices is that of male concubinage. A Kadiak mother will select her handsomest and most promising boy and dress and rear him as a girl, teaching him only domestic duties, keeping him at women's work, associating him with women and girls, in order to render his effeminacy complete. Arriving at the age of 10 or 15 years, he is married to some wealthy man who regards such a companion as a great acquisition. These male concubines are called akumyokshik, or Chopin's, end quote. The authorities quoted being Holmberg, Lansdorf, Billing, Chorus, Lusansky, and Marchand. The same is the case in Nootka Sound in the Aleutian Islands, where, quote, male concubinage obtains throughout, but not to the same extent as among the Konyagas, end quote. The objects of unnatural affection have their beards carefully plucked out as soon as face hair begins to grow, and their chins are tattooed like those of the women. In California, the first missionaries found the same practice, the youths being called Joya, Bancroft 1, 415, and the authorities Pelon, Crespi, Boscana, Mofras, Torquemada, Duflot, and Fogs. The Comanches unite incest with sodomy, 1, 515. Quote, in New Mexico, according to R. Legui, Ribas, and other authors, male concubinage prevails to a great extent. These loathsome semblances of humanity, whom to call beastly were a slander upon beasts, dress themselves in the clothes and perform the functions of women, the use of weapons being denied them. 1, 585. Pederasty was systematically practiced by the people of Cuba, Carreta, and other parts of Central America. The Chaquiques and some of the headmen keep harems of youths who, as soon as destined for the unclean office, were dressed as women. They went by the name of Camayoas, and were hated and detested by the good wives. 1, 733 to 774. Of the Nahua nations, Father Pierre de Gan, alias de Musa, writes, en cet nombre de prat, n'avait point de femme, sed eorum loco pueros fubis abutebantur. Ce péché si comment dans ces piques, je n'eus vu, tous étaient infectés. Ils y étaient si adonnés, que même les enfants de 6 ans s'y livraient. Tel nom, campagne, voyage, série. 1 Tom 10, page 197. Among the Mayas of Yucatan, Las Casas declares that the great prevalence of unnatural lust made parents anxious to see their progeny wedded as soon as possible. Kingsborough Mexican Anthology 8, 135. In Vera Paz, a god called by some Chin or by others Cavial and Maran taught it by committing the act with another god. Some fathers gave their sons a boy to use as a woman, and if any other approached this pathik, he was treated as an adulterer. In Yucatan, images were found by Bernal Diaz, proving the sodomitical propensities of the people. Bancroft 5, 198. De Pau, Recherches philosophiques sur les Américains, London, 771, has much to say about the subject in Mexico generally. In the northern provinces, men married youths who dressed like women were forbidden to carry arms. According to Gomara, there were at Taumepais houses of male prostitution, and from Diaz and others we gather that the pecado nefando was the rule. Both in Mexico and in Peru it might have caused, if it did not justify, the cruelties of the conquistadores. Pederasty was also general throughout Nicaragua, and the early explorers found it amongst the indigenes of Panama. We have authentic details concerning Levis in Peru and its adjacent lands, beginning with Cieza de Leon, who must be read in the original or in the translated extracts of Purchas, volume 5, 942, etc., not in the cruelly castrated form preferred by the Council of the Hakluyt Society. Speaking of the New Granada Indians, he tells us that, quote, at Old Port, Porto Viejo, in Puna, the devil so far prevailed in their beastly devotions that there were boys consecrated to serve in the temple, and at the times of their sacrifices and solemn feasts, the lords and principal men abused them to that detestable filthiness, end quote, i.e. performed their peculiar worship. Generally in the hill countries, the devil, under the show of holiness, had introduced the practice. For every temple or chief house of adoration kept 1 or 2 men or more which were attired like women, even from the time of their childhood, and spake like them, imitating them in everything. With these, under pretext of holiness and religion, principal men on principal days had commerce. Speaking of the arrival of the giants at Point Santa Elena, Cieza says, Chapter 52, they were detested by the natives because in using their women they killed them, and their men also in another way. All the natives declare that God brought upon them a punishment proportioned to the enormity of their offense. When they were engaged together in their accursed intercourse, a fearful and terrible fire came down from heaven with a great noise. out of the midst of which there issued a shining angel with a glittering sword, wherewith, at one blow, they were all killed, and the fire consumed them. There remained a few bones and skulls which God allowed to bide unconsumed by the fire as a memorial of this punishment. In the Hakluyt Society's Bowdlerization, we read of the Tumbes Islanders being, quote, very vicious, many of them committing the abominable offense, end quote. Page 24. Also, quote, if by the advice of the devil any Indian commit the abominable crime, it is thought little of, and they call him a woman, end quote. In chapters 52 and 58 we find exceptions. The Indians of Huancabamba, quote, although so near the people of Puerto Viejo and Guacaquil, do not commit the abominable sin, end quote. And the Serranos, or island mountaineers, as sorcerers and magicians inferior to the coast peoples, were not so much addicted to sodomy. The royal commentaries of the Incas show that the evil was of a comparatively modern growth. In the early period of Peruvian history, the people considered the crime unspeakable. If a Cuzco Indian, not of Incarial blood, angrily addressed the term pederast to another, he was held infamous for many days. One of the generals having reported to the Inca Capac Yupanqui that there were some sodomites, not in all the valleys, but one here and one there, quote, nor was it a habit of all the inhabitants, but only of certain persons who practiced it privately, end quote. The ruler ordered that the criminals should be publicly burnt alive, and their houses, crops, and trees destroyed. Moreover, to show his abomination, he commanded that the whole village should be so treated if one man fell into this habit. Libres 3, Chapter 13. Elsewhere we learn, quote, there were sodomites in some provinces, though not openly nor universally, but some particular men, and in secret. In some parts they had them in their temples, because the devil persuaded them that the gods took great delight in such people, and thus the devil acted as a traitor to remove the veil of shame that the Gentiles feel for this crime, and to accustom themselves to commit it in public and in common, end quote. During the times of the conquistadores, male concubinage had become the rule throughout Peru. At Cusco, we are told by Nuno de Guzman in 1530, quote, the last which was taken and which fought most courageously was a man in the habit of a woman, which confessed that from a child he had gotten his living from that filthiness, for which I caused him to be burned, end quote. V. F. Lopez draws a frightful picture of pathologic love in Peru. Under the reigns which followed that of Inti Capac Amari, the country was attacked by invaders of a giant race coming from the sea. They practiced pederasty after a fashion so shameless that the conquered tribes were compelled to fly. Page 271. Under the pre-Incarial Amalta, or priestly dynasty, Peru had lapsed into savagery, and the kings of Cusco preserved only the name. Toutes ces hontes, toutes ces misères provenaient des 12 vices infâmes. La bestialité et la sodomie, la femme surtout était enfoncée, de voir la nature frustrée de tous ses devoirs. Ils pleuraient ensemble en leur réunion sur le misérable état dans lequel elles étaient tombées, sur le mépris avec lequel elles étaient traitées. Le monde était renversé. Les hommes s'y aimaient étaient jaloux les uns des autres. Elles cherchaient, mais en vain, les moyens de remédier au mal. Elles employaient des herbes et des recettes diaboliques qui leur ramenaient bien quelques individus, mais ne pouvaient arrêter les progrès incessants du vice. Cet état de choses constitue un véritable Moyen-Âge, encourageait l'establishment du gouvernement des Incas. Page 277. When Sinchi Rocco, the 95th of Montesinos and the 91st of Garcilaso, became Inca, he found morals at the lowest ebb. Ni la prudence de l'Inca, ni les lois sévères qu'il avait promulguées, n'y avaient pour extirper entièrement le péché contre nature. Il reprit avec une nouvelle violence, et les femmes en firent si jalouses qu'un grand nombre d'elles torrent leur mari. Les devins et les sorciers passaient leur journée à fabriquer, avec certaines herbes, des compositions magiques qui rendaient fous ceux qui en manquaient, et les femmes en faisaient prendre, soit dans les aliments, soit dans la chicha, à ce dont elles étaient jalouses. Page 291. I have remarked that the Tupi races of the Brazil were infamous for cannibalism and sodomy, nor could the latter be only racial, as proved by the fact that colonists of pure Lusitian blood followed in the path of the savages. Sir Antonio Augusto da Costa Aguiar is outspoken upon this point. Quote, "A crime which in England leads to the gallows, and which is the very measure of abject depravity, passes with impunity amongst us by the participating in it of almost all or many, de quasi todos ou de muitos. Ah, if the wrath of heaven were to fall by way of punishing such crimes, delictos, more than one city of this empire, more than a dozen, would pass into the category of the Sodoms and Gomorrhians." End quote. Page 30. Till late years, pederasty in the Brazil was looked upon as a peccadillo, the European immigrants following the practice of the wild men who were naked but not, as Columbus said, quote, "clothed in innocence." End quote. One of Her Majesty's consuls used to tell a tale of the hilarity provoked in a fashionable assembly by the open declaration of a young gentleman that his mulatto patient had suddenly turned upon him, insisting upon becoming agent. Now, however, under the influences of improved education and respect for the public opinion of Europe, pathologic love amongst the Luso-Brazilians have been reduced to the normal limits. Outside the sotatic zone, I have said, le vice is sporadic, not endemic. Yet the physical and moral effect of great cities where puberty, they say, is induced earlier than in country sites, has been the same in most lands, causing modesty to decay and pederasty to flourish. The Badawi Arab is wholly pure of le vice. Yet Sana'a, the capital of Al-Yaman, and other centers of population have long been, and still are, thoroughly infected. History tells us of Zu Sanatir, tyrant of Arabia Felix, in AD 478, who used to entice young men into his palace and cause them after use to be cast out of the windows. This unkindly ruler was at last poniarded by the youth Zerash, known from his long ringlets as Zu Nawas. The Negro race is mostly untainted by sodomy and tributism. Yet Joan dos Santos, found in Kakongo of West Africa, certain, quote, Chibudi, which are men attired like women and behave themselves womanly, ashamed to be called men, are also married to men and esteem the unnatural damnation and honor. End quote. Madagascar also delighted in dancing and singing boys dressed as girls. In the empire of Dahomey, I noted a corps of prostitutes kept for the use of the Amazon soldieresses. North of the sotatic zone, we find local but notable instances. Master Christopher Burrow describes on the western side of the Volga, quote, "a very fine stone castle, called by the name Uyak, and adjoining to the same a town called by the Russes Sodom, which was swallowed into the earth by the justice of God for the wickedness of the people." End quote. Again, although as a rule Christianity has steadily opposed pathologic love both in writing and preaching, there have been remarkable exceptions. Perhaps the most curious idea was that of certain medical writers in the Middle Ages. Quote, "Usus et amplexus pueri bene temperatus salutaris medicinae." End quote. Tardieu. Béarnaud, this is, under Weyer, the infamous book of Giovanni della Casa, Archbishop of Benevento, quote, "De laudibus sodomae," end quote, vulgarly known as Capitulo del Forno. The same writer refers, under 6d4, to the report that the Dominican order, which systematically decried le vice, had presented a request to the Cardinal di Santa Lucia that sodomy might be lawful under 3 months per annum, June to August, and that the cardinal had underwritten the petition, quote, "be it done as they demand," end quote. Hence the Faida Venus of Battista Mantovano. Bale rejects the history for a curious reason, venery being colder in summer than in winter, and quotes the proverb, "Humans que n'ont pas de pour embrasser et bien boire." But in the case of a celibate priesthood, such scandals are inevitable. Witness the famous Jesuit epitaph, "Sigit un Jesuit," etc. In our modern capitals, London, Berlin, and Paris, for instance, the vice seems subject to periodical outbreaks. For many years, also, England sent her pederasts to Italy, and especially to Naples, whence originated the term il vizio inglese. It would be ambitious to detail the scandals which of late years have startled the public in London and Dublin. For these, the curious will consult the police reports. Berlin, despite her strong devour of Phariseeism, Puritanism, and chauvinism in religion, manners, and morals, is not a whit better than her neighbors. Dr. Gaspar, a well-known authority on the subject, adduces many interesting cases, especially in old Count Cassius and his 6 accomplices. Amongst his many correspondence, one suggested to him that not only Plato and Julius Caesar, but also Winckelmann and Platon belonged to the society, and he had found it flourishing in Palmero, La Louvre, the Scottish Highlands, and St. Petersburg, to name only a few places. Frederick the Great is said to have addressed these words to his nephew. Je puis vous assurer par mon expérience personnelle que ce plaisir est peu agréable à cultiver. This suggests the popular anecdote of Voltaire and the Englishman who agreed upon a experience and found it far from satisfactory. A few days afterward, the latter informed the sage of Ferney that he had tried it again and provoked the exclamation, quote, "Once a philosopher, twice a sodomite." End quote. The last revival of the kind in Germany is a society at Frankfurt and its neighborhood, self-styled Le Crétave Noir, in opposition, I suppose, to Le Crétave Blanc of A. Belot. Paris is by no means more depraved than Berlin and London, but whilst the latter hushes up the scandal, Frenchmen do not. Hence we see a more copious account of it submitted to the public. For France of the 17th century, consult the Histoire de la prostitution chez tous les peuples du monde and La France devenue italienne, a treatise which generally follows L'Histoire amoureuse de Gaulle by Bussy, Comte de Raboutin. The headquarters of male prostitution were then in Champfleury, i.e. Champ de Fleurs, the privileged rendezvous of low courtesans. In the 18th century, Quand le Français à tête folle, as Voltaire sings, invented the term péché philosophique. There was a temporary recrudescence, and after the death of Pitousset de Murobert, March 1779, his Apologie de la secte Andrine was published in L'Espion Anglais. In those days, the Allée des Veuves and the Champs-Élysées had a fief réservé des hypocrites, veuves, in the language of Sodom being the maîtresse sans titre, the favorite youth. At the decisive moment of monarchical decomposition, Mirabeau declares that pederasty was réglementée, and adds, le goût des pédérastes quoique moins en voie que du temps de Henri III, the French Heliogalbus, sous la reine duquel les hommes se provoquent mutuellement sous les boutiques du Louvre, fait des progrès considérables. On sait que cette ville, Paris, est un chef d'œuvre de police. En conséquence, il y a du lieu public autorisé à cet effet. Le jeune gens qui s'est destiné à la profession vont soigneusement enclassés, car les systèmes réglementaires s'étendent jusque-là, on les examine. Ceux qui pouvaient être chiants et patients, couverts bio, vermeils, bien faits, potelés, sont réservés pour les grands seigneurs, où se font payer très cher par les évêques et les financiers. Ceux qui sont privés de leurs testicules ou en termes de l'art, car notre langue est plus chaste que nos murs, qui n'ont pas le poids des titrants, mais qui donnent et reçoivent, forment la seconde classe. Ils vont en cher, parce que les femmes nuisent, tandis qu'ils servent aux hommes. Ceux qui ne sont plus susceptibles d'érection, tant ils sont usés, quoiqu'ils aient tous ces organes nécessaires au plaisir, s'inscrivent comme patients purs, et composent la troisième classe. Mais ceux qui procèdent à ces plaisirs vérifient leur impuissance. Pour cet effet, on les place tout nus sur un matelas, ouvert par la moitié inférieure. Du fil les caresses de l'émir, pendant qu'une troisième frappe doucement, avec des sorties naissances les chaises de désirés vénériens. Après un quart d'œuvre de cétacés, on le introduit dans le anis ou un poivron rouge. qui causait une irritation considérable, un peu sur les échevelures produites par les sorties de la moutarde fine des coups de bec, et l'on passait le gland en confre. Ceux qui résistaient à ce preuve et ne donnent aucun signe d'érection. Servez compassion à un tiers d'épée seulement. The Restoration and the Empire made the police more vigilant in matters of politics than of mortals. The favorite club, which had its mot de passe, was in the Rue Donnier, Old Quarter St. Thomas de Louvre, and the house was a hotel of the 17th century. 2 street doors on the right for the male gynæcium, and the left for the female, opened at 4 p.m. in winter and 8 p.m. in summer. A decoy lad, charmingly dressed in women's clothes with big haunches and a small waist, promenaded outside, and this continued till 1896, when the police put down the house. Under Louis Philippe, the conquest of Algiers had evil results. According to Marquis de Bossé, he complained without of moors arabes and French regiments, and declared that the result of the African wars was an effroyable débordement pédérastique, even as the vérole resulted from the Italian campaigns of that age of passion, the 16th century. From the military, the flou spread to civilian society, and the vice took such expansion and intensity that it may be said to have been democratized in cities and large towns, at least so we gather from the Dossier des agissements des pédérastes, a general gathering of les 100 congrégations des glorieux pédérastes, was held in the old Petite Rue des Marais, where, after the theatre, many resorted under pretext of making water. They ranged themselves along the walls of a vast garden, and exposed their potassies. Bourgeois, richards, and nobles came with full purses, touched the part which most attracted them, and were duly followed by it. At the Allée des Veuves, the crowd was dangerous from 7 to 8 p.m. No policemen or ronds-de-non dared venture in there. Cords were stretched from tree to tree, and armed guards drove away strangers, amongst whom, they say, was once Victor Hugo. This nuisance was at length suppressed by the municipal administration. The Empire did not improve morals. Balls of sodomites were held at No. 8, Place de la Madeleine, where, on January 2nd, 64, some 150 men met, all so well dressed as women that even the landlord did not recognize them. There is also a club for sotatic debauchery called the Sinbad and the Dragons de l'Impératrice. They copied the imperial toilette and kept it in the general wardrobe, hence de l'Impératrice, meant to be used carnally. The site, a splendid hotel in the Allée des Veuves, was discovered by the Procureur General, who registered all the names, but as these belonged to not a few senators and dignitaries, the emperor wisely quashed these proceedings. The club was broken up on July 16th, 64. During the same year, La Petite Revue, edited by Monsieur Loredan Larky, son of the general, printed an article, Les Échappées de Sodome. It discusses the letter of Monsieur Castagnari to the Progrès de Lyon, and declares that the vice had been adopted by plusieurs corps de troupes. For its latest developments as regards the chantage of the Dante Pathics, the reader will consult the last issues of Dr. Tardou's well-known Etude. He declares that the servant class is most infected, and that the vice is commonest between the ages of 15 and 25. The pederasty of the knights may briefly be disturbed into 3 categories. The first is the funny form, as the unseemly practical joke of masterful Queen Boudour, Volume 3, 300 to 306, and not the less hearty jest of the slave princess Zumurrud, Volume 4, 226. The second is the grimmest and most earnest phase of the perversion, for instance where Abu Nowas debauches the 3 youths, Volume 5, 64, 69, whilst in the third form it is wisely and learnedly discussed, to be severely blamed by the Sheikha or reverend woman, Volume 5, 154. To conclude this part of my subject, the éclaircissement des obscanités. Many readers will regret the absence from the Knights of that modesty which distinguishes Amadis de Gaul, whose author, when leaving a man and a maid together, says, quote, "And nothing shall be here related for these and such like things which are conformable neither to good conscience or nature man ought in reason lightly to pass over, holding them in slight esteem as they deserve." End quote. nor have we less respect for Palmerin of England, who, after a risque scene, declares, quote, "Herein is no offence offered to the wise by wanton speeches or encouragement to the loose by lascivious matter." End quote. But these are not Oriental ideas, and we must e'en take the Eastern as we find him. He still holds, quote, "naturale non sunt turpia," end quote, together with, quote, "mundus omnia munda," end quote. And as Bacon assures us, the mixture of a lag-cloth add to pleasure, so the Arab enjoys the startling and lively contrast of extreme virtue and horrible vice placed in juxtaposition. Those who have read through these 10 volumes will agree with me that the proportion of offensive matter bears a very small ratio to the mass of the work. In an age saturated with cant and hypocrisy, here and there a venal pen will mourn over the pornography of the nights, dwell upon the ethics of dirt and the garbage of the brothel, and will lament the wanton dissemination of ancient and filthy fiction. This self-constituted censor morum reads Aristophanes and Plato, Horace and Virgil, perhaps even Martial and Petronius, because, quote, "veiled in the decent obscurity of a learned language," end quote, he allows his men latine loqui, but he is scandalized at stumbling blocks much less important in plain English. To be consistent, he must begin by Bowdlerizing not only the classics, which boys and youths' minds and memories are soaked and saturated at schools and colleges, but also Boccaccio and Chaucer, Shakespeare and Rabelais, Burton, Sterne, Swift, and a long list of works which are yearly reprinted and republished without a word of protest. Lastly, why does not this inconsistent Puritan purge the Old Testament of its allusions to human ordure and the putenda, to carnal copulation and impudent whoredom, to adultery and fornication, to onanism, sodomy and bestiality? But this he will not do, the whited sepulchre. To the interested critic of the Edinburgh Review, read 335 of July 1886, I return my warmest thanks for his direct and deliberate falsehoods. Lies are one-legged and short-lived, and venom evaporates. It appears to me that when I show to such men so respectable and so impure a landscape of magnificent prospects, whose vistas are adored with every charm of nature and art, they point their unclean noses at a little heap of muck here and there lying in a field corner. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. On the prose rhyme and the poetry of the nights. A. The Sajja. According to the promise in my foreword, I here proceed to offer a few observations concerning the Sajja, or rhymed prose, and the Shir, or measured sentence, that is, the verse of the night. The former has in composition, metrical or unmetrical, 3 distinct forms. Sajja mutawazi, parallel. The most common is when the ending words of sentences agree in measure, assonance, and final letter, in fact are full rhyme. Next is Sajja mutaraf, the affluent, when the periods, hemistichs, or couplets end in words whose terminal letters correspond, although differing in measure and number. And thirdly, Sajja muwazana, equilibrium, is applied to the balance which affects words corresponding in measure but differing in final letters. Al-Sajja, the fine style or style fleuri, also termed al-Badi'a, or euphuism, is the basis of all Arabic euphony. The whole of the Quran is written in it, and the same is the case with the makamat of al-Hariri and the prime masterpieces of rhetorical composition. Without it, no translation of the Holy Book can be satisfactory or final, and where it is not, the assemblies becomes the prose of prose. Thus universally used, the assonance has necessarily been abused, and its excess has given rise to the saying al-Sajj fajja, prose rhymes a pest. English translators have, unwisely I think, agreed in rejecting it, while Germans have not. Mr. Preston assures us that rhyming prose is extremely ungraceful in English and introduces an air of flippancy. This was certainly not the case with Friedrich Rückert's version of the great original, and I see no reason why it should be so, or become so in our tongue. Torrance declares that the effect of the irregular sentence with the iteration of a jingling rhyme is not pleasant in our language. He therefore systematically neglects it, and gives his style the semblance of being scamped with the object of saving study and trouble. Mr. Payne deems it an excrescence born of the excessive facilities for rhyme afforded by the language, and of Eastern delight in antitheses of all kinds, whether of sound or of thought, and aiming elaborately at grace of style, he omits it wholly, even in the Proverbs. The weight of authority was against me, but my plan compelled me to disregard it. The dilemma was simply either to use the Saja or to follow Mr. Payne's method and arrange the disjecta membra of the original in their natural order. That is, to remodel the text. Intending to produce a faithful copy of the Arabic, I was compelled to adopt the former, and still hold it to be the better alternative. Moreover, I question Mr. Payne's dictum that the Seja form is utterly foreign to the genius of English prose, and that its preservation would be fatal to all vigor and harmony of style. The English translator of Palmerin of England, Anthony Munday, attempted it in places with great success, as I have before noted, and my late friend Edward Eastwick made artistic use of it in his Gulistan. Had I rejected the cadence of the cooing dove, because un-English, I should have adopted the balanced periods of the Anglican marriage service, or the essentially English system of alliteration, requiring some such artful aid to distinguish from the vulgar recitative style the elevated and classical tirades in the Knights. My attempt has found with reviewers more favor than I expected, and a kindly critic writes of it: "These melodious fray meets, these little eddies of song set like gems in the prose, have a charming effect on the ear. They come as dulcet surprises, and mostly recur in highly wrought situations, or they are used to convey a vivid sense of something exquisite in nature or art. Their introduction seems due to whim or caprice, but really it arises from a profound study of the situation, as if the tale-teller felt suddenly compelled to break into the rhythmic strain." End of section 29. Recording by phone. Section 30 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. On the Prose Rhyme and the Poetry of the Nights. B. The Verse, Part 1. The sheer or metrical part of the Nights is considerable, amounting to not less than 10,000 lines, and these I could not but render in rhyme, or rather in monorhyme. This portion has been a bugbear to translators. De Sacy noticed the difficulty of the task. Lane held the poetry untranslatable, because abounding in the figure tajnis, or paranomasia or paragram, of which there are 7 distinct varieties, not to speak of other rhetorical flourishes. He therefore omitted the greater part of the verse as tedious, and through the loss of measure and rhyme, generally intolerable to the reader. He proved his position by the bold literalism of the passages which he rendered in truly prosaic prose, and succeeded in changing the facies and presentment of the work. For the sheer, like the saja, is not introduced arbitrarily. and its unequal distribution throughout the nights may be accounted for by rule of art. Some tales, like Omar bin al-Numan and Tawadud, contain very little because the theme is historical or realistic, whilst in stories of love and courtship as that of Rose in Hood, the proportion may rise to 1/5 of the whole. And this is true to nature. Love, as Addison said, makes even the mechanic, the British mechanic, poetical, and Joe Hume of material memory once fought a duel about a fair object of dispute. Before discussing the verse of the nights, it may be advisable to enlarge a little upon the prosody of the Arabs. We know nothing of the origin of their poetry, which is lost in the depths of antiquity, and the oldest bards of whom we have any remains belong to the famous epoch of the war al-Basus, which would place them about A.D. 500. Moreover, when the Muse of Arabia first shows she is not only fully developed and mature, she has lost all her first youth, her beauté du diable, and she is assuming the characteristics of an age beyond middle age. No one can study the earliest poetry without perceiving that it results from the cultivation of centuries, and that it has already assumed that artificial type and conventional process of treatment which presages inevitable decay. Its noblest period is included in the century preceding the apostolate of Mohammed, and the oldest of that epoch is the prince of Arab songsters, Imr al-Qais, the wandering king. The Christian fathers characteristically termed poetry vinum daemonorum. The stricter Muslims called their bards enemies of Allah, and when the Prophet, who hated verse and could not even quote it correctly, was asked who was the best poet of the peninsula, he answered that the man of Al-Qais, that is, the worshipper of the Priapus idol, would usher them all into hell. Here he only echoed the general verdict of his countrymen who loved poetry and, as a rule, despised poets. The earliest complete pieces of any volume and substance saved from the wreck of old Arabic literature and familiar in our day are the 7 Qazidas, purpose odes or tendance elegies, which are popularly known as the gilded or the suspended poems, and in all of these we find, with an elaboration of material and formal art which can go no further, a subject matter of trite imagery and stock ideas which suggest a long ascending line of model ancestors and predecessors. Scholars are agreed upon the fact that many of the earliest and best Arab poets were, as Muhammad boasted himself, unalphabetic, or rather could neither read nor write. They addressed the ear and the mind, not the eye. They spoke verse, learning it by rote and dictating it to the Ravi, and this reciter again transmitted it to the musician whose pipe or zither accompanied the minstrel's song. In fact, the general practice of writing began only at the end of the 1st century after the Flight. The rude and primitive measure of Arab song, upon which the most complicated system of meters subsequently arose, was called al-Rajaz, literally the trembling, because it reminded the highly imaginative hearer of a pregnant she-camel's weak and tottering steps. This was the carol of the camel driver, the lover's lay, and the warrior's chaunt of the heroic ages, and its simple, unconstrained flow adapted it well for extempore effusions. Its merits and demerits have been extensively discussed amongst Arab grammarians, and many, noticing that it was not originally divided into hemistichs, make an essential difference between the Shahryar who speaks poetry and the Rajis who speaks Rajaz. It consisted, to describe it technically, of iambic dipodia, the first 3 syllables being optionally long or short. It can generally be read like our iambs, and, being familiar, is pleasant to the English ear. The dipodia are repeated either twice or thrice. In the former case Rajaz is held by some authorities, as Al-Akfash, Sa'id ibn Masada, to be mere prose. Although Labid and Antar composed in iambics, the first qasida, or regular poem in rajas, was by Al-Aghlab al-Ajibi 10th Muhammad. The Alfiya grammar of Ibn Malik is in rajas Muzdari, the hemistichs rhyming and the assonance being confined to the couplet. Al-Hariri also affects rajas in the third and fifth assemblies. So far Arabic meter is true to nature. In impassioned speech, the movement of language is iambic. We say I will, not I will. For many generations, the sons of the desert were satisfied with nature's teaching, the fine perceptions and the nicely trained ear of the bard needing no aid from art. But in time came the inevitable prosodist under the formidable name of Abu Ad al-Rahman al-Khalil I Ahmad I Amru al-Farahidi, of the Farahid sept, al-Azdi, of the Azd clan, al-Yamadi, of the Yamad tribe, popularly known as al-Khalil ibn Ahmad al-Basri, of Basra, where he died at 68, scanning verses, they say, in AH 170, is 786 to 87 AD. Ibn Khalikan relates on the authority of Hamza al-Isfahani how this father of Arabic grammar and discoverer of the rules of prosody invented the science as he walked past a coppersmith's shop on hearing the strokes of a hammer upon a metal basin. Two objects devoid of any quality which could serve as a proof and an illustration of anything else than their own form and shape, and incapable of leading to any other knowledge than that of their own nature. According to others, he was passing through the fuller's bazaar at Basra when his ear was struck by the dak-dak, Arabic letters, and the dakak-dakak, Arabic letters, of the workmen. In these two onomatopoetics we trace the expression which characterizes the Arab tongue. All syllables are composed of consonant and vowel, the latter long or short as b and b, or of a voweled consonant followed by a consonant, as bal, bao, Arabic. The grammarian, true to the traditions of this craft which looks for all poetry to the Badawi, adopted for metrical details the language of the desert. The distic, which amongst Arabs is looked upon as one line, he named bait, hiding place, tent or house, and the hemistic misra, the one leaf of a folding door. To this scenic simile all the parts of the verse were more or less adapted. The meters, our feet, were called arkan, the stakes and stays of the tent. The syllables were usul, or roots divided into three kinds. The first, or sabab, the tent rope, is composed of two letters, a voweled and a quiescent consonant, as lam. The watad, or tent peg, of three letters, is of two varieties. The majmu, or united, a foot in which the two first consonants are moved by vowels, and the last is jasmated or made quiescent by akapobe as lakad, and the mafruk, or disunited, when the two moved consonants are separated by one jasmated, as kabla. And lastly, the fasila, or intervening space, applied to the main pole of the tent, consists of four letters. The meters were called buhur, or seas, plural of bar, also meaning the space within the tent walls, the equivoque alluding to pearls and other treasures of the deep. Al-Khalil, the systematizer, found in general use only 5 daira, circles, classes of groups of meter. And he characterized the harmonious and stately measures, all built upon the original rajas, as al-tawil, the long, al-kamil, the complete, al-wafir, the copious, al-basit, the extended, and al-kafif, the light. These embrace all the mu'alakat and the hamasa, the great anthology of Abu Tamam, but the crave for variety and the extension of foreign intercourse had multiplied once, and Al-Khalil deduced from the original 5 daira, 15, to which Al-Akfash, died AD 830, added a 16th, al-Kabab. The Persians extended the number to 19. The first 4 were peculiarly Arab. The 14th, the 15th, and 17th peculiarly Persian, and all the rest were Arab and Persian. Arabic meter so far resembles that of Greece and Rome that the value of syllables depends upon the quantity or position of their consonants, not upon accent as in English and the Neo-Latin tongues. Al-Khalil was doubtless familiar with the classic prosody of Europe, but he rejected it as unsuited to the genius of Arabic, and like a true Eastern Gelehrte, he adopted a process devised by himself. Instead of scansion by Pyrrhics and Spondies, Iambs and Trochees, Anapests and similar simplifications, he invented a system of weights, wuzun. Of these there are 9 memorial words used as quantitative signs, all built upon the root fal, which has rendered such notable service to Arabic and Hebrew grammar, and varying from the simple fa'al, in Persian fa'ul, to the complicated mutafa'ilun, Anapest plus Iam. Thus the prosodist would scan the Shahnameh of Firdausi as fa'ulun, 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 fa'al. These weights also show another peculiarity of Arabic verse. In English we have few, if any, spondees. The Arabic contains about 3 longs to 1 short. Hence its gravity, stateliness, and dignity. But these longs again are peculiar, and sometimes strike the European ear as shorts, thus adding a difficulty for those who would represent Oriental meters by Western feet, ictus, and accent. German Arabists can register an occasional success in such attempts. Englishmen, none. My late friend Professor Palmer of Cambridge tried the tour de force of dancing on 1 leg instead of 2, and notably failed. Mr. Lyell also strove to imitate Arabic meter, and produced only prose bewitched. Mr. Payne appears to me to have wasted trouble in observing the exterior form of the stanza, the movement of the rhyme, and, as far as possible, the identity in number of the syllables composing the baits. There is only 1 part of his admirable version concerning which I have heard competent readers complain, and that is the metrical, because here and there it sounds strange to their ears. I have already stated my conviction that there are 2 and only 2 ways of translating Arabic poetry into English. One is to represent it by good heroic or lyric verse, as did Sir William Jones. The other is to render it after French fashion, by measured and balanced prose, the little sister of poetry. It is thus, and thus only, that we can preserve the peculiar cachet of the original. This old word Oriental song is spirit-stirring as a blast of that dread horn, albeit the words be thin. It is heady as the golden wine of Libanus, to the tongue water and brandy to the brain, the clean contrary of our 19th century effusions. Technically speaking, it can be vehicled only by the verse of the Old English ballad, or by the prose of the Book of Job. And Badawi poetry is a perfect expositor of Badawi life, especially in the good and gladsome old pagan days ere al-Islam, like the creed which it abolished, overcast the minds of men with its dull gray pall of realistic superstition. They combined to form the marvelous picture, those contrasts of splendor and squalor amongst the sons of the sand. Under airs pure as ether, golden and ultramarine above, and melting over the horizon into a diaphanous green which suggested a resection of Kaf, that unseen mountain wall of emerald, the so-called desert, changed face twice a year, now brown and dry as summer dust, then green as hope, beautified with infinite verdure and broad sheetings of rainwater. The vernal and autumnal shiftings of camp, disruptions of homesteads and partings of kith and kin, friends and lovers, made the life many-sided as it was vigorous and noble, the outcome of hardy frames, strong minds, and spirits breathing the very essence of liberty and independence. The day began with the dawn drink, generous wine bought with shining ore, poured into the crystal goblet from the leather bottle swinging before the cooling breeze. The rest was spent in the practice of weapons, in the favorite arrow game known as al-maisar, gambling which at least had the merit of feeding the poor, in racing for which the Badawin had a mania, and in the chase, the foray, and the fray which formed the serious business of his life. And how picturesque the hunting scenes! The greyhound like the mare of purest blood, the falcon cast at francolin and coney, the gazelle standing at gaze, the desert ass scudding over the ground waves, the wild cows or bovine antelopes browsing with their calves, and the ostrich chickens flocking round the parent bird. The musamara, or night talk round the campfire, was enlivened by the lute girl and the glee man, whom the austere prophet described as roving distraught in every vale, and whose motto in the Horatian vein was, "Today we shall drink, tomorrow be sober, wine this day, that day work." Regularly, once a year, during the 3 peaceful months when war and even blood revenge were held sacrilegious, the tribes met at Ukad (Okaz) and other fairsteads, where they held high festival, and the bards strave in song and prided themselves upon doing honor to women and to the successful warriors of their tribe. Brief, the object of Arab life was to be free, to be brave, to be wise, while the endeavors of other peoples was and is to have wealth, to have knowledge, to have a name, and while moderns make their epitome of life to be, to do, and to suffer. Lastly, the Arab's end was honorable as his life was stirring. Few Badawin had the crowning misfortune of dying the straw death. The poetical forms in the Nights are as follows. The Misra, or hemistic, is half the bait, which, for want of a better word, I have rendered couplet. This, however, though formally separated in manuscripts, is looked upon as one line, one verse, hence a word can be divided, the former part pertaining to the first, and the latter to the second moiety of the distich. As the Arabs ignore blank verse, when we come upon a rhymeless couplet, we know that it is an extract from a longer composition in monorhyme. The kita is a fragment, either an occasional piece or more frequently a portion of a ghazal, ode, or qasida, elegy, other than the matla, the initial bite with rhyming distichs. The ghazal and qasida differ mainly in length. The former is popularly limited to 18 couplets. The latter begins at 15 and is of indefinite number. Both are built upon monorhyme, which appears twice in the first couplet and ends all the others. For example, AA plus BA plus CA, etc. Nor may the same assonance be repeated, unless at least 7 couplets intervene. In the best poets, as in the old classic verse of France, the sense must be completed in 1 couplet and not run on to a second. And as the parts cohere very loosely, separate quotation can generally be made without injuring their proper effect. A favorite form is the rubai or quatrain, made familiar to English ears by Mr. Fitzgerald's masterly adaptation of Omai-i-Khayyam. The movement is generally AA plus BA, but it also appears as AB plus CB, in which case it is a kita or fragment. The muraba, testratix or fourfold song, occurs only once in the Nights, Volume 1, 98. It is a succession of double bites or of 4 lined stanzas rhyming AA plus BC plus DC plus EC. In strict form, the first 3 hemistichs rhyme with one another only, independently of the rest of the poem, and the 4th with that of every other stanza. For example, AA plus AB plus CB plus DB. The mukamas, cinquains or pentastichs, Night 964, represents a stanza of 2 distichs and a hemistich in monorhyme, the 5th line being the bob or burden. Each succeeding stanza affects a new rhyme, except in the 5th line, For example, AAAAB plus CCCCB plus DDDDB, and so forth. The muval is a simple popular song in 4 to 6 lines. Specimens of it are given in the Egyptian grammar of my friend, the late Dr. Wilhelm Spitta. The muasha, or ornamented verse, has 2 main divisions. One applies to our acrostics, in which the initials form a word or words. The other is a kind of musadas, or sexteens, which occurs once only in the Nights, 937. It consists of 3 couplets, or 6-line strophes. All the hemistichs of the first are in monorhyme. In the second and following stanzas, the 3 first hemistichs take a new rhyme, but the 4th resumes the assonance of the first set, and is followed by the 3rd couplet of number 1, serving as bob or refrain. For example, AAAAAA plus BBBAAA plus CCCAAA, and so forth. It is the most complicated of all the measures, and is held to be of Morisco or Hispano-Moorish origin. Mr. Lane, Lex, lays down, on the lines of Ibn Khalikan, 1 476, etc., and other representative literati, as our sole authorities for pure Arabic, the precedents in following order. First of all ranks the Jahili, ignoramus, of the ignorance. These pagans left hemistichs, couplets, pieces, and elegies which once composed a large corpus and which is now mostly forgotten. Hamad al-Rabija, the reciter, a man of Persian descent, died A.H. 160 is 777 A.D., who first collected the Mu'alakat, once recited by rote in a séance before Caliph al-Walid, 2,000 poems of pre-Mohammedan bards. After the Jahili stands the Mukadram or Muhadrim, the spurious, because half pagan, half Muslim, who flourished either immediately before or soon after the preaching of Mohammed. The Islami, or full-blooded Moslem, at the end of the 1st century A.H. equals 720 A.D., began the process of corruption in language, and lastly he was followed by the Muwallad of the 2nd century, who fused Arabic with non-Arabic, and in whom purity of diction disappeared. I have noticed that the versical portion of the Nights may be distributed into 3 categories. First are the olden poems, which are held classical by all modern Arabs. Then comes the medieval poetry, the effusions of that brilliant throng which adorned the splendid court of Harun al-Rashid, and which ended with al-Hariri, died A.H. 516. And lastly are the various pièces de circonstance suggested to editors or scribes by the occasion. It is not my object to enter upon the historical part of the subject. A mere sketch would have neither value nor interest, whilst the finished picture would lead too far. I must be contented to notice a few of the most famous names. Of the pre-Islamites, we have Abi bin Zayd al-Ibadi, the celebrated poet of Ibn Khalikan, 188. Nabighat, the full-grown, al-Zubyani, who flourished at the court of al-Numan in A.D. 580 to 602, and whose poem is compared with the Suspendeds, and al-Mutalamis, the pertinacious satirist, friend and intimate with Tarafa of the prize poem. About Muhammad's day we find Imr al-Qais, with whom poetry began, to end with Zu al-Rumah, Amru bin Madi Karab al-Zubaydi Labid, Kab ibn Zuhair, the father one of the Mu'allaqah poets, and the son author of the Burda or mantle poem. See Volume 4, 115. And Abbas bin Mirdas, who lampooned the Prophet and had his tongue cut out, that is, received a double share of booty from Ali. In the days of Caliph Omar, we have Alqama bin Olata, followed by Jamil bin Mamar of the Banu Ozra, died A.H. 82, who loved Azza. Then came Al-Kutayir, the dwarf, Ironis, the lover of Butaina,
who was so lean that birds might be cut to bits with her bones. The latter was also a poetess, Ibn Khal 187, like Hind bin al-Numan, who made herself so disagreeable to al-Hajjaj, died a.h. 95. Jarir al-Qatafa, the noblest of the Islami poets in the 1st century, is noticed at full length by Ibn Khalikan 294, together with his rival in poetry and debauchery, Abu Firas Hammam, or Humaym bin Ghalib al-Farazdak, the Tamimi, the Umayyad poet, without whose verse half Arabic would be lost. He exchanged satires with Jarir and died 40 days before him, a.h. 110. Another contemporary, forming the poetical triumvirate of the period, was the debauched Christian poet Al-Aqtal al-Taglibi. They were followed by Al-Abbas al-Ansari, whose witty lampoons banished him to Dalak Island in the Red Sea. Died a.h. 179, equals 795 A.D. By Bashar ibn Burd and by Yunus ibn Habib. Died a.h. 182. The well-known names of the Harun cycle are Al-Asmai, rhetorician and poet, whose epic with Antar for hero is not forgotten. Died a.h. 216. Isaac of Mosul, Ishaq bin Ibrahim of Persian origin, Al-Utbi the poet, died a.h. 228, Abu al-Abbas al-Rakashi, Abu al-Atahiyya, the lover of Utbah, Muslim bin al-Walid al-Ansari, Abu Tamam of Tay, compiler of the Hamasa, died a.h. 230, a muwalad of the 1st class, says Ibn Khalikan, 1392. The famous or infamous Abu Nawaz, Abu Musab, Ahmad ibn Ali, who died in a.h. 242. The satirist Dibil al-Khuzai, died a.h. 246, and a host of others quos nunc proscribere longum est. They were followed by al-Batori, the poet, died a.h. 286, the royal author Abdullah ibn al-Mutaz, died a.h. 315, Ibn Abad the Sahib, died a.h. 334, Mansur al-Halaj the martyred Sufi, the Sahib ibn Abad, Abu Faraz al-Hamdani, died a.h. 357, al-Nami, died a.h. 399, who had many encounters with that model chauvinist al-Mutanabi, nicknamed al-Mutanabi the Wide Awake, killed a.h. 354. Al-Manazi of Manajirt, died 427, Al-Tugrai, author of the Lamiyat al-Ajam, died a.h. 375, Al-Hariri, the model rhetorician, died a.h. 516, Al-Hajiri al-Irbili of Arbela, died a.h. 632, Baha al-Din al-Sinjari, died a.h. 622, Al-Khatib or the Scribe, died a.h. 656, Abdun al-Andalusi the Spaniard, our 12th century, and about the same time al-Nawaji, author of the Halbat al-Kumayt, or Race Course of the Bay Horse, poetical slang for wine. Of the 3rd category, the pièces d'occasion, little need be said. I may refer readers to my notes on the dog rules in volume 2, 34, 35, 56, 179, 182, 186, and 261, in volume 5, 55, and in volume 8, 50. Having a mortal aversion to the details of Arabic prosody, I have persuaded my friend Dr. Steingas to undertake in the following pages the subject as far as concerns the poetry of the Nights. He has been kind enough to collaborate with me from the beginning, and to his minute lexicographical knowledge I am deeply indebted for discovering not a few blemishes which would have been nuts to the critic. The learned Arabist's notes will be highly interesting to students. Mine are intended to give a superficial and popular idea of the Arab's verse mechanism. The principle of Arabic prosody, called Aruz, pattern standard, or Ilm al-Aruz, science of the Aruz, insofar resembles that of classical poetry as it chiefly rests on metrical weight, not on accent, or in other words, a verse is measured by short and long quantities, while the accent only regulates its rhythm. In Greek and Latin, however, the quantity of the syllables depends on their vowels, which may be either naturally short or long, or become long by position, that is, if followed by two or more consonants. We all remember from our school days what a fine string of rules had to be committed to and kept in memory before we were able to scan a Latin or Greek verse without breaking its neck by tripping over false quantities. In Arabic, on the other hand, the answer to the question what is metrically long or short is exceedingly simple, and flows with stringent cogency from the nature of the Arabic alphabet. This, strictly speaking, knows only consonants, harf, plural huruf. The vowels which are required, in order to articulate the consonants, were at first not represented in writing at all. They had to be supplied by the reader, and are not improperly called motions, harakat, because they move or lead on, as it were, one letter to another. They are three in number: a, fatha; I, kasra; u, zama, originally sounded as the correspondent English vowels in bat, bit, and but respectively, but in certain cases modifying their pronunciation under the influence of a neighboring consonant. When the necessity made itself felt to represent them in writing, especially for the sake of fixing the correct reading of the Koran, they were rendered by additional signs, placed above or beneath the consonant, after which they are pronounced, in a similar way as it is done in some systems of English shorthand. A consonant followed by a short vowel is called a moved letter, muharaka. A consonant without such vowel is called resting or quiescent, sakina, and can stand only at the end of a syllable or word. And now we are able to formulate the one simple rule which determines the prosodical quantity in Arabic. Any moved letter, as ta, li, mu, is counted short. Any moved letter followed by a quiescent one, as taf, thun, mus, that is, any closed syllable beginning and terminating with a consonant and having a short vowel between, forms a long quantity. This is certainly a relief in comparison with the numerous rules of classical prosody, proved by not a few exceptions, which, for instance, in Dr. Smith's Elementary Latin Grammar, fill 8 closely printed pages. End of section 30. Recording by phone.
Section 31 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. On the Prose Rhyme and the Poetry of the Nights. B. The Verse, Part 2. Before I proceed to show how from the prosodical unities, the moved and the quiescent letter, first the metrical elements, then the feet, and lastly the meters are built up, it will be necessary to obviate a few misunderstandings, to which our mode of transliterating Arabic into the Roman character might give rise. The line, "Love in my heart they lit and went their ways," Volume 1, 232, runs in Arabic, "Akamu al-wajha fi kalbi wa sawu," Mak-ed 179. Here, according to our ideas, the word akamu would begin with the short vowel a, and contain two long vowels a and u. According to Arabic views, neither is the case. The word begins with alif, and its second syllable ka closes in alif after fada, a, in the same way as the third syllable mu closes in the letter wav, w, after zama, you. The question therefore arises, what is alif? It is the first of the 28 Arabic letters, and has through the medium of the Greek alpha nominally entered into our alphabet, where it now plays rather a misleading part. Curiously enough, however, Greek itself has preserved for us the key to the real nature of the letter. In the initial A is preceded by the so-called spiritus lens, apostrophe, a sign which must be placed in front or at the top of any vowel beginning a Greek word, and which represents that slight aspiration or soft breathing almost involuntarily uttered, when we try to pronounce a vowel by itself. We need not go far to find how deeply rooted this tendency is, and to what exaggerations it will sometimes lead. Witness the gentleman, who, after mentioning that he had been visiting his favorite haunts on the scenes of his early life, was sympathetically asked how the dear old ladies were. This spiritus lens is the silent H of the French and the English honor, corresponding exactly to the Arabic hamza, whose mere prop the alif is, when it stands at the beginning of a word. A native Arabic dictionary does not begin with Bab al-Alif, gate or chapter of the Alif, but with Bab al-Hamza. What the Greeks call alpha, and have transmitted to us as a name for the vowel A, is in fact nothing else but the Arabic Hamza Alif, moved by Fadha, that is, bearing the sign for A at the top, just as it might have the sign Zama superscribed to express you, or the sign Kasra subjoined to represent I. In each case the Hamza Alif, although scarcely audible to our ear, is the real letter and might fitly be rendered in transliteration by the above-mentioned silent H, wherever we make an Arabic word begin with a vowel not preceded by any other sign. This latter restriction refers to the sign apostrophe, which in Sir Richard Burton's translation of the Nights, as frequently in books published in this country, is used to represent the Arabic letter in whose very name Ain it occurs. The Ain is described as produced by a smart compression of the upper part of the windpipe and forcible emission of breath, imparting a guttural tinge to a following or preceding vowel sound. But it is by no means a mere guttural vowel, as Professor Palmer styles it. For Europeans, who do not belong to the Israelic dispensation, as well as for Turks and Persians, its exact pronunciation is most difficult, if not impossible to acquire. In reading Arabic from transliteration for the purpose of scanning poetry, we have therefore in the first instance to keep in mind that no Arabic word or syllable can begin with a vowel. Where our mode of rendering Arabic in the Roman character would make this appear to be the case, either Hamza, silent H, or Ain, represented by the sign apostrophe, is the real initial, and the only element to be taken in account as a letter. It follows as self-evident corollary that wherever a single consonant stands between two vowels, it never closes the previous syllable, but always opens the next one. Our word akamu, for instance, can only be divided into the syllables a, properly ha, ka, mu, never into ak, a, mu, or ak, u. It has been stated above that the syllable ka is closed by the letter alif after fada, in the same way as the syllable mu is closed by the letter vav, and I may add now, as the word fi is closed by the letter ya, y. To make this perfectly clear, I must repeat that the Arabic alphabet, as it was originally written, deals only with consonants. The signs for the short vowel sounds were added later for a special purpose, and are generally not represented even in printed books, for example in the various editions of the Nights, where only quotations from the Koran or poetical passages are provided with the vowel points. But among those consonants there are 3, called weak letters, huruf al-ilah, which have a particular organic affinity to these vowel sounds: the guttural hamza, which is akin to a, the palatal ya, which is related to I, and the labial val, which is homogeneous with u. Where any of the weak letters follows a vowel of its own class, either at the end of a word or being itself followed by another consonant, it draws out or lengthens the preceding vowel and is in this sense called a letter of prolongation, harf al-mad. Thus, bearing in mind that the hamza is in reality a silent h, the syllable ka might be written k-a-h, similarly to the German word sa, where the h is not pronounced either, but imparts a lengthened sound to the a. In like manner, mu and fi are written in Arabic muw and fiy respectively, and form long quantities not because they contain a vowel long by nature, but because their initial muharaka is followed by a sakina, exactly as in the previously mentioned syllables taf, fun, mus. In the Roman transliteration, akamu forms a word of 5 letters, 2 of which are consonants, and 3 vowels. In Arabic, it represents the combination h, a, k, a, hm, u, w, consisting also of 5 letters, but all consonants, the intervening vowels being expressed in writing either merely by superadded external signs, or more frequently, not at all. Metrically, it represents 1 short and 2 long quantities, long, short, short, forming in Latin a tri-syllable foot, called bachias, and in Arabic a quinquiliteral rukn, pillar, or juz, part, portion, the technical designation for which we shall introduce presently. There is one important remark more to be made with regard to the hamza. At the beginning of a word it is either conjunctive, hamzat al-wazl, or disjunctive, hamzat al-kat. The difference is best illustrated by reference to the French so-called aspirated h, as compared with the above-mentioned silent h. If the latter, as initial of a noun, is preceded by the article loses its vowel, and ignoring the silent h altogether, is read with the following noun almost as one word. Le homme becomes l'homme, pronounced l'homme, as le ami becomes l'ami. This resembles very closely the Arabic hamza wazl. If, on the other hand, a French word begins with an aspirated h, as for instance héros, the article does not drop its vowel before the noun, nor is the h sounded as in the English word hero, but the effect of the aspirate is simply to keep the 2 vowel sounds apart, so as to pronounce le héros with a slight hiatus between, and this is exactly what happens in the case of the Arabic hamza kat. With regard to the wazl, however, Arabic goes a step further than French. In the French example, quoted above, we have seen it is the silent h and the preceding vowel which are eliminated. In Arabic, both the hamza and its own haraka, that is, the short vowel following it, are supplanted by their antecedent. Another example will make this clear. The most common instance of the hamza wazl is the article al, for hal, the Hebrew hal, where it is moved by fada. But it has this sound only at the beginning of a sentence or speech, as in alhamdu at the head of the fatiha, or in Allahu at the beginning of the 3rd surah. If the 2 words stand in grammatical connection, as in the sentence praise be to God, we cannot say alhamdu li Allahi, but a conjunction, wazl, between the dative particle li and the noun which it governs must take place. According to the French principle, this junction would be effected at the cost of the preceding element, and li Allahi would become lalahi. In Arabic, on the contrary, the castrated l of the particle takes the place of the following fathated hamza, and we read lillahi instead. Proceeding in the fatiha, we meet with the verse Iyaka nabudu wa iyaka nasta'inu. Thee do we worship, and of thee do we ask aid. Here the hamza of iyaka, properly hiyaka with silent h, is disjunctive, and therefore its pronunciation remains the same at the beginning and in the middle of the sentence, or, to put it differently, instead of coalescing with the preceding va into vayaka, the two words are kept separate by the hamza, reading vaiyaka, just as it was the case with the French le héros. If the conjunctive hamza is preceded by a quiescent letter, this takes generally kasra. Talat al-layla, the night was longsome, would become talati al-layla. If, however, the quiescent letter is one of prolongation, it mostly drops out altogether, and the haraka of the next preceding letter becomes the connecting vowel between the two words, which in our parlance would mean that the end vowel of the first word is shortened before the elided initial of the second. Thus, fi al-bayti, in the house, which in Arabic is written F-I-Y-H-A-L-B-A-Y-T-I, and which we transliterate fi al-bayti, is in poetry read fil bayti, where we must remember that the syllable fil, in spite of its short vowel, represents a long quantity, because it consists of a moved letter followed by a quiescent one. Fil would be overlong and could, according to Arabic prosody, stand only in certain cases at the end of a verse, that is, in pause, where a natural tendency prevails to prolong a sound. The attentive reader will now be able to fix the prosodical value of the line quoted above with unerring security. For metrical purposes it syllabifies into akamul vajda fi kalbi vasaru, containing 3 short and 8 long quantities. The initial unaccented a is short, for the same reason why the syllables da and wa are so, that is, because it corresponds to an Arabic letter, the hamza or silent h, moved by fadha. The syllables ka, fi, bi, sa, ru are long for the same reason why the syllables mul, vaj, kal are so, that is, because the accent in the transliteration corresponds to a quiescent Arabic letter, following a moved one. The same simple criterion applies to the whole list, in which I give in alphabetical order the first lines and the meter of all the poetical pieces contained in the Mac edition, and which will be found at the end of this volume. This appendix is not included in this text. The prosodical unities, then, in Arabic are the moved and the quiescent letter, and we are now going to show how they combine into metrical elements, feet, and meters. 1. The metrical elements, usul, are 1. The sabab, which consists of 2 letters and is either kafif, light, or sakil, heavy. A moved letter followed by a quiescent, that is, a closed syllable, like the aforementioned taf, fun, mus, to which we may now add fa, I, u, form a sabab kafif, corresponding to the classical long quantity. 2 moved letters in succession, like mute, ala, constitute a sabab sakil, for which the classical name would be pyrrhic. As in Latin and Greek, they are equal in weight and can frequently interchange, that is to say, the sabab kafif can be evolved into a sakil by moving its second harf, or the latter contracted into the former by making its second letter quiescent. 2. The watad, consisting of 3 letters, one of which is quiescent. If the quiescent follows the 2 moved ones, the watad is called majmu, collected or joined, as fa'u, mafa, ilun, and it corresponds to the classical iambus. If, on the contrary, the quiescent intervenes or separates between the 2 moved letters, as in fa'i, latu, tafi, the watad is called mafruk, separated, and has its classical equivalent in the trochee. The fasila, containing 4 letters, that is, 3 moved ones followed by a quiescent, and which, in fact, is only a shorter name for a sabab sakil followed by a sabab kafif, as mute plus fa, or ala plus tun, both of the measure of the classical anapest. 2. These three elements, the sabab, watat, and fasila, combine further into feet arkan, plural of rukn, or ajza, plural of juz. Two words explained supra page 236. The technical terms by which the feet are named are derivatives of the root fal, to do, which, as the student will remember, serves in Arabic grammar to form the awzan or weights, in accordance with which words are derived from roots. It consists of the three letters fa, f, ain, apostrophe, lam, l, and, like any other Arabic root, cannot strictly speaking be pronounced, for the introduction of any vowel sound would make it cease to be a root and change it into an individual word. The above fal, for instance, where the initial tha is moved by fada, a, is the infinitive or verbal noun to do, doing. If the ain is also moved by fada, we obtain fa'al, meaning in colloquial Arabic, he did. The classical or literary form would be fa'ala. Pronouncing the first letter with sama, you, the second with kasra, I, that is, fu'il, we say it was done. Ziyada, letters of increase, to the original radicals, we say it was done, classically fu'ila. Many more forms are derived by prefixing, inserting, or subjoining certain additional letters, called huruf al-ziyada, letters of increase, to the original radicals. Fa'il, for instance, with an alif of prolongation in the first syllable, means doer. Maf'ul, where the quiescent fa is preceded by a fathated mim, m, and the zammated ain, followed by a lengthening vav, means done. Mufa'ala, where, in addition to a prefixed and inserted letter, the feminine termination a is subjoined after the lam, means to do a thing reciprocally. Since these and similar changes are with unvarying regularity applicable to all roots, the grammarians use the derivatives of fal as model forms for the corresponding derivations of any other root, whose letters are in this case called its fa, ain, and lam. From a root, for example, which has kaf, k, for its first letter, or fa, ta, t, for its second letter, or I, and ba, b, for its third letter, or lam, fal would be kad, to write, writing. Fa'al would be katab, he wrote. Fu'il would be kutib, it was written. Fa'il would be katib, writer, scribe. Maf'ul would be maktub, written, letter. Mufa'ala would be mukataba, to write reciprocally, correspondence. The advantage of this system is evident. It enables the student, who has once grasped the original meaning of a root, to form scores of words himself, and in his readings to understand hundreds, nay thousands of words, without recourse to the dictionary, as soon as he has learned to distinguish their radical letters from the letters of increase, and recognizes in them a familiar root. We cannot wonder, therefore, that the inventor of Arabic prosody readily availed himself of the same plan for his own ends. The tafil, as it is here called, that is, the representation of the metrical feet by current derivatives of fal, has in this case, of course, nothing to do with the etymological meaning of those typical forms. But it proves none the less useful in another direction. In simply naming a particular foot it shows at the same time its prosodical measure and character, as will now be explained in detail. We have seen, supra page 236, that the word akamu consists of a short syllable followed by two long ones, and consequently forms a foot, which the classics would call Bacchius. In Latin, there is no connection between this name and the metrical value of the foot. We must learn both by heart. But if we are told that its tafil in Arabic is faulun, we understand at once that it is composed of the watad majmu fa'u and the sabab kafif lun, and as the watad contains 3, the sabab 2 letters, it forms a quinquiliteral foot or juz kamazi. In combining into feet, the watad has the precedence over the sabab and the fasila, and again the watad majmu over the watad mafruk. Hence the prosodists distinguish between aja asliya, or primary feet, from asl, root, in which this precedence is observed, and aja fariya, or secondary feet, from far is branch, in which it is reversed. The former are 4 in number. 1. Fa'ulun, consisting, as we have just seen, of a watad majmu followed by a sabab kafif, is the Latin Bacchius. 2. Mafa'ilun, that is, watad majmu followed by 2 sabab kafif, is the Latin Epitratus primus. 3. Mufa'alatun, that is, watad majmu followed by fasila, is the Latin iambus followed by anapest. 4. Fa'ilatun, that is, watad mafruk followed by 2 sabab kafif, is the Latin Epitratus secundus. The number of the secondary feet increases to 6, for as numbers 2 and 4 contain 2 sabab, they branch out into 2 derived feet each, according to both sabab or only one changing place with regard to the watad. They are 5. Fa'ilun, that is, sabab kafif followed by watad majmu, is the Latin creticus. The primary fa'ulun becomes by transposition lun fa'u. To bring this into conformity with the current derivative of fa'al, the initial sabab must be made to contain the first letter of the root, and the watad the 2 remaining ones in their proper order. Fa is therefore substituted for lun, and ilun for fa'u, forming together the above fa'ilun. By similar substitutions, which it would be tedious to specify in each separate case, mafa'ilun becomes 6. Mustaf'ilun for ilun mafa, that is, 2 sabab kafif, followed by watad majmu, is the Latin Epitratus tertius, or 7. Fa'ilatun for lun mafa'i, that is, watad majmu between the 2 sabab kafif, is the Latin Epitratus secundus. 8. Mutafa'ilun for alatun mufa, the reversed mufa alatun, that is, fasila followed by watad majmu, is the Latin anapest succeeded by iambus. The last 2 secondary feet are transpositions of number 4, fa'ilatun, namely 9. Mafulatu for latun fa'i, that is, 2 sabab kafif, followed by watad mafruk, is the Latin Epitratus quartus. 10. Mustafilun for tunfaila, that is, watad mafruk between 2 sabab kafif, is the Latin Epitratus tertius. The branch foot fa'ilun, number 5, like its root fa'ulun, number 1, is quinquiliteral. All other feet, primary or secondary, consist necessarily of 7 letters, as they contain a triliteral watad. See supra 1.2, with either 2 biliteral sabab kafif, 1.1, or a quadriliteral fasila, 1.3. They are, therefore, called sabai, is 7-lettered. 3. The same principle of the watad taking precedence over sabab and fasila rules the arrangement of the Arabic meters, which are divided into 5 circles, dawair, plural of daira. so called for reasons presently to be explained. The first is named A. Dairat al-Mukhtalif, circle of the varied meter, because it is composed of feet of various length, the 5-lettered Faulun, supra 2.1, and the 7-lettered Mafailun, 2.2, with their secondaries Failun, Mustafilun, and Failatun, 2.5 to 7, and it comprises 3 buhur or meters, plural of bar, C, the tawil, madid, and basit. A1. Al-tawil, consisting of twice, fa'ulun mafa'ilun, fa'ulun mafa'ilun, the classical scheme for which would be short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, long, long. If we transfer the vatat fa'u from the beginning of the line to the end, it would read lun mafai, lun fa'u, lun mafai, lun fa'u, which after the substitutions indicated above, 2.7 and 5, becomes A2, al-madid, consisting of twice, fa'ilatun, fa'ilun, fa'ilatun, fa'ilun, which may be represented by the classical scheme long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long. If again, returning to the tawil, we make the break after the vatat of the second foot, we obtain the line ilun fa'u, lun mafa, ilun fa'u, lun mafa, and as metrically ilun fa'u, 2 sabab followed by vatat, and lun mafa, 1 sabab followed by vatat, are ilun mafa and lun fa'u respectively, their tafil is affected by the same substitutions as in 2.5 and 6, and they become A3, basit, consisting of twice, mustaf'ilun, fa'ilun, mustaf'ilun, fa'ilun, in conformity with the classical scheme long, long, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long. Thus, one meter evolves from another by a kind of rotation, which suggested to the prosodists an ingenious device of representing them by circles, hence the name daira, round the circumference of which on the outside the complete tafil of the original meter is written, while each moved letter is faced by a small loop, each quiescent by a small vertical stroke inside the circle. Then in the case of this present Dairat al-Mukhtalif, for instance, the loop corresponding to the initial F of the first Faulun is the beginning of the tawil, that corresponding to its L of the sabab fun as the beginning of the madid, and that corresponding to the Ain of the next Mafailun as the beginning of the basit. The same process applies to all the following circles, but our limited space compels us simply to enumerate them, together with their buhur, without further reference to the mode of their evolution. B. Dairat al-Mutalif, circle of the agreeing meter, so called because all its feet agree in length, consisting of 7 letters each. It contains B1, al-Wafir, composed of twice, mufa'alatun, 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 2.3, is short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, where the iambus in each foot precedes the anapest, and its reversal, B.2, al-kamil, consisting of twice, mutafa'ilun, 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 2.8, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, where the anapest takes the first place in every foot. C. Dairat al-Mujtalab, circle of the brought-on meter, so called because its 7-lettered feet are brought on from the first circle. C1. Al-Hazaj, consisting of twice, mufa'ilun, 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 2.2. short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short, long, long, long. C2. Al-Rajaz, consisting of twice, mustafilun, 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 and in this full form, almost identical with the iambic trimeter of the Greek drama. Long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short, long. C3. Al-Ramal, consisting of twice, fa'ilatun, 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 the trochaic counterpart of the preceding meter, long, short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short, long, long. D. Dairat al-Mushtabi, circle of the intricate meter, so called from its intricate nature, primary mingling with secondary feet, and one foot of the same verse containing a watat majmu, another a watat mafruk, that is, the iambic rhythm alternating with the trochaic and vice versa. Its buhur are D1, al-sari, twice, mustafilun, mustafilun, mufulatu, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short. D2. Al-Munzari, twice, mustafilun, mufulatu, mustafilun, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long. D3. Al-Kafif, twice, fa'ilatun, mustafilun, fa'ilatun, long, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, long. D4. Al-Muzari, twice, mafa'ilun, fa'ilatun, mafa'ilun, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, long, long. D5. Al-Muktazib, twice, mafulatu, mustafilun, mafulatu, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, 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 short. D6. Al-Mushtaz, twice, mustafilun, fa'ilatun, mustafilun, long, long, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long. E. Dairat al-Mutafiq, circle of the concordant meter, so called for the same reason why circle B is called the agreeing, that is, because the feet all harmonize in length, being here, however, quinquiliteral, not seven-lettered as in the Matalif. Al-Khalil, the inventor of the Ilm al-Aruz, assigns it to only 1 meter. E1. Al-Mutakarib, twice, fa'ulun, 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 short, long, long, short, long, long, short, long, long. Later prosodists added E2, al-Mutadarak, twice, fa'ilun, 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 long, short, long, long, short, long, long, short, long. The feet and meters, as given above, are, however, to a certain extent merely theoretical. In practice, the former admit of numerous licenses, and the latter of variations brought about by modification or partial suppression of the feet final in a verse. An Arabic poem, kasida, or if numbering less than 10 couplets, kata, consists of bites or couplets, bound together by a continuous rhyme, which connects the first 2 lines, and is repeated at the end of every second line throughout the poem. The last foot of every odd line is called aruz, feminine in contradistinction of aruz in the sense of prosody, which is masculine. Plural a'iriz, that of every even line is called zarb, plural azrub, and the remaining feet may be termed hashf, stuffing, although in stricter parlance a further distinction is made between the first foot of every odd and even line as well. Now, with regard to the hashf on one hand, and the aruz and zarb on the other,
The changes which the normal feet undergo are of two kinds, zuhaf, deviation, and ila, defect. Zuhaf applies, as a rule, occasionally and optionally, to the second letter of a sabab in those feet which compose the hajf, or body part of a verse, making a long syllable short by suppressing its quiescent final, or contracting two short quantities in a long one, by rendering quiescent a moved letter which stands second in a sabab sakil. In mustafilun 2.6, or long, long, short, long, for instance, the s of the first syllable, or the f of the second, or both, may be dropped, and it will become accordingly mutafilun, by substitution mufailun, short, long, or mustailun, by substitution muftailun, long, short, long, or mutailun, by substitution fa'ilatun, short, long. This means that wherever the foot mustafilun occurs in the hajf of a poem, we can represent it by the scheme short, long. That is, the epitratus tertius can, by poetical license, change into diambus, choriambus, or pion quartus. In mufa'alatun 2.3, short, long, and mutafa'ilun 2.8, short, long, again, the sabab ala and mute may become kafif by suppression of their final haraka, and thus turn into mufa'altun, by substitution mafa'ilun 2.2, short, long, and mutfa'ilun, by substitution mustafilun 2.6, long, short, as above. In other words, the 2 feet correspond to the schemes short, long, and short, long, whereas spondee can take the place of the anapest after or before the iambus respectively. Ila, the second way of modifying the primitive or normal feet, applies to both sabab and vatad, but only in the aruz and zarb of a couplet, being at the same time constant and obligatory. Besides the changes already mentioned, it consists in adding 1 or 2 letters to a sabab or vatad, or curtailing them more or less, even to cutting them off altogether. We cannot here exhaust this matter any more than those touched upon until now, but must be satisfied with an example or 2, to show the proceeding in general, and indicate its object. End of section 31. Recording by phone. Section 32 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. On the prose rhyme and the poetry of the nights. B. The verse. Part 3. We have seen that the meter basit consists of the 2 lines mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun. This complete form, however, is not in use amongst Arab poets. If by the zuhaf kabn, here acting as ila, the alif in the final fa'ilun is suppressed, changing it into a fa'ilun, short, long, it becomes the first aruz, called makbuna, of the basit, the first zaub of which is obtained by submitting the final fa'ilun of the second line to the same process. A second zaub results if in fa'ilun the final n of the vatad ilun is cut off and the preceding l made quiescent by the ila kat, thus giving fa'il, and by substitution falun, long. Thus the formula becomes mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun, mustafilun, fa'ilun,
mustafilun, failun, or falun. As in a hashf, that is, the first 3 feet of each line, the kawn can likewise be applied to the medial failun, and for mustafilun, the poetical licenses, explained above, may be introduced. This first aruz, or class of the basit with its 2 zarb or subdivisions, will be represented by the scheme short, 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 long, long, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, 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 long, short, 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 and then either short, short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, or long, long. That is to say, in the first subdivision of this form of the basit, both lines of each couplet end with an anapest, and every second line of the other subdivision terminates in a spondee. The basit has 4 more a'aris, 3 called majua, because each line is shortened by a juz or foot, 1 called mashtura, halved, because the number of feet is reduced from 4 to 2, and we may here notice that the former kind of lessening the number of feet is frequent with the hexametrical circles B, C, D, while the latter kind can naturally only occur in those circles whose couplet forms an octameter, A, E. Besides being majua, the second aruz is sahiha, perfect, consisting of the normal foot mustafilun. It has 3 azrub. 1. Mustafilan, long, long, short, long, with an overlong final syllable, see supra page 238, produced by the ila tajil, that is, addition of a quiescent letter at the end, mustafilun, with double N, by substitution mustafilan. 2. Mustafilun, like the aruz. 3. Mafulun, long, 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 produced by the ilakat. See the preceding page. Mustafilun, by dropping the final N and making the L quiescent, becomes mustafil, and by substitution mafulun. Hence the formula is mustafilun, failun, mustafilun, mustafilun, failun, and then either mustafiln, mustafilun, or mafulun, which, with its allowable licenses, may be represented by the scheme short, 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 long, long, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long. The above will suffice to illustrate the general method of the prosodists, and we must refer the reader for the remaining classes and subdivisions of the basit, as well as the other meters, to more special treatises on the subject, to which this essay is intended merely as an introduction, with the view to facilitate the first steps of the student in an important, but I fear somewhat neglected, field of Arabic learning. If we now turn to the poetical pieces contained in the Nights, we find that out of the 15 meters, known to Al-Khalil, or the 16 of later prosodists, instances of 13 occur in the Makkan edition, but in vastly different proportions. The total number amounts to 1,385 pieces, some, however, repeated several times, out of which 1,128 belong to the first 2 circles, leaving only 257 for the remaining 3. The same disproportionality obtains with regard to the meters of each circle. The Mukhtalif is represented by 331 instances of Tawil and 330 of Basit against 3 of Madid. The Mutalif by 321 instances of Kamil against 143 of Wafir. The Mushtalab by 32 instances of Ramal and 30 of Rajaz against 1 of Hazaj. The Mushtabib by 72 instances of Kafif and 52 of Sari against 18 of Munsari and 15 of Mushtaz. And lastly, the Mutafik by 37 instances of Mutakarib. Neither the Mutadarak, E2, nor the Muzari and Muktazib, D4 and 5, are met with. Finally, it remains for me to quote a couplet of each meter, showing how to scan them and what relation they bear to the theoretical formulas exhibited on page 242 to page 247. It is characteristic for the preponderance of the tawil over all the other meters that the first 4 lines, with which my alphabetical list begins, are written in it. One of these belongs to a poem which has for its author Baha al-Din Zuhair, born A.D. 1186 at Mecca or in its vicinity, died 1248 at Cairo, and is to be found in full in Professor Palmer's edition of his works, page 164. Sir Richard Burton translates the first bite, volume 1, 290, "And I quit Cairo and her pleasances. Where can I hope to find so gladsome ways?" Professor Palmer renders it, "Must I leave Egypt where such joys abound? What place can ever charm me so again?" In Arabic it scans, "A'a khaluan misrin wa tibi na'imihil, fa'ayu makanin badaha liya shaiku." Referring to 3.A.1, page 242, it will be seen that in the hash faulun, short long long, has become fa'ulu, short long short, by a zuhav called kabz, suppression of the 5th letter of a foot if it is quiescent, and that in the aruz and zaub mafa'ilun, short long long long, has changed into mafailun, short long, by the same suhav acting as ila. The latter alteration shows the couplet to be of the 2nd zaub of the 1st aruz of the tawil. If the 2nd line did terminate in mafailun, as in the original scheme, it would be the 1st zaub of the same aruz. If it did end in faulun, short long, or mafail, short long, it would represent the 3rd or 4th subdivision of this first class respectively. The tawil has one other aruz, fa'ulun, with a 2-fold zarb, either fa'ulun also, or mafailun. The first instance of the basit occurring in the Nights are the lines translated volume 1, page 25. "Containeth time a twain of days, this of blessing, that of bane, and holdeth life a twain of halves, this of pleasure, that of pain." In Arabic, Makan edition 1.2, "Al-daru yaumani za amnun wa za hazaru, wal aishu shatrani za safun wa za kadaru." Turning back to page 243, where the a'arids and azrub of the basit are shown, the student will have no difficulty to recognize the bite as the one belonging to the 1st zaub of the 1st aruz. As an example of the madid, we quote the original of the lines, volume 5, 131, "I had a heart, and with it lived my life. 'Twas seared with fire, and burnt with loving lowe." They read in Arabic, "Kana li kalbun aishu bibi, faktava bil nari batarak." If we compare this with the formula 3.A.2, page 242, we find that either line of the couplet is shortened by a foot. It is, therefore, maju. The 1st aruz of this abbreviated meter is failatun, long short long, and is called sahiha, perfect, because it consists of the normal 3rd foot. In the 2nd aruz, failatun loses its end syllable tun by the ilahafs, suppression of a final sabab khafif, and becomes fa'ila, long short long, for which failun is substituted. Shortening the first syllable of failun, that is, eliminating the alif by kabn, we obtain the 3rd aruz failun, short long, as that of the present lines, which has 2 azrub. Failun, like the aruz and falun, long, here, again by kabn, further reduced to fa'al, short long. Ishak of Mosul, who improvises the piece, calls it so difficult and so rare that it went nigh to deaden the quick and to quicken the dead. Indeed, the native poets consider the meter Madid as the most difficult of all, and it is scarcely ever attempted by later writers. This accounts for its rare occurrence in the Nights, where only 2 more instances are to be found, Maccan edition 2, 244, and 3, 404. The second and third circle will best be spoken of together, as the Wafir and Kamil have a natural affinity to the Hajaz and Rajaz. Let us revert to the line, Akamu el-Wajda fi kalbi wasaru. Translated, as it were, into the language of the prosodists, it will be mafailun, mafailun, faulun. And this, standing by itself, might prima facie be taken for a line of the Hazaj. 3.c.1, with the third mafailun shortened by havs, see above, into mafai, for which faulun would be substituted. We have seen that and how the foot mufa'alatun can change into mafa'ilun, and if in any poem which otherwise would belong to the meter hazaj, the former measure appears even in one foot only along with the latter, it is considered to be the original measure, and the poem counts no longer as hazaj, but as wafir. In the piece now under consideration, it is the second bite where the characteristic foot of the wafir first appears. Nad anil rubu wa sakinia, bakat ba'udal mazaru, fala mazaru. Anglice, Volume 3, 296. Far lies the camp, and those who camp therein. Far is our tent shrine, where I ne'er shall tent. It must, however, be remarked that the Hazaj is not in use as a hexameter, but only with an aruz majua, or shortened by 1 foot. Hence it is only in the second aruz of the wafir, which is likewise majua, that the ambiguity as to the real nature of the meter can arise, and the isolated couplet, Yaridul maru an yuta munau, vayabal lau ila mayuridu. Man wills his wish to him accorded be, but Allah naught accords save what he wills. Volume 4, 157. Being hexametrical, forms undoubtedly part of the poem in wafir, although it does not contain the foot mufa'alatun at all. Thus the solitary instance of Hazaj in the Nights is Abu Nuwa's abomination, beginning with short, long, 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 short, long, long, long. Fala tasau ila gairi. Short, long, 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 short, long, long, long. Faindi madinu de kairi. Maccan edition 2, 377. Steer ye your steps to none but me, who have a mind of luxury. Volume 5, 65. If in the second aruz of the wafir, mafailun, short, long, 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 is further shortened to mafailun, short, long, the meter resembles the second aruz of rajaz, where, as we have seen, the latter foot can, by license, take the place of the normal mustafilun, long, long, short, long. The kamil bears a similar relation to the rajaz, as the wafir bears to the hazaj. By way of illustration, we quote from Maccan edition 2.8, the first 2 bites of a little poem taken from the 23rd assembly of Al-Hariri. Ya katibal dunyal daniyati inaha, sharakul rada wa kararatul akdari, darun mata ma azakat fi yaumiha, abgat gadan budan laha mindari. In Sir Richard Burton's translation, Volume 3, 319, O thou who wooest a world unworthy, learn, 'tis house of evils, 'tis perdition's net. A house where whoso laughs this day shall weep the next, then perish house of fume and fret. The aruz of the first couplet is mustafailun, assigning the piece to the first or perfect, sahiha, class of the kamil. In the hajv of the opening line, and in that of the whole second bite, this normal mutafailun has, by license, become mustafilun, and the same change has taken place in the aruz of the second couplet; for it is a peculiarity which this meter shares with a few others, to allow certain alterations of the kind zuhaf in the aruz and zarb, as well as in the hajv. This class has 3 subdivisions. The zarb of the first is mutafailun; like the aruz, the zarb of the second is falatun. A substitution for mutafail, which latter is obtained from mutafailun, by suppressing the final n and rendering the l quiescent. The zarb of the third is falun for mudfa, derived from mutafailun by cutting off the watat ilun and dropping the medial a of the remaining mutafa. If we make the ayn of the second zarb falatun also quiescent by the permitted zuhav ismar, it changes into falatun, by substituting mafulun, which terminates the rhyming lines of the foregoing quotation. Consequently, the 2 couplets taken together belong to the second zarb of the first aruz of the kamil, and the meter of the poem with its licenses may be represented by the scheme long, 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 short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, 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 short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, long. Taken isolated, on the other hand, the second bite might be of the meter rajaz, whose first aruz mustafilun has 2 azrub, one equal to the aruz, the other mafulun as above, but here substituted for mustafil after applying the ilakat to mustafilun. If this were the meter of the poem throughout the scheme with the licenses peculiar to the rajaz, would be short, 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 long, long, short, short, long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, short, 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 long, long, short, long, 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 short, long, 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 long. The pith of Al-Hariri's assembly is that the knight-errant, not to say the errant white of the Romans, Abu Said of Sarouj, accuses before the Wali of Baghdad his pretended pupil, in reality his son, to have appropriated a poem of his by lopping off 2 feet of every bite. If this is done in the quoted lines, they read, Ya katibal dunyal dandi, Yati innaha sharukal gada, Darun mata ma'azakat, Fi yamiha abdat gada, with a different rhyme and a different variation of meter. The amputated piece belongs to the 4th zarb of the 3rd aruz of Kamil, and its second couplet tallies with the second subdivision of the second class of rajaz. The rajaz, an iambic meter pure and simple, is the most popular, because the easiest, in which even the prophet was caught napping sometimes, and at dangerous risk of following the perilous leadership of Imrul Qais. It is the meter of improvisation, of ditties, and of numerous didactic poems. In the latter case, when the composition is called Urjuza, the 2 lines of every bite rhyme, and each bite has a rhyme of its own. This is the form in which, for instance, Ibn Malik's Alfiya is written, as well as the remarkable grammatical work of the modern native scholar Nasif al-Naziji, of which a notice will be found in Shinari's introduction to this translation of Al-Hariri. While the Hazash and Rajaz connect the 3rd circle with the 1st and 2nd, the Ramal forms the link between the 3rd and 4th daira. Its measure fa'ilatun, long, short, long, long, and the reversal of it, mafulatu, long, 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 short, affect the trochaic rhythm as opposed to the iambic of the 2 first named meters. The iambic movement has a ring of gladness about it, the trochaic a wail of sadness. The former resembles a nimble pedestrian, striding apace with an elastic step and a cheerful heart.
The latter is like a man toiling along on the desert path, where his foot is ever and anon sliding back in the burning sand, ramel, whence probably the name of the meter. Both combined in regular alternation impart an agitated character to the verse, admirably fit to express the conflicting emotions of a passion-stirred mind. Examples of these more or less plaintive and pathetic meters are numerous in the tale of Uns al-Wujud and the Wazir's daughter, which being throughout a story of love, as has been noted Volume 5, 33, abounds in verse, and in particular contains 10 out of the 32 instances of Ramal occurring in the nights. We quote, Ramal, first zarb of the first Aruz, Makan edition, 2, 361. Ina lil bulbuli sautan fil sahar, ashgalal ashiki anhushnil vater. The bulbul's note, when as dawn is nigh, tells the lover from strains of strings to fly. Volume 5, 48. Sari, second zarb of the first Aruz, Makan edition, 2, 359. La fakitin katkala fi nauhihi, ya daiman shukran ala balvati. I heard a ringdove chanting soft and plaintively, I thank thee, O Eternal, for this misery. Kafif, full or perfect form, sahi, both in zarb and aruz. Ya liman ashtakil girama lazibi, wa shujuni wa furkati an habibi. O to whom of my desire complaining sore shall I bewail my parting for my fair compelled thus to fly. Mujtas, the only aruz, majua sahiha, that is, shortened by 1 foot and perfect, with equal zarb. Rudu alaya habibi, lahajatan li bimalin. To me restore my dear, I want not wealth untold. As an instance of the Munsari, I give the second occurring in the nights, because it affords me an opportunity to show the student how useful a knowledge of the laws of prosody frequently proves for ascertaining the correct reading of a text. Makan edition 133, we find the line, Arba'atun mashtama'at katu iza. This would be Rajaz, with the license Muftailun for Mustafilun. But the following lines of the fragment evince that the meter is Munsari. Hence, a clerical error must lurk somewhere in the second foot. In fact, on page 833 of the same volume, we find the piece repeated, and here the first couplet reads, Arba'atun mashtamana katu siva, ala aza mujati wa safki dami. 4 things which ne'er conjoin unless it be to storm my vitals and to shed my blood. The mutakarib, the last of the meters employed in the nights, has gained a truly historical importance by the part which it plays in Persian literature. In the form of trimetrical double lines, with a several rhyme for each couplet, it has become the Nibelungen stanza of the Persian epos. Firdausi's immortal Book of Kings and Nizami's Iskander Nama are written in it, not to mention a host of masnavis in which Sufic mysticism combats Mohammedan orthodoxy. On account of its warlike and heroical character, therefore, I choose for an example the knightly Jambrakan's challenge to the single fight in which he conquers his scarcely less valiant adversary Karajan. Makan edition 3, 296. Annal Jamrakanu Kavin el Janani, Jamiul Favarsi Taksha Kitali. Here the third syllable of the second foot in each line is shortened by license, and the final kasra of the first line, standing in pause, is long, the meter being the full form of the mutakarib, as exhibited page 246, 3.e.1. If we suppress the kasra of al-Janani, which is also allowable in pause, and make the second line to rhyme with the first, saying, for instance, Anal Jamrakanu Kaviyul Janan Layaksha Kitali Shijal Zaman. We obtain the powerful and melodious meter in which the Shahnameh sings of Rustam's lofty deeds, of the tender love of Rudaba, and the tragic downfall of Siyavush. Shall I confess that in writing the foregoing pages it has been my ambition to become a conqueror, in a modest way, myself? To conquer, I mean, the prejudice frequently entertained, and shared even by my accomplished countryman, Ruckert, that Arabic prosody is a clumsy and repulsive doctrine. I have tried to show that it springs naturally from the character of the language, and intimately connected, as it is, with the grammatical system of the Arabs, it appears to me quite worthy of the acumen of a people, to whom, amongst other things, we owe the invention of algebra, the stepping stone of our whole modern system of mathematics. I cannot refrain, therefore, from concluding with a little anecdote anent al-Khalil, which Ibn Khalikan tells in the following words. His son went one day into the room where his father was, and on finding him scanning a piece of poetry by the rules of prosody, he ran out and told the people that his father had lost his wits. They went in immediately and related to al-Khalil what they had heard, on which he addressed his son in these terms. Had you known what I was saying, you would have excused me, and had you known what you said, I should have blamed you. But you did not understand me, so you blamed me, and I knew that you were ignorant, so I pardoned you. End of section 32. Recording by phone. Section 33 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. L'Envoi. Here end, to my sorrow, the labors of a quarter century, and here I must perforce say with the poet's poet, Behold, I see the haven nigh at hand, to which I mean my weary course to bend, veer the main sheet, and bear up with the land, the which afore is fairly to be kenned. Nothing of importance now indeed remains for me but briefly to estimate the character of my work, and to take cordial leave of my readers, thanking them for the interest they have accorded to these volumes, and for enabling me thus successfully to complete the decade. Without pure malice or over-diffidence, I would claim to have fulfilled the promise contained in my foreword. The anthropological notes and notelets, which not only illustrate and read between the lines of the text, but assist the student of Muslim life and of Arabo-Egyptian manners, customs, and language in a multitude of manners shunned by books, form a repertory of Eastern knowledge in its esoteric phase, sexual as well as social. To assert that such lore is unnecessary is to state, as every traveler knows, an absurdum. Few phenomena are more startling than the vision of a venerable infant, who has lived half his long life in the midst of the wildest anthropological vagaries and monstrosities, and yet who absolutely ignores all that India or Burma enacts under his very eyes. This is crass ignorance, not the naive innocence of Saint Francis, who, seeing a man and a maid in a dark corner, raised his hands to heaven and thanked the Lord that there was still in the world so much of Christian charity. Against such lack of knowledge my notes are a protest, and I may claim success despite the difficulty of the task. A traveler familiar with Syria and Palestine, Herlandberg, writes, La plume refuserait non service, la langue serait insuffisante, si celui qui connaît la vie de tous les jours des orientaux, surtout des classes élevées, voulait la dévoiler.
L'Europe est bien loin d'en avoir la moindre idée. In this matter I have done my best, at a time too when the hapless English traveller is expected to write like a young lady for young ladies, and never to notice what underlies the most superficial stratum. And I also maintain that the free treatment of topics usually tabooed and held to be alecta, unknown and unfitted for publicity, will be a national benefit to an empire of opinion, whose very bases and buttresses are a thorough knowledge by the rulers of the ruled. Men have been crowned with gold in the Capitol for lesser services rendered to the Respublica. That the work contains errors, shortcomings, and many elapses, I am the first and foremost to declare. Yet in justice to myself I must also notice that the maculae are few and far between. Even the most unfriendly and interested critics have failed to point out an abnormal number of slips. And before pronouncing the vos plaudite, or as Easterns more politely say, I implore that my poor name may be raised aloft on the tongue of praise. Let me invoke the fair field and courteous favor which the Persian poet expected from his readers. Veil it, and fault thou find, nor gibe nor jeer, none may be found of faults and failings clear. Richard F. Burton, Athenaeum Club, September 30, 86. End of section 33. Recording by phone. End of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 10, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton.